Volume 1. Chapter 1, The Rebirth of the Dan God. Chapter 1, The Rebirth of the Dan God. Translated by Andy. Edited by Andy. In the extreme northern region of the martial spirit continent, no one knew how much time had passed since Zifeng had last opened his eyes. His body was scorching hot and constantly in pain. It was only a moment ago when Zifeng was refining the legendary 9 reincarnation pill. When the pill was just about finished, a beam of bright light appeared from the furnace, followed by an explosion. The entire God-tier furnace had exploded into millions of pieces. The large explosion had caused Zifeng to faint on the spot. Zifeng. Zifeng. Stop lying on the floor and pretending to be dead. If you have guts, get up and fight me right now. The sound echoed in Zifeng's head. The voice was felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He. You trash from the Yi family. Because your cultivation had stopped at the second stage of Qi refining realm for several years, even that father of yours had given up on you. You still have the nerve to stay in our Ashen Spirit sect? Your existence is making the sect lose face. Ha! This trash really is trashy. I've been yelling at him and he didn't even dare to make a single sound. These words were filled with disdain. The arrogant and mocking tone struck Zifeng and made him regain his consciousness. He began to get up and see his surroundings more clearly. A bunch of young faces came into his view. There were guys and there were girls as well. Every single one of them were looking at him with disdain in their eyes, sneering at him. Zifeng couldn't comprehend what was happening. In the past, these normal people would have never been able to meet Zifeng. Even if they were able to meet him, in order to obtain some medicine pills, they would get on their knees and kowtow to him while begging. However, Zifeng would immediately kick them away. After all, he was a peak heaven-ranked alchemist. He had always only refined pills for those who were well known throughout the continent. He was basically the best alchemist in the world, and even the emperors around the continent had to be respectful towards him. However, when he regained consciousness, he was in this situation. He didn't know where these youngsters came from, but they had dared to yell and curse at him. Who do you guys think you are? You dare talk to me, Zifeng, like this? Have you thought about the consequences that you will face? Zifeng then slowly stood up and patted the ashes off of his clothes. The pain that he felt from his body made him take a deep breath. When he finally calmed down, he looked at his own body and became petrified. What the F***CK? When did I become so frail? This body. This is basically a third-rate crippled body. It was more trash than trash. The Qi in his meridians were barely flowing. This. How did his cultivation fall to the lowest Qi refining realm? How could Zifeng, an expert cultivator and alchemist, accept this? He was a martial lord stage cultivator and a heaven-ranked alchemist. How could this have happened? Zifeng felt dizzy all of a sudden. He had received too big of a shock and didn't know how to react. However, at the moment, whether he liked it or not, the memories of Zifeng, the owner of the body, flowed into his mind. After a while, he had received all the memory and finally understood what happened. He had crossed realms. He had crossed from the Black Tortoise continent into this martial spirit continent. However, the most important thing, the thing that he refused to accept, was that he had crossed over into this sickly trash's body. He was unlucky to the extreme. However, those youngsters who were from the same sect as him were even more shocked. The place was silent. It was deathly silent. Guy. Did you hear what this guy just say? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not believing what they had just heard. The pushover trashy Zifeng had dared talk back to them. Did he just ask us who we thought we were? The leader, Wang Lin, regained his composure and bursted out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The entire room was filled with laughter. Yi Zifeng. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. It seems like we shouldn't be calling you trash anymore. We should be calling you Yi Lunatic. Ha ha ha. Yi Lunatic sounds just about right.
Wang Lin, stop talking nonsense with him.
Let's beat him up someone. This guy must be itching for another beating, Let's beat him up and break him. Wang Lin's followers chanted and surrounded Yi Zifeng. Right when these people were able to take action, a strong fragrance appeared. Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up.
As the best alchemist in the world, he had obviously experienced many worldly matters. This was a woman's fragrance. In addition, there was a small hint of cosmetic fragrance. He was able to easily smell this, and in his mind, he knew this fragrance belonged to a top-quality woman. And sure enough, a beautiful figure came into view. She was wearing a jade robe which showed her slender waist and plump breasts. With just one look, anyone can see that she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Compared to all of the beautiful women that Yi Zifeng had seen in his previous life, she was not inferior at all. As she walked closer and closer, the look in her eyes grew colder and colder. Seeing that Yi Zifeng was full of injuries, her expression changed. A murderous aura could be felt as she stared at Wang Lin and his group. Seeing the beauty walk over, the expressions on Wang Lin's and his group's face changed.
Run! Let's leave! Yi Zifeng's sister is coming!
Some of the people who recognized her became frantic and tried to leave.
What's so scary about that trash's sister? Don't we have Brother Wang here? If anyone, we'll tie her up and beat her up too.
Hearing this, Wang Lin turned pale with fright and ruthlessly yelled at that person, "You!
What are you saying? What if she hears it?" Actually, Yi Shuai had heard what was said very clearly. Wang Lin's little brother Zhou Feng was confused. "Brother Wang, what's wrong? That trash's sister should be trash as well, right?"
Thinking that she didn't hear anything, Wang Lin whispered carefully, "Zhou Feng, you bastard better be careful.
Yi Shuai and her brother are completely different. She's already an expert at the 8th stage of Qi refining. She's only one step away from being a peak Qi refining stage expert. When she breaks through to the martial disciple stage, she has a great chance of awakening her martial spirit. Do you want to make someone with a martial spirit your enemy?" Hearing the words martial disciple, Zhou Feng's face turned deathly pale. And when she heard martial spirit, he started to regret what he had said and wanted to dig a hole on the ground and hide in it. All right. Everyone leave. Go do your own things. Wang Lin commanded his group of people.
Wang Lin then quickly turned around, smiled apologetically at Yi Shuai, and tried to say some flattering words.
So it was Sister Shuai who was coming. I apologize for not receiving you in a friendlier manner. This one is called Wang Lin.
Yi Shuai sneered and said one word. However, because she had spoken so fast and softly, Wang Lin could not hear what she said at all.
Pardon me, but can Sister Shuai repeat what was said again? Yi Shuai wanted to open her mouth and speak.
But she saw Yi Zifeng coming over while glancing at Zhou Feng. She told you to scram.
Are you guys deaf? Wang Lin's expression turned ugly. If it was Yi Shuai saying that, he would immediately obey. After all, she was at the 8th stage of Qi refining, and on the martial spirit continent, the weak obeys the strong. This was something normal.
However, this time it was Yi Zifeng who had told him to scram.
This was the trashiest and weakest cultivator in the entire Ashen Spirit sect. Yi Zifeng, are you trying to die? Do you want me to find someone to kill you so badly? Hearing this, Yi Shuai was much more angrier than her brother and stared fiercely at Wang Lin. You're the one looking to die. If you dare to find someone to beat my brother, I'll cripple your cultivation.
The two sides stared coldly at each other, neither side willing to back off.
At the end, it was Wang Lin who finally turned away. Oof. Who cares if you're at the 8th stage of Qi refining? don't act so arrogant.
There are many experts in the Ashen Spirit sect, I'll just go and find someone to take care of you.
Your Yi family is the same Yi family in the old days. Don't think that you'll be able to find someone to support you guys.
He glared at the siblings. The Yi family is not the old Yi family and I'm not the old me.
Yi Zifeng calmly said.
He had already accepted reality. In his heart, he had made his decision. Since he's already in this trash body, he might as well train it. When he returns to the peak, he will definitely trample on those who had made fun of him. Wang Lin couldn't make out what Yi Zifeng meant by that sentence and neither did Yi Shui.
What did her brother have up his sleeve?
Yi Zifeng didn't care about what they thought about him and coldly stared at Wang Lin. It looks like you've only recently broken through the third stage of Qi refining and had just entered the fourth stage. Since he had reached the realm of a martial lord in his past life, he was easily able to see through Wang Lin's cultivation with just his insights. From the looks of it, Wang Lin is pretty trash himself. He doesn't have any patience in cultivating and frequently lead his group of even more trash people around to bully others. This made Yi Zifeng want to teach him a lesson.
Wang Lin was shocked, and so what? How about this? Let's make a bet. Yi Zifeng extended 3 fingers out.
Wang Lin stared at him blankly and bursted out laughing. Yi super trash, are you trying to show off in front of your sister?
You're not trying to say that you'll beat me within 3 years, are you? 3 years? You're flattering yourself too much. A smile appeared on Yi Zifeng's face. Don't tell me that you'll beat me in 3 months? Come on. Did you get brain damage from that beating before? Don't forget that you spent 3 whole years and couldn't even break through from the second stage of Qi refining into the third stage. Yi Zifeng's expression didn't change and calmly said, not 3 years, and not 3 months either. 3 days.
He continued to smile. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't have any response, whoever loses have to kowtow in front of the other one.
How about it? You.
Wang Lin was shocked by what had happened.
He couldn't tell what was happening. Did Yi Zifeng turn crazy from being beaten so much?
After thinking for a while, Wang Lin calmly nodded, fine.
Remember, you're the one who proposed it. Brother Zifeng, what are you blabbering? Come with me.
Yi Shui's face turned cold and dragged Yi Zifeng away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2, The Declining Yi Clan.
Yi Zifeng was forcefully pulled away by his sister into an empty place with no people at all.
Brother Zifeng, are you insane? Why would you make this kind of bet with someone like Wang Lin? If father finds out, he'll definitely scold you for making the Yi clan lose face again.
Shui's face was filled with austerity, but anyone can see that she was actually worried for her brother.
Lose face? Why would I make the Yi clan lose face?
I'm going to win some honor for our clan.
Yi Zifeng rebutted.
At this time, he was almost done putting all the pieces of pertaining his old memories back together. He knows that the girl in front of him was his sister and in the clan, aside from this sister of his, no one else cares about him at all.
Shui's eyes widened. You want to win honor for our clan? I'm not hearing things, right? Brother Zifeng, did they actually beat you until you turned crazy? I can't let this go. I'm going to get revenge for you.
She had grown up playing with Yi Zifeng, so of course she would care for him. In her eyes, even if Yi Zifeng was a good-for-nothing, she couldn't stand other people bullying him. And now, he probably turned into a crazy lunatic from all those beating that he had received. Yi Zifeng quickly pulled her back. Don't worry about it.
I didn't go crazy. My mind is as clear as it can be.
From what I know, I don't think my mind had ever been clearer than it is now.
Don't find them for trouble. You'll only dirty yourself. Okay then. I'll listen to brother. I'll let them get away with it this time. Otherwise, I'll let them understand the difference between my 8th stage of Qi refining and their abilities. While saying that, Xu Wei stomped both her feet and pouted to vent her anger and discarded the idea of revenge. This cute and adorable side of hers was completely different from the ice-cold girl from before. Of course, only her brother was able to see this side of her. Yi Zifeng coughed faintly and felt warmth in his heart for the first time in a long time. It seems like the feeling of having a family member care for you feels pretty good. Before crossing into this world, he was an orphan and a crazy alchemist. All of his interactions with people were filled with pretense and compliance. He had never felt genuine feelings before. What did you say? Yi Zifeng softly shook his head. Nothing. I was just a bit moved. Yi Shuai took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She couldn't bear seeing her brother's body filled with injuries. Whenever she sees her brother injured, her nose would feel sour as if she was about to cry. Brother, if only you weren't a good-for-nothing. I'm not asking for much, at least you won't be bullied by people like Wang Lin. The thing that Yi Zifeng can't stand the most is a woman's tears. Thus, he didn't want to explain much and showed her that he was being serious. This was because he didn't want someone who cares for him to shed tears for him. Okay, let's not talk much. 3 days is not a long time. I need to start preparing right away. It's getting late too, so let's go home. After walking a few steps, he felt that something was wrong. He embarrassingly turned around. Right, sis, which way is the way to our house? Yi Shuai was speechless. 20 years ago, the Yi clan could be regarded as a large clan. They were able to compete with Wang clan in the east, the Liu clan in the west, and was one of the Liuzhou city's 3 great families. However, everything changed when Yi Zifeng was born. Yi Zifeng was natural-born sick person. His meridians had been checked by many famous doctors and he was labeled as a trash that only appears once every 100 years. After cultivating for so many years, he was still at the 2nd stage of Qi refining, and became the laughingstock of the entire Liuzhou city. In addition, due to his sickness, it required his father, the Yi clan patriarch, to repeatedly transfer true Qi energy into his body every once in a while to keep him alive. As for his cultivation ability, his father, Yi Chongtian, had already given up on him. But now, this good-for-nothing son of his was calmly sitting in front of him, examining the teacup in his hands, and drinking it in a manner as if he was a great master. You? What did you just say? You want to refine pills? When Yi Chongtian heard this a moment ago, he couldn't restrain himself and spat out the tea that he was drinking. Yi Chongtian stared at Zifeng blankly and then looked away. He turned and looked at Xu Wei. What happened? Your brother. What's wrong with him? Father, brother was beaten by some people today. I think that there's something wrong with his head. I think that it's because it has been a while since you transferred true Qi into his body. How about you transfer some more true Qi and help brother out right now? Xu Wei worryingly said. After returning home, she wasn't the icy cold girl from the sect anymore. She basically reverted back to a little girl who was pampered by her parents. Only her brother and parents would see her like this. Yi Chongtian furrowed his brows and shook his head. Xu Wei, it's not like I don't want to help him, but by giving him my true Qi, my cultivation had almost dropped from the martial soul stage down to the martial practitioner stage. If I continue giving him my Qi, the one who's bullied won't be him but our entire Yi clan. But, Father, if you won't help brother, no one else would help him. Yi Shuai softly bit her lips. Actually, she understood what her father was talking about. Let's not talk about being bullied, but if her father gets any more weaker, the Yi clan would be driven out of Liuzhou City. As a fallen clan of what used to be the 3 great clans, they had harbored hatred and jealousy from the other clans, and those clans would try their hardest to suppress the Yi clan. In the martial spirit continent, the strong devours the weak. Cultivation level was divided into 8 levels: martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial soul, martial lord, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial saint, and martial god.
People like Yi Zifeng and Yi Shuai who were still at the Qi refining stage, they couldn't even be considered as cultivators, much less help the family at all. Although the Yi family was large, as the patriarch, Yi Chongtian single-handedly carried all the weight of the family.
Father.
Please. Yi Shuai blinked a few times and pouted like a cute sad dog. Yi Chongtian waved his hand signal for her to go away. Shuai, stop using this move every time. This time, I will definitely not give that good-for-nothing son any true qi. In all these years, his cultivation had been dropping instead of rising. This was because he had constantly transferred true qi into Yi Zifeng to help prolong his life. This time, he had decided that he wouldn't do so anymore.
At that moment, Yi Zifeng opened his mouth and said, "Who said I want your true qi?"
Transferring true qi into my body would only help for a while. It'll only make my body more reliant on your true qi and stop developing.
Hearing this, Yi Chongtian was shocked.
If anyone else had said this, he would believe them. But these words came out of his good-for-nothing son's mouth. It felt a bit weird to believe such words.
Usually Yi Zifeng is very cowardly and wouldn't even look at him in the eyes, much less talk face to face with him. However, he didn't pay any mind to these small details and laughed. "Zifeng, it seems like you finally understand your father. You've grown up. Just hold on for a bit more.
After your father stabilizes himself in the martial soul stage, then I'll transfer some true qi to you."
Yi Shuai couldn't help but stare blankly at Zifeng and felt a bit angry for him.
That's why I said I want to refine some pills before. Yi Shuai quickly grabbed his sleeves and shook him. "Brother.
Stop talking back. Why are you still acting crazy?"
Yi Chongtian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Okay. Bring him downstairs."
It seems like Shuai isn't wrong.
He really did get beaten so much that he turned crazy, but Yi Zifeng genuinely and seriously rebutted, "I can go down, but only after you give me a furnace and prepare the ingredients that I have written down on this paper."
"If you do that, I'll leave immediately."
Yi Chongtian tried his hardest to hold himself back.
His hand shook in anger and said, "You bastard.
If you keep talking like a lunatic, I'll throw you into the cellar and have you reflect on your actions against the wall for 3 days.
Yi Zifeng didn't quit and continued to ask, "Let it be then. Put me in the cellar. I'll do whatever you want as long as you get me a furnace and my ingredients." "You!" Yi Chongtian slammed his hand on the table and stood up.
As a martial soul stage practitioner, he was able to release and control his power to pressure people. His glare revealed a hint of pressure that pressed down on Yi Zifeng.
"Father!"
Yi Shuai yelled from the side. It was only then did he release his pressure and regain his composure. Seeing how Yi Zifeng was still barely standing and looking at him with determination in his eyes, Yi Chongtian was shocked.
"Fine. I'll get you a furnace and the ingredients you want.
If you have the ability, I don't want to see you make piles of slag." After he fiercely replied, he turned his back to the two, signaling that they should leave.
"Okay, brother, we can go now."
Yi Shuai pulled Yi Zifeng.
"Hold on a moment."
Yi Zifeng took the piece of paper with the ingredients out, left it on the desk and left with his sister. Seeing that the two had left, Yi Chongtian rubbed his temples. Because of this disappointing good-for-nothing son of his, he's been having a headache for almost 20 years now. Now, his son was beaten crazy by someone else.
His head began to ache even more.
It seems like the Yi clan really had fallen.
He couldn't help but sigh.
After a while, he calmed down and without knowing, he reached for the piece of paper that Zifeng had left. He shot a glance at the strong and straight writing on the paper.
When did this kid learn to write so nicely?
Every time I had him write, I would yell at him for writing his letters like drawing an earthworm.
Could it be that since he knows he'll be a trash in cultivating that he started to learn literature?
Yi Chongtian laughed bitterly and began to look at the ingredients that his son had listed. With after a rough glance, his expression changed dramatically. After carefully reading what was listed, his hands began to tremble. When he had finished reading the entire list, he felt as if lightning had struck him. His entire body shook and he was left speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 3: Refining the Highest Quality Pill.
The Yi clan had been on a decline for 20 years now, and thus their financial situation is not at an ideal position right now. Even so, Yi Chongtian did not break his promise and gathered all the ingredients that Yi Zifeng had listed. He personally brought the ingredients and a furnace to the cellar where Yi Zifeng was staying for the next 3 days. Because of this, he received endless complaints from the other family members, all saying that even if the Yi family had a great amount of wealth, they should not be throwing all these ingredients away on this crazy good for nothing. Yi Zifeng carefully examined the ingredients one by one and revealed a happy face. Chalcedony grass, dragon leaves, silverhorn fruit, scarlet essence lotus and Buddha roots. This was not bad. At first, Yi Zifeng was worried there would be 1 or 2 ingredients missing, but from the looks of it, he was worrying for nothing. His father had kept his promise.
Now he can create a high-quality golden marrow pill. However, even with all these things, he still shook his head in regret. If he had kept his cultivation as a martial lord stage expert, or even if he went down a stage to the martial soul stage, he would be able to utilize his essence energy and activate his ultimate refining technique, Ghost Flame Refinement. With this technique, he would be able to create pills in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the technique would allow him to instantly be on par with a heaven-tier alchemist. But now, the cultivation in this body was too trashy. Never mind about using Qi to refine pills, his body would be collapsed just by standing next to the furnace for too long. Whatever. I still have 3 days. I have all the time that I need.
I'll just use these ingredients to refine and clean the furnace first.
That'll probably increase the quality of the furnace by a few folds. Yi Zifeng had everything planned out already.
Before refining the pill, he would thoroughly clean and refine the furnace first. At that time, thick black smoke appeared and sparks flew everywhere. Refining a furnace was hard work. He opened the window at the top to let the air out. He was the young master of the Yi family and not a slave who's locked up. It shouldn't be a problem if he opened the window as long as he doesn't leave the cellar.
He looked out the window and noticed some movements.
Seeing this, a smile appeared on his face. "Master, I just sent someone to see what the young master was up to, and on his first try, he thought."
"What happened? Did he succeed?"
Yi Chongtian looked excitedly at the housekeeper who came to report the news. After reading the list that his son had written, he was unable to sleep last night. He thought that his son had received some sort of enlightenment and immediately sent his housekeeper to gather the ingredients.
"The young master, he. What happened? Stop beating around the bush. Do you want to get hit?" Yi Chongtian was impatient and yelled at the housekeeper.
The young master turned the ingredients into slag on his first try. Housekeeper Du frowned.
Yi Chongtian's eyes widened and fell back onto his seat.
It took him a while to regain his composure. He smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed. "What's wrong with me?
To actually place some hope on that good-for-nothing son of mine. I really am getting old. Master, should I continue keeping an eye on the young master? Maybe he accidentally messed up this time." Housekeeper Du was reasonable and a ray of hope had appeared in Yi Chongtian's eyes again. "Yeah. That's probably it. Keep your eyes on him and report if anything happens."
"Master, the second try was a failure as well.
All he made was slag.
But there was less slag than last time."
"Keep monitoring him."
"Master, the third try was a failure as well, he still made slag.
But this time, there wasn't as much." "Keep monitoring." "Master, the fourth try was a failure again." "Master, dot."
Yi Chongtian was unable to put up with this anymore and yelled out, "Enough.
Enough is enough. That good-for-nothing spent the whole day making slag. There's no need to keep an eye on him anymore. You don't need to monitor him anymore. I've come to the conclusion that I was wrong in trusting him."
The next day, Qi Zifeng stood by the window and smiled warmly.
"So they're finally not monitoring me anymore? That's fine with me."
He closed his window and opened up the furnace. This was his 6th try. When he opened the furnace up, a bright golden light filled the entire room. The light covered the entire cellar and the heat from the furnace immediately dispersed into the room. There were still some sparks flying around the furnace making a hissing sound. In the middle of the furnace sat a completed golden marrow pill. The pill created a dazzling light and filled the entire room up with spiritual energy. Without a doubt, the pill was of the highest quality.
Qi Zifeng smiled.
He took the pill and slightly licked it.
In a split second, the enormous amount of energy from the golden marrow pill exploded out and went straight into Qi Zifeng's dantian.
And from his dantian, the energy scattered throughout his entire body.
Nice. That felt really good.
Under the immense energy from the pill, Qi Zifeng's originally disjointed meridians started to join and clear up. The energy that was stuck in his meridians throughout his body started flowing again and rejoined inside of his dantian.
Throughout the entire process, Qi Zifeng was in immense pain. He felt as if his entire body was being cut up. He felt as if there were billions of small bugs invading and moving within his body, slowly eating away his flesh and meridians. However, he endured the pain. He knew that if he could go through this trial, he can reform his crippled meridians. It was painful at first, but the results of this was worth it. Having lived another life, the pain that he had endured in his previous life had given him an immense amount of willpower. And so, he continued to sweat profusely in pain as he felt his body become anew again. After the long process, he let out a long breath. His body had never felt better before. He had finally reached the 3rd stage of Qi refining, but the trashy Zifeng who had spent 3 years and couldn't break through had finally broken through today. Once his meridians were joined up, his physique looked a lot better and his cultivation abilities returned to normal. It could be said that a high-quality golden marrow pill could change the fate and innate talent of someone at the Qi refining stage. Of course, it was almost impossible for someone else at the Qi refining stage to get a high-quality golden marrow pill. This was because only a middle-stage Earth-ranked alchemist could produce such pill. And even they would have some trouble making such a high-quality pill. Why would such a high-level alchemist go through so much trouble to make such a low-level pill used by people at the Qi refining stage? There's no way any family would spend a fortune to recruit a high-ranked alchemist just for them to create a low-ranked pill such as the golden marrow pill. Moreover, it was because Qi Zifeng had experience with this pill that he was able to use the pill's full effect. If someone were to pick this pill up randomly and swallow it whole, they would definitely implode on the spot. After Qi Zifeng rested for a while, he realized that he was filled with energy. He can feel that he was in the middle 3rd Qi refining stage already. The golden marrow pill had actually allowed him to go straight from low 2nd Qi refining stage all the way to middle 3rd Qi refining stage. If I have more ingredients, then maybe I make a breakthrough and reach the peak stage of the 3rd Qi refining stage. Qi Zifeng thought to himself and sighed. At that time, Qi Zifeng felt something and immediately frowned towards the window. "Who's there? Come out." "Ah. Don't be so angry, brother. It's me, Shui."
Yi Shui said with a smile and then slowly climbed through the window into the cellar. She was wearing a long green skirt and with her long sleek black hair and large eyes, she looked very charming. Seeing that it was only his sister, Zifeng let out a sigh of relief. This was because whether it was the trashy Zifeng or the great alchemist Qi Zifeng, they both harbored a familiar feeling towards Shui.
"What are you doing here, sis? Why didn't you go back to the Ashen Spirit sect and came here instead? There's nothing fun inside the cellar."
She lowered her voice and smiled facetiously. "The sect is boring. I sneaked out during my free time."
Qi Zifeng was shocked. Who would have thought that the good, rule-abiding sister of his would skip her training to come over? She continued to smile sweetly. Let's not talk about the sect. How could father be so heartless and lock you up for 3 whole days? There's no food in the cellar, so I came and brought you some food in it.
A worried expression appeared on her face as she opened up the basket that she brought.
Inside the basket were some sweets and a meal.
Come on, brother, try this osmanthus flour cake.
Yi Zifeng was greatly moved by his sister.
As the best alchemist in the world, he had tasted all of the best delicacies in the world, but he had never tasted food that was specifically made for him by a family member. This was something that he had regret. He originally thought that crossing over into this trashy Zifeng's body was a super unlucky thing. But now, he feel that he's quite lucky being able to cross over into this body.
He received the osmanthus flour cake from Shui and slowly took a bite. To be honest, it was a bit hard, but it was still alright. It's great. It's really good. Let me try your other dishes.
Yi Shui smiled and passed the entire basket over to him. Seeing how Yi Zifeng was quickly eating the meal that she made herself, she was feeling very happy.
Oh right, brother. Did you turn all the ingredients into slag already? I actually didn't know why father gave you all these ingredients to refine. AI. If you really want to learn how to refine pills, you should ask father to hire an alchemist to teach you.
Turning all the ingredient into slag is nothing much, but I'm afraid that your body won't be able to handle the stress from refining pills.
Yi Zifeng suddenly stopped eating and put the food down. Brother, what happened? Is my cooking not good enough? No. The food is great. I love it. Yi Zifeng smiled. However, you said that all I made was slag and I'd like to say otherwise.
Yi Shui started to laugh lightly. Brother, when did you become so funny? You're talking like you had refined a pill or something.
Look at that pile of slag over there. If that isn't slag, then what is it? Then look at what this is.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 4, Martial Spirit Awakens. Watching Yi Zifeng pull out a golden marrow pill, a hint of excitement appeared in Yi Shui's eyes.
She stared at the pill and was speechless. Because Yi Zifeng had absorbed most of the energy from the pill, the level of the pill had dropped from profound tier to Huang tier. Even though it was only a Huang tier pill, Yi Shui still didn't believe what she was seeing. After all, only a Huang tier ranked alchemist could refine such a pill.
How could this dumb brother of hers refine something like this? In the entire Legacy City, the amount of Huang ranked alchemists could be counted on one hand.
Asterisk, pill rankings, Heaven Earth Profound Huang.
Each rank is further separated to high, medium and low quality. It wasn't until Yi Zifeng had waved his hands in front of her face when she came back to her sense.
Shui pursed her lips and with a serious look she said, Brother Zifeng, tell me the truth.
This golden marrow pill.
Where did you steal it from?
Steal? What? I refined this myself.
Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows.
He was one of the best alchemists in the entire universe.
If he had the ingredients in front of him, he could make any pill within the capabilities of the Qi refining realm.
No way. You know I grew up with you.
I know exactly what kind of books you've been reading and what you've seen your whole life.
If you had made a lewd painting of some beauty instead, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen those paintings in books that you've kept hidden. However, I have never seen you read or even own a book about alchemy.
Yi Shui said with a stern face.
Hearing this, Yi Zifeng felt awkwardly embarrassed. He thought that he was quite bad before he crossed, but this trash was actually so lustful. He doesn't even know what to say anymore.
It seems like he had to fix his reputation later.
Don't worry about it. You're my brother and I'll help you out.
When we go out in 3 days, I'll go with you to return the pill to wherever you stole it from.
We don't want to offend an alchemist if he were to find out it was you.
I won't tell father about this either.
Yi Zifeng could only smile bitterly. That alchemist that you're talking about isn't someone else.
It's your brother, and he's standing in front of you. However, hearing what his sister had said, he felt warm inside. Even though Shui knew that he was a trash, she was still worried about it.
Shui, from what you know about me, do you think that I'm the type of person who would go steal from someone? Not.
Yi Shui's expression changed. She had just realized it. Her brother is a sick and weak trash. Even if he had 10,000 times the courage, the amount of courage he has would still be 0. He doesn't even have the guts to go and steal candy from kids, let alone a pill from an alchemist.
But then, where did this golden marrow pill come from? Unless, this is a fake pill?
Yi Zifeng was speechless. He didn't know how he can out-talk this sister of his.
The best way to convince her is to show it to her personally.
She'll definitely have to believe it.
Well, how about this?
Let's say that your brother had a sudden enlightenment and my talent in alchemy had finally awoken.
This was the best excuse that Yi Zifeng could come up with. Something like that. Is that even possible?
Shui replied suspiciously.
I think so.
It's possible.
Yi Zifeng awkwardly smiled and nodded.
Yi Shui continued looking at him with a suspicious glare.
If you want me to believe that you refined this pill, then how about you refine a pill in front of me? Then I'll believe it. Finally, Yi Zifeng felt really happy.
After spewing all that bullshit tea, he was waiting for Shui to ask him to prove himself.
Then, how about the ingredients? He smiled towards Yi Shui. Even the best housewives cannot cook without ingredients. To refine pills, he needed ingredients.
This time, if he can refine more pills, then maybe he can break through and reach the peak of the 3rd stage of Qi refining.
When did brother start to like refining pills? Could it be that your talents in alchemy had actually awoken? Yi Shui giggled happily. If it's ingredients, then don't worry about it. Father dotes me and he'll give me whatever I want if it's not too much.
Yi Zifeng quickly shook his head. No.
He can't be the one paying for the ingredients this time. Why not?
Yi Shui thought for a while and finally understood what he meant.
I know what you mean.
If father pays for the ingredients again and you make a bunch of slag again, he'll definitely be mad and lock you up for a few more days.
Yi Zifeng smiled weakly and didn't say anything.
As someone who had experienced another lifetime, his temperament was obviously unlike a normal younger's. He didn't want Yi Chongtian to know his secret yet. If Yi Chongtian knew about this, he might make Zifeng refine pills every single day and slow down his cultivation progress.
He knew what it was like being an expert in alchemy and cultivation.
Alchemy was used to assist his path of cultivation. If he revealed that he was an alchemy master, then the other clans might suppress him and hinder his cultivation.
He could also be easily killed by others as well. All right then. If you say so. Then I'll use my own allowance this time.
Yi Shui pouted. Yi Zifeng smiled. Thanks sis, if I can make another golden marrow pill, then we can split the profit.
However, you have to keep this secret between us.
Although the golden marrow pill was a low-ranked pill, it could still fetch quite an amount of money.
This was because it could only be created by a Huang-ranked alchemist. In any clan, a Huang-ranked alchemist is like a money tree and can help the clan sustain its finances.
Yi Shui started to giggle and then bursted out laughing. Brother, you look so serious while saying that.
I was almost fooled.
If you can refine an edible pill, even if it's a common pill, I will be super excited. Then you should prepare yourself for when the time comes in a bit.
Yi Zifeng smiled.
He retrieved the golden marrow pill and put it in Shui's hands. Oh yeah, don't think that this is a fake.
How about this? Go to the store and sell this. Pills can be turned into money and money turn into more pills. Xue nodded and smiled. Okay. Even if this is a trash pill, I should be able to get some money for it. Probably. Zifeng bid Xue goodbye and sat back down on the ground. The 3-day bet is almost here. Wang Lin is at the 4th stage of Qi refining while he was only at the 3rd stage. Even though he rejoined all his meridians and gained some strength, the trash's body was still way too weak. Although pills can help him break through, it can't strengthen his body immediately. In order to have a strong body, one would need to train seriously. It was a good thing that Yi Zifeng was a martial lord in his past life. He was able to remember some secret training methods for the Qi refining realm. All of my skills in my past life utilized fire so I can assist myself in the ways of alchemy. But now my body is way too weak and cannot handle the flames. What sort of training method should I use? Yi Zifeng thought to himself. He had a lot of options to choose from and was wondering about it for a while. He continuously muttered to himself and then suddenly smiled. Oh yeah. Why don't I check what kind of martial spirit this kid has? Everyone had a chance of awakening their own martial spirits after reaching the martial disciple realm, but even without reaching that realm, there were still methods to see what sort of martial spirit one has. However, the methods are too complicated and normal people aren't able to have a preview of their spirit. Yi Zifeng was lucky that he had come across a few methods in his past life. Even with his experience, he still couldn't be careless. In order to check, he needed some time and luck. If he was unlucky, he won't be able to see anything at all. He calmed himself down and began to meditate. He examined his soul and felt the pulse from his spirit. He felt as if he was sucked into a dark starry space, inside a dream realm filled with mist. There were mountains all over the place and the mist covered his view. Suddenly, he felt something familiar yet not so familiar next to him. It was a giant shadow ghost. The shadow ghost stood there, staring at him. It didn't attack him or get close to him. It just stood there, awkwardly staring at him. A devil-type martial spirit? No. It shouldn't be. It's too big to be a devil-type spirit. Yi Zifeng was shocked. He had never seen a spirit like this even in his past life as a martial lord. Yi Zifeng began to think to himself, it seems like that trash didn't have a choice but to be sick and weak. It might be because of this mysterious spirit inside of him. The shadow ghost swam in circles while it watched Yi Zifeng mutter to himself. Suddenly a deep and cold voice could be heard. I originally thought that with your weak body, you would never have the chance to see me. You haven't awakened your spirit yet and you're only at the 3rd stage of Qi refining realm. How can you see me? And communicate with me? Compared to how shocked Yi Zifeng was when he saw the spirit was even more shocked when he saw Zifeng. How about this? I can see that with your body, you probably won't live to become a martial disciple. If you die, then my existence means nothing at all. So I'll help you out and let you use some of my power. The shadow ghost continued to stare and coldly said. What? I'm not even in the martial disciple realm yet and I can still use the power of a martial spirit? As a martial lord in his previous life, he had never heard of such thing before. As the smart person that he is, he kept the crossover a secret from the shadow ghost. In the next moment, Yi Zifeng felt his head get heavier and heavier. The dream realm covered in mist dissipated and he regained his consciousness. When he woke up, he began to think about the shadow ghost. He didn't know what it was and what it could be. All he knows is that it can communicate with him in his consciousness. It was definitely something out of the ordinary. Normally, a person's martial spirit is something that is dead. It represents the person's hidden powers. A living martial spirit was very rare but not sought after. To use its full power, one must train it and level it up. Thinking about this, Yi Zifeng felt a bit bitter. He didn't feel so happy about his martial spirit.
It was one thing that he had to cultivate and train this trashy body, but now he has to train his spirit too. This was because the rank of his spirit determines his strength in the future. Every cultivator wants a strong spirit to begin with so the ceiling of their cultivation can get higher and higher.
Oh right.
The shadow ghost said something about lending some of its power to me.
What kind of power does this thing even have?
Zifeng opened his hands and extended both of his arms out. He was staring at his hands and suddenly, the expression in his eyes changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 5, 1 try, 3 pills. Holy sh*t. What the f*ck is this?
At first he saw something appear on his palm and didn't care much for it. But then it started spreading and it covered both of his arms. There were red lines all over his arms and it looked as if all of his blood vessels had appeared on top of his skin. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would probably think he had contracted some sort of weird disease. He moved his arms all over the place to see if they still worked, and after a while, he tired himself out. He then rubbed his eyes and pinched himself to see if he was dreaming. He tried to suppress the color from appearing on his skin, but nothing worked. Moreover, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use any of the Shadow Ghost's spirit powers. He didn't even know whether or not there were some requirements to use the spirit's power either. I don't care if I can't use the damn spirit's power. But these red lines are too visible.
He can't leave it alone. What if someone accidentally sees it? Zifeng was getting worried.
He calmed down and tried to think of a solution. He went into his dream realm to find the shadow ghost, but this time, it was completely empty. There was nothing in there at all.
It seems like I'll have to wear long sleeves during the summer now. Zifeng couldn't think of a solution inside.
Right at that moment, quick footsteps could be heard approaching the room. Zifeng could tell who the footsteps were belonged to. It was Yi Shui.
Brother Zifeng, that pill you gave me. It wasn't fake.
It was a real Huang Tier golden marrow pill.
That was the first thing Shui said after flying into the room. Zifeng nodded. I told you already. You didn't believe me. No way.
Yi Shui gasped, looking very surprised and amazed.
No way. There's no way. Could it be that you actually went and stole from some alchemist?
She still didn't think that Zifeng could refine pills, let alone a Huang Tier pill. She had just gone to the store to get some ingredients and wanted to use the super inferior tier fake golden marrow pill to help lower the price by a bit. Who would have thought that when she showed the pill to the clerk, he would tell her to wait and brought the owner out. After evaluating the pill, the owner confirmed that it was a real Huang Tier golden marrow pill. By exchanging the pill, she was able to get all the ingredients and the store even gave her an extra 30 gold coins.
Only 30 gold coins? Zifeng coldly laughed.
The ingredients are worth around 20 gold coins and the pill is probably worth at least 100 gold coins.
Zifeng was not very happy with the owner of the store. It wasn't because he ripped Shui off, but because he was probably looking down on the Yi family. You're not satisfied with 30 gold coins?
2 years ago, you were fighting with me for just 10 copper coins. After losing to me, you cried for half a day.
Yi Shui smiled.
She didn't have to spend a single coin and she got 30 gold coins in return. She was feeling really good.
Zifeng on the other hand felt a headache coming.
Even if it was 2 years ago, this trash wasn't that young then. And yet, he was still fighting with his own younger sister for some copper coins. The most important thing was that he lost. That was utterly disgraceful.
Man, that guy was trash to the max.
Alright, let's not talk about the old days. Zifeng shook his head and smiled slightly. That guy's history is completely black. It seems like he has to suffer a bit before he can build up his reputation. He sighed and then looked at the bag that Shui was holding.
did you get everything that I asked for? Of course. Look. Everything is in here. Yi Zifeng examined the ingredients and muttered to himself, Even though the quality is not that great, everything is still here. I can finally start refining some golden marrow pills. Hearing that he was going to refine some pills, Yi Shuai couldn't help but stare deeply at Zifeng. Looking at how serious he was, it seems like he actually had the aura of an alchemist. He looked nothing that weak and sickly good for nothing Yi Zifeng at all. Shuai, get the hell out here. Suddenly a voice called from outside the cellar. This voice. It's Mother. Yi Shuai's expression changed. Before she was able to react, the woman was already in the room. Looking at her face, anyone can tell that she was very angry. That woman is Tang Feng. Yi Shuai's mother but not Yi Zifeng's. The two of them had the same father but different birth mothers. Mother, you came. Yi Shuai softly said as she gulped. Good afternoon, Madam Tang, Yi Zifeng smiled and greeted her. Seeing how Yi Zifeng greeted her, she was a little shocked. Normally, Yi Zifeng wouldn't even make a sound breathing while he was in front of her. How come he wasn't scared today? She ignored him and turned towards Yi Shuai. How many times did I tell you, your talent is not bad and you have a good future in front of you? Why are you always around this good for nothing? I've told you this many times already. Why do you never listen to me? She showed no mercy to Yi Zifeng while talking about him. Actually, she was just too used to calling him a good for nothing. Yi Shuai was a bit mad and rebutted, Mother, Brother Zifeng isn't a good for nothing. Don't call him brother. Tang Feng blared at her. If he isn't a good for nothing trash, then who's that guy that everyone in Legacy City is calling trash? Also, I heard that this guy became crazy from being beaten too much. Saying something that he was to refine pills. Ha 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 ha. What can he make besides slag? I've already told your father to not waste money on this guy, but he really is getting old. He actually went and got him the ingredients himself. It was really funny. You should have seen the look on his face after hearing what this trash did to the ingredients. Yi Shuai wanted to talk back but couldn't find a way at all. Alright, I came to talk to you about something else. If it wasn't for the guards by the doors, I wouldn't have known that you sneaked out and bought some ingredients for this guy. Shuai. When did you become so dumb? The ingredients aren't that expensive but it's still money. You can't be like your father and throw your money away for this guy. After Tang Feng stopped talking, Shuai finally said something, Mother. I didn't use any of my money. Brother Zifeng refined a Huang-tier golden marrow pill and exchanged it for the ingredients. Tang Feng was shocked. She looked at Shuai and then looked at that pile of slag on the side. A Huang-tier golden marrow pill? How is that possible? Shuai nodded and with a serious look she said, it was a real Huang-tier golden marrow pill. When I went to the store before, the owner came out and gave me all the ingredients and an extra 30 gold coins in exchange for it. Saying that, she took out a small coin pouch and took the gold coins out. Look. It's all here. There were exactly 30 gold coins on the table. When Tang Feng saw this, her eyes widened and her expression changed. 30 gold coins wasn't a small amount. It was about what she received in a month's time. I know now. She dryly chuckled a few times and fiercely looked at Yi Zifeng, you dishonest bastard. Tell me the truth. Where did you steal it from? If the Yi clan offends an alchemist because of you, the entire clan will fall. I refined it. Yi Zifeng replied. Yi Shuai stood in front of Zifeng, trying to protect him and said, Mother, at first I had the same thought as you. However, brother was locked up in here and cannot leave. How could he go out and steal something, let alone something from an alchemist? He probably did refine it himself. Stealing a pill was not a small crime.
If Tang Feng had told her father about this, who knows what will happen to Yi Zifeng?
Tang Feng coldly glared at Shui. Then I'll ask you this. Did you see him refine the pill with your own eyes?
He probably stole it from somewhere before he was locked up.
Yi Shui couldn't answer that. However, after thinking for a while, Shui opened her mouth again. But mother,
you've known brother Zifeng for so long already.
He usually locks himself in his room and not go out at all.
Every time he sees someone besides me, he would get scared.
Where did he get the courage to go and steal from an esteemed alchemist? Tang Feng thought about it for a while. She knew what kind of person Zifeng was.
He could not have gone out and stole from someone like an alchemist.
Fine. He didn't steal it.
It probably fell from the sky or something and he accidentally picked it up.
Tang Feng coldly smiled and continued talking. Okay.
There's no point in arguing.
Shui, go back to the store and return the ingredients.
If the store owner doesn't let you, come back to mother and we'll go together.
Mother,
why are you in such a hurry to return the ingredients?
Let's believe in brother Zifeng.
Yi Shui pulled Tang Feng's arms and pleaded.
You. Tang Feng was furious.
Shui had never argued with her like this before.
Yi Zifeng suddenly smiled and said, whether you believe it or not. How about I give it another try and show you? Tang Feng coldly looked at him. Yeah, okay. If you make another pile of slag, how can I go back and return the ingredients? Doesn't Shui have 30 gold coins? If I can't refine a pill, then you can have all of it.
And also, I'll never concoct pills again.
Hearing this, Shui was shocked. No. I can't do that. At most, I can only take a few copper coins as the middleman.
30 gold coins is not a small amount. How can I keep it all for myself?
Tang Feng then fiercely glared at Shui, signaling her to not speak anymore.
A smile then appeared on her face. Wow, how unexpected of you to not care about money at all.
It seems like you've gotten more daring as well.
Fine. Then I'll go along with your oath of never concocting pills again and see what you can do. She had turned something that Yi Zifeng had casually said into an oath.
This Tang Feng woman is very scheming. However, Yi Zifeng didn't mind at all.
He was a heaven-tier alchemist.
If he can't even concoct such a low-level pill, then he shouldn't be concocting pills anymore.
Madam Tang, if I can somehow create a golden marrow pill, then you have to keep whatever happened today a secret.
Fine. I promise you. Tang Feng looked deeply at him.
She didn't know what that good-for-nothing has up his sleeve, but she's got nothing to lose either. After saying that, he immediately prepared the ingredients and lit the furnace.
In a while, then a strong aroma started to seep out of the furnace. Tang Feng was surprised but didn't do anything. An hour later, purple steam appeared from the furnace.
Tang Feng knew that a purple steam would only appear when a high-quality pill was being concocted.
After seeing the steam, she couldn't sit still anymore.
She jumped up and walked towards the furnace.
Sit back down. I'm in a critical moment right now, so don't bother me. Yi Zifeng frowned and coldly said.
The imposing manner in Yi Zifeng's tone had caused Tang Feng to return to her seat immediately. When she sat down, she felt that something was wrong. Why was she forced back by that good-for-nothing's words? After 2 hours, the fire in the furnace stopped burning and started to cool down. Yi Zifeng let out a long breath and looked towards Tang Feng. I'm done.
Do you want me to open the furnace or do you want to open it? Tang Feng gulped. Let me do it.
At that time, she felt very nervous. She slowly moved towards the furnace and opened the lid. At the same time, rays of golden light appeared and filled the entire room.
It was dazzling and very blinding. Tang Feng's expression froze. Her jaws fell and she couldn't say anything. All she could do was stare at Zifeng as if she had never seen him before.
In the end, because Yi Shui was somewhat mentally prepared, she was able to withhold the shock and finally spoke.
3 pills in one try. And they're all high-quality pills.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, The Peak of Third Qi Refining Stage. Tang Feng and Yi Shui both turned and looked at each other and then looked back at the pill. Their eyes were filled with amazement.
How is this possible?
Even though Yi Shui believed in her brother, she was still shocked at the fact that he was able to create 3 pills in one batch. She was able to trade 1 pill for 30 gold coins and the materials to create 1 batch.
If Yi Zifeng could make 3 pills in a batch, then wouldn't he be able to make hundreds of gold coins in one go? This pill, Zifeng will give it to Madame Tang as a present. Yi Zifeng smiled slightly and put one of the pills into Tang Feng's hands. You're giving this to me? Tang Feng was shocked. That trash good-for-nothing Yi Zifeng who fought with Shui over a few copper coins was easily giving away something worth 50 gold coins? Yi Zifeng nodded, yes. After all, he is a great alchemist, and as an alchemist, he was not lacking money at all. Brother, you should keep this for yourself, we don't deserve this from you. Yi Shui was a bit embarrassed and wanted to take the pill out of her mother's hands. However, Tang Feng quickly retracted her hands, making Shui grab nothing but air. Mother! Tang Feng's face turned serious and glared at her daughter. Fine. Then I'll treat this as a gift. Thank you. Yi Zifeng nodded and smiled.
If you want to live a good life, not only do you need to rely on yourself, but you also need to learn how to win others over. Although Tang Feng was a bit snobbish, she still had some power and influence in the Yi family. This is an example of how to win others over.
On any normal day, Tang Feng would see Yi Zifeng as the good-for-nothing trash. But now, no matter how much she dislikes Yi Zifeng, she can't dislike money. Yi Zifeng was trying to win her over with money.
Tang Feng looked deeply at Yi Zifeng and said, who would have thought the good-for-nothing trash at cultivating Yi Zifeng would have such achievements in the way of alchemy? If your old man hears about this, he would definitely be gratified. While saying this, there was a hint of respect in her tone. If this was before, she wouldn't even look at Yi Zifeng while talking about him. However, Yi Zifeng frowned, as we agreed on before. I hope Madame Tang helps Zifeng keep this secret.
Thinking back now, she did agree on it. However, she didn't pay any attention to it before. She didn't think that Yi Zifeng would actually be able to concoct any pills. She then questioned his curiously, this is obviously a good thing. If you really want to develop your alchemy skills, I can tell your old man to send you to an alchemist school. That way you can learn much more about it. Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed. This was what he was afraid of the most. If his father hears about this, he would definitely send him away to an alchemist school. There was no way to disobey him. There he would have to learn from people who are not even close to his level and then become a money tree for the clan in the future. If this happens, he can get rid of his name as trash, but there is a limit on how far he can get. Yi Zifeng had sworn to return to the peak. He didn't want to be commanded by anyone and wants to go with his own flow. I thank Madame Tang for your kindness, but the more people that knows about my alchemy skills, the less benefits will Madame Tang receive from me. Thinking about this, Tang Feng gets what he means. If everyone in the Yi clan knows about this, then who knows how many people would go to him for pills. At that time, will she be able to get any? Then what do you want? Little did she know, she had already fallen into Yi Zifeng's trap. Yi Zifeng revealed a cold smile. If Madame Tang can help me keep this secret, and also help me buy ingredients secretly, then Yi Zifeng can promise to give you 100 gold coins a month. 100 gold coins? Tang Feng gasped. Her allowance was only around 50 gold coins a month, and now Yi Zifeng can promise to give her 100 gold coins? This is a large sum of money, so of course she was surprised. Also, this is indeed a benefit that can be obtained only if she kept his secret. Hearing all this, Yi Shui pulled Tang Feng over to the side and said, "Mother, you should do what brother wants you to do. However, don't forget to give me some money too so I can buy some perfume." Tang Feng gently poked her daughter's forehead and sighed, "You always doing what your brother tells you to do." Yi Shui stuck out her angue and revealed a cute expression. Tang Feng felt something wrong saying that. Didn't she tell Shui to not call this guy her brother? How come she's the one saying that right now, thought. Yi Zifeng stood there and smiled, "So how about it, Madam Tang? Do you want it or not?" After deliberating for a bit, she nodded. Tang Feng, who was someone that loved money, was the type of person that Yi Zifeng loved dealing with. It was very direct. If you give her something, she'll do something for you in return. You only need to trust the other party. If he was able to hand her 100 gold coins every month, then she'll continue to keep her promise. It was getting late, so Yi Zifeng sent Tang Feng and Yi Shui off. Yi Zifeng was inside the cellar by himself again. After giving Tang Feng a golden marrow pill, Yi Zifeng still had 2 left. His plan had been carefully planned out since the beginning. Although the golden marrow pill can help raise one's cultivation by quite an amount, it can't be overdosed in a short amount of time, or else the body will implode. The effects will also recede every time you use it. Let's try one and see how it goes. Yi Zifeng licked the pill once again. In a split second, his heart felt like it was about to explode. Pain exploded throughout his meridians and he received a massive headache. In the span of a second, he went from standing perfectly still to rolling all over the floor. He felt an enormous amount of energy was weaving around inside of his body. It had exploded from his dantian and have scattered all over his body. Although he was in pain, he saw that the red lines on his arms began to glow. Could it be that his martial spirit was able to absorb the golden marrow pill's power? Martial spirits usually have a fixed power. For example, when someone reaches the martial disciple realm, their 5 elements of yin-yang would awake. Some would feel that their strength increased by several folds, others might suddenly have the ability to control animals. Everyone's abilities depends on their martial spirits. However, no matter what type of ability someone has, if the martial spirit is dead, it would never grow and change, much less absorb energy from a pill. Fine. If you want to absorb the energy from this golden marrow pill, then I'll feed it to you. The golden light around Yi Zifeng's dantian slowly moved towards his arms. When it reached his arms, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but scream in pain. The red lines on his arms started glowing very brightly. The essence from the pill divided itself into strands and entered the red lines. His entire arm became bright and translucent to the point where his bones and veins could be seen. The light then started flickering as the lines started to expand. Yi Zifeng felt a surge of energy. The essence energy from the pill gathered at the center of his palm. After a few seconds, it transformed into the shape of his hand, floating above his palm. Boom! Unable to control himself, the essence energy flew out like an arrow into a metal plate. After releasing the essence, Yi Zifeng felt the energy slowly dissipating from his body. The hard and sturdy metal plate bursted into pieces in the matter of seconds. Seeing how destructive the attack was, even Yi Zifeng was dumbfounded. If this attack could do such damage on a metal plate, then what would happen if it struck a person? This level of power is comparable to the power of a 9th Qi refining stage expert. However, Yi Zifeng was able to use an attack like this. After firing this one attack, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't release another one. He couldn't help but stare at his arms. Could it be? Is this the power that the mysterious spirit said that he would lend me? Yi Zifeng still had some doubts. How did he release such an incredible attack? At this time, he realized what he had done and hit his head. Wait, my martial spirit absorbed all the energy from the golden marrow pill, but myself didn't receive anything. He took out the last golden marrow pill and used it. If it was before, He would never try to use 2 pills in such a short amount of time. It was too risky.
But now, since the martial spirit absorbed everything from the last pill, it was as if he never used it.
The essence energy once again appeared and condensed in his Danton.
This time, instead of gathering all the energy in his arms, he spread it throughout his entire body to refine himself. He was completely confident that after absorbing all the energy, he would definitely break through to the 4th stage of Qi refining. But then, right when Yi Zifeng was absorbing the energy from the pill, all the energy started to flow towards his arms.
He was unable to control this. Yi Zifeng's arms became translucent once again. However, it was different from before.
Only his veins were clearly seen this time. With strange movements, the essence energy began to twist and mix itself with his veins and meridians. Just before, no matter how hard Yi Zifeng tried, he couldn't make the palm-shaped energy appear.
And now it's appearing again. However, this time, the energy was black and was filled with death Qi. Just looking at it would make people shiver. This time around, Yi Zifeng was very cautious after seeing this death Qi. If this thing struck out by itself again, the entire cellar might blow up. He resisted the pain and slowly walked towards the windows. When he confirmed that there was no one around, he released the energy into the open. Yi Zifeng watched carefully as the attack traveled across the openness and hit a very thick and tall pine tree. In just a second, the entire green tree was enveloped by a dark energy. The tree began to wither and the leaves started to fall. It looked as if the entire tree had been burnt, twisted, and curled up. In the end, it finally became a dead tree and collapsed. Yi Zifeng was shocked. This power was too strong. That's why that trash couldn't train at all. Let's not talk about his weak body, but not even a normal person would be able to train with such a spirit inside of him. If he actually trained to the martial disciple realm, then who knows how strong he'll become. Wait, something was not right. He suddenly remembered something. He just used his second golden marrow pill, but half the energy was absorbed by the spirit. Wouldn't that mean that he was stuck and was unable to break through? He concentrated and checked his own cultivation. After a while, he let out a long sigh. It seems like this martial spirit was full and had left some energy for his body. He had only reached the peak of the 3rd stage of Qi refining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Feeling Proud and Satisfied. The Ashen Spirit sect is one of the most famous cultivating sects in Legacy City. Many of the high-ranking officials and nobles would try to enroll their children into the sect. This was because the sect has many peak stage martial disciple realm teachers along with 3 peak stage martial practitioner elders. To learn under such experts would not only help the children grow faster but also establish a firm foundation for them. Today, the sect's battle arena was starting to bustle. This was because the trash young Master Yi and Wang Lin was going to battle today. If it was a simple battle, it wouldn't have garnered so many spectators. However, there was a bet involved. Whoever loses, they would have to get on their knees and kowtow to the winner. Although the Yi clan was in decline, they were still one of the major powerhouses in Legacy City. Everyone looked forward to when they crash and burn. This time, everyone wanted to see how the useless good-for-nothing young master of the Yi clan will bow down and kowtow to Wang Lin. Before Yi Zifeng arrived, a few of Wang Lin's friends were chatting with him. "Brother Lin, do you think that good-for-nothing turned crazy from all the beating we gave him?" As a trash in the 2nd Qi refining stage, he actually challenged you, someone with a cultivation in the 4th Qi refining stage, to a battle. That's not it. I heard that trash offended his father in some way and was locked up in the cellar for 3 days. He was locked up for 3 days? Ha! That trash really is trash. Even his family members don't like him. Wang Lin smiled coldly without a hint of worry. He had originally thought that Yi Zifeng would have some sort of fortuitous encounter or had some special tactics up his sleeves.
But from the looks of it now, he was worrying for nothing. He was locked up in the cellar for 3 whole days. What else can be come up with? Brother Lin, that good-for-nothing still isn't here. Do you think that he got scared and ran away? Wang Lin laughed loudly. That's not impossible. Who would have thought that that trash still had common sense? He knows he can't beat me, so he ran away. At least he didn't lose even more face for the Yi clan. A3. Let's go. Let's go. We know that Qi Zifeng was trash, but who would have thought that he was also a coward? A spectator shook his head. At that moment, a faint fragrance appeared, and the people who were about to leave stopped their movements and looked at the 2 people who approached the stage. Who dares call my brother a coward? Yi Shuai casted an angry look at all the spectators. As a cultivator at the 8th stage of Qi refining, she was one of the like a goddess amongst commoners in the outer court of the school. At that time, everyone was silent. No one suggested anything about leaving anymore. Yi Shuai? Wang Lin had a complicated look in his eyes. He was not afraid of Yi Zifeng, but Yi Shuai was a problem for him. Wang Lin coldly looked at Yi Zifeng. This is a battle between the 2 of us. Why did you bring your sister? Yi Zifeng smiled slightly. What's wrong with bringing her over? Could it be that you're scared? Don't worry though. She knows the rules of the battle arena, so you can be relieved. She only came to watch the battle, and won't interfere at all. Brother, let's leave. You can't beat him. Let me. Yi Shuai had a worried look in her eyes. She wanted to beat this Wang Lin up herself. Sis, go sit down by that tree and watch. Seeing that her brother was determined, she let out a sigh and said, okay, and then walked to the side. In the martial spirit continent, people respected martial way. They were in the battle arena of a sect, and thus as long as there wasn't a life-threatening event, outside should not interfere at all. For the bets placed beforehand, no one should have any objections regardless of the outcome. Good. Wang Lin smiled. In his eyes, as long as Yi Shuai doesn't interfere, the match is already settled. I'm thinking that you've never came to the battle arena, so let me give you some advice. There's a special weapon room with many different kinds of weapons. You can go and choose one. After picking one that you like, then come and fight me. Wang Lin waved his hands and pointed towards the armory. And you won't be using a weapon? Yi Zifeng asked. Wang Lin smiled. Fighting against you, do I really need a weapon? Yi Zifeng smiled back at him. Okay. If you don't need one, then I won't use one either. Let's start. We have to finish quickly. My family wants me to go home early tonight. They were talking about having some sort of important dinner, so I need to be quick. You. Wang Lin was angry. What Yi Zifeng said basically meant that he was looking down on him. What do F***CK does he mean by finish quickly? You. Trash. Yi Zifeng, I'll beat you up until all your teeth falls out. One of the spectators shook his head towards Yi Zifeng. This Yi Zifeng really did go crazy. As a trash in the 2nd stage of Qi refining, he dares to talk with Wang Lin like this? Brother Lin, the rules state that you can't kill him. You should cripple him instead. Bullshasterisk. That Yi Zifeng is already crippled. How else do you want Brother Lin to cripple him? The entire audience erupted into laughter. It seems like Wang Lin really have to cripple this guy even more. To give your sister face, this time I'll only break 3 of your ribs. A hint of might flashed in Yi Zifeng's eyes. You'll need some abilities if you want to hurt me. Come at me. Yi Zifeng was a martial lord expert in his past life. He has countless amount of battle experience under his belt. This nobody like Wang Lin was not even worth his energy. Good. 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 Wang Lin repeatedly said. He was angry to the max. It seems this one has to beat that weak body of yours until it breaks.
Wang Lin leapt into the air, Qi exploded out of his body.
He's already in the 4th stage of Qi refining and thus he was able to control a tiny amount of his Qi energy.
Die!
His fist struck out like wind straight towards Yi Zifeng's face.
In all the spectators' minds, if the strike hits, then Yi Zifeng would definitely be gravely injured.
On the side, Yi Shuai closed her eyes, unwilling to watch. However, the thing that they had all expected didn't happen.
Yi Zifeng took a step to the side and sent out a palm strike. When his palm struck Wang Lin's fist, the power in Wang Lin's fists completely dissipated.
It looked as if Wang Lin's fist was made of cotton or something. The spectators were all surprised, especially those who were bad-mouthing Yi Zifeng the hardest. They were all speechless. Even those experts from the inner courts who came to pass some time were shocked.
Wasn't Yi Zifeng's cultivation at the 2nd stage of Qi refining? Yi Zifeng. What? What did he just do? How come Brother Lin didn't send him flying in a punch?
Their cultivations are about 2 whole stages apart. Yi Zifeng stood firmly and smiled as he held tightly onto Wang Lin's fist.
Hey Brother Lin, you're holding back too much.
Finish this trash off quickly.
Yeah. Come on Brother Lin. Did you only use a few % of your strength? Against some trash like this, you shouldn't even try to hold back.
At that time, Wang Lin was the most surprised and stunned one out of everyone. They can all see that his fists had landed on Yi Zifeng's palm, but what they didn't know was that he had used all his strength.
He wasn't holding back at all.
His face started to become nervous. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get his fist out of Yi Zifeng's iron grasp.
You!
Wang Lin looked at Yi Zifeng with a face filled with surprise.
It was as if Yi Zifeng was a completely different person. Yi Zifeng continued to smile. They asked if you heard them or now. Why aren't you using your full strength? Didn't you want to beat me up until all my teeth falls out?
Yi Zifeng tightened his grasp, causing Wang Lin to groan in pain.
At the same time, Wang Lin stared fiercely at Yi Zifeng.
His other hand filled up with Qi energy. He was about to unleash his ultimate technique. That's Brother Lin's wind-splitting fist. To make Brother Lin this angry, that Yi clan's trash young master is finished.
However, Yi Zifeng repeated what he did before.
He extended his other palm out to receive Wang Lin's wind-splitting fist. Before anyone could see the wind-splitting fist's power, Wang Lin's fist was caught by Yi Zifeng.
The entire crowd was silent and dumbfounded.
Even the few experts who were watching were shocked. When Yi Zifeng stopped the first punch, everyone had thought that Wang Lin was holding back. But now, Yi Zifeng easily stopped Wang Lin's wind-splitting fist.
This made everyone's jaws drop. Yi Shuai's eyes were glistening, and was cheering for Yi Zifeng on the side.
Seeing what had happened, she felt as if she was about to cry. This was because the brother who had been called trash his entire life was fighting on par with Wang Lin. This made her really proud and satisfied. What the hell are you doing using that wind-splitting fist or whatever you call it so close to me?
Did you want to kill me? Yi Zifeng chuckled coldly.
At the same time, he tightened the grasp on both his hands until a crackling sound could be heard. In the silent arena, the sound vibrated throughout the entire stadium.
Ah!
Feeling that the bones in his fist had shattered, Wang Lin cried painfully.
Brother Lin!
Everyone who was watching could not believe what was happening. Just shortly after the battle had started, both of Wang Lin's hands were crippled by Yi Zifeng. From the looks of it, not only can Yi Zifeng beat Wang Lin who was 2 stages above him, but his method is also very cruel.
The Yi Zifeng standing in front of them was someone completely different from the Yi Zifeng that they knew. How can this guy be trash? Yi Zifeng. I'm gonna kill you.
Wang Lin was rolling on the floor in pain.
Both of his hands were crippled by Yi Zifeng.
This will definitely slow down and cause problems his road of cultivation in the future.
Yi Zifeng stared at Wang Lin without any emotions. This kind of nobody. No matter how you treat them, they will always come back for you. There are some things that you should do and some things that you shouldn't. Wang Lin had offended Yi Zifeng and he suffered the consequences. Before you kill me, there's something that you need to do. Yi Zifeng's voice was cold. What? What do I need to do?
Yi Zifeng walked towards him slowly and crouched down in front of him. Do you still remember our bet?
Do I have to remind you what the loser has to do? Yi Zifeng. You want me to?
Wang Lin was shocked. If he had to kneel down and kowtow to this trashy Zifeng, then he won't be able to lift his head up in front of people anymore. In front of the audience, Yi Zifeng laughed. Come on.
Didn't we agree on it? I still need to get back and eat dinner.
I don't want to waste any more time here with you. He then looked back at Wang Lin and smiled. Oh yeah, if I'm not satisfied with the way you kowtow, it doesn't count.
You have to bow until I'm satisfied. You're asking for too much. Wang Lin stared at Yi Zifeng.
After saying that, he fainted from being so angry.
Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Wake up.
Yi Zifeng stared at him coldly and then turned around, not wanting to look at Wang Lin anymore.
Shui, let's go home.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 8, the Liu clan breaks off the engagement. Brother. What was that move you used against Wang Lin called? It's so strong. Super cool.
On the road back, Yi Shui continuously talked excitedly. Since she was little, she had wished that her brother would get rid of his nickname as a trash. Today, her wish had finally come true. Yi Zifeng casually explained, in the Qi refining realm, utilizing your Qi energy efficiently is the key to winning any battle. It doesn't matter how much Qi one has or how strong is one's Qi, if they cannot use it correctly in battle, it is useless. If you give a child a priceless treasure sword, they might not be able to harm anyone. On the other hand, if you give an expert a bamboo stick, they can easily massacre an army.
So then what you mean is that Wang Lin is a child while you, Brother Zifeng, is an expert?
Yi Shui was startled. This was the first time she had heard her brother talk about martial arts.
Yi Zifeng only smiled. I'm only using an example.
From his point of view, Wang Lin didn't have no priceless treasure sword and he wasn't using no bamboo stick either.
Brother, I feel like you've completely changed as a person. Yi Zifeng chuckled. Then do you think that I've changed for the good or for the bad? Of course it's for the good. Back then you're always being bullied by others. It makes me worry for you every day. Now, I can relax a bit.
Yi Zifeng felt warmth in his heart. He can see that his sister has a lot of talent. If it wasn't for the fact that she's been worrying about that other Yi Zifeng and delayed her training, she would have probably reached the martial disciple realm and have her own martial spirit already.
The two people laughed and joked as they walked home.
Without realizing it, they had already reached the doors to their house.
Young master, young miss, where have you been?
This old servant Du has been waiting for you guys the entire day.
Housekeeper Du had been standing by the doors waiting for them to return since the afternoon.
Yi Shui looked at the sky and was confused. Housekeeper Du, it's not that late.
Didn't father say that we have an important dinner at night? It shouldn't be time yet.
Housekeeper Du hurriedly explained, it seems like the master haven't talked to you guys yet.
He has something to do so he won't be able to be here tonight. Yi Zifeng smiled. Really? If that's so then I won't attend the dinner tonight either. Housekeeper Du quickly blocked Zifeng's path. You can't do that.
You're the main character of tonight's dinner.
The Liu clan's second miss, Lu Ningzi, was engaged to you even before you were born. The master invited the Liu clan here tonight to talk about the wedding. What?
Both Yi Zifeng and Yi Shui yelled out in surprise.
When was brother engaged? How come I don't know about it? I'm engaged with someone? How come I don't know about it myself? Yi Zifeng couldn't stay calm at all. He wanted to marry someone that he liked.
As an orphan in his past life, he didn't have any problems regarding arranged marriages.
Housekeeper Du laughed bitterly. Let's go to the hall first. The master isn't here and the Liu clan has been waiting.
If we're any slower, it will cause problems.
Yi Zifeng could only nod and quickly followed housekeeper Du with Yi Shui.
As expected, when they entered the hall, it was already filled with people. Not only was the entire Yi clan present, but there were 3 people from the Liu clan here. There was a peerless beauty standing in the middle of the hall. Her light-colored dress floated as she walked across the hall, giving off a natural sense of beauty.
Next to her was a finely dressed young man holding a gold treasure sword. He looked very arrogant, as if everyone else was beneath him. Behind them was an old man. He was standing in the shadows, giving off the aura of an expert. Yi Zifeng could see that without Yi Chongtian, the entire atmosphere of the clan was a bit rigid. Is that Yi Zifeng coming or not? Liu Ningzi and I have been waiting for quite a while now. Our Liu clan is very busy, you know.
The young man was very impatient and yelled out.
Without Yi Chongtian, no one would dare talk back to the young man.
Housekeeper Du wanted to say a few words, but he was not a member of the Yi family. He was asking for it if he opened his mouth.
The people of your Liu clan can be busy, but the people of our Yi family can't?
Yi Shui yelled back as she walked in with Yi Zifeng.
You!
The young man wanted to curse, but Yi Shui wasn't someone that he could offend.
She was the most beloved and talented person in the entire Yi clan. Since he's at the Yi clan's estate, he can't do whatever he wants.
He looked around and can already feel dozen pairs of eyes staring at him.
You're Yi Zifeng? Liu Ningzi looked at Zifeng.
Seeing how weak and fragile his body was, her eyes showed a hint of disgust.
It is I. Yi Zifeng calmly replied.
In these few days, he had already experienced many looks of disgust due to his nickname as a trash.
You've come at the right time. Liu Ningzi said coldly. Even if the Yi clan's master isn't here, the reason I came here was for you. If you have something to say, say it now. Don't beat around the bush. Yi Zifeng was not amused. Fine. Then let's talk about our engagement.
Saying that, everyone who was in the hall's face changed. Liu Ningzi smiled and looked at everyone. Yi Zifeng and I were engaged 20 years ago, even before we were born. At that time, the Yi clan still had great power and was still considered one of Liu City's 3 great clans.
But now...
She chuckled. Now, after giving birth to this trashy Zifeng, the Yi clan has fallen.
I'm afraid that the Yi clan isn't even considered a large clan anymore. Tang Feng coldly rebutted. It's not up to you to decide whether the Yi clan is a large clan or not.
Tang Feng had been in the Yi family for many years now and have already considered it to be her home. Plus, her relationship with Yi Zifeng had improved in the past few days. While helping the Yi clan, she also put up a few good words for Yi Zifeng so she would get some more benefits from him.
Housekeeper Du pulled Tang Feng over to the side and apologetically smiled. Miss Liu, about the engagement. We should talk about it over the banquet tonight.
Seeing how the master had asked him to watch over the banquet tonight, Housekeeper Du could only swallow his anger and make sure nothing happens. This was because if Liu Ningzi marries into the Yi family would receive help from then and once again rise in power.
Liu Ningzi coldly smiled. No need. The reason Yaij and I came early wasn't for the banquet. It was to make things clear. TL, Yaij is probably the young man.
Having experience from his previous life, Yi Zifeng knew what Liu Ningzi was talking about. She looked down on the Yi family and wanted to part ways with them.
Just say what you want now. Don't waste everyone's time by beating around the bush. Yi Zifeng replied. Lu Ningzi continued to smile. Then I want to ask young Master Yi if we can cancel our engagement? Once she said this, everyone was shocked. Housekeeper Du was afraid that the master would blame him for this and apologetically said, Miss Lu, could it be that someone from the Yi family have offended you any way and caused a misunderstanding? You can tell me about it and we will take care of anything. No. There isn't a misunderstanding. I'm saying this clearly. I want to cancel the engagement. If you don't understand what I'm saying, maybe I should write down these words for you. A woman who took the initiative to cancel an engagement would means that the woman had divorced the man. Once this news spreads in Legacy City, Yi Zifeng would lose all his face. He wouldn't even be able to go out of his room anymore from all the embarrassment. Yi Zifeng shook his head. Miss Lu, you say that we have an engagement, but I'll ask you this, where is the engagement contract? The contract is, it's... Lu Ningzi couldn't respond. She only heard about this from her father just a few days ago. Once she heard that it was with the trash Yi Zifeng, she immediately came over to cancel the engagement without asking for the details. She didn't even know if there was a written contract or not. Yi Zifeng continued to shake his head. If there is no contract, then it's obviously a joke between the two clan masters from 20 years ago. And to think that you would actually believe it. What engagement are you canceling here? Unless you came to the Yi clan to make trouble out of nothing, but... Lu Yige couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled out, You trash of Yi clan, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my junior sister apprentice like that? Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and rebutted, Junior sister apprentice? So that's the relationship that you guys have. You're not even an official member of the Lu clan and you still dare to make a scene in the Yi clan? Yi Zifeng was right. His statement hit Lu Yige in a soft spot. He was adopted by the Lu clan, so he basically had no status. Lu Yige could not find the words to fight back and thus relied on his strength. Yi Zifeng, are you looking to die? You're nothing but an ant to me and you still dare talk back to me? Who knows how many times Yi Zifeng have heard this phrase after crossing over. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes and he noted down this man called Lu Yige. When he returns to the peak of the world, he will definitely step on this guy. Lu Ningzi couldn't hold it in anymore either and yelled out, Now listen Yi Zifeng, even if my senior brother is not a part of the Lu clan, he is already a 6th Qi refining stage expert. Compared to you, a 2nd Qi refining stage, someone who will never awaken their martial spirit kind of trash, he is infinitely better than you. Calling someone who is in the 6th Qi refining stage an expert? Are you trying to make me laugh my A** off? Yi Chen, Yi Zifeng's uncle looked over at him, Okay, stop stalking. You're a trash in the 2nd Qi refining stage, you don't have the qualifications to talk with them. You can go back to your cellar and we'll take care of business here. His second uncle, Yi Chen, was the one who usually take care of things in the clan when Yi Chongtian was absent. Yeah. The people from the Lu clan are right. You're the bad luck charm of our Yi clan. You've ruined our entire clan and still want to talk back to others? Yi Huiqi looked at Zifeng and spoke with a mocking tone. He is Yi Zifeng's younger cousin. Although his cultivation was not high, he was still at the 5th Qi refining realm and would occasionally go and make fun of Zifeng. Watching this, Lu Ningzi was amused. Then how about this? We know that it's rude to suddenly cancel the engagement and to give face to your clan. We bought a special pill over as a gift to make things even. I hope that this will compensate for everything. Old Wu, bring it out. Yes, second miss. The old man who was standing in the shadows coughed and retrieved a black box from his sleeves and opened it up. I'm afraid that you guys have not seen this pill before. This is a rare pill called. Lu Ningzi explained. At that time, Yi Zifeng blurted out, Solid Yuan pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, I'll teach you how to act like a person. It was silent. The entire place was filled with silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, it was the people from the Yi clan who finally opened their mouth. You bad luck trash, what are you saying? Don't start spewing bullshit tea and make our clan lose face again. Yeah. The second miss already said that this was a rare pill. How would a shut-in loser like you know what kind of pill this is? Yi Chen continued, housekeeper do, please bring Zifeng into the cellar. We can't have him act all crazy and spew bullshit tea in front of our guests. As the second in charge, his words had some power in it. The servants all began to make their move. Hold on a moment. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Ningxi's tone. How? How did you know that this is a solid yuan pill? Even the old man next to her was shocked. This solid yuan pill is a high-grade pill that is used by a martial soul realm expert. No one in the entire Legacy City has even seen this before. Even Lu Ningxi had never heard about this until recently. She had wanted to use this as a gift for Yi Chongtian to dissolve the engagement. Lu Yige felt that something was wrong. He looked all around the box. That's not right. There's nothing written here at all. How did this guy know what it is by looking at it? Yi Zifeng smiled. This isn't some high-quality pill, so it's not hard to tell what it is. Also, just by looking at the color of this pill, you can tell that it is poorly made. It's not even at the level of a Huang-level pill. From what I can see, it can only be considered a common pill. A common pill? How can he tell by looking at it? The entire hall was silent once again. Even though Tang Feng and Yi Shui knew that Zifeng was proficient in the way of alchemy, they were still shocked. The old man was stared at Zifeng. Little brother, I'll acknowledge that you have some abilities to know what kind of pill this is. However, this is a genuine Huang tier pill. On what basis are you devaluing the pill on? Lu Yige chuckled, Old Wu, why are you being so polite with this trash? He got lucky and was able to guess the name, and now he wants to undermine us. Don't talk rubbish with him. Yi Zifeng let out a small laugh. If you guys want to cancel the engagement, then do what you want. It's your choice. However, if you want to use this mere pill as a gift and look down on us, then Yi Zifeng would rather not have it, but... Yi Zifeng, shut the hell up, you shameless bastard. Lu Yige couldn't hold in his anger anymore and started to yell at him. Yi Chen also coldly stared at Yi Zifeng. Look at you, Mr. Big Shot. They're giving us a strong yuan pill and yet you rejected them. Let me ask you this, can you represent the whole Yi clan in making this decision? I can't. Yi Zifeng replied simply. Yi Chen's face frowned while Yi Zifeng glared back with a sharp look. Don't tell me that you can? Yi Zifeng rebutted. Yi Z Feng. Yi Chen's face turned bright red. He was really angry now. This matter regards my marriage, and I'll handle it myself. I'll be direct with you all. If you want to use this pill as an apology gift, I won't accept it. With his experiences in his past life, Yi Zifeng spoke with prestige. If he really wanted to get angry, then everyone in the hall would probably be pressured by his imposing manner. Lu Yige angrily looked at Yi Zifeng. You're only a trash and yet you're going against our Lu family? How undisciplined. And you dare talk back to your second uncle. Yi Zifeng looked at Yige amusingly and wanted to see what else this kid has up his sleeves. Yige looked over at Yi Chen and smiled. Yi clan's second uncle, if this guy doesn't want the pill, we can give it to you. Please allow me take care of this problem and teach the trash a lesson. Hearing that they were going to gift him the pill, Yi Chen felt really happy. However, he still had a hint of anger in his expression. This Yi Zifeng is still a part of our family. If you do something like this. Yi Shui couldn't take it anymore either and walked out. Uncle, brother Zifeng is a part of our family. Why aren't you helping him but some outsider instead?
Yi Chen turned around and crossed his arms. This kid is very rude and offended our guests. It is only natural that they disciplined him.
Uncle! Tang Feng quickly pulled Shui back and warned her, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just stand there and watch the show. Don't go and do anything crazy. Mother, why are you like this too?
Yi Shui was not pleased.
Yi Zifeng turned towards Shui and said, Shui, listen to you mother and stand back for now.
That Yaij had just reached the 6th Qi refining stage and his cultivation is very unstable. His actual strength is probably only at the peak of 5th Qi refining stage. However, even by saying that, he wasn't sure how the power of his 3rd stage of Qi refining will match up with Yaij's 5th stage. He only said that to Shui to calm her down a bit. Originally, after getting Yi Chen to agree to the battle, Liu Yaij felt very happy. But now, after hearing what Yi Zifeng just said, he felt like Yi Zifeng was looking down on him. So what if my strength is only at the peak of the 5th stage? Against someone in the 2nd stage like you, I can still toy with you. After saying that, he tightened his muscles and it looked as if he bulked up quite a bit. Yi Shui knows that her brother probably has the strength of a 4th stage Qi refiner after beating Wang Lin, but if his opponent is at the 5th stage, especially at the peak of the 5th stage, then it will be very dangerous for him. I'm gonna beat the CR*P out of you. Both of Yaij's eyes widened as Qi gathered under his feet. He unleashed an explosive power and charged towards Yi Zifeng. Bang! 2 fists collided and both Yi Zifeng and Liu Yaij stumbled backwards. Yi Zifeng stumbled 10 whole steps before stopping while Liu Yaij took 3 steps backward. Yi Zifeng wasn't feeling so good. Challenging someone 2 stages above him was a bit too much, even if his skills and technique were superior, it was still hard for him. However, Liu Yaij was even more shocked. He had used all his strength in that punch and wanted to send Yi Zifeng flying. But instead, Yi Zifeng received the punch and he himself moved back 3 steps. Yi Huiqi was startled and looked at Yi Chen. Father, is that trash Yi Zifeng only at the 2nd stage of Qi refining? I feel like that even I couldn't have taken that punch head on at all. Yi Chen's face turned very ugly. You're asking me? Who am I gonna ask? It's possible that Liu Kid held back. It wasn't only the Yi clan who was shocked, but the people that came from the Liu clan was shocked as well. Lu Ningzi angrily yelled out, Yaij, if you want to make a move then do it. Why are you holding back so much? You're representing the entire Liu family right now. Liu Yaij laughed bitterly in his heart. He wanted to say I didn't hold back, but with so many people watching him, how could he go and lose face like that? If he said that he used all his strength and can only tie with that trash from the Yi clan, then wouldn't he be considered trash too? You forced my hands, Yi Zifeng. A vicious look flashed in Liu Yaij's eyes. His arms dropped down like dead weights and became completely black. Yi Shui couldn't help but turn pale. Not good. This is the jade body technique that can only be used when one reaches the 6th Qi refining stage. It seems like that guy is going to fight for real now. Even without Shui's comments, Yi Zifeng could feel how strong the technique is. When everyone saw this they were surprised. However, Yi Zifeng didn't flinch at all. He wiped the blood from his mouth and started to gather all his qi energy into his arms. It's no use. Liu Yaij coldly smiled. He flew towards Yi Zifeng like a cannonball. In a flash, he appeared before Yi Zifeng and struck out his fist. In the end, even though the two were 2 whole stages apart, Yi Zifeng's usage of condensed qi was able to cancel out Liu Yaij's punch. However, Zifeng was forced back many steps until he reached the wall. Liu Yaij immediately took advantage of this, seeing that Yi Zifeng had nowhere to run. Yaij flew towards Zifeng at high speed and sent out 3 consecutive kicks. Zifeng was barely able to dodge all 3 kicks, all of which left holes in the wall. Yi Zifeng's expression turned cold. You really want to kill me, huh? Don't go too far. So what if I kill you? Liu Yaij said that he wouldn't hold back anymore and used all the strength that he had. If he didn't go all out from the beginning, Qi Zifeng might mount a few sneak attacks, and by then, he would become a laughingstock when he returns home. To be hit by someone who was 2 stages lower than him, it would be very embarrassing. Yi Chen and the other Yi clan members only watched and didn't try to stop the battle at all. They were all eager to see how Qi Zifeng would die in Liu Yi's hands. When that happens, the Liu family would probably have to give a few more gifts to him as an apology. This way, even that good-for-nothing will be able to help the Yi clan out. Qi Zifeng nodded and his eyes turned cold. Fine. If you want to kill me so much, then I don't have anything to worry about. If everything goes well, I might be able to complete my new technique after testing it out on you. What? Liu Yij was confused. While watching Qi Zifeng, Liu Ningzi felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but say, "Senior brother, let's stop now. This is still the Yi clan's territory." Stop now? Junior sister, the show is just starting. Liu Yij's expression was filled with killing intent. At that time, he was already very furious. He had wanted to slap the CR*P out of Qi Zifeng. In terms of speed, Qi Zifeng was unable to match Liu Yij at all. Thus, Liu Yij was able to grab Zifeng by his sides. 3 stripes of blood appeared on Zifeng's shirt. That wasn't all. After grabbing Zifeng, Liu Yij struck him in the arm, creating another 3 stripes of blood to seep out. "Brother Zifeng!" Yi Shuai was worried and yelled out. However, even though he was being hit, Zifeng didn't try to run or even dodge. He used this opportunity to grab Liu Yij by the shoulders with his left hand and lightly moved his right forward. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see a small clear black death chi on Zifeng's palm. When it struck Liu Yij, everyone was shocked. You! Even before Liu Yij realized it, his entire body felt like it was struck by a giant hammer and was sent flying. Blood splurted out from his mouth onto the ceiling like an arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, You want to threaten me? You're not worthy. Senior brother. Liu Ningzi's charming face turned pale. She immediately ran towards Liu Yij and checked his pulse to make sure he was okay. Even after confirming that he was okay, she was still worried. Old Wu, take some qi replenishing pills out. Liu Ningzi commanded. That old man Wu quickly obeyed. He retrieved the pill from his sleeves and quickly fed it to Liu Yij. After being knocked out by Qi Zifeng's attack, he slowly recovered after taking the pill. Qi Zifeng. What kind of demonic technique did you use against me? Liu Yij had used too much strength to yell and his wound suddenly opened up again. He was in an immeasurable amount of pain. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, your injuries aren't light. Rest for now. Liu Ningzi patted his back to help him soothe out the blood in his throat. That move that Qi Zifeng had just used. Don't even mention Liu Yij, who was in the qi refining stage. Even Yi Chen, a martial disciple who had awakened his martial spirit, felt that it was weird. The move that Qi Zifeng had used was so abnormal. It looked like a martial technique, but it wasn't one. A normal technique would not have such a large destructive power. It looked like an attack from a martial spirit. However, normal people cannot awaken their martial spirit while they are in the qi refining stage, and thus Liu Yij believed that it was some sort of demonic technique. Qi Zifeng coldly laughed. Demonic technique? Don't make me laugh. You couldn't beat me, so now you're saying that I used some demonic technique? Saying that, don't you feel embarrassed? You. Liu Yij wanted to open his mouth, but his anger overflowed, causing him to have trouble breathing. Qi Zifeng's attack had hit him in the torso area, and even now the black qi had not dissipated. Seeing this, Liu Ningzi's expression turned cold and looked at Qi Zifeng. Qi Zifeng, you were too aggressive. Ningzi will remember that you've harmed my senior brother today.
The Liu family will not let this matter go. A glorious light flashed in Yi Zifeng's eyes as he coldly smiled back. So what? Who cares if you won't let this matter go? I'll do whatever I want. Although Yi Zifeng had crossed over into this trash's body, he was still a martial lord in his previous life. He was already used to being arrogant and unyielding. He wouldn't let this nobody push him around with words at all. Liu Ningzi wanted to threaten him? She's not worthy to do so. Yi Chen looked gloomy and yelled out, Yi Zifeng. You've hurt the people from the Liu clan. No matter what, you should at least give an apology. You're being too outrageous. The fallen Yi clan and the Liu clan. The difference between the two clans were too large. Using the fact that Yi Chongtian was not present, the members of the Yi clan had wanted to win favors from the Liu clan. If anything were to happen, these clan members hoped that the Liu clan would stand behind them and give them some benefits. Hearing these words, Yi Zifeng was angry. When I hurt him, you want me to apologize. But if he had hurt me or even kill me, what would you guys do? All of you guys saw how vicious his attacks were before. Everyone's single move had the intent to kill. If you want me to apologize under these circumstances, then let me make this clear. King. Wei. The last few words, Zifeng had deliberately say them slowly one by one. In reality, if anyone else in the second, third, or even the fourth stage of Qi refining were to fight in his place before, they would definitely be killed within 2 moves. This is simply preposterous. Yi Chen fiercely slammed his fist onto a small desk, almost shattering it. Usually, Yi Chen and the other Yi clan members saw Yi Zifeng as a punching bag. But today, they were being yelled at by Yi Zifeng. Yi Chen was so angry that his head almost went up in flames. On the side, Yi Shuai started to mumble, the Liu clan is obviously in the wrong and uncle is still helping them out. This made Yi Chen stare at her with a fierce look, but she didn't care at all. Tang Feng pulled her daughter's sleeves again and gave her a look, signaling her to not talk anymore. About the engagement, what else do you people from the Liu clan want to talk about? If there's nothing else, then please leave. I won't see you out. Yi Zifeng had a cold and stern look in his face as he pointed towards the doors. Everyone who knew Yi Zifeng was shocked. That trashy young master who was bullied all the time. When did he become like a real person? Yi Huiqi pointed at Zifeng and started to curse at him. When the master isn't here, everything is decided by my father, the second in command. Who let you call the shots here? Why are you forcing our guests to leave so quickly? Can you bear the consequences for anything that will happen? Yi Zifeng suddenly turned around and stared at Yi Huiqi with a sharp and piercing look. His mouth then curved upwards and revealed a cruel smile. Seeing this, Yi Huiqi felt scared and immediately hid behind Yi Chen. Who let me call the shots? I did. She is my fiancée. This is my engagement. Who else can call the shots? Yi Zifeng turned back and looked towards Liu Ningzi with an indifferent look. Liu Ningzi looked at Zifeng and was astonished. She had met Yi Zifeng many times when they were children and she knew that he was a weak and frail trash. From her point of view, Yi Zifeng would never be able to reach the martial disciple realm in his life. However, the Yi Zifeng today gave off a different feeling. Not only did he beat up her senior brother, but he dared talk back to his elders and win. She wanted to say something but the words couldn't come out of her mouth. Miss Liu, please. Yi Zifeng asked them to leave once again. Seeing how Yi Zifeng had showed the door to them, it means that he didn't want to talk with them anymore. Liu Ningzi coldly looked at Yi Zifeng and with her eyes filled with hatred, she yelled out, Yi Zifeng. Just wait. You'll regret what you've done today. Then I'll wait for when that day comes. Yi Zifeng glared back at her. The cancelling of the engagement did not become widespread. This was because the Liu clan forced everyone to shut their mouths. If they didn't, in the fact that Liu Yaij, someone who was at the 6th Qi refining stage, lost to the trashy Zifeng spreads, then the Liu clan would lose a lot of face.
As for Yi Zifeng, because he talked back to Yi Chen and Yi Chongtian did not return home yet, he was thrown back into the cellar.
The next day, in the cellar. Before Shui went to the sect, she made you some cake. She's afraid that you might get hungry, so she asked me to bring it over for you.
Tang Feng smiled and brought the plates of cake out from her basket.
Thank you, Madam Tang.
Yi Zifeng immediately started eating the cake and started complimenting it. Not bad.
Not bad. It seems like Shui is getting better and better at cooking. I can tell that she put a lot of love in making these. Come on, Madam Tang, try some.
No need, no need. Tang Feng smiled and started to make some excuses for what happened yesterday.
Zifeng. It's not like I didn't want to help you yesterday, but your second uncle is the one in charge when your father isn't here. If I were to help you, I would have probably gotten punished as well. As a woman in a large clan, she wanted to reap the benefits and not make any trouble. Tang Feng wanted to preserve her position in the clan and would not easily jeopardize her place by helping Zifeng. Nonsense. I understand what you mean. And also, it's pretty good here in the cellar. I don't have to see their disgusting faces at all. At least I can get some peace and quiet here. Yi Zifeng smiled and did not put anything that happened yesterday to mind. You're pretty optimistic.
Tang Feng smiled and started to eat the cakes while chatting.
To be honest, your second uncle probably locked you up because they didn't want you to train in the sect. From what I can see, they might be a bit afraid of you. Yi Zifeng was startled and laughed. Scared of me? They've been calling me trash the entire time. What's there to be scared of? They're overestimating me too much. You being a trash is a thing of the past. You've changed so much recently. Maybe one day, when you get older, you'll be able to surpass Yi Huiqi and your older cousin Yi Hong. You might even become stronger than your second uncle as well. By then, the Yi clan will definitely be in your hands. Tang Feng's eyes shone brightly as she talked about Zifeng's future. Yi Zifeng looked deeply into Tang Feng's eyes. He understood her meaning. Tang Feng was able to see his potential and thus stood by his side. When he becomes the next clan master, then Tang Feng, who is by his side, will also reap the benefits. However, he didn't mind that someone like Tang Feng was by his side. This was because they can use each other. At least until he loses all his value. But before that, Tang Feng will definitely help him in the shadows. Yi Zifeng knows his own potential better than anyone else and believes that Tang Feng will help him no matter what. Wanting to be more clear with his intentions, Yi Zifeng calmly asked, Madam Tang, did the Liu clan send any bad news over? Hearing this, Tang Feng was surprised. She knew that he wanted information and thus answered very quickly. There's no news from the Liu family. I believe that they don't want to make themselves lose face, so they didn't spread anything out. No outsiders know about the canceling of the engagement. Is that so? Tang Feng stopped for a bit but then continued, this is not important. However, there might be some news that might catch your interest. It's about the Ashen Spirit sect. The Ashen Spirit sect? Yi Zifeng shook his head. For any disciples under the 5th Qi refining stage, they're all children of rich parents who fool around in groups. It is best not to mention them at all. Tang Feng smiled, then how about I tell you this? Because the sect wants to encourage these troublesome disciples, they've put up missions in exchange for rewards. Some of these rewards include rare ingredients that you can't buy in stores. Are you interested now? She doesn't know how much knowledge Yi Zifeng has in alchemy, but seeing that he can make a golden marrow pill, she placed her hopes in him by telling him this piece of news. This? Possibly. Hearing the words rare ingredients, Yi Zifeng became very excited. Due to the fact that he was a crazed alchemist in his past life, he is madly obsessed with rare ingredients. In reality, the ingredient stores in Legacy City were all too small in Yi Zifeng's eyes. The ingredients that Yi Zifeng had wanted,
the stores either lack them or have very low quality stocks. These missions from the sect is a great opportunity for him to get some of the ingredients that he wanted.
Tang Feng continued to smile. If you want some good missions, I can arrange them for you, but...
Yi Zifeng smiled back and retrieved a Huang Tier golden marrow pill from his sleeves.
The two understood each other and smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, The Sect's Test.
In the Ashen Spirit sect, most of the students were in the Qi refining realm. In order to encourage the students to train diligently and become a martial disciple and awaken their martial spirits, the higher-ups of the sect implemented this mission system, which takes place on the 10th of every month. For every stage of the Qi refining realm, there were different kind of missions that correlates to each stage. Relatively speaking, a person who is in the 6th stage will generally have a harder mission than someone who is at the 5th stage.
However, the rewards for completing the mission will be much more generous.
However, not every Qi refining stage student can do these missions. There are a limited amount of missions, and thus, those who have some relationships with the teachers or those who are part of large clan will generally be able to obtain a spot. Because Tang Feng knew one of the teachers in the sect, she was able to secure Yi Zifeng a spot. In the Ashen Spirit sect, outside of the Hidden Heart Hall.
Hey, look, brother Xiao, isn't that guy in the blue that super trash of the Yi clan, Yi Zifeng? Ha? You mean that guy who beat up the young master of the Wang clan, the guy who's only at the 2nd Qi refining stage? Now that you mentioned it, isn't it a bit weird? Did that Wang Lin try to fight him while half asleep or something? Another person chipped into the conversation. Since he's only at the 2nd Qi refining stage, what is he doing here today? Did he not know that only students in the 3rd Qi refining stage or higher can do the missions? It's pretty impressive that he was able to come into the Hidden Heart Hall at all. Who knows how much money the Yi clan spent to get him in here? While these people were chatting, they were unaware that Yi Zifeng had already approached them. Fellow senior brothers, I want to ask something. I heard that there were missions being given out here. I wonder. Yi Zifeng started to ask them. You can leave. Your cultivation is too low. Those who haven't reached the 3rd Qi refining stage cannot receive any missions. Xiaomu waved his hands, signaling for Yi Zifeng to leave. He was one of Wang Lin's brothers. Since Wang Lin was beaten by this guy, he doesn't want anything to do with him either. Yi Zifeng smiled. I'm not at the 3rd Qi refining stage? How do you guys know? Xiaomu and his friends looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. Xiaomu continued to laugh. Yi Zifeng, I don't know what happened with Wang Lin that made him to you, however, I've heard all about you. You're that trash who's been stuck at the 2nd Qi refining stage for a long time now. Just a few days ago, you were still at the low 2nd Qi refining realm. There's no way you can improve so much in just a few days. Yi Zifeng shook his head and didn't say anything. In these few days that he had crossed over, he's heard a bunch of people call him trash and good for nothing. His ears are getting sore from hearing this so much. If he doesn't improve himself faster, he's afraid that he would blow up and die from hearing this so much. At the same time, an old man that looked to be around 60 walked out of the Hidden Heart Hall. His expression was very solemn and calm as he swept his gaze around all the people present. Seeing the old man, all the students, including Xiaomu, immediately shut their mouths and gathered in front of him and paid their respects. People in the 3rd Qi refining stage or higher and want to challenge a mission, come with me. We will a small test in a bit to gauge your level and determine what sort of missions you should take. Are there any questions? The old man looked around. Elder, I have something to say. Xiaomu hesitated for a bit and then suddenly pointed at Yi Zifeng. Elder, there's some bastard at the 2nd Qi refining stage here. I hope the elder can verify this and kick him out of the hall immediately. Hearing this, the old man immediately stared at Yi Zifeng for a bit. The gaze was piercing. It was as if he saw through Yi Zifeng's entire body. I just checked.
He is indeed in the third Qi refining stage, and he's at the peak of the third refining stage while at it. He is allowed to receive a mission from us. The old man gave his verdict in the end.
What?
When did that trashy Zifeng get to the third Qi refining stage, nevertheless the peak of it? Some of the students who didn't know about the fight between Zifeng and Wang Lin was shocked.
Yi Zifeng's name as a trash was widespread throughout the entire academy. He was like a celebrity.
There was almost no one in the outer sect who didn't know about him. Hearing the elder's verdict, those who were close to him, including Xiao Mu, were startled. It took him 3 years and he couldn't break through into the third stage, and now he was at the peak of the third stage all of a sudden. Some of the people present were only at the third Qi refining real. If they thought that the peak third stage Yi Zifeng was trash, then what were they considered?
Could it be? It wasn't a coincidence that he beat Wang Lin? Xiao Mu started to ponder. Any more questions? If there's nothing else, then.
You 5, come with me. The elder had experienced many things like this before and was not bothered at all.
The students did not dare to be slow and quickly followed behind.
Yi Zifeng was stuck in the middle of the crowd and was pushed onto someone. Brother, may I ask who that elder was?
That person gave him a weird look. Yi Zifeng? Oh yeah. This is your first time coming here, so you probably don't know anything. That was Elder Qin who was talking before. Elder Qin, huh? Many thanks, brother.
Yi Zifeng smiled back. Seeing how Yi Zifeng was so polite and was nothing like how the stories had described him, he decided to give Yi Zifeng some advice. Brother, since this is your first time, then I'll warn you. When you choose a mission, don't choose something so difficult.
Pick something easy first to test the waters. Don't be blinded by the rewards and waste your life. You can lose your life from these missions? Are the high-level missions that dangerous? Yi Zifeng was baffled. Shi Chen, Yi Zifeng, stop chattering. It's your turn to go in.
One of the disciples of the hall called out and patted both of their backs.
Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and bowed. So this is Brother Chen. Don't call me that. You can call me Shi Chen.
It feels a bit weird being called brother.
Shi Chen rubbed his head and replied. I got it, Shi Chen. Yi Zifeng liked this guy. He liked people who were straightforward. Then Brother Phone, please enter. Shi Chen had a big smile on his face. Yi Zifeng was speechless. In his mind, he had wanted to slap this guy. Congratulations, Brother Xiao.
Congratulations, Brother Xiao, for passing the 5th Qi refining realm test. If you can complete this mission, with your contribution points from your last missions, you can probably choose a high-ranked common tier treasure from the treasure room.
Xiao Mu was laughing happily and accepted everyone's flattery. It felt nice.
His Xiao family was on the rise within these last few years and were already on the same level as the Yi family now.
When Yi Zifeng walked in, the two made eye contact. Xiao Mu smiled sinisterly at Yi Zifeng and wanted to say something. However, Yi Zifeng pretended that he didn't exist and continued to walk forward. Stop where you are. However, Yi Zifeng continued to walk. It was as if he didn't hear Xiao Mu at all. Yi Zifeng. You better stop right now.
After hearing this, Yi Zifeng laughed and turned around. I dare ask who's calling for me. Just before, Xiao Mu had tried to expose him in front of everyone else, so Yi Zifeng doesn't feel so good about this guy.
Xiao Mu coldly snorted, you trash.
Don't think that because you've reached the 3rd Qi refining stage that you're not trash anymore.
You've beat up one of my brothers, so don't think that I'm done with you. Ah. So you're with Wang Lin. I'll remember that. Yi Zifeng then turned around and left. He was right.
Those who were in the 5th stage or lower all banded together and were only here because of their family. They probably spend their entire day doing useless stuff and lacked ambition.
Wait a minute. I have something good to tell you too.
Yi Zifeng stopped and turned around, looking like he was interested.
Xiaomu smiled. I helped you looked at the missions before.
In the third Qi refining stage section, there was a mission about helping the hall repair some broken walls. Even though the contributions points that you'll earn are not that much, I feel like it suits you very well.
What do you think? Many thanks to Brother Xiao for noticing this mission for me. However, it's a waste to give me such a good mission. I think we should leave it for someone else. Yi Zifeng didn't want to talk rubbish with this guy anymore and quickly caught up with Shi Chen.
You! Xiaomu fiercely stared at Zifeng's back with a hint of hatred in his gaze. Inside the hall, an elder solemnly stood there with two protectors by his sides. When they saw Yi Zifeng and Shi Chen come in, one of the protectors started to ask, "State your name, your cultivation level, and the techniques that you know."
Shi Chen, 4th Qi refining stage.
As for techniques, I know some common skills but they're nothing much. The elder looked at Shi Chen and nodded. Seeing this, the protector continued to speak. The missions for 4th and 5th Qi refining realm are over there. If you want to choose them, then come with me to the next room so I can test your strength.
Shi Chen's expression changed immediately. No. I don't want those.
I only want to do the missions for the 3rd Qi refining stage.
The elder didn't care at all.
He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. I remember you. You chose a 4th Qi refining stage mission last month.
How come you didn't dare pick one this time?
Shi Chen bitterly smiled. This is because I know how hard it is to take on a 4th stage mission now.
Last month I got a mission to clear some leads out.
It wasn't a hard mission at all, but there was a blood eagle in the area and I almost lost my life.
This time, I want to do something safer. Is that so? The elder laughed. Fine. I respect your decision. You can choose any mission on the 3rd stage.
Since you're at the 4th Qi refining stage, we don't need to test you.
Thank you, Elder Qin. Shi Chen smiled and nodded. He then left and went to pick a mission. Then next, Yi Zifeng heard this and immediately walked forward. This one greets Elder Qin. Elder Qin sized Yi Zifeng up and finally said, "You're that Yi Zifeng?"
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 12, Picking a Next Level Mission. Yi Zifeng calmly nodded.
Aside from the fact that everyone knew him as the trash young master of the Yi clan, Xiaomu had also just made fun of him.
So under these circumstances, it's not unusual that Elder Qin would know who he was. How's your father Yi Chongtian doing these days? Is everything going well? Elder Qin looked at Yi Zifeng and then asked. Yi Zifeng was startled for a bit.
So this Elder Qin knew his old man. Well, it's not that surprising considering that Yi Chongtian was one of the more well-known figures in the city and the Yi clan was one of Liuzhou City's 3 great clans 20 years ago.
My father had some business to take care of is out of town. And for how we're doing, I think we're doing fine. Yi Zifeng half-heartedly answered.
Elder Qin looked deeply at Yi Zifeng. For you to have reached the peak of the 3rd stage in the Qi refining realm, it seems like you've worked hard. You have to keep working hard to help the Yi clan return to its former glory.
Zifeng understands. Yi Zifeng showed respect to Elder Qin. In his heart, however, he thought, working hard? LOL.
With these trashy meridians and this sick body, no matter how hard one worked, there won't be any results. If he didn't cross over and made some godlike pills, this body would not have broken through at all.
Good. Elder Qin nodded his head a few times. He was pleased with Yi Zifeng's manners.
Then Elder Qin immediately pointed at the mission board. This is the mission board for disciples in the 3rd stage of Qi refining.
I recommend that you go and hunt rock turtles. Although their defense is quite strong, they have almost 0 attack power. If you can't kill them, staying alive shouldn't be a problem. Yi Zifeng shook his head and wanted to say something. Elder Qin smiled and continued to talk. Ha! You youngsters are sure impatient. Fine. If you don't want this, then I'll recommend you this, a treasure hunting mission. This is a better and faster mission. Even though the treasure is in a mountain and it is hard to get to, there are no monsters around the area. It is very safe. Yi Zifeng shook his head again and walked towards another mission board. Elder Qin, I'm not interested in third stage missions. I want to take on these missions. Elder Qin was shocked. Yi Zifeng had walked in front of the fourth stage mission board. Seeing this, Shi walked over and pulled Yi Zifeng aside. Yi Zifeng, are you crazy? I'm at the fourth stage of Qi refining and don't even dare to take on these missions. You're merely at the third stage. Do you want to die? You're being too rash. This is your first time here after all. Yi Zifeng smiled. Precisely. Because this is my first time, I need to be cautious. That's why I didn't go over the fifth stage mission board. Taking on fifth stage missions? If you really choose it and complete it, I'll call you master. Shi was shocked. Yi Zifeng continued to smile. Then I guess I have no choice but to pick a fourth stage mission now. Why would I want a dumb disciple like you? You. Shi's face turned darker and darker. The missions that the sects give were always solo missions, there was no way to cheat. Due to the fact that disciples in the Qi refining stage did not have any experience in the world, they would always choose mission that's equal to or below their cultivation. However, Yi Zifeng has the experience and willpower that he brought over from his other life. Compared to peers in his age group, he was much more experienced and mature. Thus, he chose a mission that was on a higher level. Elder Qin laughed and praised Zifeng. Good. It's been a long time since someone challenged a mission that is higher than their own level. It seems like the Yi clan has a ray of hope now. Imo, you come over here. Behind Elder Qin, one of the protectors stepped forward. Mou is here. Elder Qin, what is the reward for a fourth stage mission? Mou answered, if at a fourth stage mission, the reward is around 40 to 60 contribution points. That's the reward if you're at the fourth Qi refining stage. However, if the challenger is under the fourth Qi refining stage, then they would receive additional points. Okay. Then I'll be responsible for Yi Zifeng. If he can complete a mission on the fourth stage board, then his rewards will be doubled. Doubled? Mou was shocked. Reward. Doubled? Shi jealously looked at Yi Zifeng. The sect only gives one mission to each selected student every month. If his rewards doubled, then that would mean that he would get 2 months worth of reward with one mission. And what's more, the reward for a fourth stage mission is already doubled the reward for a third stage mission. If Yi Zifeng and Shi both complete their missions, Yi Zifeng would receive 4 times more points than Shi. Yi Zifeng looked at Shi. What are you acting so envious for? Why don't you change your mission and go get a fifth stage mission? Shi suddenly came to a realization. This actually made sense. Elder Qin isn't giving him these points for free. Yi Zifeng is fighting hard to earn these points. Now what mission should I choose? Yi Zifeng looked at the mission board in front of him. He looked back at Elder Qin and asked, Elder Qin, why don't you recommend me a mission at the fourth stage? Elder Qin laughed, I've already doubled your rewards. That's the most I can do for you. Why don't you listen to my advice and choose a third stage mission? He was willing to double the rewards but was unwilling to recommend a mission. He was low-key trying to tell Zifeng that he shouldn't do these missions and that he can't complete them. Yi Zifeng knew what this old fox was thinking but didn't say anything. Senior brother Mo, you said that fourth stage missions were worth 40 to 60 points, right? Mo nodded, that's right. Then where are the missions worth 60 points? Let me have a look. Mo was startled and looked at Elder Qin.
Although Elder Qin didn't have a good look on his face, he nodded anyways.
There's only one mission that's worth 60 points and it's this one. You pointed to the mission posted on the top of the board. Shi Chen gasped, Common Tier 4th Stage Thunder Rhino. Last time he was almost killed by a Common Tier 4th Stage Blood Eagle. If he went up against a Thunder Rhino, who knows how many times he would have died.
Yi Zifeng's eyes widened and smiled happily, so it's a beast with an attribute.
Not bad, not bad.
Hearing Zifeng's not bads, Shi Chen started to yell, not bad your face.
Do you not see the description that's written there?
A Thunder Rhino that's above the 3rd stage have the ability to release lightning at will.
You'll probably be shocked to death before you could get close enough to touch it.
Shi Chen is right. Elder Qin indifferently said, this Thunder Rhino's ability is too hard for you to handle. Even someone at the 5th Qi refining stage would have a hard time getting close to it. That Xiaoplan Xiaomu is at the 5th Qi refining stage and he tried it a few times. Every time he tried to get close to it, he was shocked back and eventually gave up.
Yi Zifeng calmly smiled, then I've decided.
I want this Thunder Rhino mission.
Elder Qin's expression changed, are you sure? I'm telling you right now, that you'll definitely die if you do this mission. That's going to be your own problem. Elder Qin, I have decided. Yi Zifeng nodded, his eyes filled with determination.
Elder Qin stared at Zifeng for a while. He saw that Zifeng was not going to back down and finally sighed and smiled, fine. If you can pass our test then I'll let you do this. If you can't then go choose something else. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain to Chong Tian.
Mo Xiang, bring him to the other room and test him out. Don't take too long though. There's still other people waiting.
Elder Qin has 2 protectors and they had both reached the martial disciple realm.
Mou guided the disciples while Mo Xiang was responsible for testing the disciples. Come with me. Mo Xiang walked in front of Yi Zifeng and pointed towards the testing room.
By telling Mo Xiang to be quick, it meant that Elder Qin wanted Mo Xiang to hold back. Before long, the 2 of them returned. Elder Qin, Yi Zifeng has the qualifications to accept this mission.
Please hand him the mission badge. Mo Xiang respectfully told Elder Qin.
Seeing that Mo Xiang had understood what he meant, Elder Qin smiled and nodded, okay. Yi Zifeng, according to the rules of the Hidden Heart Hall, you have 3 days to finish the mission.
You will go to Cloud's Peak Valley and kill a Thunder Rhino. If you success, the reward will be doubled to 120 points. Many thanks to Elder Qin.
Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and bowed.
Alright, if you don't have any more questions, then you can leave with Shi Chen.
Also, call in the next set of students.
Yes, sir.
Yi Zifeng and Shi Chen both replied.
He's out. He's out. Yi Zifeng came out.
Yi Zifeng came out of the hall and wanted to return home quickly to prepare.
However, when he came out, many people were looking at him. It seems like he had spent quite an amount of time inside the hall. Yi Zifeng, did you take the mission that I recommended you?
The great mission of helping the hall repair some broken walls.
It's perfect for a trash newbie like you who's receiving missions for the first time. Xiaomu stepped out from the group of people. You're right. That kind of mission should be for trashy newbies. Yi Zifeng calmly replied.
Seeing how calm Yi Zifeng was, people thought that he had actually taken the mission to repair walls and started to laugh.
Look at that trashy Yi Zifeng.
He actually took the mission to repair broken walls.
He doesn't even have the courage to go and kill beasts. Hey! Don't belittle him.
I heard that one needs 60 contribution points to exchange for a common tier technique. After this month, he only needs 11 more months of wall repairing to get a martial technique.
To a piece of trash like him, this is a great deal. Shi Chen, who was left behind by Zifeng, finally caught up with him. He was out of breath and said, "Brother phone. Why are you walking so fast? Why don't you consider it again?
It's too dangerous to fight against the Thunder Rhino. You should switch to another mission.
Thunder Rhino?
Everyone who heard this was shocked. Their expressions changed and looked towards Xiaomu, not knowing what to say.
Xiaomu was extremely shocked and angry. He was so angry that he clenched his fists until his nails pierced his skin.
Zifeng smiled and continued from where he left off. Yeah, only a trashy newbie would do that kind of mission.
But sadly, that's not me.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 13, Solo Mission. Legacy City, in the Yi clan home.
Brother Zifeng, I heard from Mother that you've received the mission to kill Thunder Rhinos.
Yi Shui's soft voice sounded as she quickly ran towards Zifeng. Wow. News sure travels fast.
Zifeng sat down and pulled out a peach cracker from his bag. He tried to hand peach cracker to Shui. Come on, try this. I just got it from the store around the corner. Your mother told me that you loved these.
Yi Shui pushed his hands away and seriously said, Brother Zifeng, do you know what you've done? You're still in the mood to eat snacks after accepting such a difficult mission?
Yi Zifeng chuckled and shrugged. I accepted it already.
We'll just see how it goes.
Yi Shui bit her lips.
She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her brother's stupidity. Come on, Brother Zifeng. Get up. I'll go to the sect with you and ask Elder Qin to give you a new mission. She tried to pull Zifeng's arm and drag him back to the sect.
However, Yi Zifeng dodged and shook his head. Once the sect assigns a mission, it is impossible to get a new one.
That is the rule. You should know about it. Shui wasn't taking any of this. Fine. Even if you can't get a new mission, you can still forfeit this one.
At worst, you'll only get a 3-month penalty, which is a lot better than not completing the mission.
Sis, how can you have so little faith in me? Yi Zifeng replied, remember last time when the Liu family came?
I took care of that Liu Yaich who's at the peak of 5th Qi refining stage.
You were there. Do you think that I can't take care of these Thunder Rhinos? That.
Yi Shui's expression changed.
She didn't know what Zifeng did to beat and harm Liu Yaich. It was really weird. How did Zifeng make Liu Yu, who was around 2 whole stages above himself, spit a mouthful of blood? But brother, you've never killed anything before and this is your first time accepting a mission. The Thunder Rhino is extremely strong. I'm afraid that you'll get hurt. How can there be a reward if there's no risk? And besides, I can gain experience from this even if I don't complete it. Yi Zifeng calmly said, so don't worry about it. There's still 3 days before I go out. Against an attribute-type beast like the Thunder Rhino, it shouldn't be so hard for me. I already have a plan. So you're saying that you won't forfeit the mission no matter what? Yi Zifeng looked at Shui with strong determination in his eyes and nodded. Yi Shui pouted.
Seeing how this talk is making her brother more determined, she decided to give up and let out a long sigh.
Come on, Shui. Try the peach crackers.
Yi Zifeng moved a cracker towards her mouth.
Shui angrily turned around and was speechless. She didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Come on. Try it. Don't be mad at me. Yi Zifeng persistently offered her some snack. Yi Shui wiped the tears from her eyes. Thanks, brother. She turned around, grabbed the crackers and ran away. Yi Zifeng watched as Shui left and smiled. He then turned towards his furnace and a serious look appeared on his face. All right. Time to start preparing for the mission. Cloud Peak Valley. It was an area behind the Ashen Spirit sect where many different common tier beasts resided. The area was specifically created for disciples to complete missions.
Outside the valley, the mission organizers from the Hidden Heart Hall were giving out maps of the valley to disciples.
On each map, the regions were divided and labeled accordingly. Look at that guy. That's Qi Zifeng.
As someone in the third stage of Qi refining, he's actually trying to challenge thunder rhinos that were in the fourth stage.
Thunder rhinos? Wasn't that the mission that even Xiaomu failed a couple of times? Not so loud. Young Master Xiao is right there.
Xiaomu lightly coughed, and the people who were talking immediately closed their mouths, not daring to talk anymore.
What are you guys worrying about?
That Qi Zifeng must have some problems with his head to choose a mission like this.
Don't start talking like he can actually complete this. From what I can see, he probably won't even be coming back alive.
Xiaomu's loud voice caused many people to look over.
Qi Zifeng walked up and smiled. Then what if I finish it and come back by luck? Xiaomu was startled. He was thinking that there's a chance that this guy can survive by luck, but to finish the mission? That was not possible.
To someone who was in the third stage of Qi refining like Qi Zifeng, this fourth stage mission was even harder than climbing to heaven.
Then I'll. Xiaomu didn't know what he should bet. Qi Zifeng then suggested, how about this? I don't want you to kowtow to me like Wang Lin. That'll embarrass you too much. If I can finish the mission and come out alive, then why don't you give me the points that you earned from your mission? How about it? Right now, Qi Zifeng wanted points more than anything.
With these points, he can exchange them for rare ingredients and raise his cultivation.
You want my points?
A fifth stage mission is worth 100 points.
Xiaomu was shocked.
Although his family was well off, the things you can exchange with these points are all priceless. Qi Zifeng continued, if I can't finish this mission, then I'll go and repair walls every month from now on and give you all my points for 2 years.
If it's 2 years, then 120 points. Qi Zifeng smiled. Xiaomu was in deep thoughts. He started to think about and consider Qi Zifeng's proposal.
If Qi Zifeng fails, then he could get 120 points without doing anything and also humiliate Qi Zifeng at the same time. The chances of him winning was very high and he felt like it was a good deal.
Fine. You're in the third stage of Qi refining and this is your first time doing a mission. Yet you dare to act like this. Xiaomu will teach you a lesson. As for the transfer of points, Xiaomu looked over at MOU. MOU quickly replied, if no one has any objections right now, then we won't mind either. The points can be transferred. Xiaomu was excited. He looked as if he had received the 120 points already. With that being the case, I hope that senior brother Mo will be the witness to our bet. Many thanks. A lustrous smile appeared on Qi Zifeng's face.
After the small delay, the protectors started to explain the mission.
In intervals of half an hour, each disciple will enter the valley one by one.
When Qi Zifeng was about to enter the valley, Xiaomu smiled and slapped him on the shoulders.
What else do you want?
Qi Zifeng hated people touching his shoulder, especially someone that he disliked.
Xiaomu laughed loudly, the bet from before. I forgot to tell you something. You know it's fine if you don't finish the mission. However, if you're unlucky and die, Xiaomu will be generous and not ask you for those 120 points. Then. Thanks? Qi Zifeng shook his head.
Under the protector's command, he then went into the valley. In the valley, he followed the directions on the map. He passed through a small jungle and reached his destination, Clear Water Pond. The thunder rhinos like to fight with others for territory and they have dominated the Clear Water Pond for a while now. This time, because it is a solo mission, Qi Zifeng didn't have to hide his true strength.
It was more convenient to take action. Let's test the waters and see how much thunder you can release from your body.
Qi Zifeng's mouth curled up and revealed a sly smile. On his palm, his black death chi began to condense into a small imprint.
He then quickly struck out at the thunder rhino. In a split second, the black palm that Qi Zifeng sent out suddenly exploded before even reaching the rhino. The thunder rhino wasn't a greenhorn either. It wasn't his first time facing off against a human. He had felt Qi Zifeng's presence a while ago and knew that he was dangerous. Thus, when Qi Zifeng struck out, he immediately released his lightning into the air and formed layers of walls. When the black death palm strike struck against the lightning wall, a large explosion occurred. Both the attack and the light wall dissipated. It can actually dissipate the death chi? It seems like this rhino has some skills. Qi Zifeng felt shocked. He thought that the strike would at least hurt the rhino a bit. However, who would have thought that it didn't even leave a single scratch on it? When he thought about it carefully, the death chi strike was best suited for close range. When he thought about the last time he used it, it was because Liu Yige led his guard that he was able to land this sneak attack successfully. Usually Qi refining stage cultivators did not have real battle experience and would use all of their strength to attack head-on. However, the thunder rhino was different. Every month, someone would come and try to kill it. It had developed a battle sense that allowed it to sense danger. Due to this, it was almost impossible to Qi Zifeng to land and attack it easily. Also, when Qi Zifeng felt the explosion earlier, he quickly retreated. If he was any closer to the thunder rhino, he would probably be knocked unconscious by the lightning. Xiaomu had been knocked unconscious a few times by the thunder rhino and he was in the 5th stage of Qi refining. The only reason why Xiaomu lived every time was because he was a coward. He stayed at the outer range of the lightning and did not irritate the rhino. The thunder rhino roared. He saw Qi Zifeng on the other side. However, because the attack that Qi Zifeng just used was very strong, the rhino did not dare to approach carelessly. Normally, a rhino's intelligence and vision is on the lower end of the spectrum. They usually relied on their smell and hearing. It seems like you're something special. Qi Zifeng looked at the surrounding. While I still have 3 more days. I still have time to prepare some more before killing you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Creating a Thunder Spirit Body. Due to the fact that the Ashen Spirit sect wanted to preserve the natural environment of Cloud Peak Valley, the sect created a rule which states that no one is allowed to set fire or do anything that will harm the environment. However, Qi Zifeng doesn't play by the rules. The reasons why the thunder rhinos settled near the clear water pond was because 1, there was a source of water and 2, there was an abundant amount of thunder spirit grass in the area. Qi Zifeng had his eyes on these thunder spirit grass ever since he arrived. This was exactly what he needed to beat the thunder rhino. Thanks to the rules of the sect, Zifeng was unable to bring in a storage bag or a spatial treasure into the valley. All he bought was a bag that included some food and a small furnace prepared by Madame Tang. If he can gather all these spirit grasses around here, he can use it to increase his own power. He can also use them and raise his resistance against lightning, which makes hunting the thunder rhino easier. However, the key point here is how he can gather these thunder spirit grass with the thunder rhino guarding the place. If he tries to get too close, he would definitely be shocked miserably. When he falls after getting shocked, the rhino can easily finish him off with its horn. That would be a miserable death. Qi Zifeng was challenging something higher than his own level. Since the beginning, he knew he had to outsmart these rhinos. Even though the rhino is strong and have some intelligence, it was still inferior to a human. The time limit for the mission is 3 days. Even if he finished on the last day at the last second, it would still count as complete. He was not in a hurry, so he calmly sat down. He watched and took note of the rhino's each and every move. He was looking for an opportunity to go in. He watched and learned the rhino's movements and habits. From an outsider's point of view, Qi Zifeng looked like an idiot who was sitting there and not doing anything. The thunder rhino had noticed Zifeng's actions and watched this uninvited guest carefully, like a tiger watching its prey. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Zifeng sat there quietly and didn't move at all.
Usually, when two strong enemies meet, a fight is bound to erupt. However, Zifeng is very patient and calm. This was the first time that the Thunder Rhino had seen such a calm and patient human. Usually, they would attack him immediately. Of course, Zifeng believes that he should be able to outlast the Thunder Rhino in this contest of patience. This was because this entire valley is merely a mission location to Zifeng. But to the Thunder Rhino, the valley was his home. He probably had a nest and even a family somewhere else. The place he was guarding was merely a food source for him. Time flew by quickly and it had reached night time. Zifeng had sat there without moving at all for the entire day. The Thunder Rhino thought Zifeng had died or something. Some more time passed and the rhino could not hold out anymore. He started to run into the forest behind him. Seeing this scene, Zifeng's eyes lit up. His chance had come. The rhino probably had something better to do than sitting here and guarding the Thunder Spirit grass. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After the rhino had moved 10 steps into the forest, Zifeng finally let out a deep breath. He wanted to stay in this position for a bit longer, but he suddenly felt a tremble. In a distance, he saw the outlines of a large rhino and 2 smaller rhinos coming out of the forest. Zifeng was shocked and cursed, **T. So there were 2 more rhinos. At this time, he couldn't wait anymore. If the other 2 rhinos come as well, then he would never be able to get the Thunder Spirit grass. He shot forward like an arrow and ran towards the place where Thunder Spirit grass grew like his life was on the time. He didn't need much Thunder Spirit grass since he won't be able to absorb too much in such a small amount of time anyways. He only needed a small patch of it. The 3 rhinos saw the movement and thought that Zifeng wanted to fight them. They immediately charged up their lightning to protect themselves. However, Zifeng quickly ran past them. Multiple bolts of lightning exploded behind Zifeng, causing Zifeng to curse under his breath and breathe in a lot of dust. The Thunder Rhinos were confused by Zifeng's actions. However, they were sure of one thing: Zifeng wanted to enter their territory. As the owners of the territory, they would not allow anyone to trespass. Zifeng leapt up and continued to run like crazy. As he ran, he sent a death chi palm strike towards the smallest baby rhino. The adult Thunder Rhino's lightning was scary, but the little one was not matured yet, so it probably couldn't defend against his palm strike. Zifeng's guess was correct. When he sent the palm strike out, the baby rhino stopped moving and trembled. The other 2 rhinos stopped moving as well and moved in front of the baby to protect it from Zifeng's attack. Zifeng coldly smiled and took advantage of this opportunity. He had already reached the area where the Thunder Spirit grass grew. When he saw a large stalk of Thunder Spirit grass, he quickly grabbed it and ran for his life without even looking at the situation behind him. The 3 rhinos let out a roar. The 2 adult rhinos saw that Zifeng had damaged their territory and thus chased him angrily. Bolts of thunder were sent towards Zifeng. However, due to Zifeng's quick reflexes, all the bolts just barely missed him. In accordance to the rules of the mission, Zifeng can run as far away as he wants as long as he does not run out of his region. However, the Thunder Rhinos can't leave this area. They need to protect their territory from other beasts and protect their baby. When Zifeng ran out of the area, the rhinos decided to stop chasing him. Finally, Zifeng sat down and hid behind a tall tree. He could still hear the rhinos angrily roar behind him. Zifeng was full of sweat and was breathing very hard. After confirming that the 2 Thunder Rhinos left, he lay down on the floor and let out a long sigh. 1 Thunder Rhino was enough to give him a headache, and now there were 3. This mission had just gotten harder for him. After waiting for a while, he returned to the area where he had left his bag. He took out the small furnace and placed it on the ground. He then took a few Thunder Spirit grasses and placed it into the furnace. After, he got up and went to gather some dry branches to create a small fire.
Don't worry, guys.
After I absorb the qi from these thunder spirit grass, I'll come take care of you guys.
Yi Zifeng let out a menacing smile.
Yi Zifeng placed his hand on the furnace and sent some of his own qi into the furnace. He probed around and found the blue qi from the thunder spirit grass condensing and sizzling in the center. He waited a while and started to absorb the blue qi through his palm into his own body. The blue qi circulated through his body and a hint of lightning could be felt extruding from his body. Before one can learn to concoct pills, they must learn to refine a series of many other items. Amongst these other items are spiritual herbs. One must be able to perfectly refine spiritual herbs before they can start concocting pills. Of course, as an expert alchemist, Yi Zifeng was able to refine these thunder spirit grasses easily and absorb their energy. When he finally finished absorbing the qi from these grasses, it was already the morning of the third day already.
My body is almost ready.
Yi Zifeng opened his eyes and felt his body surging with lightning energy.
Compared to before, his lightning resistance was many times stronger. Going up against these thunder rhinos would be easy now.
Yi Zifeng stood up and moved towards the thunder rhino. Seeing this, the thunder rhino stood up as well. Yi Zifeng smiled, so you guys were awake after all. After that, his eyes turned cold and a murderous aura bursted out from him.
It's too bad. If you die in your dreams, it would be better for you guys.
He then took out his dagger and charged towards the rhinos.
This time, he charged straight at them. The damnable human that these rhinos were chasing 3 days ago actually dared to charge at them from the front.
The thunder rhinos felt that they were being disrespected and roared towards the sky.
They then also charged forward, straight at Yi Zifeng. Countless lightning bolts struck down. With his thunder-resistant body, Yi Zifeng was not afraid of this anymore.
Yi Zifeng suddenly stopped right where the bolts of lightning was going to strike. The blue thunder qi accumulated in his dantian as the lightning bolts struck down and hit him.
However, Zifeng's body was like a lightning rod now.
The lightning slid right past his body and went straight into the ground.
I did it! Yi Zifeng was very excited. He wasn't hurt by lightning anymore.
The lightning was the only obstacle stopping him from completing the mission. Now that he wasn't afraid anymore, he leapt forward, right past the 2 adult rhino and charged straight at the smaller baby rhino.
The thunder rhino's lightning is an area of effect attack.
If any normal person were to jump into the air, they would die from the shock immediately. So normally, no one was dumb enough to do something that Yi Zifeng did. After absorbing the thunder qi into his body, his lightning resistance has far surpassed that of a normal person's. The lightning released by the 2 adult rhinos did not hurt him at all and they watched as Yi Zifeng leapt over them.
When killing, one needs to be decisive. If one holds back, they will feel the consequences.
If the 3 rhinos are able to surround Yi Zifeng, then he will most likely be killed. Thus, Yi Zifeng made his decision very quickly.
The dagger in his hand curved through the baby rhino quickly and cleanly.
The baby rhino's head flew into the air and blood spurted out from its neck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 15, Tripling the Reward.
Yi Zifeng quickly jumped up and caught the severed head of the baby rhino. His mouth curved upwards and revealed a devious smile.
If he ran away now, then he would be able to turn in the head and receive 120 contribution points. However, he was still not satisfied yet. Behind him, the 2 adult rhinos saw that their baby was killed by Yi Zifeng and roared angrily at him. The lightning on their bodies became much stronger. It made Yi Zifeng feel a small shocking sensation. However, it was only a small sensation.
It wouldn't affect his abilities at all.
Man! Your lightning is really strong. However, I have the thunder spirit body now. If you want to use it against me like before, it won't work anymore. Yi Zifeng laughed coldly and tossed the baby rhino's head aside.
When the other two rhinos hesitated, Qi Zifeng immediately moved in order to gain an upper hand.
In these 3 days, Qi Zifeng was very patient.
He had waited until the last moment of the 3rd day to finish the mission. At that time, the people outside were talking and speculating about what happened.
Elder Qin.
Please. My brother has been in there for 3 days already.
Let me go in and check on his situation. The anxiousness in Yi Shui's eyes can be seen.
Elder Qin stood there and only stroked his beard.
He didn't give Yi Shui an answer.
In fact, he was regretting his decision deeply. He thought that Qi Zifeng would come out immediately after seeing how powerful the rhinos were.
However, it seems like Qi Zifeng wasn't the useless cowardly Qi Zifeng anymore. As long as his opponent's power wasn't too overpowered, Zifeng was willing to take the risks and give it a try. Elder Qin. I beg you,
Mo sighed and tried to console her. Sister Shui, it's not that Elder Qin doesn't want to help you, but the time limit hasn't passed yet.
If we go in now and see that Qi Zifeng was still fighting the beast, then wouldn't he be automatically disqualified? Would that turn all his hard work to nothing?
But Yi Shui had been waiting outside since the 2nd night.
From then until now, she couldn't even see Yi Zifeng's shadow.
Normally, most disciples only used a half a day or even only a whole day to finish their mission. Most of the time they used were on finding the beasts instead of actually killing them. There was no one who used 3 whole days like Qi Zifeng.
Xiaomu coldly laughed. Don't worry. Your brother is probably scared after losing the bet. He probably didn't want to lose any and probably buried himself in there.
Young Master Xiao, from the way you're talking, you make it sound like he had any face to begin with.
One of the bystanders joked. Young Master Xiao, don't you feel that it's quite unfortunate?
If he comes out alive, you can get 120 contribution points from him in 2 years.
Xiaomu laughed loudly. You're right. I could get a spirit-level martial technique for free. Now that you mention it, it's a pity. Ha 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 ha.
Yi Shui looked around and fiercely glared at everyone who made fun of her brother.
She was so angry that she began to tremble.
Shurchen suddenly pulled Yi Shui's sleeves and with a surprised expression, he yelled, Sister Yi.
Look! He's out.
He was one of the first ones to finish his mission and had been waiting for 2 days out here already. According to the rules, the ones who finish their mission have to wait until everybody finishes to return to the sect.
Yi Shui wasn't in the mood right now. When this stranger pulled her sleeves, she got angrier and shouted, What came out?
Your brother.
He's out. Yi Zifeng came out. Everyone stopped chattering all of a sudden.
It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Being able to stay alive in the rhino's territory for 3 days.
This action alone is commendable. Everyone's eyes widened and looked towards the forest. Yi Zifeng was currently walking towards all of them. His clothes were torn apart by lightning and his skin looked a little burnt.
It seems like he had fought with the thunder rhinos.
To be able to run away from the thunder rhinos, it seems like Yi Zifeng's strength cannot be underestimated. Brother Zifeng! Yi Shui excitingly called out.
Yi Zifeng smiled back at her and ran towards the group.
Elder Qin's expression became happier. I knew you were a lucky bastard. You won't die that easily.
Seeing that Qi Zifeng came back safely, this old man felt relieved. If someone were to really happen, he really didn't know how to explain to Yi Chongtian.
Brother Zifeng, it's not a problem even if you fail. It's good as long as you are alive.
Yi Shui started to cry and hugged Yi Zifeng.
Xiaomu gave Yi Zifeng a glare and coldly said, Heh. Since you came back alive, then don't forget about my 120 points.
You should prepare and learn how to repair those broken walls in the hall.
Let's go.
Xiaomu waved and called out to his brothers.
Hold on a moment. Yi Zifeng smiled. Did I say that I failed this mission?
Xiaomu turned around with a face full of disbelief. Could it be? Elder Qin had been the giver of missions in the Hidden Heart Hall for many years.
He knew how hard this mission was.
When he heard this, he was shocked.
Are you for real? You killed a thunder rhino?
That's right.
Yi Zifeng answered.
His answer made Xiaomu feel like he was going to wither away. If Yi Zifeng actually finished this mission, then in accordance with the bet, Xiaomu will have to give him his 100 points. It means that his hard work was for nothing.
Yi Zifeng smiled and then seriously said, about this. I want to confirm with Elder Qin.
If I kill one thunder rhino, I will get 120 points because you have doubled my reward.
Is that correct? 120 points.
That's right. That was the promised reward. Elder Qin was happy that someone was finally able to finish this mission. He knew that sooner or later, someone talented will come and finish this anyways.
However, he didn't expect it to be someone like Yi Zifeng.
120 points, and in addition, you'll get Xiaomu's 100 points.
Not bad, kid. From one mission, you actually got 220 points. Shichen looked at Yi Zifeng jealously. Xiaomu's face turned ashen while looking at Yi Zifeng. Everyone was there when he made the bet with Yi Zifeng. He couldn't back out now.
Right now, he didn't only lose his 100 points but the face of his Xiao clan. Yi Zifeng smiled slyly and then opened his bag. Under everyone's watch, he pulled out a rhino head.
Elder Qin, I had confirmed with you before. Killing one thunder rhino will get me 120 points. Then what about killing 3?
After saying that, he dropped the 3 rhino heads on the floor and lined them up. There was still a hint of lightning flicking around since he had only killed them around half an hour ago.
3 thunder rhinos.
Young Master Xiao, he killed 3 thunder rhinos. Xiaomu was super shocked. He looked at the person who just talked and yelled, I have eyes.
I can see for myself. I don't need you telling me anything.
Xiaomu had tried to kill the thunder rhinos before and knew how hard the mission was.
Right now, he was speechless.
The blue light flickered in front of everyone, bewildering them all. Everyone was shocked because Yi Zifeng had completed such a difficult mission. He was at the 3rd stage of Qi refining and this was his first time taking on a mission. And yet, he was able to kill 3 thunder rhinos that were at the 4th stage. This was shocking news. Not even people at the 5th stage of Qi refining was able to complete this mission.
Elder Qin was shocked to the max. When he regained his composure, he bitterly smiled, You stinkin' kid, how dare you trick me? Fine. Since I agreed, I won't take it back. You killed 3 thunder rhinos so you get 360 points. 360 points? The entire place was silent. Such a high reward.
It was comparable to the reward of a 7th stage mission. All those people who looked at Yi Zifeng with a mocking expression now looked at him with jealousy. Shichen fiercely patted Yi Zifeng's shoulder, 360 points, in addition to the 100 you got from Xiaomu, that's 460. From this one mission, you 10 times the reward that I got already.
Damn boy, you should throw a feast and invite me. Yi Zifeng chuckled, I think that dumpling store in the north was pretty good. Let's go try some of that.
Shichen's mouth twitched a bit and unhappily looked at him, how can you even say that?
You earned so much today. You should at least treat me to a spiritual feast. Of course, Shichen was joking around about the spiritual feast.
To a practitioner, a spiritual feast will have a lot of benefit, but for a single person, it will cost at least the equivalent of 1,000 points.
Shuai happily looked at her brother.
This time, Yi Zifeng had used his own strength to prove himself in front of everyone. From now on, the trashy Zifeng does not exist anymore.
Elder Qin. There's something that I would like to ask about.
Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and bowed.
Elder Qin saw Zifeng's expression and smiled, what do you want to ask?
It is said that after the mission, the disciples have the authority to take away their spoil.
Then can I take these 3 thunder rhino heads away? Yi Zifeng pointed at the heads on the floor. Elder Qin was suspicious and glared at him. What do you want these heads for?
Once a common tier beast died, their spirits will scatter.
There isn't much qi left in the heads. Even if you use it to refine pills, the effects will be little to none.
Maybe a profound ranked alchemist can achieve something from it, but, in our Liu City, the highest ranking alchemist is only at the Huang rank.
What can you get from this? Why not sell it to the sect and earn some extra money?
This. A sly expression appeared in Yi Zifeng's eyes as he smiled. I want to bring it home to commemorate my achievements today. I hope Elder Qin will allow this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 16, The Beautiful Alchemist.
The sect's hidden treasury was a place where many disciples looked forward to visiting. In accordance to sect rules, each disciple can choose to save up their points or enter the treasury the next day to exchange their points for items.
Yi Zifeng isn't the type to save and accumulate his points. In his eyes, the faster you can get your rewards, the faster your cultivation will rise. Raising one's cultivation level should come before everything else.
Who's there? State your name, cultivation level, and the number of times you've completed missions.
Yi Zifeng, 3rd stage of Qi refining, first time.
The guard at the door turned to his partner and smiled. So it's a newbie.
No wonder why he looked unfamiliar. He probably has around 20 to 30 points.
Old Du, bring him to the 1st floor of the treasury.
Come on newbie, follow me. Old Du looked like he was an easygoing person. Hold on. Yi Zifeng replied, I have 460 points.
Which floor should I go to?
460 points? At the 3rd stage of Qi refining and it's your first time here? You're playing with me, right?
Old Du had an awkward look on his face. When did these newbies start to tell lies all of a sudden? The other guard, who was called Lu Fan, shook his head. Yeah. That much contribution point is comparable to the reward for completing a 7-stage mission. Even if you want to lie to us, at least say something around 100 points.
Yi Zifeng didn't want to waste time talking to them and pulled a pile of badges out of his bag and showed the 2. It was easier for him to show them proof instead of talking. This is what I got. Yi Zifeng told them. You. Old Du was so shocked that he couldn't utter another word. It was Lu Fan who came back to his senses first. You. What did you say your name was? Such a strong person. To be able to get the reward of a 7th stage mission while being at the 3rd stage of Qi refining, he'll sooner or later be the one of the strongest people in Liu City. Lu Fan was a smart person and thus he asked for his name. He wanted to make some connections with this guy so he can have some benefits later on. Yi Zifeng. Hearing this, Old Du accidentally blurted, What? You're that trash. Lu Fan quickly covered his mouth and smiled towards Zifeng, so it was Yi Clan's young master. Greetings. He was a smart person. He didn't know what happened to Zifeng, but from what he can see, he cannot offend this person at all. Yi Zifeng just kept smiling. Senior brothers, I want to ask where the rare ingredients are stored in the treasury? This was what Yi Zifeng wanted to know the most. It was the only reason for him to join the sect missions. Lu Fan was confused. Young Master Yi, what do you need medicinal ingredients for?
There aren't any great alchemists in Liu City, only a Huang-tier alchemist.
It is also very hard to get her to refine something for you.
Usually, the Qi refining stage disciples who came to the treasury would want to exchange their points for weapons or techniques. Some might want to exchange their points for spiritual pills directly, but there aren't any students who would exchange their points for medicinal ingredients.
Thank you, senior brothers, for your pointers, but I have made up my mind.
I want to exchange my points for ingredients. I hope that senior brothers will guide me.
Yi Zifeng earnestly said. Whatever. He probably wants to resell these ingredients in the market. I've talked too much. Old Du, since he has so many points, bring him to the rare medicine cage on the 3rd floor. Rare medicine cage?
After thinking about it, Old Du felt that it was the right place to bring Yi Zifeng. Although he's only at the 3rd Qi refining stage, he has the enough points to enter. Since that's the case, then would young Master Yi please follow this Old Du? After a while, Old Du brought Yi Zifeng down a path towards the rare medicine cage. I told you about the rules already. When you finish picking your ingredients, bring it over to Tong Jian over there. He'll take your points and let you leave with the ingredients.
Many thanks, senior brother. Zifeng understands.
Old Du smiled at Zifeng and then left to attend the other disciples.
Yi Zifeng had been holding back his excitement the entire time.
When Old Du finally left, he jumped in joy.
Good. 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 As expected.
This Ashen Spirit Sex ingredients are much rarer than those in normal stores. Ice sheet grass, nightmare vine, earthen root grass, graveyard moss, and peace god flower.
This is not bad.
Seeing that the sect had all these ingredients, Yi Zifeng transformed into a completely different person.
He wasn't the calm and collected Yi Zifeng anymore.
Now he was the crazed alchemist Yi Zifeng who ran up and down the aisles, kissing all the ingredients. Because he was an idiotic pill enthusiast, and more so, because he was able to see these ingredients, he got even more excited. This was because he can use these ingredients and the rhino horns that he just got to create a strong pill that can help increase his lightning powers and defense. This will allow him to take another step towards his goal of reaching the peak of the world.
He. What kind of country bumpkin are you? You can't even tell the grade of these ingredients? Let me tell you about them.
These common tier ingredients are all trash in my eyes. I don't even need to use my points to get these ingredients.
Yi Zifeng didn't think that someone else was here. His crazy actions were actually seen by someone.
He started to feel nervous and embarrassed. In the corner of Yi Zifeng's eye, he can see a girl in a green dress. Her face was like a full moon while her eyes were like spring dew. She looked as tender and beautiful as a goddess. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyes were as clear as water. She also had a noble and elegant aura around her. Just by looking at her, Yi Zifeng became stupefied.
Idiot! What are you looking at? You've never seen such a beautiful alchemist like me, right? Alchemist? Yi Zifeng came back to his sense.
He remembered something that he was told before and asked the girl, could it be?
You're that Huang tier alchemist in Liu City?
The girl's eyes lit up and smiled. You've got great eyes to be able to recognize me.
That's right. I'm that famous Huang tier alchemist of Liu City. You can call me Miss Bingqian.
Yi Zifeng smiled back. He didn't dislike this kind of girl. Even though she was a bit arrogant, she actually warned him about exchanging points for these common ingredients.
It seems like her heart isn't bad at all. Miss Bingqian. Bingqian chuckled. I told you to call me that and you actually called me that? However, I don't hate the honest types like you either. Tell me, what are you using these ingredients for? Maybe I can give you some insights. As a majestic peak heaven tier alchemist, do I really need a little girl like you to teach me about alchemy? Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed. No need. As the #1 alchemist in Liu City, you probably have a lot of things to do.
There's no need to spend time with someone as lowly as me.
Bingqian was startled and then started laughing out loud. You're pretty interesting.
Other people would offer me a large sum of money to give them advice, but I would usually reject them.
However, today I was going to give you some advice for free and yet you reject it?
Yi Zifeng held in his anger and forced a smile. It's my fault.
I hope Miss Bingqian can forgive me. Bingqian sighed, fine. If you don't need my help, then I won't force myself on you. Right. I have the sect master's permission to come to the treasury and make pills whenever I want. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me the next time you come. Yi Zifeng's eyes started to twitch. Then when the time comes, I'll have to bother Miss Bingqian. He then surveyed the surroundings again. In this large area, there was not a single person besides them. Thinking about it, he figured out why Bingqian wanted to come and chat with him. She had been practicing here by herself for a long time now. It wouldn't be surprising if she had become as crazy as Yi Zifeng when it comes to alchemy. Truth to be told, I'd been at the treasury for quite some time now. This is my first time seeing someone else at the rare medicine cage. Bingqian did not want to stop talking. She looked like she was desperately trying to converse with Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng looked at the ingredients in front of him and replied, "A lot of people can only see the immediate benefits of something when it is in front of them. For example, high-grade weapons and martial techniques. People can immediately increase their strength when they have these things. However, the increase in strength is minimal. Smarter people would try to exchange their points for pills. However, it is still not as worth it compared to exchanging for ingredients. No one is thinking about the long-term effects and only want to improve their strength immediately." So you have this kind of thinking too? Bingqian looked like she had finally found someone who shares the same principles as her. She was very happy when she heard Zifeng's reply. "How about you then?" Bingqian doubtfully asked, "What are you using these ingredients for? Don't tell me you're gonna bring it home and make some dishes out of it or something. That's too wasteful." "Of course not." Yi Zifeng gave a simple answer. Suddenly, it seemed as if Bingqian understood something and giggled. Yi Zifeng looked at her strangely. "What are you laughing about?" She glanced at him mysteriously. "I know why you came here to get these ingredients." Yi Zifeng nodded and felt suspicious. "Oh? Why? Tell me about it. You probably heard that I'm usually around here and then worked really hard to get enough points to get close to me. Then after you arouse my interest, you want to become my disciple in alchemy. Right?" Yi Zifeng was shocked. Suddenly he lost all his excitement about alchemy after her speech. Bingqian laughed loudly. "Haha. Seeing how shocked you are, I must have guessed correctly." In Zifeng's mind, he was shocked because he felt that this girl in front of him probably has some brain damage. The hole in her brain far exceeded Yi Zifeng's expectation. "I'm sorry. I don't even know who you are. I don't want to be your disciple either. After picking up the ingredients that I want, I will leave immediately." Yi Zifeng felt like he had to tell her the truth. He doesn't want her to have any misunderstandings. She actually wants to take him in as a disciple. Yi Zifeng might as well kill himself if he has to call her his master. "You. Fine. I don't care about you anymore." She had a hint of coldness in her eyes. She felt that Zifeng had disrespected her. She gave him a humph and turned around. She walked towards the ingredient cabinets and pretended to search for some medicine. Yi Zifeng didn't want to waste any more energy on someone like her. He picked up his speed in gathering his ingredients. All the ingredients that he picked weren't too expensive either. Each one of them was worth around 10 points. Very quickly, Yi Zifeng's bag was filled up. He almost had to go and get a bigger bag to hold all these things. Bingqian was standing far away and would secretly sneak a few glances towards Yi Zifeng. When she saw his bag, she was shocked. For someone to use up all their contribution points for medicinal ingredients, that person must be a talented alchemist. They also had to be a crazed alchemist as well. This person definitely had the talent and willpower for alchemy. Just you wait. Bingqian will definitely make you my disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Fatal Miscalculation. The news about Qi Zifeng completing a higher level mission was spread throughout the entire sect. The one who was known as trash through the entire city was now publicly known as a talented genius. It made many people feel frustrated and regretful. The originally fallen Yi clan now showed signs of life due to Qi Zifeng's actions. In the Yi clan, the attitude of the clan members changed drastically towards Qi Zifeng. In the past, everyone in the Yi clan, even the servants, treated him coldly. Although he was the young master in status, no one treated him as if he was the young master of the clan. Now, however, everyone started to treat him nicely as if they were afraid of offending him. After all, he was the young master of the Yi clan. It was due to his sickness and inability to cultivate that he was treated like a trash. Now, after he showed off his true strength, he will probably follow his father's footsteps and become the clan master sooner or later. This was a great fortune for the Yi clan. Of course, not everybody was happy to see Qi Zifeng's sudden emergence. Father, cousin Zifeng only finished a mere sec mission and everyone's attitude towards him changed. I don't like it at all. I want to teach him a lesson. Yi Huiqi's eyes were filled with hatred. Since he was little, he had received his father's acquiescence to bully this guy. But now, the guy that he had been bullying had suddenly leapt above him in status. Yi Huiqi was unable to accept this fact. Yi Chen hated Qi Zifeng as well. Last time when the Liu family came to cancel the engagement, Qi Zifeng had talked back to him not once or twice, but 3 times. However, Yi Chen was a smart person. He won't do anything that he can't accomplish. Teach him a lesson? Don't be rash. Since Qi Zifeng was able to finish this mission, you might not be his opponent at all. When the time comes, the one who's going to lose face will be you. Yi Huiqi was surprised. Father, what are you talking about? I'm at the 5th stage of Qi refining and he's only at the 3rd stage. How can't I beat him? Yi Chen coldly looked at his son, but let me ask you this. Last time he destroyed that Liu Yaij who was at the peak of the 5th stage of Qi refining. What happened at that time? Hearing his father's words, Yi Huiqi was silent. He didn't know how to reply. At that time, he didn't know what kind of underhand method Qi Zifeng used to make Liu Yaij spit out mouthfuls of blood. When he thought about it again, that was an outrageous fight. Seeing how his son wasn't willing to accept the facts, Yi Chen sighed, if you want to deal with Qi Zifeng, it's not impossible. But Yi Huiqi's eyes lit up. Father, you're willing to help me? I'm your father. If I don't help you, who will? Yi Chen bitterly laughed. Listen to me first, if you want to deal with him, don't use brute force. Use your head. Why do you think that Qi Zifeng was able to become so strong in such a short amount of time? Yi Huiqi thought about it for a while but he couldn't figure it out. Yi Chen gave his son a hint, think about it. What kind of activity did Qi Zifeng do that was different from before? Yi Huiqi thought about it again. Then suddenly he seemed to remembered something. I remember now. Qi Zifeng got beat up by Wang Lin and the others recently. Could it be that he got stronger after being beaten half dead? Yi Chen facepalmed, idiot. If he got stronger after being beat up, do you want me to beat you up right now? Maybe you'll be able to ascend all the way to the martial disciple realm. Yi Huiqi's face immediately turned ashen and shook his head. Yi Chen sighed again, if I'm not wrong, the problem is with the furnace. Don't you remember? Qi Zifeng spent his time in the cellar and refined pills. Yi Huiqi was not convinced, but, from what housekeeper Du said, all Qi Zifeng made was a bunch of slag. Nothing that remotely resembles a pill could be seen at all. Yi Chen shook his head. At first, that's what I thought too, so I didn't pay much mind to it. However, after watching Qi Zifeng beat Liu Yaij and seeing how Madame Tang's attitude changed towards him, I felt that something wasn't adding up.
Perhaps he made a bunch of slag to fool us and then made some pills later on.
No way. Cousin Zifeng never learned anything about the art of alchemy.
How can he succeed in making pills? As for why Madame Tang's attitude changed, maybe Shuai convinced her somehow.
Yi Huiqi pondered and answered. Yi Chen coldly smiled. Do you think that girl Shuai can convince Tang Feng? Ha ha ha. I know what kind of person Tang Feng is like.
If she doesn't get any benefit, she would never help Yi Zifeng out.
As for this benefit, I'm willing to bet that it has something to do with pills. Yi Huiqi understood what his father meant and nodded.
In actuality, it was a bit strange that Yi Zifeng had asked for a furnace out of nowhere.
At first, he thought that Zifeng was just wasting money and wanted to ridicule his father.
But now, it seems like Zifeng had some plans in mind.
However, all of this is just a speculation. Yi Chen's face stiffened.
His son had found the only hole in his deduction. He had no proof if this was real. A hint of hatred can be seen in Yi Chen's eyes. No matter what, when Yi Zifeng rises up, we have to strike him down. If not, then when he becomes stronger later on, he might take revenge on us.
Also, that means that you won't be able to take over as the master of the clan in the future.
According to the tradition, if the young master of the clan isn't able to succeed the position as master, the position would fall to the second young master.
Father, tell me what I should do. Yi Chen stepped forward and leaned forward. Give me your ear.
The entire Yi clan's attitude had changed.
Yi Zifeng couldn't hear people calling him trash or good for nothing anymore. The entire place felt more peaceful.
In the middle of all this, the happiest one was Yi Shuai.
Brother Zifeng, I knew that this day would come eventually.
I knew you would get rid of your title as a trash and get back on the path of cultivation.
This is great.
Seeing how Yi Shuai was so happy, Yi Zifeng felt gratified as well. Having a family member who cares so much about you. Yi Zifeng felt that this was his greatest gain after crossing over. However, despite all this, Yi Zifeng didn't really feel happy on the inside. Showing off his ability will allow him to get rid of his name as trash, but it will also make others jealous and angry at him. In the Yi clan, Yi Chen and Yi Huiqi clearly had evil intents towards him. Yi Zifeng was worried about what they would try to do to him. This was one of the reasons why he had Tang Feng kept his secret from everyone. If they found out that he had talent in refining pills, they will try to completely suppress him in his cultivation.
Right now, Yi Zifeng was still too weak.
His reputation had just started to rise in the clan. The only one who truly wanted to help him if anything were to happen was Yi Shuai. With his current strength, he cannot possibly ignore and overlook what these two are doing. This was why raising his cultivation was his top priority.
Shuai, about those materials that I had your mother prepare.
Yi Zifeng suddenly asked.
Shuai smiled and opened up her bag. Don't worry. It's all here. Good. Bring these ingredients and come to the cellar with me. Once I'm done refining, I'll give you something good. Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. He picked up his bag, which included the 3 rhino heads and the ingredients he got from the treasury. Thanks, Brother Zifeng. Hearing that he had something good to give her, Shuai was very happy. But, you just came back. You haven't even rested yet and you want to go to the cellar? Wouldn't this be too much for your body?
Yi Shuai was rather worried about her brother's weak body.
Yi Zifeng shook his head. Don't worry about it. My body isn't as sick it is as before. I fought with the thunder rhinos for 3 days and it didn't even affect me. How could refining pills tire me out? Hearing these words, Yi Shuai smiled and nodded in joy. Oh right. I wanted to ask you this before but I didn't get the chance. How did you subdue those thunder rhinos? Tell me about it. Okay. Get the things ready and walk with me. I'll tell you about it as we walk. The two people walked and chatted happily. So that's how it is. Brother Zifeng used the small furnace to absorb the thunder chi from the thunder spirit grass. Wow! Did you have the planned out beforehand? Yi Shuai gasped in admiration. Yi Zifeng nodded. Usually, beasts that have an attribute will live near places where it provides them with energy of the same attribute. Thus, when I saw that the mission was to take down an attributed beast, I became so happy. This was because I knew how I would fight against them already. Yi Shuai was shocked. Even though she was able to handle all the shocking things that Yi Zifeng did in these few days, when he was talking just now, he looked as if he was a great expert. He was completely different from the Yi Zifeng back then. Brother Zifeng, were you hiding your tracks back and learned about worldly matters in secret? If not, how did you know about all these things that even I don't know about? Oh, I know. All those books about otherworldly beauties were actually books about alchemy in disguise, right? Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed and shook his head. He really didn't know how to fix this shady history that this guy had. At that time, the two had already reached the cellar. Okay, Shuai. Put these things into the furnace. After about an hour, I'll slowly put the main ingredients into the furnace. Yi Zifeng put down his backpack in front of the doors. Yi Shuai smiled. She followed Yi Zifeng's direction and put everything into the furnace. Brother Zifeng, since I was busy chatting with you, I didn't notice all these other ingredients in the furnace. Did you put them in? There's some white stuff and some red stuff in here. Other ingredients? I didn't put anything in. Yi Zifeng was shocked after hearing this. When he turned around, it seems like he remembered something. He immediately stood up and cursed. Shit! I've been had. At the same time, he used all his strength and flew towards Shuai. He grabbed the shocked Shuai and pushed her towards the ground with his body on top of hers, as if he was shielding her. Behind the two, the furnace went up in flames and with a bang. Sound, it exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, You're Ruthless? I'm more ruthless. Although Yi Zifeng put his entire on top of Yi Shuai, he could not cover her entire body. Due to the shock wave from the explosion, a few pieces of shrapnel struck Yi Zifeng's back. If it wasn't for Yi Zifeng's quick reactions, then the clueless and defenseless Yi Shuai would be gravely injured right now. Brother Zifeng. Brother Zifeng. What happened? Are you alright? Cough, cough. Yi Zifeng moved his hands around and sat up slowly, showing that there was no problem at all. Let me see your back. Are your injuries serious? Yi Zifeng's expression showed that he was in pain, but he lifted his head and forced a smile. Don't worry about it. It's not much. Yi Shuai pretended to nod it obediently. But then she suddenly stood up and walked behind Yi Zifeng. When she saw his back, she gasped loudly. The cloth on Yi Zifeng's back turned to smithereens. There was blood all over the place and it covered his entire back. Quite a few pieces of the furnace were embedded into his back. Parts of his back was burnt black. It looked very horrifying. Brother Zifeng. Yi Shuai stared at her brother's back. Her head was buzzing as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Tears started to fall from her eyes. Since his injury was seen by Shuai already, he didn't have to himself back anymore and painfully yelled out. Who could be so ruthless? If I find out who did it, I'll definitely kill them. Yi Shuai returned to her sense. Her expression turned cold and was filled with killing intent. In the clan, people would fight against each other for some matters. But this was going too far. This event had almost taken both of their lives. Yi Zifeng coldly and weakly smiled. Heh. It's not so hard to guess who this.
There aren't that many people who could mess with my furnace and try to clip my wings before I soar above them. While saying that, he looked at the backpack at the door. He was lucky that he left his bag by the door, or else if it got caught up in the explosion, it would be really unfortunate.
Images of a few people appeared in Xue's mind. Could it be second uncle and them? What happened? How come there was an explosion? The explosion was very loud. Very quickly, it attracted the people in the manor. The first one who arrived was Tang Feng. When she heard that the explosion had come from the cellar, she felt that something was wrong. She knew very clearly that her daughter loved to hang out with Yi Zifeng in the cellar. If something happened to the cellar, something must have happened to her daughter as well. Xue! Xue! Oh, thank God. You're fine.
Tang Feng walked into the cellar and saw that her daughter was not affected by the explosion. She breathed a sigh of relief. Normally, she was cold towards people, but towards her own daughter, she was very caring.
Mother! Don't worry about me. Get a doctor for brother Zifeng. Look at his back. He became like this because he rescued me.
Yi Shuai quickly replied to her mother. After Tang Feng calmed down, she went and looked at Yi Zifeng's injury. She saw his back filled with blood and was shocked. Shuai said that he became like this after saving her, and thus she felt like she needed to act.
Zifeng, how did you become like this? Someone come quickly.
At that time, a few of the other Yi clan members heard her voice and rushed over. One by one, they called out for the doctor after witnessing the scene. Very quickly, the Yi clan's doctor came over with bags of medicine and rubbed it on Yi Zifeng's back. After the doctor applied the medicine, Yi Zifeng felt his entire body in pain. He started to breathe very loudly and he curled up into a ball.
Brother Zifeng. It's my fault. Yi Shuai started to cry and held onto Yi Zifeng's hand. Yi Zifeng forced a smile. He knew that this didn't have anything to do with Shuai and didn't blame her. The last ones who came were Yi Chen and Yi Huiqi.
When they both saw Yi Zifeng, they looked at each other.
Their eyes showed a complex expression. Cousin Zifeng. I'm a bit curious. Why would the furnace randomly explode like this? Is it because you were refining some sort of special medicine?
With this one phrase, Yi Huiqi put the blame of Zifeng's injury on his own inability to refine pills. He even pointed out that Zifeng had broke the furnace.
He was basically blaming the righteous one as the guilty one.
Yi Shui coldly looked at him. This time, your other cousin Zifeng was heavily injured. As the younger cousin, how could you slander him instead of comforting him?
I can do whatever I want. Who are you to judge me? Yi Huiqi replied angrily. You.
Yi Shui was so mad that she was about to go up to him and beat him up.
Yi Chen's face turned ashen and immediately said, Huiqi. How could you say something like this? He's your older cousin. You should be more respectful.
Yi Huiqi shrugged his shoulders and softly said, what about my manners?
Oof. I'm just speaking the truth. Yi Chen was slightly angry at Huiqi's behavior and pulled him aside. Sorry for the embarrassment. My son is only blabbering nonsense. He doesn't actually mean it.
Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and forced himself up. Yi clan's doctor, Zheng Peng, wanted to stop him, but his hand was flung away. Look at his bad temperament.
The doctor wanted to be nice and give him a hand but was flung away. Yeah. From what I can see, he deserved to be blasted. Hearing this, Yi Shuai stared hatefully at those kids who were talking. The kids saw this and immediately shut their mouth.
Normally, a child's word should bring no harm.
But seeing how they're slandering Yi Zifeng, it seems like their parents had corrupted them.
Yi Zifeng shook his head and calmed himself down.
Right now, he knows that he has enemies. However, he also knows that he wasn't the martial lord heaven-tier genius alchemist Yi Zifeng anymore.
As the lowly Qi refining stage Zifeng, he needs to know that he can't make any moves against his enemies right now. He knew that Yi Chen had ill feelings towards himself and wanted to be a step ahead of them. However, he was still a step too late in the end. For him right now, he needs to be patient. He must know how to hold back before he becomes strong. It's still too early to show all of his cards. He doesn't know what his own clan members would do to him, let alone what other clans would do if they found out about his skills. He continued to shake his head and slowly walked towards Yi Chen. Zifeng. What do you want? Yi Chen's mouth began to twitch. Yi Chen was already in the martial disciple realm, but when he faced Yi Zifeng, he felt afraid. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a Qi refining rookie but a supreme expert. Yi Zifeng smiled. Second uncle, mind stepping away with me for a second? Yi Huiqi laughed. If you want to say anything, why not say it in front of everybody? Do you want me to explain everything clearly to everyone? Yi Zifeng said every single word clearly and loudly. Each word was filled with a deep meaning. Although he was taken advantage of by these two, he didn't fall so low to their level. Yi Zifeng continued to stare deeply at them. It was as if his glare had pierced through their skins. Yi Huiqi suddenly felt cold sweat forming on his head. His heartbeat increased and he was scared of Yi Zifeng. He felt that it was a disgrace how Yi Zifeng was able to put him in such a state with such a glare. Whether it was Zifeng or Yi Chen, neither of them wanted to be a fool in front of other people. Yi Chen then looked at Zifeng and smiled, stepping away for a bit. Sure. Please. This way then. Yi Zifeng replied nonchalantly. Brother Zifeng. You? Shuai was worried. Don't worry about me. Nothing's gonna happen. He was speaking the truth. No matter how much courage Yi Chen had, he would definitely not lay his hands on Yi Zifeng. Otherwise, when Yi Chongtian returns and finds out, he will definitely be killed. The two people walked to the side under everyone's glare. They were pretty far away from the scene and no one could hear them. What do you need from me? You can tell me now. Yi Chen started the talk. This incident. I can pretend that it never happened. Yi Zifeng's reply was quick and concise. Yi Chen was startled, and then began to laugh. I don't understand. What do you mean? We're the only ones here. No one can hear us. Second uncle, you don't need to put on that innocent act. Yi Chen's face turned ashen and stiffened up. From Yi Zifeng's voice, he can tell that there was not a single hint of respect. I told you already. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Chen was still being persistent. Yi Zifeng smiled slyly. The smile caused Yi Chen to feel shivers. Huiqi isn't smart enough to do something like this. There must be someone who told him what to do. I don't think you have the courage to do something like this either. There must be someone else behind all of this. Let me guess. Is it the people from the Liu family? Did they tell you to hold me down? While saying those last two sentences, Yi Zifeng's eyes turned deathly cold. Yi Zifeng was right. It was the Liu family's Liu Yaich who told Yi Chen to plot something like this. Yi Chen was promised a solid yuan pill and many other benefits in exchange. It was because of this that Yi Chen was able to muster up the courage to mess with Yi Zifeng when Yi Chongtian was gone. But you don't have any. No. I have the evidence. Yi Zifeng smiled. He knew what Yi Chen wanted to say. Yi Chen was shocked. No matter how cautious he was, there was a possibility that he left some traces of his actions behind. If Yi Zifeng reveals everything to the Yi clan, he wouldn't even need to wait until Yi Chongtian returns. His respect in the household would definitely fall. He wanted to ask Yi Zifeng if he really had the evidence. But if he does that, he would be revealing that he is in fact cahooting with the Liu clan. Even in his dreams, Yi Chen would not have expected that he would be found out by a Qi refining stage brat. Thinking about this, his heart felt pained. He sighed and then said, "What do you want? Tell me straight up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 19, You'll take care of my finance problems. Yi Chen's expression looked very gloomy. He gave Yi Zifeng a freebie to get something that he wanted, but if Yi Zifeng goes too far, Yi Chen would definitely try to fight back. After all, he was still one of the more respected elders of the clan and Yi Zifeng should not be able to defy him. Yi Zifeng's expression looked respectful. Wow. Second uncle is sure direct. Zifeng won't be too harsh then. He smiled and held up 4 fingers. Yi Chen looked at this, confused. What do you mean by this? Give me 400 gold coins. Yi Chen lightly sighed. You want money? All these years of being in the Yi clan, he had taken a lot of bribes and had stashed up quite a bit of money. To Yi Chen, giving away some money wasn't a problem. If you want money, that's fine. However, don't you think overvaluing yourself? In the Yi clan, even Tang Feng, the master's wife, only got around 50 gold coins in a month. However, this Yi Zifeng actually wants 8 months' worth of allowance of her allowance in one go? Yi Zifeng shook his head. I'm still the young master of the Yi clan. My life is worth way more than 400 gold coins. Actually, it's a bargain for you. To the other clan members, 400 gold coins is a bit of a problem, but to second uncle, it shouldn't be much. Yi Zifeng knew that the Liu clan and Yi Chen had some fishy things going on. He knew that the Liu clan would privately send some money over to Yi Chen for some favors. It seems like the fall of the Yi clan wasn't all because of Yi Zifeng. Yi Chen probably played a part in it as well. Yi Chen's expression changed and looked calmer. Fine. 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 Yi Zifeng, I don't know what kind of medicine you ate to become so daring lately. You even dare to solicit money from your second uncle. Yi Chen took a long pause and then continued, Fine. I'll promise you. 400 gold coins. It'll be for you medical fees. However, before I give it to you, you need to make a blood oath. Fine. Yi Zifeng will make a blood oath today. When I receive the 400 gold coins from Yi Chen, I will not talk with anyone about the furnace explosion. If I were to break the oath, I will be struck by the heavenly tribulation lighting, and be consigned to eternal damnation. While saying that, he bit his thumb, infused his qi with his blood and scattered it all over the floor. All right. When you finish applying medicine to your back, come to my room and I'll give you your 400 gold coins. All right. Deal. The two smiled at each other. For two people who hated each other, it was a miracle that they were able to reach such an agreement. Yi Chen had no choice but to agree to Zifeng's terms. He was a cautious and prudent person. It was because his son couldn't beat Yi Zifeng that he had to rely on underhand methods. This time, even though he didn't kill Yi Zifeng, everyone in the clan suspected that he was related to the incident. If he make any suspicious movements right after what just happened, he will definitely be found out. When Yi Chongtian comes back, he will definitely be killed. So right now, what Yi Chen needs to do is to have a temporary truce with Yi Zifeng. Using some money to shut him up was the best course of action. Yi Chen hesitated a bit but then asked, however, I still have a question. Can you give me an explanation? Yi Zifeng smiled, go ahead and ask. Actually, I didn't want to kill you this time around. I made Huichi put just enough explosives in the furnace to destroy the furnace. What I don't understand is how this little amount of explosive was able to injure you so severely. When Huichi and I saw your back, we were very shocked. We didn't understand how that could happen. Yi Zifeng calmly looked at him and then his mouth suddenly curved up. He glared at Yi Chen with eyes filled with coldness. When a furnace explodes, do you think that a cultivator like me would have the same injury as a commoner? Yi Chen was startled. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Are you saying you did this on purpose? When he said that, he unconsciously moved back a few steps. That's right. When the furnace exploded, the shockwave wasn't that strong. If I use my qi to defend myself, I wouldn't even be injured at all. At most, my clothes would be torn. But in the heat of the moment, I thought of something. I thought of a way for people to suspect that you guys were behind everything. Thus, I didn't use any qi to defend myself and sacrificed my body. You? To make other people suspect me, you would actually do something like this? Yi Chen gasped. If I wasn't injured and the furnace exploded, the story would be exactly how Huichi described it. Everyone would think that it was my inability to refine pills. But now, what do you think people are thinking? Yi Zifeng's glare was as cold as ice. Each and every one of his pierced through Yi Chen's heart like blades. Other than those kids who don't understand things, everyone else were probably suspecting Yi Chen. Yi Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head. Just what kind of person did he provoke? He was a hairless brat. How did he have the willpower and determination to use his own body in order to put the blame on him? These 400 gold coins. Yi Zifeng deserved it. 2 hours later, Yi Zifeng got his 400 gold coins and returned to his room. Outside of his room, Yi Shui had been pacing back and forth for a while now. When she saw that Yi Zifeng had finally returned, she quickly ran up towards him. Brother Zifeng, did second uncle threaten you or something? I wrote a letter to father, and told him to come home quickly. Yi Shui was very anxious and worried. Yi Zifeng chuckled and replied, Don't worry. Second uncle and I came to an agreement. This matter is finished. He won't do anything to me again and I won't expose his doings. Besides, he gave me 400 gold coins as compensation. Saying that, he put the bag of money on the table. Yi Shui was stunned. 400 gold coins was a lot of money. It wasn't easy to solicit any money from Yi Chen at all. To the members of the younger generation like Shui, this was a colossal amount of money. With this amount of money, he can probably get a new furnace and a bunch of other things. Thinking about the possibilities, Shui asked her brother, Brother Zifeng, are you going to buy a new furnace and bring it back home? Yi Zifeng shook his head, no way. If I bring it back here, the clan members would suspect something and pay more attention to me. It'll be hard for me to refine pills here. Also, that stupid brat Huichi might do something dumb and break my furnace again. I'll need to watch it every day. It'll be bothersome. Puchi Yi Shui snickered. What are you laughing at? Back then, Huichi hated the fact that you were a retard. But now, you're the one calling him stupid brat. Yi Zifeng was amazed. It seems like the old Yi Zifeng was not only sick person and a good for nothing, but he was retarded as well? Inconceivable. All right. Let's not talk about this. Yi Shui can see that her brother was in a predicament. Now that your furnace is broken and you can't refine in the house anymore, what are you going to do? Well, I plan to go to the pill shop in the morning tomorrow and then I'll see what happens afterwards. If they have any furnaces in stock, I'll buy it and hide it somewhere in the wilderness. I'll also cultivate and refine pills there so I don't waste any time traveling back and forth. Yi Zifeng thought about it and answered. Refine pills outside the city? Whoa! Yi Shui muttered to herself. That's fine too then. If you need anything when you're there, you can ask me to come anytime. I'll try my best to help you out. If I can't help you out, I'll get mother to come and help out too. Yi Zifeng smiled and patted her head lightly. How can you sell your mother out like that? If I was your mother, I would feel extremely sad at what you said just now, but. Yi Shui laughed embarrassingly. Her face turned red and she pushed Yi Zifeng. Being pushed, Yi Zifeng's back hit the wall as he stumbled backwards.
He had a painful look on his face as he started to breathe harder.
Brother Zifeng. I'm sorry. I got too excited that I forgot you were injured.
Yi Shuai softly apologized, filled with regret.
Yi Zifeng forced a smile. Don't worry about it. I've already applied medicine. This is only a light injury. After resting for a bit later, it'll get better tomorrow. Shuai apologetically nodded. Well, Brother Zifeng, it's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore.
When you sleep, you have to be careful.
Don't worry. I'll be careful. Yi Shuai turned around and took a few more glances at Zifeng before she finally left.
Today, Yi Zifeng had risked his life to save her. She was very moved by his actions.
After Yi Shuai left, Yi Zifeng finally let out a deep breath.
His face turned more and more pale.
It seems like his injury was more serious than he thought.
He was acting strong in front of the entire Yi clan, in front of Yi Chen and then in front of Yi Shuai.
Now, he couldn't hold it anymore.
The pain in his back felt as if thousands of blades had pierced it. He was in so much pain that he wanted to rip his entire back off. He took this risk because he wanted to win against Yi Chen. When the explosion happened, he really didn't use any qi to defend himself. He put his life on the stakes in order to win. If the Yi clan members didn't come quickly and if the doctor didn't apply the medicine in time, then Yi Zifeng might really have died. Yi Zifeng sat cross-legged and started to use his qi to treat his injuries. When he started to circulate his qi, an evil qi suddenly appeared as well. The evil qi did not harm him, but it made the red veins on his arm clearer and clearer. The most important thing was that when his red veins started to expand, the qi started to treat his back. Very quickly, his back started to recover and scar up. Yi Zifeng was shocked at what just happened.
What the hell is this? Could it be that not only can this martial spirit help me attack, but it can also help heal me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Dual Martial Spirit? Yi Zifeng exclaimed loudly and then calmed himself down.
Some sort of qi appeared from the veiny imprints on his arms and slowly moved towards his injured back. It started to nourish and recover the injured area of his back.
The process felt really good.
It felt as if the spirit could pinpoint where his injuries were and slowly nurtured it. Yi Zifeng closed his eyes and started to feel the qi moving around. Yi Zifeng sat there, unconscious. His consciousness appeared in a familiar place. He was in the starry and misty world once again. He can feel the giant shadow ghost circling around the area. The ghost moved very quickly, not allowing Yi Zifeng to see its appearance.
Why did you wake me up for such a small problem? Are you trying to slow down my growth process for no reason? Can you not use your own qi to heal yourself or something?
The muffled voice had a hint of dissatisfaction in it. The shadow ghost was most likely a high-ranked martial spirit with growth potential. If not for this, Yi Zifeng would not let it act so high and mighty. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng embarrassingly smiled. I don't know what happened either. I wanted to use my own true qi, but for some reason, your martial spirit qi came out.
I found this to be very strange as well. Using your true qi will release my spirit qi? The shadow ghost didn't believe what Yi Zifeng was saying. If that's the case, then wouldn't the shadow ghost be bothered every time Yi Zifeng used his qi? But how are you using your true qi? Let me see it.
The shadow ghost replied.
Yi Zifeng repeated the method that he used before.
He was currently using a qi concentration method from a famous sect that he obtained in his past life.
There shouldn't be anything wrong with it.
The shadow ghost saw this as well and was confused.
Could it be that Yi Zifeng needs to be gravely injured to see what happens? Okay. Let's not talk about this right now.
Yi Zifeng smiled. Well, now you're here, let me ask you something. Your spirit Qi can does not only have destructive properties but healing properties as well.
What kind of martial spirit are you? Could you be a dual martial spirit? You can tell me now so when I become a martial disciple, I can properly manage you, At. The shadow ghost coldly snorted, You want to manage me? Ha ha.
You don't have the qualifications to command me or know my true strength.
What you need to do is live a good life.
If you die, I'll be in trouble as well since I need your power.
All right. You've bothered me enough. Go back.
After the shadow ghost said that, a large gust of wind appeared and attacked Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng wanted to escape but was unable to and was swallowed by the wind. At that time, both of Yi Zifeng's eyes opened up. He surveyed his surroundings and saw nothing except that the flames on his candle had gone out. It was alright way past midnight. He thought about what had just happened and broke into a cold sweat. While training and recovering at night, it's best if he could dream about some beautiful women. But he met that scary shadow ghost again and almost died in the dream realm.
Life was really unfair.
Yi Zifeng shook his head and bitterly smiled as he laid down on his bed. When he laid down, his entire body froze. He was speechless. His back did not hurt at all. He quickly jumped up from his bed and lit his candle. He turned around and looked at his back.
Injury? What injury? His entire back was flat and smooth. It looked completely normal. Don't say anything about an injury, there isn't even a single scratch or mark on it. Holy! This is kinda scary. He took a deep breath. He wanted to expend his true Qi and enter the dream realm again. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not do it.
Yi Zifeng pondered for a bit and then lightly injured himself. When he activated his true Qi to heal himself, nothing happened. He came to the conclusion that for the spirit's Qi to activate, he needs to be in a life or death situation.
Whatever, let's not think about it.
I'll wait until I'm a martial disciple to worry about this. It was already past midnight, so he was feeling very tired. These few days had exhausted him both mentally and physically. He was not only continuously humiliated but he had to drag this sickly body to battle the rhinos the 3 whole days. He needed a good night's rest.
It's so lonely here by myself. I really miss her.
He looked at the moon outside his windows, bitterly smiled and fell asleep.
Next day in the morning.
A man wearing a straw hat who passed like thunder and moved like the wind entered the pill store.
That man was Yi Zifeng. He concealed his identity and fiercely walked into the pill store.
What did you say?
You want to buy a furnace?
The store clerk's expression changed. He had been a clerk here for a while. He had seen many people who wanted to buy high-quality pills but he had never seen anyone who wanted to buy a furnace.
The clerk's voice sounded as if Yi Zifeng was here to make trouble.
After all, who in the world didn't know that a furnace was a pill store's heart and soul?
Don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble. I have the money. All I want is a spare common tier furnace if you guys have one.
Yi Zifeng smiled.
Please hold on a moment. I'll go get the manager. This is not a small transaction. The clerk quickly ran into the back with his head down. In a while, a big belly fat foul manager came out while swearing. Who is it? Who's the one that wants to cause trouble in my store? Do you not want to live anymore?
When the manager saw the black figure in a straw hat, his heart shuddered. He saw that Yi Zifeng had an overbearing and imposing manner while standing there. It seemed like he wasn't a normal person that the manager could offend. He walked slowly over to Yi Zifeng and asked, "May I ask who this esteemed guest is?"
"I'm someone who wants to buy a furnace."
Yi Zifeng didn't take off his hat or stated his name. He only repeated what he told the clerk. He saw that the manager was very polite with him and didn't want to waste his time playing around.
No. That's not what I was asking.
The manager awkwardly smiled.
Zifeng smiled too. I'm also someone who has money.
He pointed at the bag of money that he put on the table. He held it up and shook it, telling the manager that there was really money in there. The manager was taken aback and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. But it seems like this esteemed class isn't in this line of business and doesn't know the rules. If you would like to buy ingredients, then you can buy as much as you want without a problem.
But a furnace on the other hand. There aren't many furnaces in Liu City. If we don't confirm your identity, we can't sell it to you, but.
Zifeng looked deeply at the manager. Mr. Manager?
You don't need to try and deceive me.
All the pill stores under the heaven follow the same rules. Spirit tier, immortal tier and god tier furnaces cannot be sold normally. But this rule doesn't apply to a common tier furnace.
As a heaven tier alchemist, who knows the rules of these matters better than him?
The manager shook his head and bitterly laughed.
This esteemed guest is very knowledgeable. This old me is blind for not recognizing someone like you.
However, in Liu City, even a common tier furnace is highly valued.
If you don't reveal your identity, I cannot sell it to you.
Zifeng furrowed his brows and groaned. The manager was basically telling him to follow the rules of Liu City instead of the rules under the heaven.
If Zifeng reveals his identity, that was basically telling the entire Liu City that he knew how to refine pills.
When that happens, the other families will start to suppress him.
They're even more of a problem than Chen. Zifeng coldly smiled. I put 200 gold coins on the table before. Now what if I add another 100? A common tier furnace was not that good.
It was not expensive at all. If Zifeng didn't want to waste time, energy and the material, he could have made one himself.
300 gold coins?
The manager was shocked. Not even the best quality common tier furnace was worth 300 gold coins, but.
You want to add another 100 gold coins to hide your identity? Why are you willing to go so far? Are you some kind of wanted criminal or something? The manager suspiciously looked at Zifeng. If I was a wanted criminal, do you think that you would be alive right now with your attitude?
Zifeng smiled coldly. With the kind of murderous aura around him, people would definitely mistake him for a wanted criminal. If you add another 50 gold coins, then even if you're a wanted criminal, I will sell you the furnace. While saying that, the manager acted as if he was reluctant to sell it.
Zifeng knew that a common tier was normally around 50 gold coins.
But now, the manager wanted 350. He was basically trying to rob in broad daylight.
The two people quickly reached an agreement. Manager.
From outside the store, a girl's voice could be heard. Zifeng felt that the voice was familiar, but he didn't remember where he had heard it before. A tall girl with a great figure and fine black hair walked in. She looked like a fine jade with her beautiful white skin.
Bingqian, Zifeng was shocked.
He pursed his lips, and felt that he was really unlucky. At the same time, he lowered his straw hat to hide himself even more.
Manager. I heard that you guys have an extra furnace laying around.
I kinda needed refine some ingredients, so I came here to buy that furnace.
If I can't buy it, then let me rent it.
The manager muttered to himself, looked at Zifeng and then at Bingqian. He then awkwardly replied to her, Miss Bingqian, I'm sorry but this guest had just bought the furnace.
You're one step too late.
Even though he was greedy, he still had the mind of a merchant. He sold the furnace to Zifeng already, so he couldn't go back on his word. Bingqian's face stiffened and then sized Zifeng up. Who are you?
Why do you need to buy a furnace? Could it be that you know alchemy too?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 21, Pampered Girl. Zifeng was calm.
He tipped his bamboo hat and lightly laughed. I have never met this miss before. As for why I am buying the furnace, I have no reason to tell this miss.
He didn't know what kind of background Bingqian had, but he knew she was someone from Liu City.
He had to be careful around her. Bingqian was startled for a bit and then started to laugh. When other people meet her for the first time, they would stop and stare at her beauty for some time.
However, this bamboo hat wearing man had no reaction at all.
He wasn't flustered at all when he talked as well.
To her, there was only two explanations for this phenomenon.
One was that this man had seen her before.
The other was that this man had no interest in women. From what Bingqian can see, the former made more sense. What is this talk about never having seen her before? That guy was definitely lying. Since this guy didn't want to reveal his identity and was very sneaky, Bingqian became very curious. She wanted to force him to reveal his identity. Manager, how much money did he offer for the furnace? How about I double the price? Bingqian calmed down and then pondered for a bit.
This time, she had to get the furnace no matter what. She knew that the manager was a greedy person and thus tried to tempt him with money.
Zifeng furrowed his brow.
At first he felt pretty good about this Bingqian girl, but now, she wasn't respecting the laws of transaction.
He was here first and now she wanted to take this furnace away from him. Double? Miss Bingqian, this guest is paying 350 gold coins. If you want to double it.
That's 700 coins. The manager's merchant spirit was able to break under the pressure of such a large amount of money.
700 gold coins.
That was the entire store's profit for several days.
What? You used 350 gold coins. Bingqian's eyes widened and stared at Zifeng.
She thought that this person would at most use 200 gold coins.
Who would have thought that this guy was so rich? Zifeng smiled. Now what do you want to do? You gonna use 700 gold coins to buy a furnace that isn't even worth 50 gold coins? You know this is not even worth 50 gold coins and yet you're using 350 gold coins to buy it? Bingqian was confused. Zifeng smiled. Don't worry about it.
Zifeng had to buy this furnace no matter how much it costs.
He didn't care at all. All he needs is some leftover money to get some supplementary ingredients. Actually, it's not that hard for Bingqian to shell out 700 gold coins. However, it was not worth it at all. She didn't want to argue with Zifeng either. After all, they weren't enemies or anything. Manager, when is the next batch of furnaces going to arrive? Bingqian's eyes flashed with hope.
The manager thought about it and then sighed.
No one really buys furnaces in Liu City, so there isn't a lot of stock coming in. It'll probably take around a month or two before the next batch gets here. Bingqian's expression darkened. That's too long.
I need to make this pill in 10 days. Or else my family will lose out on a huge sale. Her face was filled with disappointment. It made others want to feel pity for her. At the same time, she shot a few pitiful glances at Zifeng. Zifeng pretended that he didn't see her and went up to the manager to pay for his furnace.
He didn't care about Bingqian's pitiful look at all. Hey! How could you not have any reaction after seeing how pitiful I look? Hey! Did you hear me? Sorry, I'm not called hey. Then manager, can you open the furnace for me? I want to see the insides. Bingqian took a deep breath.
She became much more elegant and gentle. She used her sweet and charming voice to talk to Zifeng, then.
This mister. I'm a rough guy, not a mister.
Manager, help me wipe some of this paint off right here.
Zifeng pointed at the inside of the furnace. Bingqian held her anger back and with an even softer voice, Brother rough guy, this little girl has a presumptuous request. With her status and beauty,
this was the first time that she had to deal with someone so difficult.
If it's about the furnace, then you can stop talking. I won't give it to you. Yi Zifeng directly shooed her away.
He is a crazed alchemist. He'd rather never see a woman again in his life than never see a furnace again. He could live without a woman, but he can't live without a furnace.
When Yi Qin destroyed his furnace, Yi Zifeng was secretly super angry. Sooner or later, Zifeng will get his revenge on Hui Qi.
You.
Bingqian was acting all nice and lovely, but Yi Zifeng didn't care. She was very angry at him.
Watching how Yi Zifeng was acting, the manager coughed. Esteemed guest, you probably don't know this, but this Bingqian is the strongest Huang-tier alchemist in Legacy City. If you buy the furnace today and need her to make a pill or something in the future, don't blame me for not telling you.
Besides being a little greedy, the manager was still a good person. He was earnestly giving Yi Zifeng advice.
Yeah. That's right. From the manager's statement, she was able to find her dignity again.
She raised her head and softly said, "Did you hear that? I'm the best alchemist in all of Legacy City.
You're probably looking for some other alchemist to refine pills.
Don't you ever come to me and ask me to refine pills.
In the future, whenever I see that furnace, I'll turn away and leave.
Yi Zifeng calmly nodded. Don't worry about it. I definitely won't go and ask you to refine pills for me.
Both the manager and Bingqian were speechless. First, this guy wastes 350 gold coins for a common tier furnace, and now he's treating a Huang tier alchemist like Bingqian like she's nothing.
This guy was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Manager, I've inspected the furnace.
Even though there are some flaws, it isn't much of a problem.
I'll pay for it now. 350 gold coins. Not one less. Yi Zifeng was very respectful.
Just now, he used 80% of his attention to inspect the furnace and only used 20% of his attention to talk with Bingqian and the manager. The manager's jaw dropped and nodded.
At the same time, Bingqian was feeling a bit sour.
Ever since she was small, she was very arrogant and was pampered by everyone. Her cultivation had reached the peak of Qi refining stage, and she was the best alchemist in Legacy City.
Her master was the old devil from the Muyun clan in Tiandao City.
She was talented in both her cultivation and her skills as an alchemist.
She was the Madonna of Legacy City. A goddess in the eyes of commoners. How could she be treated like this by Yi Zifeng? However, she was tough and didn't cry. Her eyes were only a little moist. Brother rough guy, I beg you. Even if you don't want to give me the furnace, can we share it? When you're resting, you can let me use it. How about it? I'll even pay 200 gold coins. Yi Zifeng shook his head.
He wasn't interested in sharing the furnace with her. On the side, the manager was so shocked that he was unable to speak. In all these years that he had done business with Bingqian, she always acted high and mighty. But right now, she was begging this guy and she was actually rejected. It is said that many people have used up numerous amount of resources in connection to try and get close to Bingqian so they can learn some of her tricks in alchemy. However, they were all declined. Now that Bingqian herself had suggested that she would refine pills with someone, she was unexpectedly rejected. Then how about I give you 300 gold coins? Yi Zifeng still had an indifferent expression. In his eyes, the beautiful woman was like a block of wood. 350 gold coins. How about now? Bingqian blinked a few times and helplessly smiled. This was her last resort. She was really unlucky. When she wanted to buy a new furnace, she actually met a crazy guy like Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng shook his head. Dan coldly looked at her. It's not about the money. I don't like having people near me when I refine pills. Hearing this, Bingqian was shocked. Teardrops flowed from her eyes uncontrollably. She couldn't hold it in anymore and cried. Cried? Legacy City's #1 alchemist Bingqian actually cried?
Yi Zifeng was not good with girls who were crying.
Especially a beautiful girl, her Bingqian. He turned and looked at the manager, trying to ask him for a way to comfort her. However, all he got back was a glare that said, "Bro, what are you doing idling there? Go up to her." In Ligiao City, there weren't many people who could get her angry. For those who can make her cry, they must have the feathers of a phoenix and a horn of a unicorn, but he was basically saying that no one could make her cry besides Yi Zifeng. He wanted to dip after buying the furnace, but Bingqian persistently followed him around the store while crying. Wherever Yi Zifeng went, she would follow him while crying.
Yi Zifeng could only bitterly laugh.
Getting rid of a woman who followed him was much harder than getting rid of a stalker. If she keeps following him like this, he won't have time to refine pills.
Yi Zifeng finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Stop crying. I promise you. You can refine pills with me." Bingqian finally swallowed and stopped crying. She looked at him with reddened eyes. "Really? You're not lying to me? I've never lied to a woman."
Yi Zifeng looked righteously at her. In his heart, he felt some regret making a promise with someone who he didn't know much about. Ultimately, the reason that he made this choice was because he wasn't good with women.
It was exactly like his past life. Bingqian had a joyous expression and smiled. "Okay. Who would have thought that someone like you would be so nice?"
Yi Zifeng finally walked back up to the manager. "Manager, I'll pay for it now."
The manager smiled. "Okay. I'll go and count the money."
Bingqian pulled Yi Zifeng's sleeves and wiped her face on it. "That's not right.
Since we're gonna refine pills together, I should pay half." "No. I need to let you know that you owe me. I have 3 conditions that I'll tell you later." Yi Zifeng shook his head. Yi Zifeng wasn't some chauvinistic male. He didn't want Bingqian's money. He only wanted her to cooperate with him. 3 conditions? What do you want me to do? Bingqian started to become nervous.
She finally helplessly realized something. When she faced this man, she would feel nervous and flustered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 22, I want you to be my disciple. "Brother rough guy, where are you bringing me?" In a desolate area outside of town, a man and a woman were alone together. Even the proud and fearless Bingqian started to feel a bit nervous. After the man in the straw hat bought the furnace, Bingqian followed him to his destination. Just when Bingqian was about to move forward and stop him by pulling his sleeves, Yi Zifeng suddenly turned around, causing Bingqian to almost run into him.
"Big brother rough guy. If you're gonna turn around, at least warn me first. I almost ran into you." Bingqian rubbed her nose and pouted. Yi Zifeng smiled. "Who cares?
With your temper, it's not like you're gonna kill me or anything." "My temper? What are you trying to assume? You think that since I look so nice that I won't hurt you? If I want to kill you, not even 10 of you can stop me." A strong expression appeared in her eyes. Yi Zifeng laughed. Okay. It was my bad. He paused for a bit and looked around. "Well, since we're here already, let's talk about the 3 conditions." Bingqian nodded. "Let's hear it. As long as they're not too excessive, I will agree to them."
Yi Zifeng looked at her. "The first condition has the reason why I came to this desolate place outside the city.
I want to hide this furnace out here. So that means that every time you want to refine pills, you have to come here to do so. Also, you can't bring anyone else here. When you come, you have to make sure that there is no one following you." Bingqian thought about that and then nodded. "This shouldn't be a problem.
I don't need anyone's help when refining pills, so no one will come with me.
As for people following me, I'll be careful." Yi Zifeng nodded. He was satisfied with her answer. "The second condition is that we will take turns refining pills. I'll use the furnace for one day, and you can use it the next day. Then the day after will be my turn again. Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng with an astonished face.
Other people would kill to refine pills with her or even to just watch her refine pills.
However, this guy actually want to refine pills on alternate days. You really don't want to refine pills with me?
There's a lot of things that I have to do, so I'm quite busy these days.
I'm looking to take in a disciple to help me with my work. How about you? Not interested? Yi Zifeng replied without even hesitating. Bingqian got angry and groaned, I'm trying to help you with good intentions. It's fine that you don't want my help, but you don't have to be so rude about it.
Yi Zifeng calmed down and replied, if I say that I don't need you to teach me, then I don't need you to teach me.
Don't talk about this anymore. I don't need your help.
In his past life, a regular Huang-tier alchemist like Bingqian wasn't even worth shit in his eyes.
And she wants to become his master?
The day that Yi Zifeng falls to such state will be the day when pigs fly.
Okay, fine. I got it. I'm fine with the second condition. We'll take turns using the furnace on alternate days. Yi Zifeng nodded, okay. Then for the third condition, I want you to keep my identity a secret. No matter what happens, you will not expose my identity. You will not tell anyone that I am an alchemist. Also, you will not hinder any of my plans in the future. This will be a secret between the two of us.
After hearing this, Bingqian stared blankly at the man in front of her.
When she returned to her senses, she happily said, so you're saying that you'll tell me who you are? Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed. His biggest weakness was a woman's tears. On his way here, he's been regretting that he allowed Bingqian to come with him. However, he thought about it and felt that Bingqian would somehow find out about his identity sooner or later, so he might as well tell her now and make her keep it a secret. You have to promise me that you'll keep my secret. Bingqian smiled, don't worry about it. I'm a person who sticks by my words. If I promise you something, I'll definitely uphold it. Even if you are a wanted criminal, I won't turn you in. Okay. You said so. I just hope that you'll remember this. Yi Zifeng nodded and slowly took his bamboo hat off. Because Yi Zifeng's face was deathly white due to his illness, he was easily recognizable. Bingqian recognized who he was right away. No way. You're that guy who was at the treasury. Bingqian was shocked. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Wait. Then, I'm basically your senior sister. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you want me to teach you a lesson the next time you go to the treasury? Her became angry immediately.
Suddenly, she remembered that she called him Big Brother a few times and that she cried in front of him. Her face turned red from the embarrassment and she wanted to bury herself in a hole.
Yi Zifeng smiled, senior sister, I said that you can't hinder any of my future plans in the third condition. Don't go around breaking promises now. Bingqian bit her lips.
If she were to do anything, that means that everything she promised before was worth nothing.
As a loyal person, she would not do something like this. Yi Zifeng smiled, in the martial spirit continent, the weak obeys the strong.
Today, with your peak Qi refining stage cultivation, you can be my senior sister.
But when I surpass you, you'll become my junior sister. So right now, I don't mind that you use your senior sister tone with me. However, that'll change later on.
Yi Zifeng spoke in a very imposing manner. It made Bingqian gulp and swallow her words. After pausing for a bit, Bingqian angrily looked at Yi Zifeng, who would have thought that someone with such low level of cultivation like you can be so arrogant.
What's your name? She realized that she didn't know Yi Zifeng's name and asked. And why would Yi Zifeng tell her his name? He laughed and replied, didn't I tell you before? I'm a rough person.
You can just call me Brother Rough Guy.
Oof. I didn't want to know anyways. Bingqian turned around and reluctantly said, "Don't think that I'll be calling you big brother anymore.
I'm clearly your senior sister, so why should I call you big brother?
Even if you want me to, wait until the day you surpass me. Then we can talk about it." Bingqian can see that Qi Zifeng wasn't even at the 5th stage of Qi refining. He didn't even have half of her cultivation.
If he didn't have good resources, then no matter how hard he trained, he would never catch up to her in his lifetime.
Qi Zifeng didn't care what Bingqian called him. As long as she kept his secret, he didn't care about what she did. Okay. Let's not waste any more time.
I bought my ingredients with me today, so I'll use the furnace first.
You can go back now.
Qi Zifeng saw that it was getting late and wanted to get started as soon as possible.
You really don't want any pointers? Bingqian suspiciously looked at him.
Qi Zifeng shook his head, "No need.
You can go back. It'll be your turn tomorrow." Bingqian felt that Qi Zifeng was all bark and no bite.
She felt bad for him and wanted to do something for him. In her heart, however, she still wanted to take him in as her disciple. She suddenly giggled, "Little brother rough guy.
Actually, I think that you have potential in the way of alchemy. If you mingle with this sister, I can guarantee that you'll reach Huang tier very soon. By then, you will become an influential figure in Legacy City." Qi Zifeng was speechless. He told her not to talk about this matter anymore. He didn't hesitate and rejected her immediately. "You really don't want to consider it?" I, Bingqian, had never accepted a disciple before. "If you agree, you'll be my one and only disciple." She refused to give up and persistently asked. "No need." It took Qi Zifeng half a day before he was able to convince her to leave. He would have never thought that this woman so was hard to deal with. "Finally. There's no one bothering me anymore. Now I can finally concentrate and refine this thunder rhino horn." Qi Zifeng was very excited.
Not only can the thunder rhino horn strengthen his lightning abilities, it can also help strengthen his frail and weak body. He quickly set up the furnace and then went to gather some firewoods. After gathering the firewoods, he slowly heated the furnace up. Hiding his abilities from her was not the only reason that he chased Bingqian away. He wasn't going to let himself be distracted by this beautiful woman and slow down his cultivation. Although getting a beautiful woman was one of his goals, it wasn't his end goal. He took a deep breath and allowed himself to calm down. Next, he added the ingredients he got from the treasury and some supplementary ingredients into the furnace. Each and every ingredient was separated into perfect portions which allowed them to mix together perfectly. Sparks flew everywhere and a white mist appeared. This was something that a great alchemist could do. After half an hour, Qi Zifeng finally added the first thunder rhino horn into the furnace. Along with it, he also sent some of his own qi into the furnace. At the same time, a blue serene light could be seen spiraling around the furnace. Qi Zifeng cheerfully smiled. The first batch was completed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Eating 3 Pills in a Row. When a common tier beast dies, their qi energy would slowly scatter. The longer he kept the rhino horns unused, the weaker the qi becomes. This was why Qi Zifeng immediately went to get a new furnace after his old one blew up. Without his ghost flames and a large amount of true qi, Qi Zifeng was at best a peak-level Huang tier alchemist who has a vast amount of knowledge right now. However, being at the level was all he needed. After the first pill was finished, Qi Zifeng put the pill into a small box. He then immediately put the second rhino horn into the furnace. He didn't want to waste any time at all. Second pill done. Third pill done. He had continuously refined 3 pills without stopping at all. His entire body was drenched in sweat from sitting by the furnace for so long. While he was refining the pills, he used 110% of his concentration and energy.
If it was any other alchemist, they probably would not have this much perseverance.
They would need at least 3 days to do what Qi Zifeng had just done. As the crazed alchemist that he is, Qi Zifeng will hold out until the end no matter how tiring the process was. He wanted to refine pills using the fastest speed possible. He was always competing with himself. The fire in the furnace died out and Qi Zifeng had 3 sparkling and translucent pill in front of him. A blue light spiraled around the pill creating a sizzling sound.
Oh my god! That's a Huang Tier Thunder Spirit pill!
Bingqian was shocked and unconsciously blurted out as she watched Qi Zifeng place the pills in front of him. Right after these words left her mouth, she knew she made a mistake. Qi Zifeng found where she was hiding. When Qi Zifeng led her back to the city, she was constantly reminded and warned that she could only come back tomorrow. However, she was very curious and wanted to watch what Qi Zifeng was doing. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to go watch him. She took advantage of the fact that Qi Zifeng was concentrating very hard and hid behind a tree. After watching for a while, she entered an unconscious state of awe and lost control of herself. After he heard this, Qi Zifeng immediately turned towards her and angrily yelled, "You didn't leave? You were actually hiding behind a tree and secretly watching me?" Bingqian knew she was in the wrong and frantically apologized, "Sorry. There aren't many people who can refine pills in Liu City. After meeting someone like you who can also refine pills, I couldn't resist." "Couldn't resist what?" Qi Zifeng's expression was very cold. There was a cold and gloomy aura around him. A murderous qi was released by Qi Zifeng towards Bingqian which caused her to shiver. Bingqian had never seen a third qi refining stage student who could actually put some pressure on herself. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be so mad. I'll promise to keep your secret. I swear, Qi Zifeng's anger slowly accumulated and coldly yelled, "You can swear. But this time, use your qi to make an blood oath. If you break the oath then when you reach the martial disciple realm, your soul will shatter and you will die in misery." "Do I have to make such a cruel oath?" "You must." Qi Zifeng's expression was very austere. His murderous aura filled the entire area. Bingqian was startled by his aura and quickly murmured, "Okay. Okay. Bingqian will promise to keep the fact that you can refine pills a secret. If I break this promise then when I reach the martial disciple realm, my soul will shatter and I will die a miserable death." While saying that, she activated her qi and fused it with her blood. Then she scattered the blood on the floor, completing the oath. This was a very cruel oath. If Bingqian breaks it, then she will not dare to enter the martial disciple realm. She'll be stuck at the qi refining realm forever. With her talents, she would definitely regret it if she breaks the oath. "Big brother rough guy. I've already made the oath. It was my bad. Please forgive me, okay?" Bingqian pitifully looked at Qi Zifeng. She had a guilty and ashamed expression in her eyes. She had finally found another alchemist in Liu City. She didn't want to ruin their relationship, so she started calling Qi Zifeng Big Brother Rough Guy again. After seeing that she completed her oath, his started to calm down again. Actually, he knew that Bingqian didn't have any ill intents at all, but he wanted to be safe. "Big Brother Rough Guy. Please, Seeing how pitiful she looked, Qi Zifeng couldn't help but let the matter go, "Whatever. Forget about it. I brought you here with me so I should have been more cautious. But now that you've seen me, remember to keep it a secret. I made a blood oath already. I'll definitely keep it a secret." Bingqian earnestly looked at Qi Zifeng. Qi Zifeng nodded and accepted her apology. "But Big Brother Rough Guy, with you alchemy skills, you can easily make a name for yourself in Liu City. Why don't you take advantage of this? Why are you doing this in secret?"
Bingqian curiously asked. I don't want to become well known due to my alchemy skills. As a cultivator, I want people to know my name because I am a strong cultivator. So I need to refine pills in peace and raise my cultivation level. I don't want to deal with worldly matters at all. Yi Zifeng calmly replied. Back in the days, the Yi clan had too many enemies. Now that the Yi clan had fallen, none of those enemies want to see the Yi clan climb back up again. If Yi Zifeng the alchemist suddenly appears out of nowhere, then everyone will try their best to suppress him. Therefore, he didn't want to expose himself and have some expert suppress him out of nowhere. Yi Zifeng hesitated a bit but finally spoke again. Okay. You've seen me finish refining the pill already. Shouldn't you leave now? Unless you want to bother me while I'm cultivating too. I have one last request to make. Bingqian smiled. You seem to know a lot about the way of alchemy. Since the sect frequently asks me to refine pills for them, how about you come to the treasury and talk about alchemy with me sometimes? Yi Zifeng shook his head. No way. Bingqian quickly interrupted him. Don't reject me so quickly. Don't you need some rare and expensive ingredients? Then how about every time you come, I'll let you take some ingredients with you. You know, those ingredients from the treasury can't be bought in stores. Yi Zifeng was in a predicament. Bingqian was offering him rare ingredients for some of his time. She can somehow tell that Yi Zifeng loved rare ingredients and would not reject the offer. However, he didn't want to waste his cultivation time. How much is some? Bingqian was startled. It seems like Yi Zifeng wasn't going to refuse her. Every time you come, I'll give you 5 contribution points worth of ingredients. How about it? It's basically the same as repairing the broken walls mission. Yi Zifeng shook his head. No way. I'll have you know that the last time I did a mission, I got a total of 460 points. If I can get 460 points in a month, that'll come out to around 15 points every day. If you're offering less than 15 points, I won't do it. 15 points? You want to earn 15 points by talking alchemy? Why don't you just rob these points from me then? Bingqian was shocked. Ever since she was little, there were countless amount of guys who would chase after her and try to talk to her. However, this Yi Zifeng was being too ridiculous. He wanted her to pay him 15 contribution points just for talking. What kind of logic is this? Yi Zifeng smiled. That price corresponds to my 3rd Qi refining stage. If my cultivation raises in the future, then the price will exponentially increase as well. Bingqian was fuming. She stood up and pouted. Fine. 15 points it is. Starting from tomorrow, I'll be going to the sect to get ingredients every 3 days. If you have time, come and talk with me. Yi Zifeng nodded. If that's the case, then I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Please. You? Bingqian groaned. She didn't want to see this guy anymore. She turned around and left. This time, she left for real. Being able to set up a time to talk to Yi Zifeng, Bingqian felt really happy about it for some reason. As for the reason, she didn't know why she felt like this. After Bingqian left, Yi Zifeng's expression became serious. The process of absorbing the energy from the Thunder Spirit Pill isn't that hard. However, this time, he wants to try and see how much energy he can absorb with the help of the spirit. The most important factor is if the mysterious shadow ghost will absorb the energy from the pill like it did the other time. Let's try one first and see how it goes. Just like before, he licked the Thunder Spirit Pill and felt an immense numbing sensation throughout his body. It felt as if he was struck by lightning. In the next moment, he swallowed the entire pill. An uncontrollable violent lightning energy appeared in his abdomens. He calmed himself down and started to control the qi in his dantian. He slowly moved the thunder qi to the veins on his arms. A white mist started forming on top of his arms.
He could feel his arms becoming stronger. The thunder chi continuously moved towards his arms as if it was being sucked in.
Nice!
His plan was successful.
He was very happy and immediately put the second pill into his mouth.
Once it entered his mouth, the thunder chi quickly replenished itself in his dandian.
Oh, this feels great!
Zifeng screamed and fiercely punched the floor.
Dust started to fly around and a hole appeared on the floor.
He wanted to use the thunder chi immediately and allow it to assimilate with his own chi. Under the help of his spirit, he was able to absorb the energy of the two pills into his body. Although the spirit took most of the energy, he was still able to have some for himself.
Should I eat the third pill?
Zifeng hesitated for a bit. After pondering for a bit, he finally popped the third pill into his mouth and chewed it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 24, The Clan Master's Troubles.
When Zifeng swallowed the third pill, he dropped down onto his knees, faced upwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. The surge of violent lightning chi appeared in his body.
Go and be absorbed by that damn spirit.
Zifeng continued to spit out blood as he tried to move the lightning chi into his arms. The lightning chi was very violent, but since it was only chi from a common tier beast, the martial spirit had no problems absorbing it.
Since the spirit had a big appetite, quickly and easily absorbed the chi. After that, a white light flashed in Zifeng's body. He was startled for a bit, but then a happy expression appeared on his face. Very good. I've finally broken through the bottleneck of the third chi refining stage. I've finally reached the fourth stage.
Taking 3 thunder spirit pills continuously was very dangerous for a cultivator, but it was one of the best methods to refine one's body. The first pill opens and clears up the meridians, the second pill fixes the meridians, and the third pill refines the meridians.
Although attribute pills made from common tier ingredients were not that effective, the way that Zifeng uses them makes it effective.
A normal person would not be able to take 1 or 2 pills, let alone 3 in a row.
With this, Zifeng was able to strengthen his lightning attribute by quite a bit.
As for the fact that his spirit absorbed most of the energy, Zifeng didn't think much about it.
It'll probably be beneficial for him later on.
He'll worry about it when the time comes for him to break through into the martial disciple realm. Zifeng had finished what he needed to do and cleaned up. By the time he returned home, it was already almost midnight. When he reached the doors, he saw Yi Shuai pacing back and forth with an anxious face.
Shuai, are you looking for me? Zifeng walked up and greeted her. Brother Zifeng. You're finally back. Everyone's waiting for you.
Yi Shuai replied.
Zifeng looked up at the dark sky and embarrassingly replied, Sorry. I went out and bought a furnace today. I forgot to tell you that I was going to refine some pills. It was my bad.
Yi Shuai raised her brows and shook her head.
It's not about that. It's about Father. He came home today. He didn't see you in the house or the sect and thought that you went out to fool around in the city. He's really mad right now. Zifeng laughed, preposterous. Why would I, Zifeng, go out and fool around?
That old man is belittling me too much.
Yi Shuai spoke softly. Back in the days, you would go out and fool around every day. You're a frequent visitor of that lady's house and that beauty's court or something. Zifeng immediately became petrified. Damn that good-for-nothing Zifeng. There was no way that he could get out of this now. Zifeng coughed, Okay. Then if it's like this, I'll go and see Father. You should go back to your room and rest up. It's getting late. Shuai shook her head, No. Father told me to go see him with you.
He said there was something important that he had to tell us.
Something important? Zifeng was confused. Okay then. Let's go see him together. Zifeng, you brat. So you do know how to come back. Tell me the truth. Where did you go tonight? Right when Yi Zifeng stepped into the room, Yi Chongtian immediately started yelling at him. When the Yi clan master becomes angry, it is very scary. He knows all about Yi Zifeng's old habits. Yi Zifeng probably got offended by someone outside and came home to vent his anger or something. Father, please calm down. When you weren't here, Brother Zifeng gained a lot of face for our Yi clan. Didn't I just tell you about all this? Yi Shuai pulled Yi Chongtian's sleeve. Yi Chongtian shook his head. It's because I have some expectation for this kid now that I'm angry. If he was still a good-for-nothing like back then, I wouldn't even be able to get angry. Yi Zifeng smiled. Oh. Then I thank you for having some expectations for me. You wanna get beaten? Yi Chongtian don't know why, but it seems like his son had changed a lot. He was able to gain face for the family, but for some reason, Yi Chongtian feels that Yi Zifeng became more and more infuriating and deserves to be beaten. Then tell me where you were when the Liu clan came to cancel the engagement. Under the heavens, is there anything more important than your own son's wedding? Yi Zifeng had an insulting tone in his voice as he stared right into Yi Chongtian's eyes. This question allowed Yi Zifeng to flip the spear and strike back against Yi Chongtian. Technically, he wasn't Yi Chongtian's son, so he doesn't need to treat him like his old man. Seeing how Yi Zifeng had an imposing manner, Yi Chongtian was slightly startled. His angry expression disappeared and started to laugh bitterly. He knew that the Liu family was coming to cancel the engagement, but he left without telling anyone anyways. Brother Zifeng. Father, let's play nice. We're a family. Yi Shuai stood in between the two, trying to mediate the situation. If this guy would grow up and train harder instead of going to fool around outside, then I won't have a reason to be angry. Yi Chongtian sighed. How do you know that I went to fool around instead of training? Yi Zifeng asked. If Yi Chongtian continues to view him this way, there's nothing to talk about at all. Ha! You're not at home and you're not training in the sect. You're trying to tell me that you're training outside? Don't try to be slick. From what I can see, you were definitely fooling around outside. Then when the Liu family came, you weren't at home and you weren't in the sect. You went out alone without saying anything. From what I can see, you were definitely fooling around outside as well. Yi Zifeng coldly smiled. You. Yi Chongtian was getting really angry now. Fine. I'll tell you. Yi Chongtian calmed himself down. You want to know where I was that day? The answer's right here. Look for yourself. While saying that, he threw a golden invitation card at Yi Zifeng, telling him to look at it. Yi Zifeng raised his brows and looked at the contents of the invitation. Heavenly Clan Gathering. Yi Shuai was the first one to speak. Could this be the important gathering that happens once every 5 years in Legacy City that determines the rankings of each clan? Yi Zifeng smiled indifferently. What? Legacy City's clan ranking is determined by something this insignificant? This is too arbitrary. What's the point of participating this kind of useless gathering? I'm not going. Oh yeah. Since it happens once every 5 years, did I participate last time? Yi Shuai whispered and reminded him, Brother Zifeng. Last time you ran away saying that your stomach was hurting. Even though you registered, you didn't actually participate. Because of that, you became the laughingstock of the entire city. Yi Zifeng had an amazed expression on his face and then immediately laughed at himself. That trash Yi Zifeng was really too stupid. He couldn't help but laugh. However, even if it's insignificant, at least the people will acknowledge the results. This is a good opportunity for our Yi clan to raise in the rankings. There's no harm in participating. Yi Chongtian was shocked and thought he was dreaming. Zifeng. You're not kidding, right? This time, you really want to participate?
Just before, Yi Chongtian was in trouble.
Each family had to send 3 people to participate.
Yi Shuai and Yi Huiqi were automatically qualified to participate.
However, as for the 3rd spot, Yi Chongtian didn't know who to choose.
There was Yi Hong, who had some talent, but he was adopted.
He wasn't actually a part of the Yi clan. There were no other juniors who were qualified to participate beside Yi Zifeng.
They were in this situation last time as well.
Since Zifeng ran away last time, Yi Chongtian didn't even try to ask him.
Thus, after Yi Chongtian received the invitation, he immediately left Legacy City to the other branches of the Yi Chan. He hoped that the other branch clans could send someone over to participate.
However, the other branch clans all refused to see Yi Chongtian. They didn't care about him at all. Because of this, he was fuming with anger.
When he returned, and saw that Yi Zifeng wasn't home, he got even angrier.
Yi Zifeng smiled. How about we talk about the prizes?
The better the prize, the chances of me participating will be higher.
This is a chance to improve every clan's ranking. Everyone in the entire Legacy City will be focusing on this gather. Yi Chongtian excitingly said. And the prize?
I refuse to believe that there isn't a prize. The winners of the gathering. Yi Zifeng had a strange smile on his face.
He was different from Yi Chongtian. Yi Chongtian was already a martial spirit expert.
He wanted to focus on raising the power of his clan.
However, Yi Zifeng didn't care about the clan that much.
He wanted to quickly raise his cultivation and return to the top of the world. Yi Shuai thought about it 5 years ago.
Let me think.
I don't remember what kind of prize the top 10 participants got, but I got a Tier 2 common treasure as the 11th place.
Treasure? That's good. Yi Zifeng was surprised.
Although a Tier 2 common treasure was not that good, it was still able to help one increase their strength significantly at lower levels. If the prize for the 11th place was a Tier 2 common treasure, then who knows what the prize for top 10 would be.
Maybe the prize will surprise him. All right.
This gathering, Yi Zifeng will definitely participate.
When will this gathering take place?
Hearing that Yi Zifeng wanted to the gathering, Yi Chongtian felt relieved.
The problems that has been bothering him for the past few days was finally solved. A week from now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25, Everyone Stop. What? The gathering is that soon?
Yi Shuai was shocked. Yi Chongtian sighed, if it wasn't for the reason that it's happening so soon, I wouldn't have gone out to find someone who would take your brother's place. But now that your brother has agreed to participate, the problem's solved. Starting from tomorrow, you guys should head to the sect and start training.
Also, don't fool around and goof off. Yi Shuai laughed at her father. Father, do you think I would goof off and fool around?
Yi Chongtian loved his precious daughter and laughed as well. Haha.
Our family's Shuai would never goof off. I'm talking about Zifeng and Huiqi.
Who knows what those two brats are up to?
Oh yeah, where did Huiqi go? I haven't seen him around. Hearing the words Huiqi, an angry and annoyed expression appeared on Yi Shuai's face. Father, since you're back, you need to take care of something for Brother Zifeng.
When you weren't here, Brother Zifeng was almost killed by second uncle.
Although Yi Chongtian didn't particularly like Yi Zifeng was still his own son.
When he heard this, he became very angry.
What happened? Shuai, tell me everything about the incident.
Yi Shuai gritted her teeth angrily. Father, it happened like this.
Yi Shuai explained everything about the incident to her father. Yi Chongtian groaned, preposterous. Totally intolerable. Shuai, is everything that you've said true?
Yi Shuai nodded. Father, I would never lie to you. Also, there were many people in the Yi clan who saw the incident.
If father doesn't believe me, you can ask someone else about it. Oof. That Yi Chen. I knew something was up with him.
From what I can see, whenever I'm not here, he would take bribes from other families and become their lapdog.
Quick! Find someone to call him over. I need to teach him a lesson. Yi Chongtian was really angry now. Hold on. Yi Zifeng interrupted him. About this incident. I've decided not to bother with it anymore. Yi Zifeng made a blood oath and got 400 gold coins from Yi Chen.
If he broke the oath, he would definitely suffer.
Not bother with it anymore? You coward. They bullied you to the point where you almost lost your life and you're still being soft with them? Yi Chongtian snorted and looked angrily at Yi Zifeng. You want to do something about it? With the Yi clan's current state, can we afford to have an internal conflict? Yi Zifeng smiled. Let me ask you this instead.
Second uncle controls most of the Yi clan's assets and have a large number of clan members behind him.
If you were to do something to him now, wouldn't it end up badly for us?
Hearing Yi Zifeng's argument, Yi Chongtian thought about it and started to calm himself down.
Zifeng was right. They shouldn't be rash. Also, the Heavenly Clan gathering is next week.
If we do something now and Weiqi doesn't join, then our Yi clan will become even more of a laughingstock without our third member.
Yi Zifeng added. Heavenly Clan gathering. That's right.
The gathering is the most important thing.
We need Weiqi for this. Yi Chongtian nodded. After pondering for a bit, Yi Chongtian felt that something was wrong. He was supposed to be the clan leader here and yet he was led by the nose by Zifeng. All right. Then we'll stop talking about the incident with Yi Chen. We'll deal with him after the gathering. It's getting late.
You guys should rest up.
Yi Chongtian nodded. He was feeling a lot calmer than before. Father, you should rest too. Yi Shui pulled Yi Zifeng's arms and apologetically said, Brother Zifeng. I'm sorry. I didn't think about the consequences and wanted father to get revenge for you. Yi Zifeng smiled and replied, Heh. I'm happy that you're willing to talk to father about my problems for me. Don't be sorry. Brother Zifeng. I feel like you've changed a lot recently. You changed so fast that I don't even recognize you anymore. I've asked you this before. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Zifeng smiled. Of course it's a good thing. You've changed so fast that I don't know how to react. Back then, I've been protecting you from people like Wang Lin. I've trained very hard to be able to protect you. But now, you don't need my protection anymore.
Yi Shui's voice was shaking. Yi Zifeng can tell that in her heart, she didn't want to leave his side.
You dumb girl. You don't need to protect me to be my sister. We'll always be together. Yi Shui happily nodded.
They were siblings with blood relations. No matter how far apart they are still family.
Brother Zifeng. I won't bother you anymore. You should go sleep. We have to get to the sect early tomorrow and prepare for the gathering next week. Can I not go to the sect? Yi Shui looked seriously at Zifeng and said, No. Your attendance rate is too low. If you keep this up, you'll be kicked out of the sect. All right. Fine. I get it. You should rest up too. Yi Zifeng watched as Shui left and suddenly laughed, but, Shui. If one day, I'm not me anymore, would you still be so nice to me? He bitterly laughed and walked towards his own room.
In the Ashen Spirit sect, the news that Yi Zifeng came back to attend classes was being spread like wildfire by the disciples. Back then, when his cultivation was stuck at the second stage of Qi refining, he was too embarrassed to go to class. Everyone was shocked that he came back after such a long time. In the hall, all the disciples were quietly chatting about Qi Zifeng.
Look! Look!
That's the trashy Zifeng who's at the second stage of Qi refining. The lowest ranking disciple who haven't been in class for a long time now.
Second stage of Qi refining?
A youngster smiled. Brother, it seems like you're still living in the past.
Last time he beat up that Wang Lin who's at the fourth stage. Do you still think Qi Zifeng's still at the second stage of Qi refining?
There's also another thing. I heard that he accepted and completed the fourth stage Thunder Rhino mission. He can finish such a difficult mission. Why are you guys still calling him trash?
Can you guys do the mission?
After the youngster said that, the entire hall was silent.
Everyone was amazed.
The title of trash was in the past.
Qi Zifeng was cultivating like a normal person now. If anyone wants to ridicule him now, they have to have the ability to. Stop right there. Qi Zifeng. You dare to come to class?
Qi Zifeng raised his brows and turned around. Suddenly a group of second-generation noble disciples surrounded him. The leader of this group was Xiao Mu.
It was obvious that they wanted to do something to Qi Zifeng.
Qi Zifeng bitterly laughed and shook his head.
It's because of all these second-generation nobles that I didn't want to come to the sect. He knew that they would make trouble for him. Qi Zifeng. Don't think you can be so arrogant after winning the bet. This time, even if the sect punishes me, I will teach you a lesson. After losing to Qi Zifeng, Xiao Mu was in distress. When he heard that Qi Zifeng came back to the sect for classes, he immediately went and gathered his brothers to find Qi Zifeng. I'm here to attend classes today. I don't want to deal with you guys. Now that I finished my classes, can you guys move away so I can leave? Qi Zifeng wasn't interested in teaching these small fries a lesson and walked away. Qi Zifeng. How are you look down on us?
Brothers, let's drag him out of the sect and teach him a lesson. Xiao Mu did not dare to fight inside the sect. If they fought outside of the sect, they won't be punished harshly.
However, if they do it inside the sect, they would be expelled immediately.
Xiao Mu and his gang started to rush towards Qi Zifeng.
Everyone stop.
A beautiful woman in white passed through the group of spectators. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at her. She walked in between Qi Zifeng and Xiao Mu, clearly wanting to interfere in the matter.
Bingqian. Miss Bingqian?
Xiao Mu was shocked. He slapped his own face a few times to make sure that he wasn't dreaming.
What? Miss Bingqian? That Miss Bingqian who's the #1 alchemist in Legacy City and is at the peak of Qi refining?
Everyone was startled and started to chat quietly.
Bingqian was well respected by everyone.
Not only is she talented in cultivating, she was also talented in the way of alchemy. In Legacy City, even people in the martial practitioner realm and martial spirit realm would pay respect to her and do not dare to offend her. After all, she was the only one who could concoct pills for them. Xiao Mu returned to his senses and apologized. Miss Bingqian.
I'm sorry if we disturbed you. However, I have some problems with this guy behind you. Do you mind moving away for a bit? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, I'll buy you for a month. Bingqian looked coldly at Xiao Mu.
With just one glance, she can tell that this guy is a dandy and not very benevolent.
She hated this kind of people. You want me to move away? Xiao Mu smiled. Yes, Miss Bingqian. I hope that you can move away from here. This one can't thank you enough if you do so. Then let me tell you this, NOA. Bingqian solemnly stared at Xiao Mu. Hearing this, Xiao Mu's expression immediately changed and clenched his fist.
A hint of coldness flashed in Bingqian's eyes as she looked at everyone that was present.
She then added a few words, "You guys wanna bully a friend of mine? There's no way I'll let you do so." Hold on, did you just say that he's your Miss Bingqian's friend? Xiaomu was shocked. His mouth was open so wide that you could put a fist in it. Originally everyone thought Bingqian came over because she disliked people like Xiaomu and wanted to protect the weak. Who would have guessed that Yi Zifeng was Miss Bingqian's friend? Now, in the future, if anyone wanted to bully Yi Zifeng, they would have to think about the consequence that comes with it. You bastard. You actually made friends with Miss Bingqian. Now you can do whatever you want in the sect. Congratulations. Xiaomu's mouth twitched. He had a sinister look in his eyes and fiercely stared at Yi Zifeng. Bingqian lightly laughed and an embarrassing expression appeared on her face. No. That's not right. You guys got it wrong. He didn't make friends with me. I was the one that asked him to be my friend. Isn't that right, big brother rough guy? While saying that, she walked towards Yi Zifeng with a charming cute look on her face. Just before, the people in the hall were still chattering. But now, after Bingqian said something like that, the entire hall became so quiet that one can hear the buzzing of a fly. Did you guys hear that? Miss Bingqian said that she was the one who asked him to be her friend. Also, did she call him Big Brother Rough Guy? Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, right? Everyone looked at each other. Each and every person in the hall was filled with shock, not knowing if they were all in the same dream or not. Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. Our relationship. Can you not talk about it so casually in the sect? It's very awkward and embarrassing. What Yi Zifeng didn't realize was that his words not only did not clear up the situation, but it stirred things up even more. What kind of relationship do you guys have? A few people curiously asked. Bingqian cheerfully smiled and was about to answer, our relationship, huh? Of course it's. All right. Stop. Let's go. Let's go to the treasury. Yi Zifeng's expression darkened, grabbed her hand and walked towards the west side of the sect. Shi Chen, who was there, quickly yelled out, "Hey! That's the wrong way. That way leads to the forest." Yi Zifeng embarrassingly turned around, looked at Shi Chen and nodded. He then walked Bingqian towards the east side. In a bit, they both disappeared from the people's view. Xiaomu wanted to block his path, but he was afraid of Bingqian. All he could do was watch as Yi Zifeng swaggered away. Young Master Xiao. What should we do about Yi Zifeng? What else can we do? We'll just get him next time. Besides, the Heavenly Clan gathering is happening soon. When that time comes, if he has the guts to participate, I'll teach him a lesson. Xiaomu coldly snorted with an annoyed expression. Yi Zifeng walked with Bingqian until there was no other people in sight. He then asked, "All right. Why did you come looking for me?" Bingqian pouted and replied, "I actually didn't go looking for you. I was just passing by and coincidentally saw that there was a group of people surrounding someone. When I saw that it was you who was being surrounded, I went over and helped you out." Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows and suspiciously looked at him. Really? From what I know, disciples in the 9th stage of Qi refining should leave class around an hour after me. An awkward expression appeared on Bingqian's face. This. Seeing how you're thinking about it for so long, you must have lied to me about just passing by. Yi Zifeng looked at Bingqian. With his exceptional perception, he was able to easily see through Bingqian's lie. Bingqian's expression turned ugly and protested coquettishly, "Fine. You win. I sneaked out and waited at the front doors to find you." Yi Zifeng smiled. "Actually, I don't need you to come find me. I would have gone to find you anyways." Bingqian's face turned red as she stared at Yi Zifeng. Really? She was a proud and arrogant girl. Who knows how many rich and pretty boys had tried to flirt with her. However, she didn't pay any attention to their words.
But now, she felt a mysterious feeling building up inside and her heart was beating faster and faster due to Yi Zifeng's words.
Yi Zifeng nodded. Yeah. I came to the sect for 2 reasons today. The first reason is that I promised my sister that I would attend the lectures. The other reason is so I can come find you. For 15 contribution points so I can get some more ingredients. He couldn't bear using the low-quality ingredients in the pill shops. He wanted to get more contribution points and exchange them for high-quality ingredients in the sect. Hearing that Yi Zifeng had come to find her for contribution points, Bingqian's expression changed immediately. The feeling that she had quickly faded away. You came to find me just for those 15 contribution points, huh? Not for any other reason?
Yi Zifeng was startled by the fact that Bingqian's tone had taken a 180-degree turn so suddenly. She was using a charming voice just before and now her voice was stern. He thought that it was strange. He didn't say anything that offended her in any way. What other reason would there be? Miss Bingqian, did I say anything that offended you in any way just now? Bingqian dully smiled. No. You didn't say anything wrong. It's just that let's not talk about this. Well, I'm someone who keeps my words. Let's go to the treasury and get some ingredients. Then many thanks to Miss Bingqian. Seeing how Bingqian had kept her promise, he felt really happy to have made a friend like her. Stop right there. Where do you think the treasury is? Do you think you can just casually walk in here without a contribution badge? I think they only give it out after the sect missions and then take it away when they leave. Right when Yi Zifeng reached the doors of the treasury, he was stopped by a guard. Very quickly, Bingqian, who was behind Yi Zifeng, reached the doors as well. So you're saying that without a contribution badge, even I, Bingqian, can't enter? Then you can go tell the elders that it's not I who don't want to concoct pills for them, but rather I can't due to the fact that there is a guard blocking my way. When the guard saw Bingqian, his expression turned very ugly. Miss Bingqian. If it's Miss Bingqian, then of course you can freely enter the treasury without any problems. Good. Bingqian nodded and then pointed at Yi Zifeng. This is a friend of mine who is going to help me. I'm going to bring him in. There shouldn't be any problems, right? The guard was about to say something, but then he saw that Bingqian's icy gaze and gulped. Who knows what kind of fit this girl would throw if she got angry. She might reject all of the sect's elders' requests to concoct pills if she was offended. This wasn't something that a mere guard like him was willing to risk. If something went wrong, he would definitely be beheaded. All he could do was close his eyes and let Yi Zifeng in. This is definitely not a problem. Miss Bingqian, if you need anything that's within the scope of my ability, I will definitely help you out. Bingqian smiled and looked at the guard. Then you should remember this guy well. He's going to come at random times and you will let him through. Random times? The guard had a difficult look in his eyes. Bingqian smiled at him again. If you do as you are told, I can say some good things about you when in front of the elders. You can even get a promotion. Of course, if you don't and disappoint me then. Ahem. With a chance at promotion, the guard had no reason to decline the offer anymore. Don't worry. Don't say anything about random times. Even if he came every day, the doors to the treasury will be open to him. In the precious medicine cage. Wow. I would have never thought that your prestige was so high. Yi Zifeng laughed. Of course, I am Legacy City's #1 alchemist. If it's not for the fact that my service is expensive, the amount of people who seek my service would create a line straight from the sect to my house. Bingqian was proud of herself. Suddenly she thought about how Yi Zifeng had concocted the Thunder Spirit pill and looked over at him. Big brother rough guy, you're wasting your talents by hiding your ability. Your knowledge in alchemy is so much better than mine. There are many things that I'll have to ask for your guidance for. You're too courteous. Every time I come over,
I'm getting 15 contribution points. It's an equivalent exchange and not some guidance. While chatting, Zifeng looked at the ingredients in the medicine cage and surprisingly said, "How come the ingredients are different from last time?" So they can change over time.
Seeing how Zifeng was acting like a child, Bingqian couldn't help but smile. The ingredients inside the cage will change after a specific amount of time.
It's nothing strange. Zifeng laughed loudly. Great.
This time I happen to need some ingredients to make a pill that helps me resist spirit attacks.
This phantom ginseng is not bad. This demonic fog grass is not bad either, and this. Zifeng named a series of ingredients, some of which even Bingqian didn't know about.
Without knowing the ingredients, there was no way that she would know what kind of pill he was going to make.
Big brother rough guy. You're too greedy. All these ingredients cost over 100 points already. Hearing this, Zifeng was startled. It's that much already?
In the past, as a heaven-tier alchemist, he had all the ingredients that he needed.
There was no limit to how much he can use.
So when he made pills, he didn't place any particular importance on the ingredients.
You look like you're in a hurry. Do you need all these ingredients now? Zifeng embarrassingly sighed. Yeah. This is a bit of a problem. I need them before next week. Last time I used up too much contribution points. I don't have any left.
Last time when he swallowed the 3 Thunder Spirit pills, he permanently gained the lightning attribute and strengthened his body. Although the effect was good, he was left with no contribution points or money.
I have a solution. I can help you get all these ingredients. Bingqian looked at him with a flushed face and her eyes closed. What kind of solution do you have?
Bingqian blushed as she said, well, it's not that good of a solution, but if you come chat with me about alchemy every 3 days for a month, I can pay you 100 points in advance.
If you promise me that you'll come, I'll buy you for a month. We can talk about the rest later. A month? You want to buy me for a month? 100 points in advance? Zifeng was shocked and felt like he was going to be in a mess.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27, All of you. Come at me. Zifeng was just standing there, not talking at all.
Looking at how Zifeng was reacting, Bingqian thought that her idea caused him to become angry.
A hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Sue? Do you think it's a bad idea? It's fine if you don't like it. Zifeng came back to his sense. No.
I was silent because I was shocked at how great this idea is.
This is a great idea. You can buy me for a month. Miss Bingqian, thank you for your help. You really saved me there. 100 contribution points wasn't much.
But to Zifeng, it was as if Bingqian had sent him some coal during a snowstorm. After crossing over, there were not many people were truly kind to him.
There was Shui and now there's Bingqian. And also, Sure Chen can somewhat count. Bingqian immediately smiled and looked at him. This isn't much. As a friend, this is the least that I can do. All right now. What are you waiting for? Go and get your ingredients. Many thanks to Miss Bingqian.
Even though he had lived 2 lives, he had never experienced true love. Everyone that he came in contact with were filled with pretense and had ulterior motives. Although he was in a few romantic situations, most of them did not feel real at all, thus he didn't know how to truly deal with women. Looking at how Zifeng was like a child when he picked the ingredients, Bingqian smiled. Oh right.
Big brother rough guy, don't call me Miss Bingqian anymore. You can just call me Bingqian. Okay Bingqian. Zifeng blurted out.
He was concentrating on finding the right ingredients and unconsciously went along with what she said.
Bingqian began to tear up.
Ever since she was little, she followed her master, the old devil from the Muyan clan, around and studied alchemy. She rarely had the chance to make friends, much less a male friend.
This feeling that she had was very different and indescribable. Phantom ginseng, demonic fog grass. And lastly, this chasing dust fruit. Okay. Everything's here. Bingqian looked at him and confusingly asked, "Big brother, what kind of pill are you making? I can't even tell what kind of pill these ingredients will make."
Zifeng had a mysterious smile, hee.
"This is a secret." Bingqian became more and more curious. "What? Come on. Tell me about it. I'm your benefactor. If I wasn't here, you won't be able to get these ingredients."
Zifeng thought about it and smiled, "Okay.
Since you've helped me out, I'll tell you something. I'm gonna make a pill for the Heavenly Clan gathering next week." Bingqian was shocked. "You're participating in the gathering with such low level of cultivation? Doesn't your family have anyone stronger?" "Well, I mean, the gathering isn't testing how high your cultivation is. Don't judge me by my cultivation. Maybe I rise all the way to the top during the gathering." Zifeng smiled. "You?" Bingqian giggled and looked at him.
She didn't put a single word that he said to mind. As a cultivator at the peak of Qi refining, even she wasn't so confident about rising all the way to the top.
Zifeng smiled. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." "Fine. Then we'll meet at the gathering. Maybe we'll become opponents. If that happens, then I might even hold back, let you win." Bingqian smiled. "Miss Bingqian is sure considerate. Then I'll thank you in advance." Bingqian furrowed her brows. "What did I tell you to call me before? Senior sister Bingqian? Junior sister Bingqian?" Bingqian flipped and yelled, "You! If you're gonna act like this, give me back those ingredients." Hey. You can't go back on your words." Zifeng was startled.
The ingredients were very important to him.
He'd rather lose face than lose his ingredients. It's a woman's specialty to go back on her words. Fine.
Zifeng forced a smile and reluctantly said, "Bingqian." After seeing the usually calm and imposing Zifeng with such an awkward expression on his face, Bingqian laughed. Okay.
I'm not gonna play with you anymore. You wasted so much time looking at the ingredients already. It's getting late, so you should go home." "Huh?" Zifeng was confused. "But how can I take these ingredients from you for free? I didn't even talk to you about alchemy yet. This isn't fair for you." Bingqian smiled. "Heh. Do you think you can actually help me out? I do admit that your way of alchemy is better than mine. But with your cultivation level, you can only make a small amount of pills at a time. The sect wants me to create a large amount of spirit tempering pills. You won't be able to help me." Zifeng didn't retort. If Bingqian didn't want his help, then that's better for him. He didn't want to waste his precious time just to be with her anyways. Zifeng smiled back and changed the topic. "The Heavenly Clan gathering is so close and you're still focusing on making pills? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get a good rank at the gathering?" I'll practice when I need to." Zifeng was somewhat surprised and then laughed. "Practice when you need to? Aren't you being a bit too cocky?" However, Bingqian wasn't being cocky or anything.
Even though she is talented, she relied on many pills to reach the peak of Qi refining stage. Now that she's there, she has to overcome a huge bottleneck before she can advance to the next realm. There wasn't any use in practicing at all. She needed some sort of enlightenment to advance. Ha. I'll show you that even geniuses can be knocked down if they don't practice." Zifeng laughed in an imposing manner. Bingqian smirked and then replied, "Okay.
Is that so?
Then I'll have to see what kind of abilities you have to back up your words next week. After saying goodbye to Bingqian, Qi Zifeng walked to where he hid the furnace. Leaving the furnace in the wilderness will allow Qi Zifeng to have some peace while concocting pills, but it will also bring some trouble.
How long are you guys going to follow me? Just come out. Qi Zifeng sighed and turned around. 5 people walked out from behind a shrub. It was Wang Lin and some of his friends who were all at around the same level as Wang Lin.
Qi Zifeng.
You have guts. You knew that we were following you and yet you brought yourself to this desolate place outside of the city. Are you tired of living? One of the guys fiercely yelled at Qi Zifeng.
Hatred filled Wang Lin's eyes and he coldly said, "Brothers, when we capture Qi Zifeng, let me cripple his arms and legs." His arm was broken by Qi Zifeng before, and even after using some expensive medicine, there was still some pain lingering. When he heard the news that Qi Zifeng had returned to the sect, he went and looked for a few brothers and followed Qi Zifeng.
Ha! Where's Xiaomu? Why didn't he come? Aren't you guys brothers? Qi Zifeng looked around. Wang Lin's expression became stiff. He did go and find Xiaomu, but Xiaomu didn't want to offend Bingqian. After hearing about Qi Zifeng's relationship with Bingqian, Wang Lin was startled. However, he was unable to hold himself back and wanted revenge on Qi Zifeng.
The reason why he didn't come is because we can deal with you ourselves.
Oh?
Qi Zifeng saw Wang Lin's expression and had already guessed the real reason why Xiaomu didn't come. One reason that Xiaomu didn't join these fools was because he was afraid of Bingqian. However, there was another reason why he didn't gang up with these people. The Xiao clan was not as strong as the Wang clan, so Xiaomu was guaranteed a spot in the Heavenly Clan gathering, unlike Wang Lin. Xiaomu could wait until then to get his revenge and no one would be able to do anything to him.
Wang Lin. Why are you bothering me so much? Don't you know that I, Qi Zifeng, am not the same softy that you can casually bully anymore? Wang Lin coldly chuckled. Well, there's only one way to find out. Brothers, let's go. Qi Zifeng was very annoyed with these people.
If he can run from them once, they'll continuously bother him, so he might as well finish them off right now.
It looks like I have to teach you guys a lesson. Qi Zifeng had a fierce expression. Brother Lin. This Qi Zifeng brat is being too arrogant.
Why don't we just kill him?
We're in an isolated area anyways. No one will know that we killed him. Yeah. That's right.
Brother Lin, go kill him.
We're all brothers, so we won't tell anyone. Although Wang Lin hated Qi Zifeng, he was a coward.
He didn't have the courage to kill him.
Let's not talk about killing him.
No matter how weak the Yi clan is, Yi Chongtian is still an expert in the martial spirit realm.
If he finds out somehow and gets angry, we'll all be dead. Hearing the name Yi Chongtian, Wang Lin's brothers all shivered and threw away the idea of killing Qi Zifeng. Ha ha ha.
Qi Zifeng suddenly laughed.
What are you laughing at? Wang Lin stared blankly at Qi Zifeng.
Qi Zifeng was surrounded by a group of people, and not only is he not begging for mercy, he is actually laughing. This caused Wang Lin to feel nervous.
I'm laughing at how you guys are thinking so hard. You're all talking like my life is in your hands already. Don't just stand there. All of you. Come at me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, 1 against 5.
Actually, without Zifeng calling them out, they would have ganged up on him together.
However, Zifeng calling them all out actually had the opposite effect. All of us? Qi Zifeng. Don't be so arrogant. Don't look down on us and think that you can beat all of us by yourself. Stop talking rubbish with him. If he wants us all to go at him, then we'll comply. Let's see how arrogant he can be after we beat him up. Yi Zifeng's cold expression was filled with a murderous aura. He didn't like to bully people who were weaker than him. However, these people wanted to walk right into their own graves, so Yi Zifeng had no reason to let them go. If you guys aren't afraid, then come try me. Brother Lin. Two of Wang Lin's brothers were startled by Yi Zifeng's gaze. They looked at Wang Lin and was waiting for his command. Wang Lin's face sank. Don't look at me. Yi Zifeng is only one person. Why should we be scared of him? Take out your weapons. After Wang Lin sent out his command, the four people behind him all took out a rod and pointed it towards Yi Zifeng. They were used to ganging up on people and overpowering them. However, they don't want to take anyone's lives, so they only use a rod as a weapon. Seeing all of this, Yi Zifeng shook his head. We're all cultivators. We should be using our qi to decide this matter. There's no need to use this kind of weapons. It'll just hold you back. Wang Lin chuckled. Stop talking rubbish. For people under the 5th stage of qi refining, their qi is very weak and unstable. Using a weapon is much better than using qi at our level. Yi Zifeng laughed. Don't blame your own inabilities on your qi. You guys are simply degenerates of all us cultivators. Let me teach you guys how someone under the 5th stage of qi refining uses his qi. Fucking bullshit. You're looking to die. Wang Lin could not hold in his anger anymore. He gave the signal to attack and all 5 of them flew towards Yi Zifeng. Ha ha ha. Come on. Yi Zifeng made some seals with his hands and roared. He punched out at the unlucky person who was in the front. His fist landed on the rod and the rod exploded due to the sheer force of his punch. The punch continued moving forward and landed on the guy's chest. The victim spat out a mouthful of blood and grasped his chest. He was in an immense of pain. I'm not done yet. After punching the guy, he stomped on his arms and punched his chest a few more times. A painful cry could be heard. When Wang Lin and the others arrived to surround him, Yi Zifeng moved quickly and left their encirclement. If it was anyone else, they would turn around and run with their tails between their legs if 5 people with similar cultivation level ganged up on them. Yi Zifeng, however, charged forward and took the initiative to attack. Yi Zifeng was experienced. He took advantage of the opponent's momentum and turned it around against them. Doing this, he was able to take down one of their members before the real fight even started. And then there were 4. Yi Zifeng smiled. This guy doesn't have much qi. How can he do something like this? He attacked with no hesitation at all. It feels like he's an experienced killer. The group looked at what Yi Zifeng did and became scared. I might not be able to win against all 5 of you, but I can guarantee that the first person who attacks will suffer. Using what just happened to his advantage, he was able to give some pressure to Wang Lin and his group of goons. Wang Lin looked left and right at his brothers and had a cowardly expression on his face. This was because he liked to bully people who were weaker than him. Now that he realized how strong Yi Zifeng was, he was feeling scared. You go. What the fuck? Why should I go and attack first? Why don't you go? The group argued with each other, none of them wanting to strike first. You go. Wang Lin pushed one of them forward. The one who was pushed looked over at Yi Zifeng and then at Wang Lin. He was scared and didn't want to go. Bunch of good for nothing. Fine. We'll just all go and attack together. Wang Lin threw his rod to the side and used his wind-splitting fist to attack. The others didn't care about whether they killed Yi Zifeng anymore and all used their strongest attacks. They all attacked at the same time. Yi Zifeng sighed, I did tell you guys to all attack at the same time. Come on. Yi Zifeng lifted his fist and gathered his qi into his arms. A golden light started to surround his arm. Qi solidification with a golden light? No way. Aren't you at the 3rd stage of qi refining? When did you break through to the fourth stage?
Wang Lin was shocked. Last time, he was already beaten badly by Yi Zifeng, who was at the third stage. This time he got a few brothers who were at the fourth or even one at the fifth stage to try and take care of him. But who would have thought that Yi Zifeng had broken through to the fourth stage? Yi Zifeng fiercely punched the ground. The ray of golden light entered the ground and exploded. A loud explosion could be heard and the ground exploded, causing Wang Lin and his friends to be off balance. In front of Yi Zifeng a giant fissure appeared and a giant rock flew towards Wang Lin.
It's too bad that you guys found out too late. Yi Zifeng shook his head. This caught Wang Lin and his friends in surprise. The tremendous force behind the rock knocked them all down upon impact. The rock shattered and the pieces landed all over their bodies. One of the second-generation nobles who was down forced himself back up with great difficulty. He saw Yi Zifeng's shadow coming towards him and tried to run away. However, Yi Zifeng grabbed him by his collar and threw him towards the pile of rocks near the fissure. The kid's head hit the rocks straight on and fell unconscious. And then there were three. Yi Zifeng stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin shook his head and angrily yelled, "No way! You're at the fourth stage of Qi refining. I'm at the fourth stage too, and we also have someone who's at the fifth stage. How did you beat us like this? How are you so strong?" Yi Zifeng coldly laughed. "It's simple. The way that you guys cultivate suck. You guys take things for granted and don't cultivate seriously. You guys like to bully the weak, but in reality you guys are the weak ones. How could you call me strong?" Wang Lin had a strange look in his eyes. "But no matter how we are, we should also be stronger than a trash like you." Yi Zifeng looked deep into Wang Lin's eyes and smiled. "I've told you already. I'm not the same Yi Zifeng that I was before. You need to remember that." Wang Lin was startled. He was speechless. From Yi Zifeng's point of view, fighting against 5 people that was like Wang Lin was easy. They posed no threat to him at all. "Brother Lin, are we still going to fight? I'm afraid that we aren't his opponent." "Yeah, Brother Lin. Yi Zifeng is too cruel. 2 of our brothers are knocked unconscious already." Wang Lin fiercely stared at him. "You guys accepted my money and now that you can't win, you want to run?" Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at the 2 people who stood in front of Wang Lin. "You guys want to run? That's fine with me. I, Yi Zifeng, don't have any grudges against you guys. I don't want to hurt you guys if I don't have to. You guys can leave, but Wang Lin stays behind." When he said those last words, a murderous aura emitted from his body. The 2 people's faces sank. They looked at each other and decided. Yi Zifeng was like the devil. With just a few words, he was able to persuade them to leave. "Okay. We're leaving. Brother Lin. We're sorry. We'll help you with some other things in the future if we have the chance." The one thing that people were afraid of the most during a battle wasn't a strong opponent. It was a friend betraying you. Right now, Wang Lin was feeling very dismayed. "If you guys run away today, don't ever think about getting benefits from the Wang clan anymore. Also, don't ever call me brother again." Wang Lin was very angry. There was a sense of defeat in his tone. If his 2 friends ran away, he won't be able to hold Yi Zifeng down by himself. Yi Zifeng would definitely not let him go. "Who cares if you don't think of us as brothers anymore? Other than your Wang clan, we can still follow the Liu clan. We can also go and follow the Xiao clan as well. Following them would be way better than following a self-centered stuck-up brat like you." The 2 knew that they had no chance with Wang Lin anymore, so they let out all their thoughts about him. "You!" Wang Lin was so angry that he was about to faint. The 2 wanted to continue slandering Wang Lin, but Yi Zifeng interfered. "Stop talking. If you want to leave, then leave." Yi Zifeng didn't want to dirty his hands by beating these 2.
If they kept talking rubbish, he would have ended them himself.
Let's go. Let's go. The two of them looked into Yi Zifeng's eyes and immediately ran away.
And then there was one. Seeing how the situation had turned against him, Wang Lin wanted to run as well. However, Yi Zifeng suddenly struck out against him and knocked him down.
Wang Lin. We're not done with each other yet.
Why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 29, I'm taking everything.
Looking at Yi Zifeng's eyes, Wang Lin felt chills going down his back. He would have never thought that Yi Zifeng, someone that he had endlessly bullied, would suddenly become so strong.
Yi Zifeng walked up to Wang Lin with an expressionless face, but his eyes emitted a murderous aura. Yi Zifeng. Watch how I'll kill you. Wang Lin gulped.
His life was in Yi Zifeng's hands now, so he might as well take a preemptive strike, hoping that a chance to escape might come. He was standing very close to Yi Zifeng already, and thus, he took a dagger out and immediately threw it towards Yi Zifeng.
Ha! Child's play.
Yi Zifeng coldly chuckled with a fierce look on his face. His chi suddenly raised up and there was electricity surrounding him. Before the dagger even reached him, it was struck down by the lightning.
Seeing this scene, Wang Lin was shocked. When did you gain the power of lightning?
This lightning power of his came from the 3 Thunder Spirit Pills.
It didn't just manifest out of nowhere.
At this time, Yi Zifeng fiercely attacked Wang Lin. With one strike, he had sent Wang Lin flying across the plain. Wang Lin landed heavily on the ground, and before he got up, Yi Zifeng was already standing in front of him. It was at this moment, Wang Lin knew he fucked up. They were both at the 4th stage of Qi refining, but their actual abilities were miles apart.
No matter what, he could not be Yi Zifeng's opponent. You still want to fight? Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at Wang Lin. Brother Feng. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I made a mistake.
Please, a great man such as yourself should not stoop to pettiness for the past wrongdoings of someone as lowly as me.
Yi Zifeng continued to smile and raised his fist. If I was in your situation, would you let me go? Wang Lin was stunned.
If Yi Zifeng was in his hands, he would definitely beat him up so bad that his own father won't even be able to recognize him.
Brother Feng. How about this? You can beat me up until you're satisfied. But, please don't kill me. Yi Zifeng nodded. Well, I was going to beat you up anyways.
However, the problem itself won't be solved with just a simple beating.
Wang Lin shivered.
He was afraid. He thought that Yi Zifeng really wanted to kill him.
Brother Feng. Tell me. What do you want me to do so you can spare me? I'll do anything. Wang Lin begged.
He was completely different from before when he still had his brothers with him. Yi Zifeng sized him up and looked at the clothes that Wang Lin was wearing and smiled without saying anything. Wang Lin knew what was up and hurriedly took out a small pouch and presented it to Yi Zifeng. Brother Feng, this is 100 gold coins.
Please accept my gift. 100 gold coins?
Yi Zifeng took the pouch and weighed the amount by hand.
100 gold coin for the life of one of the young masters of the 3 great clans in Legacy City. Isn't this too much of a bargain? Wang Lin's face froze.
He then put his hands into his sleeves and took out a small ring.
A decorative ring?
That thing is worth at most 10 gold coins.
What are you trying to pull here? Wang Ling regretfully replied, No. This is not a normal ring. This is an interspatial ring. In Legacy City, this item is very precious. My father gave this to me after his trip to Tiandao City. A interspatial ring from Tiandao City? It should be worth around 200 to 300 gold coins. Wang Lin was stirred up and yelled out, No way! My father used 700 gold coins to get this. No matter how used it is, it should be worth at least around 5 to 600 gold coins. Actually, Yi Zifeng knew that the ring was special. He wanted to press Wang Lin to find out more about it, so he devalued the ring. To be able to get around 800 gold coins from Wang Lin, Yi Zifeng was feeling good. Since it's an interspatial ring, why didn't you put a sword in there and sneak attack me? Maybe you could have bought time to escape. Do you think I'm that dumb? This is the lowest tier of interspatial rings. It takes some time to retrieve and insert items. It's useless during battles. Alright. Whatever. Just hand it over. Yi Zifeng laughed and extended his hand towards Wang Lin. After answering all these questions, Wang Lin was feeling more and more regretful after giving him the ring. He was feeling some sort of mixed feeling right now. He was the one who followed Yi Zifeng to beat him up, but instead, he was beaten and robbed by Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng had bankrupted Wang Lin in an instant. Brother Feng. I gave you everything that I owned already. Please let me go. Wang Lin pitifully begged. 500 gold coins to buy the life of young Master Wang. Yi Zifeng began to ponder. He made it look as if he was really thinking about it. Alright then. Since I'm so nice, it'll be enough if you give me the dagger that you used to attack me before. Wang Lin's face sank. The dagger could be counted as a treasure. If it wasn't for the lightning around Yi Zifeng's body, it would have definitely struck him. If Yi Zifeng is nice, then everyone in the world would be nicer than him. What? You don't want to? Yi Zifeng smiled again, and used an imposing tone. Hearing this tone, Wang Lin's expression changed once again. Money and treasures were important. However, they weren't as important as his own life. Now that his life is in Yi Zifeng's hands, he had to listen to his demands. Of course I want to. As long as Brother Feng is happy. Here. I give this dagger to Brother Feng as a gift. Yi Zifeng showed a satisfied smile, received the dagger and played around with it. From what Yi Zifeng can see, this dagger was worth around 1,000 gold coins. The harvest today was good. Okay. Since you're so sincere, I'll keep my promise and let you live. Many thanks to Brother Feng. Yi Zifeng's tone changed again, however. The happy expression on Wang Lin's face disappeared once he heard this word, however what? However, if I let you go, will you let me go in the future? Yi Zifeng smiled and glared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was startled. He knew what Yi Zifeng meant, no way. Brother Feng is thinking too much. You've taught me a lesson this time and I won't ever bother you again. Yi Zifeng continued to look at him with a smile. If you want me to believe you, I need you to perform a simple task. All you need is to make a blood oath. This time, he truly went overboard. After beating Wang Lin and his friends up, he took around 1,800 gold coins worth of item from him. Even if Yi Zifeng used his feet to think, he can probably guess that Wang Lin will definitely take revenge. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. Brother Feng. There's no need for a blood oath. I've been taught a lesson. I won't dare to bother you anymore. Yi Zifeng snorted. If you want me to believe you, then make a blood oath. If not, then I'll think that you want to take revenge on me. You know what'll happen. Wang Lin had cursed Yi Zifeng all this time while following his order. After taking over 1,000 gold coins worth of item from him and then to not let him take revenge, Wang Lin was really angry. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll just make the dumb blood oath then. Wang Lin, swears that I will not bother Yi Zifeng anymore. If I break this oath then, after this part, he thought about it for a while but didn't know what to say. Yi Zifeng looked at him. So how are you going to make this oath? Then if I break this oath, then I will forever be at the Qi refining stage and never reach the martial disciple realm. Wang Lin was so scared that he began to sweat.
After saying these words, his whole body felt like a sinking balloon.
Yi Zifeng shook his head, not enough. You have to add, I will be struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning and blow up. Wang Lin's face ashened. He didn't want to say something like that, but after he saw Yi Zifeng's glare, he gritted his teeth. Okay. If I break this oath, then I will also be struck by heavenly tribulation lightning and blow up. After saying this, he didn't stop to rest. He was afraid that Yi Zifeng was going to add a few more conditions. He immediately infused his qi into his blood and splattered it on the floor. After a white mist appeared, the blood oath was complete. How is it, Brother Feng? This is fine, right? Can I leave now? Yi Zifeng smiled. Good. Seeing that you're so obedient, I become soft-hearted. I'll beat you a little less. Wang Lin quickly agreed, and then he realized something was wrong. What? You took my money and my treasures. Then you made me do a blood oath. And now you still want to beat me? Don't go back on your words. Yi Zifeng shook his head and smiled. When did I go back on my words? I told you that I'll let you live. I'll promise that I won't take you life. I just want to hit you for a bit. Wang Lin was startled and continuously complained. Brother Feng, I've already made a blood oath. Please let me go. Yi Zifeng smiled and walked closer and closer to Wang Lin. Wang Lin tried to move back but stumbled onto the floor. Making a blood oath and satisfying my urge to beat you are two completely different things. Wang Lin's heart began to beat faster. Brother Feng, please no. You can call me Sister Feng and it won't matter. Don't worry. I'm very soft. Look at your friends, they're not dead either, right? Yi Zifeng revealed a sinister smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Special Soul Binding Pill. After receiving a beating from Yi Zifeng, Wang Lin limped home while shamelessly covering his face. It was already very late when he reached his house. He didn't bother stopping by the main hall to greet his father and went straight towards his room. Hey little bro. Where did you hang out today that made you come home so late? Did you eat dinner yet? A strong handsome youth looked at Wang Lin and questioned. This person was none other than Wang Lin's older brother, Wang Tianji. His cultivation level was already at the peak of qi refining. The two brothers were very close. Ever since they were young, they went through thick and thin together. Because of that, they always looked out for each other. Wang Lin answered dispiritedly, none of your business. Wang Tianji was startled. Since they've rolled together from a young age, Wang Tianji knew Wang Lin's character very well. He knew that Wang Lin was beat up by someone. Without saying anything, he walked towards Wang Lin and grabbed his shoulder. Lil bro, move your hands. Let me see your face. Wang Lin furrowed his brows. I told you already. It's none of your business. Wang Tianji felt that something was strange. He forcefully moved Wang Lin's hands away and took a good look at his face. Every part of Wang Lin's face was swelling. It looked like a pig head. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianji became very angry. There weren't many people in Legacy City who dared to bully his little brother. Lil bro, tell me the truth. Which bastard did this to you? I'll help you take care of him. You big bro is at the peak of qi refining. There aren't many people who can fight against me. Wang Lin sighed and expressionlessly shook his head. No need. I've already decided not to bother him anymore. Wang Tianji stared at Wang Lin. Bro, did you eat the wrong medicine or something? Normally, if someone bullies you, you would definitely pay them back by 100-fold. When did you become such a sissy? Who's a sissy? Do you think I don't want to get revenge on him? Wang Tianji started to think and randomly guessed, I recall that you've been messing with this Yi Zifeng kid. Last time, you were beaten by him, and you called 5 of your brothers out today. Could it be that the 5 of you guys all lost against him? Wang Lin's expression sank. His big brother had hit a sore spot. You really lost? 5 against 1 and you still lost? Didn't you say that he was only at the 3rd stage of Qi refining? Wang Tianji had a shocked expression on his face. Wang Lin sighed, no. He's already at the 4th stage of Qi refining. So what if he's at the 4th stage? Aren't you guys in the 4th stage as well? Now that I think about it, didn't you bring someone who was at the 5th stage of Qi refining? You guys should have been able to beat him one-on-one. Wang Lin shook his head, we couldn't beat him at all. Also, I've already made a blood oath to not bother him anymore. Don't butt into this anymore. In the past, whenever Wang Lin loses to someone, he would immediately find Wang Tianji to get revenge for him. However, this time, Wang Lin offended the cautious-minded Qi Zifeng, who made him take a blood oath. You made a blood oath? Then this is a bit problematic. If I were to help you and teach him a lesson, I might hurt you in the process. Wang Tianji awkwardly sighed. Wang Lin had a pitiful look on his face. Big bro. Do you have any way to cancel a blood oath? I can't deal with this guy's arrogance. Wang Lin had given Qi Zifeng 100 gold coins, an interspatial ring and a precious treasure dagger. Then he was made to take a blood oath. After that he was beaten up. As a spoiled second-generation noble, he could not take such a humiliation. Unless a martial lord comes and help you cancel the blood oath, then you should follow it accordingly. However, Wang Lin looked sad until he heard that last word. However what? However, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with you, and I'm not beating up this guy for you, then I think the effects of blood oath won't be triggered. Wang Tianji smiled. Wang Lin suspiciously looked at his older brother and asked, what do you mean, what? Wang Tianji laughed, did you forget? Liu City's Heavenly Clan gathering is next week. If Qi Zifeng dares to participate, then I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Wang Lin understood what his brother meant. During the gathering, all of the younger generation would fight for their own clan's glory. If his brother were to beat Qi Zifeng up, he can say that he was trying to gain glory for his clan. It was a great opportunity for Wang Lin to get revenge. Big brother. Each clan must send 3 people to participate. My cultivation level is too low, so I won't be able to participate. I hope you can tell second brother and third sister about this and have them teach Qi Zifeng a lesson too, Wang Tianji laughed loudly, good. Even without Qi Zifeng, I would have taught those people in the Yi clan a lesson anyways. We have to completely suppress them and not give them a chance to return to their position as one of the 3 great clans. On the other hand, Qi Zifeng was alone in the wilderness concocting pills. He was preparing for the Heavenly Clan gathering. He used the phantom ginseng, demonic fog grass and the other ingredients to create a pill that can defend against soul attacks. It was a special pill that was much more complicated to concoct than the Thunder Spirit pill and the Golden Marrow pill. Without the help of his ghost flames, it would take more than a night to finish. However, once he concocts this pill, he can guarantee that there is no one in Liu City who can penetrate his soul defense. After all, there were not many people who knows about this pill in the world, let alone in Liu City. During the gathering, the usage of pills and items was prohibited. However, eating a special pill beforehand was technically not against the rules. Even if it was, it will be hard for the judges to detect such pill in his body. I've failed again. It seems like it's not my day today. Let's wait until tomorrow. Using his 4th stage of Qi refining Qi to concoct pills was a bit too exhausting. The 2nd day, the 3rd day. Each day passed very quickly until it was finally the night before the gathering. Shui, why isn't Zifeng back yet? Yi Chongtian was pacing back and forth in his private study. It was very late already and there was still no sign of Qi Zifeng.
Yi Shui thought about it and then nodded. Oh yeah. In the sect, Brother Zifeng told me that he might not return until the day of the gathering. Oof. That good for nothing. He probably went out to fool around again to take some pressure off himself. Yi Chongtian cursed. However, deep down, he was worried for Yi Zifeng. He was afraid that something had happened to him. No way, father. Didn't you notice that Brother Zifeng is different from before? He doesn't go out to play around anymore. Yi Shui was very confident in her brother. No matter what he's doing, he should have came back tonight. The gathering is tomorrow. Yi Chongtian was very worried. His son had changed too much recently. This made him start to worry about his son even more now. Maybe Yi Zifeng can bring the Yi clan back to its former glory days. He didn't want his son to be in some sort of accident before the big gathering. At that time, Yi Zifeng's voice could be heard coming from the gate. Father, did you hear that? Brother Zifeng's back. Yi Shui excitingly yelled out. Yi Chongtian was finally relieved of his worries. It's good that he came back. That's good. Yi Chongtian let out a long sigh. If Yi Zifeng didn't come back, and he had to participate with 2 people, he would be the laughingstock of the entire city. Yi Zifeng ran into the study with a happy look on his face. I did it. I did it. Yi Shui and Yi Chongtian looked at the scene. They had never seen Yi Zifeng so excited before and wondered what had happened. Brother Zifeng, what happened? Why are you so happy? Yi Shui asked. When Yi Zifeng saw Yi Chongtian, he calmed down and suppressed his excitement. He pulled Shui's hands and said, Shui, come with me. I have something to give you. Yi Shui looked at her father. After getting Yi Chongtian's approval, she followed Yi Zifeng and ran out. Brother Zifeng, what do you want to give me? Yi Shui excitedly looked at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng was getting impatient. Come Shui. Eat this pill. It'll be useful for when you participate in the gathering tomorrow. Pill? Brother Zifeng. You spent these few days concocting pills? That's right. Yi Zifeng nodded and retrieved a small box from his sleeve. There was a blood-red translucent pill in the box. What is this pill? It looks like it doesn't taste good. Yi Shui hesitated. Come on lil sis, who cares if it tastes bad? I put a lot of work into making this pill. This pill will increase your soul defense by a lot. It is a special pill made for the Heavenly Clan gathering. After many sleepless nights, I finally succeeded in making 2 pills. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to make one for Yi Shui as well, Yi Zifeng would have returned home a day earlier. Hearing this, she was a bit scared. Brother Zifeng. You really want me to eat it? Yi Shui had never taken any kind of pills in her life. She was able to get to the 8th stage of Qi refining by purely relying on her talents and hard work. Come on. If you don't eat it soon, this soul-binding pill will melt. Okay. Without saying anything else, she reluctantly swallowed the pill. In a split second, a one-of-a-kind unprecedented feeling rushed through her body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Bone Age Test. Brother Zifeng, what did you feed me? Why do I feel my entire body getting hotter and hotter? What is this burning sensation? Yi Shui's lovable body trembled as she tightly hugged herself. Sweat began to form and her breathing became harder and harder. Sis, don't say anything. Come to my room quickly. I'll help you circulate your qi around. Saying that, Yi Zifeng went and pulled her hand. Hold on. Suddenly, an unusual idea popped into Yi Shui's head, causing her face to become bright red. Brother Zifeng.
This isn't some sort of aphrodisiac, right? Yi Zifeng's face stiffened. When he came back to his senses, he bitterly laughed. How can that be? What kind of person do you take me for? This is a special soul-binding pill. It will arouse your martial spirit's hidden potentials, so that's why you are feeling a burning sensation. So it's like that. Then it was my mistake. I'm sorry, Brother Zifeng. Yi Shuai closed her mouth. Her face was still bright red and didn't dare to look at Yi Zifeng anymore. Don't worry about it. In the future, if I really make some aphrodisiac or whatever, I wouldn't be such a beast and use it on my own sister. Yi Zifeng put his hand up, swearing that he wouldn't do something like this. So you're planning on making some in the future? Yi Shuai pouted playfully. Yi Zifeng helplessly chuckled. Okay. Let's go in the room to rest. I still have to help you circulate your qi around. Okay. Thanks, Brother Zifeng. Yi Shuai appreciated the fact that Yi Zifeng had spent an entire day concocting this pill for her. Thus, she obediently entered Yi Zifeng's room and allowed him to help her circulate her qi. With every circulation, she felt a strong power moving in her body. She was shocked at what was happening. The night passed very quickly. The Heavenly Clan Gathering, a once-in-5 years competition that everyone in Liu City pays attention to. It was a competition where large clans can show off their strength and small clans can rise in power. There were around 30-something clans in Liu City. Each clan were allowed to send 3 people to participate, totaling to around 100 participants. According to the rules, only people under the age of 25 can participate. Thus, most of the participants are in the qi refining stage. As the host of the competition, the Spirit Ashen sect invited 7 martial practitioner realm experts from outside to make sure the competition was fair and impartial. They also had 3 of their elders help host the gathering as well. Early next morning, there were many people waiting outside of the sect. Seeing that the gathering did not start yet, the people of the Yi clan decided to walk around. Hey, look! Isn't that the trashy Zifeng? Why is he here at the Heavenly Clan Gathering? Is the Yi clan planning to use him as a cannon fodder? That's enough. Don't call him trash anymore. That's all in the past. Didn't you hear about how he completed the Thunder Rhino mission from the sect? While completing the mission, he killed 3 Thunder Rhinos. 3 Thunder Rhinos? Really? Wow, that's impressive. It seems like I have to re-evaluate this Yi Zifeng. That's not all. I heard that Miss Bingqian has a very close relationship with Yi Zifeng. You have to be careful if you want to talk about him. If Miss Bingqian overhears you talking about him and you offend her, she will never concoct pills for your clan again. Anyways, why isn't Miss Bingqian here yet? Are you stupid? The Liu clan was the winner of the last gathering. According to the rules, they will be the last clan to compete. Why would Miss Bingqian come here so early? Alright, let's stop gossiping. Look! There comes Yi Chongtian and the Yi clan members. Everyone stopped gossiping and shut their mouths. They stopped talking about Yi Zifeng. None of them wanted to offend the Yi clan. Although the Yi clan had fallen, Yi Chongtian is still an expert at the martial soul stage and was one of the strongest beings in Liu City. Wow! It's so quiet and peaceful today. Yi Zifeng felt refreshed. Yi Shuai giggled, yeah. Well, since Brother Zifeng did so many unbelievable things, all those people who laughed at you before finally shut their mouths. This is great. Yi Huiqi laughed as well, heh. Even though you got rid of your status as a trash, you still have that status as a coward. Yi Huiqi. What do you mean by that? An angry expression appeared on Yi Shuai's face. What do I mean by that? You can ask him yourself. During the last gathering, didn't he run away? He didn't even have enough courage to participate. After that, he became the laughingstock of the entire city. Yi Zifeng sighed. His past was giving him a headache. You're right. However, like you said, that was in the past. We're living in the present right now. Just you wait and see. This time, at the Heavenly Clan gathering, I will erase my past embarrassments and make a name for myself. Yi Huiqi was startled, and with a sour tone he replied, "Cousin, your ability to bluff is getting better and better." Fine. I wait for the results. Alright, stop talking. There's someone coming out. Seeing how these kids were going against each other, Yi Chongtian felt worried. At this time, a martial practitioner elder came out of the sect. It was Lin Ku, one of the 3 great elders of the sect. When he appeared, everyone shut their mouths and lined up. The Heavenly Clan gathering will be starting soon. Please line up and wait for me to administer the bone age test to you. If any clan wants to cheat, then don't even think about participating in the gathering in the future. No way. No one said anything about a bone age test. Yeah. I wasn't notified about it at all. A few fairly new small clans who didn't know about this started to complain. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and bring some of their stronger juniors in. However, their plans backfired. They weren't able to find a replacement fast enough, so they had to enter with just 1 or 2 people. Shi Chen's clan was one of these small clans. After his older brother and sister had to drop out, he was the only one participating. Originally, he wanted to watch the competition as a participant, but now he had to actually try and gain glory for his clan. Elder Lin coldly looked at everyone. When we handed out the invitations, we clearly told everyone that people above the age of 25 cannot participate. Since you guys tried to cheat, you got what you deserved. Saying that, he went up to the first person in line and felt his meridians. Okay. Almost 22 years old. Go in. Next. 18 years old. Shui family's youngster, you can go in too. Seeing that there was a bone age test, Yi Zifeng's expression turned ugly. Brother Zifeng. What happened? Did you not get enough sleep last night? Are you not feeling well? Yi Shui was worried after seeing Yi Zifeng's expression change. Yi Huiqi chuckled. Let me guess. Does your stomach hurt again? Do you want to run away like last time? Yi Zifeng didn't pay any attention to Yi Huiqi and gritted his teeth. He made up his mind and raised his hand. After he did that, Yi Huiqi was shocked. He only wanted to joke around and didn't think that Yi Zifeng would actually try to drop out. No way. Cousin Zifeng. Do you really want to drop out? Of course not. Yi Zifeng smiled and shook his head. Elder Lin. Can I ask a question? You bastard. Are you crazy? Seeing Yi Zifeng raise his hand, Yi Chongtian was startled. What in the world did Yi Zifeng want to do now? Did he want to embarrass the clan again? However, what Yi Chongtian didn't know was that Yi Zifeng was actually worried about his bone age. He wasn't sure about his bone age after crossing over. He didn't know what kind of method the elder employed, but it might cause some problems. Everyone turned around and stared at Yi Zifeng. They didn't know what he wanted to say, but if he offends Elder Lin in any way, he would definitely get punished. Elder Lin furrowed his brows and took 2 steps forward. If you have anything to say, say it quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Yi Zifeng smiled. Actually, it's nothing big. First of all, I would like to say that I agree with the way that the elder is handling the process. However, I would like to ask the elder to not announce everyone's age. You should know that there are many female cultivators here, and it is sort of a taboo to say a girl's age out loud, but no matter in what world, asking for a girl's age and telling other people their age are considered a taboo. The girls here all wanted to say something, but they were afraid that they would offend Elder Lin. Who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would help them say something like this?
Because of this, their view of Yi Zifeng changed dramatically. Yi Shuai giggled, "Brother Zifeng, I didn't think that you would be considerate." Yi Shuai also didn't want everyone in the arena to know about her age. Yi Zifeng smiled and remained silent. Borrowing this chance that Yi Zifeng created, many of the girls started to speak up as well. The entire place was filled with noise, and that forced Elder Lin to change the way he did things. Elder Lin looked at Yi Zifeng with admiration. With just a few words, he was able to create such emotion. It seems like Yi Zifeng is a person with high integrity. Alright then. I won't be announcing the ages anymore. From now on, I'll just announce if you pass or not. Elder Lin sighed and continued to administer the test. You pass. You also pass. One by one, people started to enter the sect slowly. In just a bit, it was Yi Zifeng's turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, you're here to fill up the third spot. Brother Chongtian. Elder Lin noticed Yi Chongtian and waved towards him. Yi Chongtian cupped his hands together and returned the greeting, Elder Lin. Ah. So it's Chongtian's kid. There were too many people here, so I didn't notice you guys. I remember when you were just a little kid. In the blink of an eye, almost 20 years have passed. Time really does go by quickly. Lin Ke was one of the 3 great elders of the sect. He's usually traveling around in the outside world and rarely returns to Liu City. This time, when he returned, it was during the Heavenly Clan gathering. To be able to meet an old friend of his from 20 years ago, he felt really happy. Yi Chongtian smiled, right? These 20 years passed really quickly. It's all thanks to Elder Lin's care that this kid could grow up to be like this. I hope Elder Lin can give them some pointers in the future. Great. Great. The young master is so eloquent and charismatic, he will definitely become a great figure in the future. Elder Lin laughed and complimented Yi Zifeng's courage from before. Since he likes traveling in the outside world, he obviously have not heard about all of Yi Zifeng's past deeds and his nickname as a trash. This was the reason why he was able to compliment him so much with a straight face. If it were anyone else, no matter how good of a relationship they have with Yi Chongtian, they would not be able to compliment Yi Zifeng like this. Chongtian, just to be fair, I need to test their bone age. Yi Chongtian smiled and gestured for Elder Lin to proceed, of course. The first was Yi Huiqi. After Elder Lin felt his meridians, he smiled and nodded, you passed. You can go in. Next was Yi Shuai, and of course, she passed easily. Since there were other people still waiting, Elder Lin quickly moved towards Yi Zifeng and tested him. After feeling for a while, Elder Lin's face turned pale and looked at Yi Zifeng with a shocked expression. It looked as if the elder had turned into a statue. Fortunately, he didn't say Yi Zifeng's age out loud by habit since he had changed the process just before. Yi Chongtian looked at the elder's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong, Elder Lin?" "Nothing. Let me try again." Elder Lin shook his head. He thought that he was getting old and messed up. He tried again, but the result was the same as before. In his mind, he kept thinking, no way. His face was filled with shock. He didn't believe in demonic things and thus continuously felt Yi Zifeng's meridians. Every time that he did it, he got the same results. Chongtian, is this kid really your son? Elder Lin felt that Yi Zifeng was around 26 years old. If it was anyone else, he would fail them immediately. However, he was there during Yi Zifeng's birth and even held him in his arms. He remembered that day very clearly. It was the day before Elder Lin left Liu City for the first time. There was no way that he would forget about such an event. So I think the alchemist god Zifeng was around 26 when he crossed over? Yi Chongtian, who was originally full of smiles, was shocked. Elder Lin, I really do respect you and I can tolerate some things that you say.
But for you to actually ask me if Zifeng was my son. How can he not be my son? Yi Shuai looked strangely at the elder as well. That's right, Elder Lin. I grew up with my brother. He's always been 2 years older than me. She thought that it was strange for the elder to act like this. She had guessed that it had something to do with the test, so she told him that Yi Zifeng was only older than her by 2 years. Elder Lin couldn't believe it. He shook his head. Just before, he felt that Yi Shuai was around 18 years old. From the facts, Yi Zifeng should be 20 years old. How could he be tested to be around 26? But Elder Lin hesitated and wanted to say what happened. However, how could Qi Zifeng let him do so and intervened? Elder Lin, I want to ask if the bone age test is administered during every Heavenly Clan gathering. Elder Lin asked someone and then replied, that's right. It is done during every gathering. All right then. Yi Zifeng turned towards the rest of the participants and asked, I want to ask you guys something. Did anyone here participate in the last gathering with me? Yi Zifeng. I remember that day 5 years ago. At that time, we were both 15 years old, and right after you passed the bone age test, you lied about having a stomachache and ran away. Yeah, I remember that. 5 years ago, you were a trash and you even lied about having a stomachache. You basically lost face for the entire Yi clan and became the laughingstock of the entire Liuzhou city. Yi Chongtian coldly coughed and made all the people in the younger generation shut up. Yi Zifeng, on the other hand, wasn't mad, and he turned towards Lin Ke with a smiling face. Elder Lin, you heard them right? 5 years ago, I participated in the gathering with them and I was only 15 at that time. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I made a big deal that left a deep impression on everyone in the city. Yi Zifeng continued, Elder Lin is using qi to test someone's bone age and it might be wrong sometimes. In a situation like this, you should trust the people's words, right? 5 years ago, he was 15. So 5 years later, he should be 20. Even a child could figure this out. Yi Zifeng was very clever. He used the public's words to defy Elder Lin's test. This kind of public pressure will definitely make Elder Lin have second thoughts. Elder Lin was startled by Yi Zifeng's actions. In his heart, he admired Yi Zifeng's courage even more. After thinking for a bit, he began to laugh. That's right. It seems like this old man messed up. Young Master Yi, you pass. Go into the sect. Thanks, Elder Lin. On the surface, Yi Zifeng acted all cool and calm, but on the inside, Yi Zifeng was actually very nervous. Since last week, he had continuously concocted pills and cultivated in order to prepare for the gathering. If he were to fail the first test and not even step past the door, he would literally choke himself to death. Elder Lin nodded and continued to administer the test to the others. Yi Shuai pulled Zifeng's sleeves and laughed, Big brother, that scared me to death. Man, that Elder Lin really is getting old. From the way he looked, it looked as if you were actually older than 25. Yi Zifeng smiled, if I really am older than 25, would you still see me as your brother? Yi Shuai was startled and smiled, you're talking like you're really older than 25. I'm your only sister. If I don't see you as a brother, who will? Ahem. Yi Chongtian coughed. Recently it seems like these two were not acting like siblings and decided to intervene with a few words. Zifeng, Shuai, Huiqi. I hope you guys can return triumphantly and gain glory for our Yi clan. Thanks, father. Thanks, uncle. Later on, I'll be in the spectator area cheering you guys on. Oh yeah. During this gathering, do you guys have any goals? Yi Chongtian had been wanting to ask them this. Yi Shuai smiled, of course I have goals. Last time I got 11th place, so this time I will definitely enter the top 10. Yi Chongtian nodded, good.
As expected from my baby girl. Yi Huiqi thought about it and answered, I'm at the 5th stage of Qi refining. While this is not considered impressive, I hope to enter the top 30. Yi Chongtai nodded again, it's not bad if you can get into the top 30 with your cultivation level. Well, you guys need to do your best and try to reach your goals, When Yi Zifeng was about to open his mouth to say his goals, who would have thought that Yi Chongtian actually skipped over him? Hold on, old man. Why aren't you asking me what my goal is? Yi Chongtian turned towards Yi Zifeng and looked at him strangely. Zifeng, you're here to fill up the 3rd spot. Think of it as a mission. You can whatever you want and I'm not going to ask for much from you. Yi Zifeng was speechless. He had worked so hard for the past week just to be a fill-in. If his own father had such low expectations for him, what would other people be thinking? After Yi Chongtian bid his farewell to them, the 3 Yi clan members walked into the sect. There were many people in there already, all lined up. The older generation was sitting in the spectator seats while the younger generation gathered near the sect doors, waiting for the elders' commands. Yi Zifeng, you're finally here. Our young master Xiao had been waiting for you. Xiao Mu and his lackeys walked over and coldly looked at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng, you really are something. To have Miss Bingqian back you up. However, let me tell you this right now. I suggest that you go and forfeit or else don't even think about leaving this place in one piece. Yi Shuai became angry and wanted to attack. However, Yi Zifeng blocked her way. Yi Zifeng smiled back, the Heavenly Clan gathering isn't a fighting tournament. Everyone will mind their own business and walk their own heavenly stairway. How are you going to deal with me? TL, so the Heavenly Clan gathering is a contest about climbing stairs. I think each level exerts some pressure and whoever climbs to the highest wins. Xiaomu walked up next to Yi Zifeng and whispered, truth to be told, one of the judges from Tiandao City is someone from my Xiao clan. I've already made a deal with him. When you climb the stairs later, he will definitely not let you off. So if you want to run now, it's not too late. Compared to hurting Yi Zifeng, Xiaomu hoped that Yi Zifeng would choose to run instead. This will definitely make him lose face. This was why Xiaomu deliberately warned him. So they want to use soul attacks to harm me, huh? By exerting pressure on the stairs and attacking me at the same time, no one would notice anything. This is a pretty good plan. Yi Zifeng had a deep sly look in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, Never Before Seen. In the middle of the sect's forbidden soul hall, there was a staircase with several hundred steps that reached the heavens. The space between each step was as tall as 2 people. When one stands at the bottom of these stairs and look up, it looked as if the stairs pierced the clouds and was as tall as the 5 great mountains. It looked as if these stairs were really the stairway to heaven. Hence the name, Heavenly Stairs. On normal days, these flights of stairs were not this tall. The sect had laid down a special formation because of the competition. With 10 martial practitioner realm experts maintaining it, it allowed the stairs to pierce the heavens. After Elder Lin tested everyone, he went into the sect as well. He looked at the 9 other experts and then nodded. He then cleared his throat and started to talk. All right. Everyone listen up. The Heavenly Clan gathering will have 2 parts. The first part is the stair climbing competition. After 1 hour, the top 10 will be determined and the winner will participate in the second part of the gathering. In the afternoon, the winning family of the first part will fight against the champions of the last gathering, the Liu family. I will explain the rules for the second part when the time comes. Are there any questions? Shi Chen raised his hand. Elder Lin. Since there are many people participating, there's bound to be some pushing and shoving. If we fall from high up, I'm afraid that it'll hurt a lot. Once the people in the hall heard this, they had to hold in their laughter. Shi Chen was a scaredy cat. This was the reason why he picked missions that were lower than his cultivation level.
During this gathering, Shi Chen only thought about his own safety and not his family's glory. However, he can't be blamed for that.
He was only supposed to be here to watch as a participant and learn things. However, both his brother and sister had to forfeit due to their age, and the elders in his clan forced him to actually try.
Elder Lin laughed, "Don't worry about it. If you fall, the experts from Tiandao City will catch you with their qi. They will make sure that you don't get hurt." Shi Chen's face suddenly turned very happy. "Then that's good."
Elder Lin's expression suddenly changed and then coldly said, "However, I want to remind everyone that although pushing and shoving cannot be avoided, if we find anyone who deliberately attacks other people, they will be punished. Their family will also not be able to attend the gathering for the next 10 years. These words were said in a very strict tone. Everyone kept the reminder in their heart and the hall became quiet. Yi Shui was confused about something and opened her mouth. "Elder Lin, I also have a question.
If after 1 hour, there are still people on the same level, how will the ranks be determined?
5 years ago she participated in the gathering, but this time the rules were completely different, so she was confused about it." Elder Lin started to laugh again. "Good.
That's a good question. However, don't worry about it.
If something like this happens, we, the elders and the experts from Tiandao City, will continuously exert pressure on the level until one person is left."
After that, everyone looked around at each other. No one else asked any more questions.
Elder Lin looked at everyone and then turned to the teachers of the sect.
"There's nothing else, Elder Lin. We can begin."
One of the teachers spoke up. "Then I would like to announce that this year's Heavenly Clan gathering has officially begun." At the same time, the spectators all began to clap.
This was one of the most festive events in Liu City. Everyone in the city will pay attention to the results.
The elder generations in the spectator stands were all as nervous as the younger generation participants. At this time, some of the participants have already begun to move.
"Quick! Move out." Right after Elder Lin announced the start, Yi Zifeng pulled Yi Shui's hand and flew towards the stairs. His reaction was so fast that the other participants were shocked. Yi Huiqi was startled. "We have a whole hour to climb. Why are you being so urgent?"
Xiaomu reacted quickly as well and commanded his brothers, "Quick, don't let the people in the Yi clan run."
"Wait. Young Master Xiao. According to the rules, we can't attack them." Xiaomu facepalmed inside. "Who told you to go and attack them?"
Elder Lin said there's bound to be some pushing and shoving.
"You guys only need to block their way and not let them advance. Whatever you do, don't attack them."
The rules only stated what they couldn't do. He bent the rules and used it to his own advantage. Xiaomu was a smart person, unlike Wang Lin. He knows what he should and shouldn't do.
However, his plan was easily seen through by Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng didn't even look back and continued to rush towards the stairs.
He only had one goal in his mind right now. He had to be quicker. He cannot let Xiaomu and his lackeys catch him. Damn! That Yi Zifeng kid is pretty smart. He ran away immediately.
Xiaomu gritted his teeth.
He couldn't catch Yi Zifeng anymore. "Young Master Xiao, what do we do now? What else can we do? Even if we can't catch him, we still have to run after him. With his cultivation, he shouldn't be able to climb that far up. We'll be able to catch up sooner or later." Xiaomu suddenly remembered something. "Oh yeah. Block that Yi Huiqi kid too. I won't let anyone from the Yi clan go." Yi Huiqi, who was standing in the back, was shocked after hearing these words. "What the fuck? What does this have to do with me? Senior brother, since the kids have started, we should start too." Elder Lin looked towards a white-robed elder. "Yeah, we should." The white-robed elder nodded and waved his hands. He put his palm on the formation and inserted his qi.
Elder Lin and the others all went to their own position and did the same thing. They all started to insert their qi into the formation. After the experts inserted their qi into the formation, the stone steps began to emit a dim light. On this gloomy and cloudy day, the stairs shone especially bright. Watching the qi gather on the stairs, all of the participants were shocked and their expressions became more and more serious. To these people, the heavenly stairs was something that can help them improve. It will allow them to gain experience. To be able to enter a formation maintained by 10 martial practitioner experts, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Zifeng was not the first to reach the stairs because there were others who were a lot faster than him.
He. You trash Yi Zifeng. You want to get ahead of me? Don't even think about it. Rong Clan's second young master yelled out. Yi Zifeng smiled back, wow. Since you're so strong, then let's see if you can get on the first level. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Rong Clan's second young master started laughing loudly. He was very close to the stairs already and decided to leap onto the first step. With a flip, he elegantly and gracefully landed on the first level. However, when he stepped onto the first level, his body began to tremble. He can feel the invisible pressure coming from all around him. It was hard for him to move. The Rong Clan's second young master was spoiled by his parents ever since he was born. He had never experienced something as terrifying as this. He was unable to move at all. He didn't know what to do. Dumbass. To jump onto the first step without preparing yourself. One's cultivation level will only slightly affect the climbing process. In order to climb higher, one needed high amounts of concentration, willpower and perseverance. The Rong Clan's second young master treated this as a game and jumped on without preparing himself. He was basically asking for it. Yi Zifeng coldly laughed and then looked back at his sister, Lil Sis, when you get onto the stairway, don't think about anything and don't be scared. Just focus on going upwards. Yi Shui nodded, alright brother Zifeng. I got it. Yi Zifeng took a deep breath and a serious expression appeared on his face. Only after preparing himself and surrounding his body with his own qi did he dare to step onto the first level. If I come over here, it looks like I won't be affected by the formation that much. Yi Zifeng was still in mid-air suddenly thought of an idea. He struck his palm out onto the ground and with the recoil, he flew towards the Rong Clan's second young master. Yi Zifeng, you. What are you doing here? Rong Clan's second young master was shocked and wanted to move away. However, the formation on the stairs had some sort of confinement effect. If one isn't prepared and concentrated, they won't be able to move easily. Yi Zifeng showed a cold smile and stepped onto his shoulder. He fiercely stepped onto it and used momentum to easily get onto the second level. The qi energy on the stairs began to move towards Yi Zifeng but was dispelled by his own qi. At that time, not only did all the participants stared blankly at Yi Zifeng, even the experts were shocked at what happened. This wasn't the first time that they were invited to help maintain the formation of the stairs, but all of the participants from previous years had climbed using their own strength. They had never seen someone climb by using another person as a stepping stone. Xiaomu came back to his sensei and yelled, "Elders! How is this not against the rules? You must punish Yi Zifeng or else the integrity of the competition will drop." Nah man. I'm only using him as a stepping stone. I'm trying to climb the tower, you know. This isn't considered an attack, so it's not against the rules. Yi Zifeng smiled and replied. This was the first time that something like this happened. After much deliberations, Elder Lin gave a reply, it is as Yi Zifeng says. He is only trying to climb the stairs. It is not against the rules. He will continue. Many thanks to Senior. Yi Zifeng smiled and cupped his hand. Elder Lin glared at him, however, this kind of thing leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. It is unsportsmanlike. Don't do it again.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 34, Heavenly Stairs Illusion Realm. Yi Zifeng was able to use the Rong clan's second young master to easily get onto the second level. However, there were also many people who could get on the second level by themselves, and they easily caught up and surpassed Yi Zifeng. His nickname as Trash was basically half-cleared. However, not everyone had so much time in their hands to pay attention to Yi Zifeng's recent achievements. So in these people's minds they didn't know about the recent events and thought that falling behind Yi Zifeng was a great embarrassment. Fuck.
My dad told me that during the last gathering, there was a coward named Qi Zimo who forfeited immediately and became the laughingstock of the entire city.
How come he's so bold today?
Right? I remembered that during the last gathering, he ran away right after bone age test.
How is he acting so normal today? Could it be that he had some sort of fortuitous enlightenment? Hearing all these shocking remarks and compliments about his son, Yi Chongtian was feeling very joyful.
During this gathering, he originally wanted someone else from the other branch clans to take the third spot. However, since he was rejected, he used Qi Zifeng to fill up the third position. Who would have thought that right when the competition started, Qi Zifeng would do something so splendid, helping the Yi clan gain quite a bit of glory.
In the Yi clan, the one with the ugliest expression was Yi Chen.
His son Hui Qi was blocked by the Shao clan members and had just reached the first level. In the competition, he had already lost his opportunity to get ahead. At this time, while clenching his teeth, Yi Zifeng finally reached the 10th level.
There were only a few people ahead of him and Xu Wei.
As for Xiao Mu and the others, they started later than Yi Zifeng and was crowding with other people at the 7th level. Yi Zifeng took a deep breath and looked over at Xu Wei. Lil sis, the further we go, the more pressure is exerted on us. We will probably use up a lot of our strength before the time limit, so we should use a different method to climb.
Yi Shuai looked confused and asked, use a different method? What kind of method?
Yi Zifeng got closer to her and whispered, when you jump up, I'll be right under you and jump immediately after you.
If we do it like this, we can lessen the pressure upon the second person.
We will take turns and save our strength. Yi Shuai's face lit up. That's a great idea.
But why are you only saying it now?
Yi Zifeng looked at the people under him and then smiled. Only after separating ourselves from the other can we utilize this plan.
Once the other people see this, they will probably try to copy us. However, right now, the people who are above us are probably too arrogant to work with each other, and it is too crowded for the people below us to employ this method. After saying that, Yi Zifeng's expression became serious again. Alright sis, let's not stand here and talk. We have to get going. Okay. I'll listen to Brother Zifeng. Then I'll go first. Yi Shuai nodded.
She took a deep breath and then jumped straight towards the 11th level.
Yi Zifeng quickly followed behind her.
With this plan in action, they were able to save quite a bit of energy and chi.
It was exactly like Yi Zifeng had planned. The people above them saw this but did not work together, and the people below them tried to do this but it was too crowded. This process was almost impossible for them to duplicate as well.
The two must have complete trust in each other and they have to work perfectly together.
Oof. This is simply preposterous.
Are these people climbing a mountain or climbing stairs? To use this kind of rule-bending method to help each other. One of the Tiandao City's experts commented. He clearly despised Yi Zifeng's method of doing things. Elder Lin smiled. Elder Zhao, I'd like to think that they're good at adapting to the rule instead of bending the rules. To be able to think of a method like this, they are very smart. These two will go on to do big things in the future. Elder Zhao coldly laughed.
I do admit that they're a little smart, but going on to do big things? I doubt it. We'll see what they do on the 20th level.
There were a total of 100 steps, and with each 20 levels, there will be a change in setting.
For the first 20 it tested one's physical strength and not much of one's qi. However, after the 20th step, it won't be that simple anymore. Hold on, Xue. This time, let me jump first. When Yi Zifeng reached the 19th level, he suddenly pulled Xue back. Brother Zifeng, what happened? Is there something out of place? Yi Xue was puzzled. Normally, these kind of heavenly stair formations will change every 20 levels. If I am not wrong, then the next level will feel completely different from before. Yi Xue's eyes lit up. Brother Zifeng, how do you know this? Have you climbed the heavenly stairs before? That's not possible. You didn't even participate last time. When Yi Zifeng was a martial lord, he had encountered many different heavenly stair formations before. He had participated in something similar to this in his past life, so he knows all the tricks to these heavenly stairs. He was preparing himself and didn't answer her question. With a loud yell, lightning shot out from his body as he rushed towards the 20th level. At the same time, his surroundings quickly changed. He could still hear Xue's breath right under him, but when he looked back, he couldn't see her anymore. An illusion? This was the first thing that Yi Zifeng thought of. The first 20 levels were basically a warm-up. This was the start of the real competition. When Yi Zifeng entered this illusionary realm, he became isolated from the outside world. The formation was able to create an illusion based on each individual's mind. The illusions were different for every person. Yi Zifeng was walking leisurely around the illusion. Suddenly, without him feeling anything, a large golden sword appeared in his hands. In front of him, his servant from his past life was kneeling on the ground, begging Yi Zifeng not to kill him. So it's the murderer's illusion. Yi Zifeng had a smile on his face. He had seen this kind of illusion before, so he saw through this immediately. Other people might not be able to tell that this is an illusion, but to Yi Zifeng, he could easily see through all of this. After he crossed over to the martial spirit continent, he knew that he won't be returning to his world anytime soon. So if anyone from the other world appeared here, he could tell that they were fake. Since everything here is going to be fake, he could kill them without mercy. There was nothing stopping him. Die. Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and killed his old servant. At the same time, the old servant's body went up in smokes and disappeared. Right after, the sound of a crying child came from behind Yi Zifeng. The kid was called Hanyu. He was Yi Zifeng's boy servant for when he needed to concoct pills. The kid was raised by Yi Zifeng himself. Hanyu was crying and begging Yi Zifeng. He was kowtowing non-stop until his head started to bleed. He wanted Yi Zifeng to spare his life. However, Yi Zifeng didn't feel anything. He knew that this was all fake and immediately cut him down. This time, instead of disappearing, the body stayed there with blood gushing out. Another voice then appeared behind him. Yi Zifeng. I am the Supreme Emperor of the Black Tortoise Continent. I've been kind to you all your life and have granted you the authority to be above everyone besides me. Do you dare to kill me? I won't let you go even when I become a ghost. Before Hanyu's body disappeared, the Supreme Emperor of his past life appeared before him. Who cares if I kill you or not? You can't stop me. Yi Zifeng snorted coldly, raised his sword and cut him down. The emperor's head flew off and blood splattered all over Yi Zifeng's face. Yi Zifeng tasted some of the blood that was splattered all over him and raised his brows. So this is the limit of a martial practitioner's qi. Even with such a strong formation, they could only make the blood taste like water. Little Yi. Come over here, son. Do you remember us? We're your parents. We're sorry for leaving you. We've allowed you to suffer for the past 20-something years. TL, so he was 26 when he died. I think. Yi Zifeng turned around again and this time, two people appeared. He could not see their faces and they looked as if they were some kind of spirit.
This scene had finally affected him a bit. He was an abandoned orphan. Ever since he was little, he had to rely on himself. He was fortunate and received help from an expert and learned the way of alchemy. If it weren't for that expert, he would have died on the streets already.
Zifeng trembled for a bit and didn't say anything.
He closed his eyes and swung his sword. All he heard was two heads dropping on the floor.
Zifeng. Guess who I am?
Zifeng's eyes were suddenly being covered by a pair of hands.
Hearing this, Zifeng smiled and answered, "It's Jialan, isn't it?" "Zifeng, after you went missing, I've been thinking about you every day." "Thinking about where you went? Why didn't you tell me anything before you left?" "Jialan. Why would I not tell you where I went?"
Zifeng slowly removed her hands and turned around. He stared at the beauty in front of him and grabbed her by her waist.
"Jialan. I really miss you too. But sadly, you're not her." A painful look appeared on Jialan's face.
Her face froze as she looked down. Zifeng's sword had pierced through her chest and she was bleeding. All the people that he had a close relation with in his past life had appeared one by one. And one by one, they returned to his heart. He hugged the fallen Jialan in his chest until she disappeared. Then with a sigh, he looked over at the horizons.
Next.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 35, Path of Suffering. In the illusion realm, Zifeng was killing emotionlessly and very quickly.
Outside, the judges of the gathering were all shocked at how fast Zifeng was advancing.
Who the hell is this Zifeng?
On the outside he looks like a pale-faced scholar, but his killing abilities are so ruthless.
He didn't lose his mind in the illusion at all. It seems like he'll grow up to become someone exceptional. Yeah.
When he reached the 20th level, he was behind quite a few people. But now, he's shot up to the 3rd place.
It seems like I'll have to re-evaluate this kid. For the Yi clan to have a son like this, it seems like they're about to rise again. Hearing the compliments from all the elders, Elder Zhao's face turned extremely ugly.
From what he knows about Zifeng's past, he didn't think that Zifeng would reach the top 10. He didn't know why the Shao clan asked him to help out. But now, he really had to step out and stop him.
"Elder Zhao, I see that you aren't looking so well. Is it because you're not used to the air here?" One of the sect's 3 great elder, Xunli, noticed the change in Elder Zhao's expression and laughed.
Elder Zhao laughed awkwardly, perhaps.
"I rushed here from Tiandao City and didn't have a chance to rest. I'm just feeling a bit tired." "So is that so? Then you should go rest for a bit." This. Xunli looked at Elder Zhao with a deep expression. Elder Zhao was shocked and replied, "Then I won't be impolite and will listen to the elder."
Xunli turned to everyone else and smiled, "Everyone please continue maintaining the formation. I'll bring Elder Zhao to get some fresh air and will return very quickly."
Xunli was the strongest elder in the sect, so the other elders didn't dare to disrespect his decision.
Xunli stood up, pulled Elder Zhao to the side and smiled, "All right, you can tell me.
Is it the Shao clan, Rong clan, or the Wine clan?"
Elder Zhao trembled, "Elder Shen, I don't know what you're talking about, but..."
Xunli coldly smiled, "You know exactly what I mean. Don't try to act stupid in front of me."
Elder Zhao somewhat understood his meaning and asked, "Could it be that Elder Shen is also?"
"That's right. The Wang clan asked me to help out. We have to prevent Zifeng from entering the top 10. We cannot let the Yi clan have any hopes to rise in power."
Xunli had a resolute expression in his eyes.
Elder Zhao's eyes lit up.
He thought he had to work by himself and was afraid that someone might find out about his deeds. However, now that he has one of the great elders of the sect on his side, it made his mission much easier.
So that's how it is.
Elder Shen has the same plans as well.
Then I won't hide it anymore. The Shao clan asked me to deal with Yi Zifeng. Good. Then we have a common goal. It'll make things easier.
Xinli smiled and nodded. When Yi Zifeng is at the 40th level, his physical and mental strength should be exhausted.
When he gets to the path of suffering, we'll take turns and increase the output of the formation on him. I don't believe that he'll be able to handle it.
After experiencing all these illusions, Yi Zifeng opened his eyes and he was already at the 39th level.
He looked down, but all he could see was smoke. He couldn't see Yi Shuai or the other participants at all. However, when he looked around, he saw a girl standing on this level as well. It seems like she's waiting for someone and not moving at all. Hey! Are you from the Wan clan? Yi Zifeng suddenly asked. The girl's face was filled with shock. We don't know each other. How do you know that I'm from the Wang clan?
This girl was called Wang Mengxi, Wang Tianji, and Wang Lin's third sister.
Her looks were only alright and could barely be called a beauty.
When she said that they don't know each other, she meant that Yi Zifeng shouldn't know her. She, on the other hand, knew who Yi Zifeng was. After all, who didn't know who Yi Zifeng was after what he did 5 years ago?
I guessed. Yi Zifeng shrugged. Guessed? Wang Mengxi didn't believe him. Well, I'm not randomly guessing either. In Legacy City, only the younger generation of the other great clans can come out of the illusion realm before me. Since the Liu clan isn't participating, only people from the Wang clan can be ahead of me. Since you're here, you're probably waiting for the other clan members, right? Hearing this, Wang Mengxi nodded. So that's it. Not bad. You're right. I'm Wang Mengxi from the Wang clan. I heard that Yi Zifeng was a dumb and stupid coward, but that doesn't seem to be the case. These people can call me whatever they want. But one day, they will regret it. For those who wants to hurt me, I, Yi Zifeng, will remember them and pay the debt back tenfold. Yi Zifeng glared at Wang Mengxi with a fierce expression. When he gets his revenge, he will not discriminate. As long as they've offended him, whether they're a guy or a girl, whether they're pretty or ugly, he will exact his revenge. Wang Mengxi started to sweat profusely. The person in front of her did not seem like a Qi refining stage kid at all. Instead, he looked like a supreme expert. Yi Zifeng coughed, and right when he wanted to continue going up, Wang Mengxi suddenly called out, Yi Zifeng, wait a bit. What do you want? Don't waste my stair climbing time. Yi Zifeng raised his brows and turned around. Wang Mengxi pursed her lips up and spoke, stay here and wait with me. Don't go up. It's very dangerous up there. After an hour, the people who can reach the 39th level should be less than 15. If you can get in the top 15, then the Yi clan can gain quite a bit of glory. That's too bad. I'm not satisfied with being in the top 15. Yi Zifeng smiled and shook his head. You? Listen to my warning. Of course, Yi Zifeng can see that this was only an excuse. The Heavenly Stairs formation isn't dangerous at all. The real dangerous ones are the people who are maintaining the formation. He knew that Wang Mengxi knows that there are judges who will mess with him when he goes up. Ha! It seems like you're a completely different person compared to your brother Wang Lin. Yi Zifeng laughed. What do you mean? Wang Mengxi was startled by Yi Zifeng's words. I'm complimenting you. Right after that, Yi Zifeng jumped up to the 40th level. However, when his foot reached the ground, he felt a strong pressure pressing on top of him. It made it very hard for him to breathe. The path of suffering? Yi Zifeng was startled. Ah! His entire body was in pain. It felt as if each and every cell in his body was being attacked by millions of small bugs. If it wasn't for the fact that he had prepared himself before stepping onto the 40th level, he would have definitely fainted and rolled down the stairway. Right now, Yi Zifeng was kneeling down, trying to gather his energy. Entering the path of suffering after leaving the illusionary realm will give any cultivator a big blow to their mental strength. Even though Qi Zifeng knew that the pain was fake, and that it will all be gone after he leaves the path of suffering, he was still greatly affected by it. However, this was nothing compared to what he had experienced in his past life. Once, he had used himself as a guinea pig and ate 100 different pills until his body almost exploded. Since he was able to endure something like that, this kind of fictitious pain was nothing compared to that.
Come on! Qi Zifeng yelled out and stood up. He started to climb the stairway slowly. 41st level. 42nd level. 50th level. Along with the painful expression that he was showing, he had a smile on his face. To be able to smile under such circumstances, it wasn't something that anyone could do. Seeing this smile, the elders and the experts from Tiandao City were all shocked.
Qi Zifeng. Is he really at the 4th stage of Qi refining? Is this really his first time participating in the gathering? To be able to handle so much pain as a mere 4th stage Qi refiner. His willpower and mental strength is very strong.
Even in Tiandao City, there aren't many people in the younger generation that can match his willpower.
The ones who were the most shocked was Elder Shun and Elder Zhao. They messed with the formation and made Qi Zifeng experience 2x more pain than normal. This was why Qi Zifeng felt such an impact when he first reached the 40th level. Who would have thought that Qi Zifeng would stand up and continue to climb? It seems like no matter how much the elders messed with the formation, Qi Zifeng would continue to climb. If this keeps going, then even Wang Tianji, who was at the 55th level, would be surpassed by Qi Zifeng.
Elder Shen glanced over at Elder Zhao. They were able to communicate their intents with just an exchange of glances. It seems like the only choice that they have now is to attack him with a soul attack. To be able to force 2 peak-level martial practitioner experts to use soul attacks on him, a 4th stage Qi refining kid, Qi Zifeng really was something else. No one in the world would believe that the 2 experts would have to resort to soul attacks, but they didn't have any choice. If they don't do it, then even if he stops on this level, he will definitely be in the top 10, maybe even the top 3. This will help the Yi clan gain a tremendous amount of glory. I'll help you maintain the formation. You go. Elder Shen looked at Elder Zhao and whispered. But Elder Zhao was starting to feel nervous. There's no buts. If it keeps going like this, our reputations will be slandered. If we can't even stop a 4th stage Qi refiner here, then we'll lose all of our face and the Yi clan will rise in power once again. Elder Shen was determined. Alright, fine. Elder Zhao took a deep breath and sent his soul into the formation. At the same time, Qi Zifeng noticed the change in the formation. His heart shuddered and his painful smile turned into a cold smirk. So you're finally coming to deal with me, huh? I've been waiting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, I'll bind you. Qi Zifeng closed his eyes, straightened his back and stood there in a very imposing manner. Whether someone is using a soul attack or defending against a soul attack, they would need to keep their soul calm in order to display the full force of the attack or defense. In reality, only a martial practitioner realm cultivator can use a soul attack or defend against one. As a 4th stage Qi refiner, he did not have any way to actually defend against an attack by himself. However, after ingesting the soul binding pill, he was able to somewhat stop soul attacks. Come on! Qi Zifeng muttered. An odd wave of energy suddenly appeared from the formation and a strand of cold soul spirit got closer and closer to Qi Zifeng. This soul attack was not meant to be a fatal attack. The elders only used enough strength to knock Qi Zifeng off the stairway. After all, they didn't want to take his life and have his father find out about it. However, not only did Qi Zifeng want to defend against the attack, he wants the attacker to pay the price for attacking him as well. How is it?
Did you find Yi Zifeng yet? Xinli asked Elder Zhao.
To a martial practitioner cultivator, controlling a strand of their soul spirit was not so easy. If there was someone else on the same level as Yi Zifeng, it'll be very hard for Elder Zhao to attack.
It might hurt the other person as well.
Elder Shin was worried about someone catching up and was impatient.
Almost there. I'm very close.
Elder Zhao closed his eyes and moved his soul spirit all around the path of suffering. Other than Yi Zifeng, none of the other people in the stairway noticed this change in their surroundings.
Be careful. Don't use too much energy. We can't have the others discover our tracks. Xinli looked around at the other elders and whispered. I got it. I know my limits. Stop talking and let me concentrate. When a martial practitioner realm cultivator sends out a strand of his soul spirit, they have to calm and be in a quiet environment so they can carefully control it. Huh? What the? How come my soul spirit can't move anymore?
Elder Zhao was confused. His face showed a shocked expression.
Hold on. Maybe it's because I lost control of it. Let me try to do it again.
Elder Zhao awkwardly smiled and then closed his eyes.
In a split second, he sent another strand of his soul spirit into the formation again. However, after a while, he was shocked at what happened again. How is this possible? Why isn't my soul spirit moving at all? Xinli glared at him. How can it not move? As a martial practitioner realm cultivator, do you not know how to control your soul spirit? Did you not learn how to do it or something? Your mom didn't learn how to do it.
I've spent a few years of my life learning how to control my soul spirit.
Then tell me this. If you're not acid controlling your soul spirit, then why is it not moving? Why is it that you can't find Yi Zifeng either?
Elder Zhao coldly snorted.
He was very unhappy with the way Xinli was talking. Fine. If you're so good, then why don't you try? I'll maintain the formation for you. Useless thing.
Xinli cursed inwards. This guy was a martial practitioner and he couldn't even handle a kid like Yi Zifeng.
Does this guy have any shame? Fine. I'll do it. You just sit there and maintain the formation. Don't let anyone notice that something's wrong. Xinli took a deep breath and sent a strand of his soul spirit into the formation. Yi Zifeng's expression suddenly changed.
He had been watching the formation carefully this whole time. He saw that there was another change in the formation. There was someone suppressing the change in the formation, but Yi Zifeng was able to easily see through it. Yi Zifeng began to laugh. So there's someone else who wants to mess with me.
That's fine. Send me your soul spirits. I'll bind them all. How is it? Did you find Yi Zifeng's location? Elder Zhao asked anxiously.
After looking around with his soul spirit, Xinli suddenly opened his eyes. I got it.
See, Elder Zhao. What did I tell you? You still got lots more to work on. Look. Suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on Xinli's face. He couldn't even finish his sentence.
Elder Zhao raised his brow and asked, Elder Shin.
Elder Shin. What happened? Why aren't you talking?
Xinli looked over at Elder Zhao with his mouth wide open. How can this be? When my soul spirit discovered Yi Zifeng, it suddenly stopped moving.
That's not possible. Elder Zhao was shocked. You too? So you're saying that this happened to you too?
Xinli was shocked. The two looked at each other and went into deep thoughts.
How can such a thing happen? This was the first time that they had experienced something like this.
When they used their soul spirit to attack Yi Zifeng, it suddenly stopped moving.
After thinking about it, Elder Zhao turned to Xinli and asked, Elder Shin. Your Ashen Spirit sect. Could your sect's disciple learn some sort of soul techniques at the Qi refining stage? Xinli immediately shook his head. No way. Let's not talk about my Spirit Ashen sect for now.
Even in the entire martial spirit continent, there aren't any Qi refining stage disciples that can learn soul techniques.
I believe that even your Tiandao City doesn't have a genius like this.
Elder Zhao thought about it again. If the Spirit Ashen sect have Qi refining disciples that can learn soul techniques, then they'll probably be the strongest sect in the world. They don't even need their disciples to reach the martial disciple realm to destroy many of their rival sects and clans.
Then could it be that Yi Zifeng brought some sort of soul treasure into the stairway?
Elder Zhao thought about it and asked again. Shenli shook his head again. That's not possible either. We searched every participant before they came into the sect. Only when we were sure that they don't have any items on them did we let them in. Every scenario that Elder Zhao came up with was shut down by Shenli.
The two of them didn't understand what happened.
How about we stop thinking about it and attack together? Elder Zhao had a very fierce look in his eyes. In his entire life, he had never felt such disgrace. Although a few martial soul experts had made a fool out of him before, that was nothing compared to being made a fool by a Qi refining stage kid. Because of this kid, he had lost 2 strands of his soul spirit.
Shenli quickly shook his head. No. We can't.
If we both go, there won't be anyone maintaining the formation on our side.
At that time, the others will definitely notice.
Elder Zhao's face sank.
Don't tell me that we have to let Yi Zifeng go? We're just going to let the Yi clan rise like this and not do anything about it? Did you forget?
Beside Yi Zifeng, there are other participants from the Yi clan. How about we take care of those 2 first? Elder Zhao's eyes lit up. Agreed. I think that they had a girl who's at the 8th stage of Qi refining.
She's called Yi Shuai. Yi Zifeng's sister.
We can take care of her first.
Elder Zhao took a deep breath and nodded. Fine. But who's going to take care of it?
I'll do it.
I'm not that confident in your skills.
Shenli sighed. Shenli then immediately prepared himself and sent another strand of his soul spirit into the formation towards Yi Shuai.
Elder Zhao's expression froze. He was getting very angry.
This Shenli was being very disrespectful. However, he had to calm himself down.
He needs to maintain the formation so the other won't find out.
Fine. You can go do it if you're so confident.
I just hope that it won't be like last.
Before Elder Zhao even finished talking to himself, Shenli suddenly gasped.
What the fuck? Shenli's face sank.
A little blood could be seen seeping out of Shenli's mouth.
How could it be like this?
Elder Zhao was startled. He then immediately went over to Elder Shen and helped him up, covering him from the view of the others.
Yi Shuai was at the 8th stage of Qi refining, with much more Qi than Yi Zifeng.
After taking the soul binding pill, not only was she able to bind the elder's soul spirits, but she was able to reflect the attack back at them. Shenli didn't have his guard up and suffered a large blow.
How can this be? It's fine if it happens once. It's a coincidence if it happens twice, but for it to happen 3 times? What is going on with these juniors from the Yi clan? Could they really use soul techniques?
Shenli was startled and cursed inwards. Elder Zhao was startled as well. He knew that Shenli was very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be the strongest elder of the sect. They both witnessed something inconceivable. Of course, if they had actually used their full power to attack the Yi clan juniors, they would definitely succeed. But since they had to hide their presence from the other elders, they had to lower their strength.
Yi Zifeng took advantage of that and retaliated. It seems like we can't deal with Yi Zifeng and Yi Shuai right now.
How about we deal with that Yi Huiqi first?
Shenli sighed.
Right now, his confidence had plummeted straight into the ground. If he failed to attack Yi Huiqi, then he would definitely be ashamed of himself.
Yeah. We have to take at least one of them down.
Elder Zhao sighed as well. On the other side, Yi Huiqi, who finally got rid of the Shao clan's barricade, reached the 19th level.
Great! I've finally reached the 19th level.
Right after saying that, he felt a cold energy surround him. The cold energy entered his body and his eyes widened. He suddenly trembled and fell backwards. He started to roll down from the 19th level. He couldn't talk at all, but in his mind, he's only been thinking about one thing: why?
Why me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Reversal. Seeing the sorry state that Yi Huiqi was in, the entire Yi clan felt sorry for him. The entire clan except Yi Zifeng. He didn't care at all. He could have helped Huiqi and concocted a soul-binding pill for him, but why would he do something like that for someone that's going against him? In the spectator seats, the Wang and the Shao clan were both watching anxiously. They told Elder Zhao and Elder Shen to take care of Yi Zifeng, but why did they knock Yi Huiqi down? They couldn't help but look over at the formation and wonder what was going on.
Seeing how Yi Huiqi fell down, Lin Ke felt that something was out of place, the way that Yi Huiqi fell down.
It was a bit weird. He's only on the 19th level. Why would he suddenly fall down like that?
Elder Zhao smiled. Maybe he was drained after climbing and felt dizzy, so he fell. Lin Ke raised one brow in suspicion, but if the 4th Qi refining stage Yi Zifeng can reach the 59th level without getting falling, Yi Huiqi, who's at the 5th stage of Qi refining, should not feel drained at all.
Yi Zifeng looks perfectly fine and is going to break through to the 60th level soon. The 60th level?
If he was smart, he would stop right here.
One has to know that the 60th level is completely different from the first 40 levels. It is on a whole new level. He can maintain his position as the top 3 at the 59th level. Why would he take the risk of going even further?
Xinli shook his head and laughed. From what he can see, a Qi refining stage cultivator's limit was reaching the 59th level. Only someone talented like Wang Tianji might be able to break through this limit. After Xinli stopped talking, Elder Zhao tugged his robe.
What the fuck are you doing?
Xinli glared at Elder Zhao.
He was feeling gloomy because he couldn't mess with Yi Zifeng.
Elder Shen, look. Xinli looked over at where Elder Zhao was pointing. All he could see was a large red spiral in the formation.
No way. After Wang Tianji, there was someone else who went on to the 60th level?
Xinli's face twitched.
Of course, that person was Yi Zifeng. Is he retarded? He's only at the 4th stage of Qi refining. How is he not satisfied with being the top 3?
Xinli gasped and was at a loss.
Elder Zhao shivered. Maybe he wants to be the first place. Getting first place when he's merely at the 4th stage of Qi refining? Are you joking? Or are you telling me that something like this has happened in the past?
All the judges looked at each other.
This had never happened before.
The difference between the 4th stage of Qi refining and the peak of Qi refining is too big. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Zifeng maintained his mental capabilities and willpower from his past life, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step.
It doesn't matter. Our chance has finally come. Xinli whispered to Elder Zhao.
Elder Zhao agreed and smiled. Yi Zifeng can only blame himself.
It seems like we should add more power into the formation.
When Yi Zifeng reached the 60th level, he felt a bone-chilling cold Qi energy.
The entire place was filled with snow. He couldn't stop shivering at all. Yi Zifeng was startled.
He had never seen an illusion like this in his entire life.
However, this wasn't anything too surprising.
Yi Zifeng came from a different world, and each world might have different kinds of illusions.
It seems like this illusion realm isn't too bad. However, this is a bit too much. There's too much snow. It seems like the creator of the formation put extra effort into making the snow here.
Suddenly he felt a stronger pressure on top of himself.
Yi Zifeng sighed, these two are being too excessive. I guess it's time for me to talk to them.
Yi Zifeng smiled and closed his eyes. He allowed himself to submerge into his own consciousness. His skin started to freeze over and he was trembling. If he keeps this up, he'll fall from the 60th level as an ice block sooner or later.
Ha ha.
This kind of snowstorm, even Wang Tianji can't handle this.
Come on Yi Zifeng, let's see how you'll handle this. I can't wait until you become a block of ice. How are you going to climb then? Elder Shen started to smile. He's finally regained his confidence. If he succeeds this time, he'll be able to report back to the Wang clan. That's right. For Yi Zifeng to climb onto the 60th stage without a plan, it seems like he's out of options now. Elder Zhao was feeling better as well. He can finally report back to the Shao clan. Who said I climbed onto the 60th stage without a plan?
After hearing this voice, both Elder Shen and Elder Zhao's expression changed. The smiles on their faces disappeared.
That voice from before. Was it you?
Both of the elders asked each other.
No way. How can my voice sound so young?
The two replied to each other at the same time. The two looked at each other and then looked around them. Their faces paled and they felt a chill run down their spine.
You don't have to look around. I, Yi Zifeng, greet both elders. What? You're Yi Zifeng?
Xinli was extremely shocked. Elder Zhao heard this too and was frozen still as well.
What the hell was going on?
This was outrageous.
Yi Zifeng was becoming a block of ice on the 60th floor. How was he talking with both of them at the same time? For both elders to mess with me, let me guess. Were you asked by the Wang clan and the Shao clan? Yi Zifeng's voice was clear and calm inside both of the elders' mind. Nonsense. Don't slander us like this.
Xinli and Elder Zhao both looked at each other.
Their attacks before, it was actually discovered by Yi Zifeng. Really?
Yi Zifeng chuckled lightly, making the two elders flustered. For two martial practitioners to become flustered because of a Qi refining stage brat, it was a great embarrassment.
Ha! So be it. Yi Zifeng's voice was dim.
Right after, Elder Zhao suddenly yelled out. It felt as if his head had been sliced with a sword. He felt an immense amount of pain. Xinli looked confused and wanted to ask what happened, but suddenly, his face turned pale as well. His mouth twitched as he tried to suppress the pain. He felt the pain but didn't yell out.
Lin Ke looked at the weird expressions of the two elders and asked, "Are you guys alright? You guys don't look so good." It's nothing," Elder Shen and Elder Zhao both forced a smile. However, that smile didn't last long. Ouch. Shit.
Shit. Elder Zhao didn't have as much tolerance as Elder Shen and started to scream in agony. Lin Ke and the others were startled and immediately went over to help Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, so you really aren't feeling well?
You didn't have a chance to rest after traveling from Tiandao City and continuously maintained the formation. You should get some rest. Xinli's face ashen and bitterly laughed. Elder Lin, I'm not feeling so well either. May I rest for a bit with Elder Zhao?
Lin Ke blankly stared at the two in front of him. Since Elder Zhao came all the way from Tiandao City, feeling tired was normal.
However, what was up with Xinli?
Just like this, under the other elders' watchful eyes, Elder Zhao and Elder Shen supported each other and limped away.
Yi Zifeng, what kind of demonic technique did you use against us? Elder Zhao suddenly asked in his mind.
You guys are martial practitioners. I'm only a mere Qi refining stage disciple.
How do you guys not know what kind of method I used? You. Elder Zhao was extremely angry.
Xinli thought about it and offered an explanation. If I'm not wrong, the strands of soul spirit that we used before were captured by this guy.
What? How did he bind and capture our soul spirits? Elder Zhao yelled out. As long as one knows the methods, the soul binding pill can be used to successfully bind the soul spirits of an attacker. Even Yi Zifeng, who was a Qi refining realm cultivator, was able to do such thing with ease. Yi Zifeng laughed. Don't worry about how I binded your spirits. So you guys are finally admitting that you've used your soul spirits to attack me? Elder Zhao wanted to continue lying, but... That's right. We attacked out. Shenli gritted his teeth and yelled. From what he can see, there's no use to continue lying. After all, Yi Zifeng had strands of their soul spirits with him. That was concrete proof already. A soul spirit wasn't like Qi energy. A martial practitioner cultivator need a long amount of time in order to successfully refine one. The strands of soul spirits that the elders sent out? It took them around 3 months to refine a strand like that. The soul spirit was connected to their soul, so if Yi Zifeng messes with it, they would feel pain. Since you guys admitted to it, then you should know what the punishment is not light if you help other clans during the gathering. Yi Zifeng smiled. So what? Do you think that we're scared of you? Elder Zhao was becoming very angry. He was being toyed around by a 4th stage Qi refining disciple. He was ashamed of himself. Shenli looked over at him. Calm down. Let's listen to what he has to say first. However, I can overlook this and won't ask for your identity. I'll also give back your soul spirits. If we oppose each other, nothing good will come from it. You're willing to give us our soul strands back? A joyous expression appeared on Elder Zhao's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, First Place. Yeah. This soul spirit has no use to me anyway, so of course I'll return it to you guys. After all, if I offend the 2 elders, I won't be able to live peacefully in the future. Yi Zifeng laughed. Elder Zhao quickly replied, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and... Elder Zhao. Shenli glared over at him. Is Elder Zhao that stupid? Did he really think that Yi Zifeng would give it up so easily? From what he can see, Yi Zifeng is trying to bargain with them. Yi Zifeng. Just tell us straight up. What do you want us to do? Yi Zifeng plainly replied, it's simple. Just help me get first place. Hearing this, both elders were shocked still. Do you know what you're saying? This time, we promised the Wang and Xiao clan to make you drop out of the top 10. Now you want us to help you get the first place? Elder Zhao was curious. How could Yi Zifeng do something like this? Why would the 2 clans want to attack him? That's right. We can hold back if you want. But we will not help you cheat, Shenli replied as well. Yi Zifeng coldly laughed. Do you think that I didn't feel anything when you guys increased the strength of the formation when I was at the path of suffering? What I'm asking you guys to do is give me back the first place that I deserve. Yi Zifeng then continued, besides, you guys can't finish your mission anymore. First place. Second place. Do you guys think that there's any difference? If you guys comply, then you can get your soul spirit back? Isn't that great? It was silent. Each and every word that came out of Yi Zifeng's mouth hit the elders like a rock. Yi Zifeng was right. There was no difference if Yi Zifeng got first or second place now. There was no downside to this. They can help him out and get their soul spirit back. Fine. Shenli took a deep breath and finally yielded. You're really gonna agree with him and help him cheat? If we get found out. Elder Zhao's face was filled with shock. Shenli sighed and looked over. We've cheated enough already, so we might as well continue. Our relationship with the big clans is important, but it's not as important as our soul spirits. This. Elder Zhao thought about it and sighed as well. However, Yi Zifeng, what kind of method did you use to bind our soul spirits? Elder Zhao was curious. This was their biggest problem. It's a secret for now, Yi Zifeng laughed. He will reveal his alchemy skills later on, but not now. Neither he himself or the Yi clan was strong enough yet. If some strong expert were to mess with them, then it's gonna be really mad. Yi Zifeng was covered in layers and layers of snow. He had basically become a snowman. His eyes suddenly opened and he busted out from the ice. Originally, he was feeling very cold, but now, he was actually feeling warm in here. Cheating with the judges. It feels pretty good. Yi Zifeng had a big smile on his face. He wasn't a gentleman anyway, so he didn't really feel anything about cheating. He wiped the snow off from his clothes. He thought about and realized that this snow illusion wasn't that much for him anyways. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being messed with, he could have easily climbed by himself. Whatever. I'll just pretend to be cold and climb, Yi Zifeng suddenly gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. A determined expression appeared in his eyes. He yelled out and climbed upwards, "Come on!" The 61st level. When he reached the 61st level, he felt a stifling cold energy attacking his body. Yi Zifeng was startled and accidentally attacked Elder Zhao's soul spirit. Oh. My bad. It was so cold and I accidentally. Yi Zifeng awkwardly smiled. It's one thing if you tremble and hit the surrounding area, but to attack something in your mind? It was definitely on purpose. Elder Zhao cursed inwards and then inserted his qi into the formation to lower the cold air around Yi Zifeng. You brat! Don't go too far. My old bones can't handle all this. Yi Zifeng smiled and then solemnly said, "Oh no. There's another burst of cold air coming. You stinking brat. I'll remember this." Elder Zhao really wanted to slap Yi Zifeng, but he's already agreed to help. 62nd level. 63rd level. In just a bit, the 1 hour limit will almost be up. 65th level. Damn, I'm so tired. Yi Zifeng pretended to be tired. When he reached the 65th level, he sat down and began to rest. In reality, he wanted the two elders to rest as well. They had to maintain the formation and help him cheat. It was very draining. On the 66th level, Wang Tianji was sitting there. He was completely out of energy. Wang Tianji then suddenly smiled, "I'm probably guaranteed first place up here. No one can catch up to me. Father. Mother. I, Wang Tianji, have made it. I've finally reached the top. I've helped the Wang clan gain honor." Becoming the first place of the gathering meant a lot to the people in the younger generation. If Wang Tianji can become first place, then the Wang clan will definitely pamper him and nurture his cultivation. Not even 10 seconds after he said that, a leg suddenly appeared beside Wang Tianji. Wang Tianji was shocked. He stared at the leg. "Sorry. The one who's gonna get first place isn't you." Wang Tianji looked up and his mouth widened. You're Yi Zifeng. How did you get here?" Looking at Wang Tianji's expression, one can tell that he was completely shocked. He sat there like a rock, not moving at all. Yi Zifeng looked at Wang Tianji and sized him up. Wang Tianji was wearing a gray robe with a black belt around his waist. He has short hair and is very muscular. It was exactly how Yi Zifeng had imagined him to be. Of course, Yi Zifeng wasn't afraid of him right now. Even though Wang Tianji was at the peak of qi refining, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Also, the Heavenly Clan gathering prohibited participants from attacking each other. Even if Yi Zifeng cursed him out right now, Wang Tianji won't be able to do anything. You're asking me about how I got here? Well, I climbed up. Wang Tianji shook his head, "No way. That's clearly not possible. Are you thinking about how I'll be ambushed in the middle and drop out of the top 10? Yi Zifeng chuckled. Wang Tianji looked at Yi Zifeng with an expression of disbelief. He was speechless. All right. I'm done talking with you. I need to get onto the 67th level. Yi Zifeng smiled and looked up. 67th level? You're only at the 4th stage of Qi refining. You're lucky that you even made it here. Unless you still have the strength to continue? Wang Tianji tried to prop himself up, but he was already at his limit. He couldn't even stand anymore. Everyone's always talking about my cultivation level. It's getting annoying already. Yi Zifeng then looked at Wang Tianji. That's right. You've guessed correctly. I still have energy to climb. This first place, Yi Zifeng, will take it. After saying that, Yi Zifeng jumped up to the 67th stage with Wang Tianji watching every move. In the Liu clan, a girl wearing a light pink colored dress was looking at flowers. Her body was slender and her hair reached the center of her back. She was a very beautiful girl. Miss Ningzi. The first part of the Heavenly Clan gathering is done. A delicate and pretty servant girl ran over and reported to her missus. That girl was Kaliware. She wasn't that old, but she have served Ningzi for quite a few years already. Lu Ningzi looked over and smiled. It's finished? Then who got first place? Is it that Wang Tianji from the Wan clan? Yuer quickly shook her head. Lu Ningzi was a little shocked and smiled. Wow. After 5 years, there's actually another young hero in Legacy City. Is it the Rome clan? The Xiao clan? Or maybe it's the Hong clan? Yuer continuously shook her head. Miss Ningzi. It's none of them. The one who took first place this time is the Yi clan's young master, Yi Zifeng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. I am Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng? Hearing this, a shocked expression appeared on Lu Ningzi's face. She felt as if she had been slapped by these words. It felt very painful. She returned to her senses and looked over at Yuer. When did you start lying to me? Even if Yi Zifeng can beat my senior brother, Wang Tianji would be able to destroy him with a single finger. How did he get first place? It would be a miracle if Yi Zifeng was able to enter the top 10. Seeing how her master didn't trust her, Yuer's face turned red. Second miss. It's true. I went and watched with Miss Bingqian's servant girl Xiaolu. If you don't trust me, you can go and ask her. Are you for real? Lu Ningzi could feel her heartbeat rising rapidly. Her lips suddenly felt dry. It's true. Lu Ningzi knitted her brows and looked suspiciously at Yuer. However, after being with Yuer for so long, Lu Ningzi knew what kind of person she was. She wasn't someone who would lie about something like this. But how did that trashy Zifeng suddenly become so strong and get the first place of the gathering? Could the younger generation of Legacy City fallen to such a low level? Fine. During the second part of the competition, our Liu family will fight against them. Then we'll see if it's true or not. Lu Ningzi looked angrily at Yuer, but she didn't know why she was angry. In the sect, the entire audience was shocked. Yi Zifeng got first place while Yi Shuai got fifth place. This time, the Yi clan was the biggest winner of the Heavenly Clan gathering. Yi Chongtian was extremely happy. He couldn't stop smiling after hearing all these praises about the way he teaches his son. Brother Chongtian. For your Yi clan to have a young master like this, he'll definitely grow up to be someone extraordinary and become famous throughout the entire city. That's right. After all these years, the Yi clan will finally rise up again. You guys will finally return to your rightful spot as one of the 3 great clans in Legacy City. Uncle Chongtian, can you tell us how you trained Yi Zifeng? We want to learn from you as well. Yi Chongtian laughed loudly. I'm as surprised as you are. For my son to suddenly become so outstanding. It seems like the heavens have not forgotten about us.
If it was Wang Tianji who won, all these other clans would definitely be all over the Wang clan and try to kiss up to them.
However, it was Yi Zifeng who won. The ones who will fight the Liu clan will be the Yi clan and not the Wang clan. Wang Tianji clenched his fist and stared at Yi Zifeng.
First, Yi Zifeng beat up his little bro and now he took his first place.
Wang Tianji was beyond angry. Big brother.
Just forget about it. Wang Mengshi stood behind him and sighed. She understood how her brother felt. She knew that he had prepared for this moment for the last 5 years.
However, a loss is a loss. Wang Tianji sighed. I don't care if it's anyone else, but why is it Yi Zifeng? Mengshi, you already know that I asked father to get one of the elders to mess with Yi Zifeng. Wang Mengshi thought that it was strange as well. Maybe the elder was afraid that he would get found out so he didn't do anything? It's fine if that happened.
But when Yi Zifeng got off the stairs, the first thing he did was go over to one of the elders.
From what I can see, the elder that we tried to buy out was already bought out by the Yi clan. Thinking that he knew what happened, Wang Tianji was very mad. He looked at the elders with a look of disrespect. Although Yi Zifeng had said that he won't go and look for the 2 elders after the competition, he tried to look for them anyways. However, all of the elders were talking with each other and laughing. None of them showed any suspicious signs, so he could not identify them. But as expected, right after everyone congratulated him, Yi Zifeng was pulled aside by Elder Shen and Elder Zhao. The taste of getting first place. It's not bad, right? Elder Zhao spoke in a mocking tone. Oh.
Yi Zifeng looked at the 2 people in front of him and immediately understood what they meant. So it was you guys.
Yi Zifeng. Listen up. We helped you get the first place, so don't play any more tricks. If you don't give us our soul spirits back, we'll get mad. Yi Zifeng was startled and smiled. Of course. I wouldn't dare to offend 2 experts like you guys. I was just trying to help my Yi clan gain glory and return to the top. If I had offended you 2 in any way, I hope that both of you can forgive me.
Shinli coldly looked at him and seeing that Yi Zifeng looked pretty sincere, he replied, that's in the past.
Let's not talk about it.
Now, give us our soul spirits back. Yi Zifeng stared at the 2 and then began to laugh.
What are you laughing at? Elder Zhao's disliked Yi Zifeng's attitude. I'll return the soul spirit to you guys, but what's gonna happen in the future? I'm worried that I might die randomly in the future while walking home or something. Elder Zhao snorted. I knew you had something planned. Fine.
We can make a blood oath and promise not to cause any problems for you.
Blood oath? Ha ha.
To martial practitioners like you guys, a blood oath isn't even that effective.
You guys should at least be making a spirit oath. Yi Zifeng coldly looked at the 2. Spirit oath? How do you know something like this?
Elder Zhao and Shenli were both startled. They both stared at Yi Zifeng, thinking about how this kid was very mysterious.
How did he know all these things? How did he know about spirit oaths? Fine. Whatever you want.
Shenli and Elder Zhao both looked at each other and inserted their qi into their head and started to make an oath to their martial spirits.
After seeing that the 2 had finished, Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and bowed. I, Yi Zifeng, apologize to the 2 elders. I will formally apologize another day.
But now, let me return your soul spirits.
Yi Zifeng closed his eyes and dissolved the binding effect of the spirit binding pill with his qi. After that, the strands of soul spirits came out of Yi Zifeng and quickly returned to its respective owners. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that something like this would happen. As a mere qi refining stage disciple, how did you bind the soul spirits of a martial practitioner? Shinli confusingly asked.
Now that he got his soul spirit back, he was feeling a bit better.
That's right. It doesn't seem like you used any treasures either. How did you do it? Elder Zhao asked as well.
Yi Zifeng smiled, It's a secret right now. Maybe if I have a chance in the future, I'll let both elders know.
You stinking brat.
After being played by Yi Zifeng, Elder Zhao wanted to beat him up. But then he suddenly remembered that he made a spirit oath and stopped. Behind the three people, Lin Ke suddenly walked over.
Elder Zhao, Elder Shen, the people of the Liu clan is already here. We should get ready as well. Yi Zifeng looked at Lin Ke and then back at the two. How about this?
I'll tell you guys how I did it, but you guys have to help me out during the battle, but...
In your dreams.
The two replied at the same time.
The battle will be held in an open arena with many spectators.
If they were to help him out, they would definitely get exposed immediately. Yi Zifeng turned around and shrugged, then that's too bad.
It'll be a secret for now. So the Liu clan is here, huh? A cold and menacing smile appeared on Yi Zifeng's face.
He will never forget about the night when Liu Ningzi stormed into his out and asked to cancel their engagement.
He will never forget about something as embarrassing as that. He walked over to the resting room and wanted to go and greet the people of the Liu clan. Miss Bingqian? Yi Zifeng was startled.
Right when he entered, he saw Bingqian standing on the other side of the room. So it's big bro rough guy. Bingqian had a cold appearance on her face before. But now, after seeing Yi Zifeng, the cold expression disappeared as she skipped over Yi Zifeng.
Miss Bingqian.
You?
Yi Zifeng was speechless.
But after he saw that Liu Ningzi and Liu Yaij was walking behind Bingqian, he put two and two together and figured everything out.
Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng and then smiled at him. Big bro rough guy, did you get into the top 10?
I heard that the results of the competition was very shocking. There was some guy named Yi Zifeng who was able to beat the Wang clan's young master and is waiting to fight against my Liu clan.
Yi Zifeng finally understood. Yeah. I should have known.
When I didn't see you at the first competition, I should have known that you were someone from the Liu clan.
You're Liu Bingqian. Liu Bingqian giggled. How is it?
I didn't tell you who I was on purpose.
Did I surprise you? Oh no. But let me tell you this. I am Yi Zifeng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 40, I did something to it. At first Bingqian thought that Yi Zifeng was playing around and started to giggle.
But then, she saw that Yi Zifeng's expression looked serious and she had to think about it seriously as well.
Really? Yeah. I'm not lying. You're Yi Zifeng? Don't joke around. How can you be Yi Zifeng? Liu Bingqian thought about it and suddenly something hit her.
It felt as if a needle had pierced her head. It's the truth. Yi Zifeng bitterly smiled. Liu Bingqian thought that Yi Zifeng would be shocked after knowing who she was, but the opposite had happened.
Yi Zifeng didn't have a bad feeling towards Bingqian.
However, since she was from the Liu clan, he probably won't be getting that close with her anymore.
After all, he still can't forgive the Liu clan for what they did to him. Sister Bingqian. What the heck are you doing? Why did you run towards Yi Zifeng? Liu Ningzi finally caught up and couldn't help but be startled.
Hearing this, Bingqian was shocked. Ningzi, tell your sister the truth.
Is he really Yi Zifeng?
Liu Ningzi pursed her lips and looked over at Yi Zifeng.
Big sis. From the way you're talking, it seems like you know him or something. In front of her sister, Liu Bingqian didn't know what to say. She knew that Yi Zifeng was her sister's fiancé.
She also knew that her sister went over to the Yi clan, tried to cancel the engagement and embarrassed him. So right now, Bingqian was feeling a bit ashamed and guilty. A mix of emotions swelled up within her and she was speechless. Seeing how Bingqian was very stiff, Qi Zifeng took the initiative and replied, I met her when I went to the treasury in the sect.
So that's how it is. Liu Bingqian nodded and then glanced over at Qi Zifeng.
She had changed her view of Qi Zifeng. She would have never thought that the man that she had embarrassed would be able to reach the top and take first place in the gathering.
Qi Zifeng, you. Liu Bingqian was hesitating.
She wanted to say something but nothing came out.
If you don't have anything to say, then I'll leave first.
We'll see each other again when it's time for us to fight.
Qi Zifeng smiled, elegantly bowed, and turned around.
Oof.
Who does he think he is? Acting all high and mighty like that.
So what if you got first place in the first competition? Liu Yige walked forward and fiercely looked at Qi Zifeng's back.
So what if you get first place in the competition? If you have the ability, then why don't you go and try to get first place? Bingqian was in a bad mood. Her expression turned cold and yelled at Liu Yige. Liu Yige didn't think that by saying that, he would make Bingqian react like this. However, Liu Yige didn't give up and rebutted, we weren't here in the morning so we didn't see how this guy did it. Maybe he used some kind of method to get first place. If he didn't have such a method, then tell me this. How did a fourth Qi refining stage brat like him get first place? The two girls understood what Liu Yige was trying to say. They also thought that it was weird. The Yi clan had fallen and shouldn't have much connections outside. What kind of methods can they employ? But if Qi Zifeng did it by himself, then that would be very scary. Alright. Let's not think about it anymore. We'll see how strong he truly is during the battle. The Heavenly Clan gathering is separated into two parts. The first part is the Heavenly Stair climbing competition while the second part is a 3-on-3 battle between the first place clan of the first part and the winning clan from the previous gathering. The winner of the battle will not only gain glory in Legacy City, but it will also receive a large amount of rewards. The outcome is very important to both families. The expression that Qi Zongtian uses to look at Qi Zifeng is completely different from before. Ah, Zifeng. This time you've helped the clan gain a lot of glory. It is worthy of a celebration. The entire clan will celebrate when we go back. But how did you win? How did you beat Wang Tianji? Why don't you tell me about it and your plans to fight the Liu clan? Qi Zifeng smiled, Father, this is too much. I'm only here to fill the third spot. How would I have a plan to fight against the Liu clan? Who said that you were here to fill up the last spot, huh? Who said that? Get out here right now. Yi Shuai started to giggle, Father, stop it. It was you who said it. Yi Chongtian looked at Shuai inside. She had always been on Qi Zifeng's side. Now that something like this happened, she didn't even hesitate and sold her father out immediately. Did I? Ahem. I'm getting old. I don't really remember. Yi Chongtian's face turned bright red and forced a smile. Qi Zifeng was only joking as well and smiled, I heard that the next part will be a 3-on-3 battle. Whoever wins 2 fights will win the whole thing. Yi Chongtian was startled and asked, Zifeng. Even I don't know what the second part of the competition is. Where did you hear about it? Don't worry about it. I got my ways. Qi Zifeng smiled and continued, but that's not important. The important thing is how we should fight them. Yi Chongtian thought about it and felt that something was not right. He realized something and cursed, what the fuck? Is this even a competition? They have a Liu Yige, Liu Bingqian and Liu Bingqian who are respectively at the 6th, 7th and peak stage of Qi refining. How can we win? No way. I need to talk with the elders. This is too unfair. The competition is meant to test the younger generation's potential and not their actual strength. This kind of direct battle gives the Liu clan too much of an advantage. Yi Zifeng lightly smiled, but what if the elders in the sect are in coercion with the Liu clan? What can you do then? This. Yi Chongtian was speechless. He looked at Yi Zifeng again. From his point of view, it seemed as if his son had completely changed into a different person. In a competition like this, backdoor deals are bound to happen. Yi Zifeng was already prepared for everything. He won't be a sore loser and blame his losses on these backdoor deals. That's something that only weaklings would do. Since the Liu family likes to play this way, then Yi Zifeng will play with them. He smiled and looked at Yi Chongtian and Yi Shui. Father, did you think about it like this? We'll have Huiqi fight against Bingqian, then Shui can fight against Ningzi while I will finish off Liu Yaij. Yi Chongtian's eyes lit up. This was a good plan. They can lose one first fight and then win the next two. With 2 wins, they can win the entire thing. But after thinking about it again, his face suddenly darkened. Zifeng, you're only giving us the best scenario. It's not likely that this will happen. If we can think of it, then the Liu clan can think of it as well. They will make us draw straws to make the pairings. We have to very lucky. Yi Zifeng had a mysterious smile, but what if we are that lucky? Yi Zifeng? What do you want from us? We got our soul spirits back and we've also made a spirit oath. We also told you about the second part of the gathering already. What else do you want from us? Elder Zhao knitted in brows and spoke in an imposing tone. Yeah. Leave. We don't want anyone to see that we have any relations at all. Yi Zifeng didn't care about what they were saying and walked in between them. Don't chase me away yet. Actually, I'm here to see how you guys are doing. Have you guys gotten used to your soul spirits yet? Yi Zifeng had a sly smile that sent shivers down the 2 elders' backs. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Getting used to our own soul spirits? Hearing this, Elder Zhao became very nervous. Yi Zifeng still had that sly smile on. This was not a smile that a normal person can make. Shenli furrowed his brows and closed his eyes. In just a few seconds, he suddenly yelled out, Elder Zhao, use your divine sense to examine the soul spirit that you got back. It seems like this kid did something to it. Elder Zhao quickly closed his eyes and examined his soul spirit. His entire body froze. The 2 of them made a grave mistake. Who would have thought that this kid would leave something behind for them? When he returned their soul spirits, he looked so normal and sincere. The 2 of them found that there was some sort of restriction placed on their soul spirits, but they don't know what it is. You stinking brat! You dare to do something to us? How about I kill you right now? Elder Zhao was so angry that he wanted to kill Yi Zifeng with one slap. He was very welcomed by the people of Legacy City. He wanted to take this chance to rest up and have fun at Legacy City while helping out with the gathering. But instead, he met this Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng smiled, kill me? Don't forget that you guys made a spirit oath. You. Elder Zhao couldn't do anything. If looks could kill, then Yi Zifeng would have died over 1,000 times already. Stop staring at me like that. Let me tell you this. The restriction that I placed on your soul spirits is called the twin spirit. If I were to die then, you guys should know what that means for you guys. Elder Zhao snorted, don't try to trick us like that. Even if you know this kind of spirit restriction technique, your cultivation is only at the Qi refining stage. It won't be that effective. As expected of Elder Zhao. You do know a lot of stuff. However, I can guarantee that it will last for at least 1 year. If I die, even if you guys don't die, your cultivation will drop down all the way to the martial disciple realm. To lose so much of your cultivation for someone like me. Do you think it's worth it? Yi Zifeng had a calm look on his face. This time, Elder Zhao couldn't say anything. Actually, I don't really need you guys to help me during the actual fight. I know it's hard with so many people watching. All I need you guys to do is help me when I'm drawing the pairings, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, The Best Situation. In reality, Elder Zhao and Xinli were both smart people. The only reason that Yi Zifeng was able to mess with them was because they had underestimated him. It was as if the two of them had stepped on a bug without thinking about the consequences. Little did they know, the bug was poisonous, and when they woke up, they were already ensnared by Yi Zifeng. Within 1 year, Yi Zifeng will basically have 2 martial practitioner experts protecting him. He turned his enemies into allies and had them protect him. If anyone wanted to take his life, they would have to go through the 2 elders. He really wasn't playing around with the twin spirit restriction. If he was killed, the 2 elders will really have to suffer. When you're drawing the lot? That's a bit difficult. Even if we did something with the lots, we can't go over and tell you the order in front of everyone. Elder Zhao thought about it and shook his head. You don't have to tell me anything in front of everyone. It'll be like before. You'll talk through your soul spirit. Yi Zifeng suddenly smiled. Through our soul spirit? Didn't you give us our soul spirits back? Elder Zhao's expression changed. He pondered for a bit and cursed, You brat. You still have a little part of my soul spirit, but... Yi Zifeng started to laugh. As expected, Elder Zhao is really smart. That's right. I still have a tiny bit of your soul spirit, so I can use it to communicate with you guys. Later on, if I'm in some life-threatening situation, I can use it to call you guys to help me out. Yi Zifeng continues to reap in benefits. It was exactly like what he did with Wang Lin. This time, he didn't let the 2 elders get away so easily. Are you looking to die? Elder Zhao felt that something was wrong. He looked over at Xinli and then back at Yi Zifeng. Hold on. Why did you keep a bit of my soul spirit and not a bit of Elder Shen's? Elder Shen is very cautious. I feel like it's better to have some of yours. In the beginning, Elder Zhao thought Yi Zifeng was praising himself. However, after thinking about it, Yi Zifeng was actually calling him stupid. Preposterous. Elder Shen, you better not hold me back or else I'm gonna kill this guy. Elder Shen let out a long sigh. He was happy that he wasn't targeted by this guy and immediately went and stopped Elder Shen. He didn't want Elder Shen to do something and cause trouble for himself as well. This Yi Zifeng. To be this cunning at such a young age. Who knows what he'll become when he grows up. Maybe he'll be able to help the sect out in the future. The battle in the afternoon will be the main focus in Legacy City. After the break, the sect announced the rules of the second part. And as Yi Zifeng had expected, it was 3 matches of one-on-one battles. One of the former great clans going against the number 1 clan in the city. This was the talk of the city. In the middle of all this, Yi Zifeng was the main topic of discussion. Brothers. I don't really get what happened these years. 5 years ago, Yi Zifeng didn't even have the courage to participate. Now, 5 years later, he's at the top of the younger generation. This is beyond common sense. Also, this Yi Zifeng is only at the 4th stage of Qi refining. To be able to reach the 67th step, that was something that even Wang Tianji, the young master of the Wang clan, couldn't even do. Yi Zifeng basically slapped the entire Wang clan across their face. Actually, many of the smaller clans were happy that this happened. They'd been suppressed by the Wang clan for quite some time, and now that Yi Zifeng did this to them, they were feeling a lot better. Oh yeah. I've also heard that the Liu clan's second miss is Yi Zifeng's fiancée. From what I can see, it doesn't matter which clan wins. They're gonna be one big family anyways. Alright. Stop talking. The 2 clans are coming out. After they draw straws, the battle will begin. Lin Ke calmly walked towards the center of the stage.
When everyone saw this, they stopped talking immediately. Only then did Lin Ke speak, the first place of the first competition in Yi Zifeng. The Yi clan that he represents will fight against the winners of the last gathering in 3 rounds of battle. The clan that wins 2 battles will win. Now will the 2 sides send a representative to draw straws to determine the battle? I'll go. Yi Zifeng smiled. Right after Lin Ke stopped talking, he walked over. Yi Shui obviously would not object, and Huichi didn't say anything either. On the other side, Bingqian was still a bit depressed and didn't want to move. Lu Ningzi tugged Lu Yi's sleeves and forced a smile. Senior brother, you should go draw. Are you afraid that you'll be embarrassed when you see Yi Zifeng? The forced smile on Ningzi's face disappeared. It has nothing to do with him. If I'm telling you to go, then go. Lu Yij looked over at Yi Zifeng and then let out a long sigh. He walked over and stood next to Yi Zifeng. He fiercely looked at Yi Zifeng. Truth to be told, I really want to teach you a lesson myself. I'll let you know what the difference between the heaven and the earth. Yi Zifeng let out a chuckle. If I get matched with you, then it'll be very lucky for us. You. Lu Yij saw that Yi Zifeng didn't even consider him as an opponent and was very angry. Yi Zifeng. Don't think that you'll get lucky a second time. This time, if we get matched up, I'll show you real pain. Lin Ke looked at the 2 and sighed. Alright. Stop yelling at each other. There are 2 boxes up here, and in each box there are 3 names representing each side. Both of you will draw one and put it on the table. Yi Zifeng motioned for Lu Yij to go first and then smiled. At the same time, he closed his eyes and started to talk with Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, where are each name placed? Please tell me quickly. Elder Zhao smiled. You stinking brat, now you know how to be polite? Quick! We don't have enough time. Yi Zifeng let Lu Yij go first in order to buy some time, but he can't waste so much time. Lin Ke will get suspicious. Elder Zhao laughed. Alright. The one in the middle is Lu Ningzi, the one on the left is Liu Bingqian, and the one on the right is Lu Yij. Alright, I got it. Yi Zifeng let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. Oof. I would have gone first anyways. Lu Yij out his hand into the box and pulled out a piece of paper. Lin Ke received the paper and announced, from the Yi clan, Yi Shui will battle first. Yi Zifeng, it's your turn now. Yi Zifeng smiled and took out the paper in the middle. He handed it to Lin Ke without even looking at it. From the Lu clan, Miss Lu Ningzi will fight. Yi Shui is at the 8th stage of Qi refining, while Lu Ningzi was at the 7th stage. Shui was an entire stage higher than her opponent. The spectators all sighed. This will probably be quick. Yi Zifeng's luck is not bad. To get such a good draw on his first try. Maybe the Yi clan can beat the Lu clan. It's too early to say something like this. The Lu clan is stronger than the Yi clan in almost every way possible. Even if the young miss from the Yi clan wins, I don't think the other 2 in the Yi clan can do anything. So you're saying that you're going to bet on the Yi clan? I'll trust the Yi clan and bet big on them. Let's go. You're talking like you've won already. The smaller clans who have already lost were all betting with each other to enjoy themselves. Even the people in the sect started to bet. After a while, Lu Ningzi landed outside of the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Shui looked down at Lu Ningzi and stopped attacking. You've lost. In the end, Lu Ningzi could not defeat Yi Shui, who was an entire stage above her. This gave the Yi clan a much-needed win in the match. Sister Bingqian. Sorry. I lost. It's alright, Ningzi, you did your best. If you were to blame someone, then blame Yij for having bad luck in matching you up with their strongest member. Lu Ningzi nodded and was helped up by Bingqian. When she got up, she suddenly turned around. She suddenly wanted to see what kind of expression Qi Zifeng had, but Qi Zifeng didn't even look over at all. She bit her lower lips and looked up at the sky.
She didn't know what she was thinking.
Aside from the people from the Yi clan, everyone thought that pairing was a coincidence and the Liu clan was just unlucky for the first match. The people of the Yi clan, however, were all shocked.
This was because this was the exact outcome that Qi Zifeng had told them about. Zifeng. Could it be that you figured out a way to make the best scenario happen? That a hint of excitement could be heard in Yi Chongtian's voice.
If it all goes according to Qi Zifeng's plans, then the Yi clan will be able to claim the spot as the #1 clan in Liuzhou City.
Yi Shuai happily walked off the stage and looked at her brother. Look, brother Zifeng. I beat her.
If everything goes according to your plan, then our Yi clan will benefit a lot from this gathering and reclaim our position.
Yi Zifeng smiled. All right. All right. Don't jinx anything. Elder Lin is calling for me already.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 42, To be burning with anger.
This time around, Liu Yige didn't look as arrogant as before. This was because after the gathering, the Yi clan will once again rise up in power. Not only did Qi Zifeng take first place in the first competition, his Liu clan had allowed the Yi clan to win the first match. From a commoner's standpoint, the Yi clan's strength wasn't far away from the Liu clan's.
Yi Zifeng looked at Yige and smiled. Didn't you say that you wanted to teach me a lesson? Liu Yige's face sank. So what?
While saying that, Liu Yige became more and more nervous. This was because the Liu clan was down 1 point already.
Liu Bingqian can finish either of them off. But Yi Zifeng had beaten him once already. If he loses to Yi Zifeng, then the blame for the loss will be on him. Nothing. If you want to teach me a lesson, I'll give you a chance. Yi Zifeng calmly smiled. He looked as if he had already won. You? Liu Yige gulped. The look in Yi Zifeng's eyes was very deep and cold. It sent chills down his spine. Before he even stepped onto the stage with Yi Zifeng, he had lost his confidence already. All right. Draw your lots and stop fighting.
Lin Ke knitted his brow and pointed to the boxes. Liu Yige licked his lips and moved his hand into the box. After a while, he picked out a piece of paper. His palms had become very sweaty. Yi Huiqi will fight in the next match. Lin Ke took the slip from Yige and announced. Yi Zifeng smiled. He remembered what Elder Zhao had said, the one on the left is Bingqian and the one on the right is Yige. He trusted his memory. However, just in case, he asked Elder Zhao again. After confirming, he slowly opened his eyes. He reached into the box and went straight for the paper on the left without any hesitation. He needed to match Bingqian with Huiqi and then he can teach Liu Yige a lesson while taking the win. That way, the Yi clan will be the new champions. Elder Lin suddenly looked deeply at Yi Zifeng. It looks like you got some luck. But don't think it'll be so easy. Elder Lin, you. Hearing this, a nervous feeling suddenly engulfed Yi Zifeng. It seems like Elder Lin had taken both slips of paper. When Yi Zifeng noticed, he tried to take it back from him but Elder Lin quickly dodged. A crafty expression appeared on Lin Ke's face. No! Yi Zifeng's eyes widened. Elder Lin quickly announced, from the Liu clan, Liu Yige will battle. Behind his back, he burned both papers. Liu Yige? A 6th stage Qi refiner against a 5th stage Qi refiner? It seems like the Yi clan will definitely lose. The audience began to discuss amongst themselves. Hearing the announcement, Yi Chongtian fell back on his seat. The others from the Yi clan all sighed as well. Even though Yi Zifeng was only at the 4th stage of Qi refining, he has the ability to beat Liu Yige. To match Huiqi with Bingqian and have Yi Zifeng fight Liu Yige was their only hope.
So if Qi loses, then brother Zifeng will have to fight against Liu Bingqian, who's at the peak stage of Qi refining?
Yi Shuai gasped. Even if Yi Zifeng can beat Liu Yige, Bingqian, who's at the peak stage of Qi refining, is too much for him.
The miracle didn't happen.
Yi Zifeng wanted to play by his own script, but in the end, it didn't work out. Although Elder Shen and Elder Zhao were helping Yi Zifeng, amongst the other 8 elders, there was a possibility that someone was helping the Liu clan. Yi Zifeng was very cautious and had the 2 elders pay attention to the other elders' movements. However, who would have thought that Elder Lin, the person that announces the participants, would be the problem?
He can say whatever he wants and no one would question it.
His words had absolute authority.
Even if the slip said Liu Bingqian, he can say that it said Liu Yige. No one would know what's going on.
Lin Ke walked over the Yi Zifeng and whispered, "Don't blame me, kid.
Although I'm great friends with Chong Tian, I'm one of Liu clan's guest of honors. I work for the Liu clan."
He stopped for a bit and then continued to talk. "I know you have a lot of potential and I know that you have the ability to beat Liu Yige. However, for your Yi clan to get this far, it's good enough for you guys already. Just give up. Don't think about fighting against the Liu clan for the spot as the #1 family of Legacy City anymore."
Without saying anything, Yi Zifeng walked back.
A dark look appeared in his eyes. Everyone else thought that he was unhappy because he was unlucky and started sympathizing for him.
"Yi Zifeng, for your Yi clan to get to the second round and get 1 point off the defending champions, it's good enough already."
"That's right, Yi Zifeng. I take back all the bad things I've said about you. After your performance today, my view of you have completely changed."
Yi Zifeng weakly smiled and then lifted his head to look at everyone. The matches didn't even start yet.
"Why do you guys think that the Yi clan will definitely lose?"
Everyone was startled. However, the Rong clan's second young master snorted, "What else is gonna happen if you guys don't lose? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can actually win?"
Looking at how Yi Zifeng failed to appreciate their sympathy, their sympathetic talk turned into mocking words.
"Yi Zifeng, listen up.
Don't think that you're all that because you got first place.
Show us what you got before you start talking big.
The heavenly stairs only tested your potential. Your actual strength is much weaker than Yige's and Bingqian's."
"That's right.
You guys should give up already. At least that way, you guys can keep some face, or else when you get beat up later, you'll lose all your face."
Talking with these people was useless.
They didn't understand anything, so Yi Zifeng returned to where the Yi clan participants Saturday.
"Qi, I have something that I have to tell you." Yi Zifeng's expression was very serious.
His eyes looked very cold and scary. Yi Huiqi turned around and was startled. "Hold on.
Cousin Zifeng, are you telling me to win against that Liu Yige? That's no way. Last time he came over, I saw how strong he was. I definitely can't win."
These words were the words of a coward.
Let's not say Yi Chongtian, but even Yi Chen sighed at how cowardly his son was.
Before he even got onto the stage, Yi Huiqi had already lost all of his fighting spirit. If he goes up now, he will definitely lose.
Even if Yi Huiqi can beat Liu Yige, he would probably hold back and lose due to the connections that Yi Chen have with the Liu clan. "I know you're not his opponent," Yi Zifeng said very calmly. "If you know that, then what do you want to talk to me about?" Yi Zifeng was calm. He sighed and then replied, "I'm trying to tell you that you should give up immediately and not waste anyone's time. You want me to go up and admit defeat? Cousin Zifeng, you..."
Yi Huiqi was shocked. The nervous feeling that he had turned into anger.
"I know Liu Yige very well. I made him angry and he will definitely take it out on you.
When you go up there, he will definitely not let you leave the stage. He will pull your hair off and beat you black and blue until you are bleeding from all 7 apertures."
Yi Huiqi clenched his fist. "Cousin Zifeng, are you mocking me? Do you think I'm afraid?
If it was anyone else from the clan saying this, he wouldn't mind much. However, this was coming from the mouth of someone that he had bullied for quite some time now. How can he not care about this? Zifeng coldly looked into Huiqi's eyes. Then why were you being so pessimistic? When I was at the 4th stage of Qi refining, I fought against Yaij and won in the end. You're a whole stage above me.
Do you think you'll lose to him?
Huiqi was speechless. On the heavenly stairs, he fell down and was forced to withdraw from the competition. After seeing Zifeng take first place, he became very jealous of him. Now that he's been stirred up by Zifeng, his blood began to boil and his confidence started to return.
That's right.
If Zifeng can beat Liu Yaij when he was at the 4th stage of Qi refining, how can he not do it when he's at the 5th stage of Qi refining? Zifeng waited for a bit and then looked deeply into Huiqi's eyes. If you want people to acknowledge you, you have to prove yourself.
Show everyone what you got. Show the entire Legacy City that you, Huiqi, has the qualifications to stand on that stage. Think about it. If you beat Liu Yaij, you will be the one that wins it all for the Yi clan. You will be one responsible for the entire clan's rise in power. You will be the most important figure in the clan. With this speech, Zifeng stirred Huiqi's fighting spirit up even more. Huiqi had forgotten about everything else. He's only thinking about how he can get all the glory for himself.
Cousin Zifeng.
Okay. I get it. This fight, I will do my best. For the Yi clan. For my own glory. Also, Cousin Zifeng. I was wrong back then. In the future, we need to work together as one for the clan. We will use our strength and bring our clan to the top.
Huiqi was very pumped up.
Zifeng looked at Huiqi and patted his shoulder. That's right. I've been waiting for you to say this. All right. Now get on the stage. Yes, Cousin Zifeng.
Huiqi was filled with fighting spirit.
His pessimistic view had completely disappeared.
Yichen saw the whole scene play out and felt deeply moved.
Wisihai.
Ever since he was little, he would bully the weak and fear the strong. With your speech, you were able to change him so much.
I really have to thank you. No need to thank me.
Zifeng smiled. I can see that he was feeling angry after I took first place in the first competition. Right now, I'm just helping him release this anger and turn it into something good for him.
As for the results. The result, huh?
The two smiled and shook their head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43, The Gap in Strength.
It was very natural for Yi Chen to have some hidden deals with the Liu clan. After all, he wanted someone to back him up if the Yi clan falls. However, this time, Zifeng had taken first place in the Heavenly Stairs competition while Yi Shui took 5th place. It made Yi Chen very hopeful about the Yi clan's revival.
Yi Chen was feeling very proud of his clan right now. Maybe Zifeng doesn't have to see them as enemies anymore. Zifeng was just thinking about this until he saw Huiqi limping down from the stage. The match was very close.
Even though Huiqi lost, he did his best and heavily injured Liu Yaij as well. The result was what everyone had expected. Huiqi lost and now the score is 1-1.
Cousin Zifeng. You lied to me. You told me I could beat Liu Yaij. Look at me now. My entire face is black and blue.
He pointed at his swelling face and his crooked teeth.
Huiqi. You've suffered. Come. Where does it hurt? Tell father about it. Yi Chen felt sorry for his son and wanted to comfort him. However, he was blocked by Zifeng.
Zifeng smiled. Huiqi, even though you lost with honor. I can tell that Liu Yaij was heavily injured by you as well.
Look around. Everyone is praising you. Now lift up your chest and show them that you're someone strong as well. Really? The spectators think that I did a good job? Yi Chen lifted his head and looked around. Sure enough, there were some people smiling at him and praising him. There were even some girls from smaller clans who shyly looked at him. Yi Huiqi's heart shook especially when he saw the girls glance at him. He felt as if he was feeling better already. The pain didn't even matter to him anymore. Wow! Cousin Zifeng. You really are something. I was blind in the past. I hope you can forgive me. I will follow you from now on. He looked excitingly at Yi Zifeng. He had forgotten all about how he had been cursing Yi Zifeng during the fight. Yi Zifeng bitterly smiled and nodded. He didn't see this coming at all. It was all thanks to Elder Lin for messing things up. It was a blessing in disguise. Even if the Yi clan loses the gathering, the Yi clan would be more united than ever. This is definitely a good thing. Brother Zifeng, you'll have to fight against Liu Bingqian, who's at the peak stage of Qi refining. How about you just forfeit right now? I don't want you to have an accident. Yi Shui had a worried expression in her eyes. Do you not have any confidence in me? It's not about having confidence or not. Then are you afraid that I'll be beat black and blue like Huiqi? Don't worry about it. Bingqian won't do something like that. Yi Zifeng smiled. He had some confidence in beating her. Even if he doesn't win, he doesn't think that Bingqian will beat him up that badly. But Yi Shui stared at him. She was still worried. Fourth stage of Qi refining against the peak stage of Qi refining. The difference wasn't just one stage. It was almost an entire realm. Any normal person would have forfeited by now, but Yi Zifeng would not do so. From what he can see, the stages of Qi refining realm are separated by the amount of Qi one has and not the amount of strength that one possesses. Before reaching the martial disciple stage, the strength of each individual is not that far apart. This isn't some life or death battle, so he might as well try. Yi Zifeng. Liu Bingqian. Please get on the stage. Elder Lin's voice was loud and clear. This was the final fight of the gathering that happens once every 5 years. On the side, there were many people who were betting like crazy. Liu clan's young miss. I've bet my whole fortune on you. Please win. Don't hold back at all. Yi Zifeng, I bet that you'll forfeit after getting on the stage. If you really do so, I'll give you half my earnings. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zifeng. I bet 1 gold coin on you. If you win, I'll get 200 gold coins in return. Fight for me. Liu Bingqian had a complicated look on her face and walked towards Yi Zifeng. Really now? I don't even know what you're thinking about. Good thing that we know each other, later on, Yi Zifeng smiled and interrupted her. You want to hold back because we know each other? The two people walked onto the stage. Yi Zifeng smiled and bowed to Elder Lin. He didn't care about how he was helping the Liu clan anymore. Liu Bingqian's face sank and shook her head. No way. The glory of my clan is more important. I will fight with all my strength and win for my clan. However, I won't hurt you too much. I hope that you can forfeit right now and walk off the stage. Yi Zifeng sighed. That's right. You have your clan. I have my clan. I have to win for my clan as well. After saying that, he fiercely looked over. We both know that we have to win, so let's fight. Start. Elder Lin shouted. Liu Bingqian took a deep breath and a serious expression appeared on her face. A frightening qi exploded out of her body and covered the entire stage. Holy shit! Did you see that? Her qi covered the entire arena. Damn! Yi Zifeng, forfeit before you get hurt. Yeah.
She's already at this level.
You can't win at all.
As a peak stage Qi refiner, Bingqian can already use her Qi to fight. Of course, as a Qi refiner, she can't control it perfectly. But in the eyes of an expert, she was not bad already. Liu Bingqian wanted to use this frightening Qi to scare Yi Zifeng off and make him forfeit. Normally, if someone feels this Qi, they would be scared and lose all their confidence. However, Yi Zifeng didn't feel anything from this at all. Compared to the level of Qi that he's seen in his past life, this was nothing at all. This can't even make him flinch. Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and rushed towards Bingqian like lightning. He moved half of his Qi into his feet to move very quickly. In a second, he was already in front of Bingqian and struck her neck. You still want to fight? Then don't blame me for not holding back. Bingqian furrowed her brows and a cold expression appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Yi Zifeng and tossed him into the air, directly off the stage. This wasn't out of anyone's expectation. The difference between the peak stage of Qi refining and fourth stage of Qi refining was too big. They can see that Bingqian was already holding back. She threw him off the stage instead of injuring her opponent. However, Yi Zifeng turned around in mid-air and sent out a palm strike towards the ground. He used the recoil to get back onto the stage. Liu Yige suddenly yelled out, "Sister Bingqian, don't hold back. That Yi Zifeng is a loathsome dog. If you don't beat him up, he'll always be sticking onto you." Bingqian coldly looked over at Yige. "I don't need an outsider to teach me what to do." Bingqian was different from Ningzi. She had never thought of Liu Yige as a family member. You? Liu Yige's face sank, his heart filled with resentment. Yi Zifeng smiled and got up. He wiped away the blood that was seeping out of his mouth, as expected. The difference between us too big. To be able to send me flying so easily. Liu Bingqian stared at Yi Zifeng. "If you know that you're not my opponent, then you should forfeit. You can't win. I do admit that I am not your opponent based on strength." "Then why don't you?" Yi Zifeng's mouth curved up and revealed a smile, but winning is not about having the most strength. He paused for a bit and then smiled again. "I told you before. Do you think that someone like me can win against you without any preparation?" Liu Bingqian didn't know what Yi Zifeng meant by that. She also didn't know where he was getting his confidence from either. "Why don't you look at your hands? Did you think you can easily grab me and throw me around without any consequences?" Yi Zifeng gave her a hint. Liu Bingqian knitted her brows and looked at her palm. She was shocked at the sight. She can see traces of lightning moving around her hand. Her Qi was being suppressed by this lightning. It will be hard for her to use any of her Qi for a while. Yi Zifeng took advantage of the fact that Bingqian held back and struck her when she attacked. When she least expected it, he used his lightning to suppress her Qi. Thunder Spirit Pill. I understand now. This is the power of the Thunder Spirit Pill. Bingqian yelled out in shock. She had never eaten any attribute-type spirit pills in her life, so she overlooked the effects of the Thunder Spirit Pill. Suddenly, she felt some movements around her and immediately looked around. It was Yi Zifeng. When Bingqian was dazed and was thinking about the Thunder Spirit Pill, he took his chances and started to attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44, The Final Verdict. Although Yi Zifeng's method was somewhat underhanded, it didn't go overboard. He didn't use any hidden weapons or poison at all. He only took advantage of the fact that his opponent wasn't paying attention during a battle. Right now, Yi Zifeng was flying towards Liu Bingqian like a sharp sword. The electric Qi congealed around his hand as he attacked Bingqian. Even under such an unfavorable situation, Bingqian was able to barely dodge the attack. The faces of all the spectators were filled with shock. Did you guys see that?
As a fourth-stage Qi refiner, Yi Zifeng was able to force Liu Bingqian to dodge? Another spectator sighed, shit. I lost. I thought Yi Zifeng wouldn't even survive one move from Liu Bingqian. Liu Yaij was the most shocked of them all. He continuously shook his head, not believing what he was seeing. How did Yi Zifeng change so much in such a short amount of time? Lu Ningzi furrowed her brows and looked over at Liu Yaij. Senior brother, if you were to fight Yi Zifeng right now, who would win? This. Of course. Liu Yaij was speechless. He wants to say the truth, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his junior sister, so he decided not to say anything. That good for nothing Yi Zifeng. Who would have thought that you would change so much, so fast? Lu Ningzi had a perplexed look. She was thinking about that day she went over to the Yi clan's estate. Why did she do such a thing? Why did she go and cancel her engagement so quickly? Did she do the right thing? Was it wrong? Yi Zifeng. Don't force me. Liu Bingqian retreated with a pale look on her face. Yi Zifeng laughed loudly. So what if I force you? We're both fighting for our family's glory. If you respect me, then use all your strength. At the same time, lightning appeared on his hands again as he rushed towards Liu Bingqian. Fine. I'll use my full strength. Don't regret anything. Bingqian replied with a serious tone. She was not going to hold back anymore. She quickly clapped her hands together and the qi around the entire stage started to gather around her. It created some sort of spiraling whirlpool around her. When Yi Zifeng's lightning qi struck the wall of qi, it was repelled easily. It felt as if he was hitting against an invisible wall. How's that, Yi Zifeng? You can't hurt me anymore. You can't do anything anymore. Yi Zifeng's mouth curved up as he got closer Liu Bingqian. With a wave of his hand, the lightning qi on his hand shot out towards Liu Bingqian like a flying snake. It's useless. Liu Bingqian laughed. When the lightning qi touched the whirlpool of qi, it immediately evaporated into nothing. How's that? I told you it was useless. Who said it was useless? Aren't I getting closer and closer to you? Yi Zifeng smiled and a cold aura suddenly exploded out of his body. However, it wasn't that strong, so the people outside the stage did not feel anything. While most others didn't feel anything, Elder Zhao felt what's wrong and immediately stood up. He started to mumble to himself, "Bastard. You dare use my soul spirit to attack? Preposterous." The iron beads that he was holding in his hands suddenly exploded. Brother Zhao. Calm down. It's not like you don't know what he's like already. Xinli was afraid that something was going to happen and dragged him back. Elder Zhao leaned over the Xinli. "Elder Xin, don't talk like you actually know what he's like. We've only met him today." That's right. Xinli stroked his beard and shook his head. Yi Zifeng is like a little demon. He gave Xinli a very good impression. After all, Yi Zifeng was part of his sect. His success will be the sect's success. This cold aura that he released was a trump card that Yi Zifeng was planning to save. He would have never thought that Elder Lin would mess with him and force him to use this little piece of soul spirit. No matter how strong Liu Bingqian is, she's only a qi refining stage disciple. Against an attack from a peak martial practitioner's soul spirit, she won't be able to do anything. All she can do was let the soul spirit enter her forcefully without knowing what's going on. In a split second, her entire body felt stiff. She stared blankly at Yi Zifeng, not knowing what happened at all. Yi Zifeng took advantage of this and started to channel his qi. A black dot surrounded by death qi appeared on his palm. He struck out and it flew towards Liu Bingqian's chest. Lu Ningzi gasped and yelled out in surprise, "Not good." That's the move that he used to attack senior brother. Sister Bingqian, quickly dodge. That palm strike is very weird. When Liu Yaij saw the death qi palm strike again, he began to shake.
He remembers how powerful this was. If he was up there right now and he was hit by it, the chances of him surviving is very low.
Hearing this, Liu Bingqian wanted to dodge.
However, she was under the effects of the soul attack while having her strength decreased by Qi Zifeng's lightning when she threw him. She was in a state of temporary paralysis. She stood there as she watched the palm strike reach her. Due to the effects of the soul attack, she could not use any of her qi at all.
Bang! After being struck, Liu Bingqian was sent flying. It looked as if she could not withstand the attack at all.
Seeing how Liu Bingqian, a peak stage qi refiner, was sent flying by Qi Zifeng, everyone's jaws dropped.
The entire audience was shocked. Miss Bingqian, what are you doing? If you lose, then I'm gonna lose my entire fortune. Yeah. No way. What were you doing before? Why did you not move at all? Nice Zifeng. That 1 gold coin that I used actually turned into 200 gold coins. Thank you. Yi Chongtian excitedly stood up. If Liu Bingqian lands outside of the stage, then the Yi clan will be declared the winners.
At that time, the Yi clan will have basically established themselves as one of the 3 great clans again.
Big brother rough guy. Save me.
In a confused state, Bingqian suddenly called for Qi Zifeng, sending the audience members into a frenzy.
Who is this big brother rough guy? There's no one else there besides Qi Zifeng.
Seeing how Liu Bingqian was about to fall onto the floor, Qi Zifeng's heart shook. If it wasn't for the fact that Liu Bingqian held back before, he would not have the chance to use this attack.
Liu Bingqian could not bear to hurt him. That was the true reason to her defeat. Qi Zifeng took a deep breath and decided to save her. Qi Zifeng sighed and flew towards Liu Bingqian.
He grabbed her waist with one hand and sent a palm strike out with the other. Using the recoil effect, he returned onto the stage with Bingqian. The person who harmed her was Qi Zifeng, and now the person who rescued her was also Qi Zifeng.
Liu Bingqian had a happy expression on her face.
When she found out Qi Zifeng's identity, she became depressed because she thought that he would hate her. But now, she can see that he still treats her as a friend. If it was like this, then losing the competition was worth it to her. She was happily thinking about his with being in Qi Zifeng's embrace until she suddenly felt lighter, followed by some pain. When she came back to her senses, she realized that after Qi Zifeng rescued her, he lightly dropped her off the stage. She then remembered that she was still competing with him.
For Qi Zifeng to do this, he was being very nice already. After watching this scene unfold, the entire audience was silent for a while. After a while, they exploded in cheers. The Yi clan had won the gathering. They were the number 1 clan in name. After getting first place in the first competition, Qi Zifeng was able to defeat Liu Bingqian, the Liu clan's strongest member. His name will definitely be recorded in Legacy City's history book.
Yi Shui immediately rushed towards the stage and hugged Qi Zifeng. Her eyes started to tear up. Great job, brother Zifeng.
Our Yi clan won. You've also proven yourself. Now no one in Legacy City will look down on you anymore.
Yi Chongtian fiercely fist bumped his son's chest. My son.
Nice moves you got there. Were you hiding your strength all this time and wanted to shock everyone? At the same time. Hold on. Who said that your Yi clan won?
Lin Ke suddenly walked over.
Yi Chongtian smiled. Didn't everyone see the results?
Liu clan's young miss fell off the stage.
Our Yi clan should have won. Lin Ke didn't waste his breath with Yi Chongtian and pointed at Qi Zifeng. Tell me the truth. Before you used that palm strike, why did Miss Bingqian suddenly stop moving? Do you dare say that you didn't mess with her? From what I can see, you cheated to win. The entire audience suddenly gossiping again. Everyone saw the scene. It was very weird how she stopped moving before his attack hit her. After Lin Ke reminded them, they started thinking about it. Yeah. Yi Zifeng.
Tell us what kind of technique you used to make Sister Bingqian lose.
If you can't say anything, then it doesn't count as your Yi clan's win. Liu Yige took advantage of the situation and yelled at Yi Zifeng.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 45, After all these years. Liu Yige. Who are you? Are you an elder? Do you have the authority to decide the outcome of the battle?
Yi Zifeng coldly looked over at Liu Yige. For the past few times, Yi Zifeng had been very patient with Liu Yige. However, this time, he couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled out at him.
You're going too far. Liu Yige's face turned green and angrily stared at Yi Zifeng. Who's the one going too far? Liu Clan's clan leader, Liu Mu, walked towards Liu Yige. He looked at Liu Yige and then sighed. Alright Yige, back off a bit. The elders of the sect and the elders from Tiandao City will take care of everything. Elder Lin nodded at Liu Mu and then continued to question Yi Zifeng. When you were fighting with Miss Bingqian, what kind of hidden weapon did you use? To be able to hide it from during our search. If you tell us now, we will let you keep the first place you got in the first competition. If you don't then what?
Elder Lin coldly snorted. Then according to the rules of the gathering, you will be severely punished for breaking the rules. Your clan will also not be able to participate in the gathering for the next 10 years. After hearing this, every single in the Yi clan that was present all gulped. It was a very severe punishment. Yi Chongtian knitted his brows. Elder Lin, why are you going against our Yi clan? Why don't you ask Miss Bingqian as to why she didn't move during the fight? Why are you so sure that my son did something? Elder Lin's mouth twitched. It's not that I'm going against your Yi clan. It's just that we can't let you run after cheating. We'll know what happened after we examine the Qi movement on the stage. How about now, Yi Zifeng? Do you admit to it or not? Elder Lin glared at him coldly.
Admit what? You can have your people go examine the stage. You better check clearly. I, Yi Zifeng, have nothing to hide, so I don't mind. Yi Zifeng looked back with an even more imposing look. Yi Zifeng is not dumb. Heck! No one is that dumb that they would admit that they were cheating. Yi Zifeng won't fall for this Elder Lin's trap and throw himself into the fire. Fine. Don't blame me for being unfair after we find the evidence of you cheating. Elder Lin gave a signal and 4 experts from Tiandao City went onto the stage to examine the Qi movements before it starts to disappear. After a while, one of the experts' face changed. Everyone come look. This is... What? The other elders walked over. No way. This is... A few martial practitioner experts were shocked and took a few steps back. Their faces paled. Elder Zhao and Shenli both pretended to be shocked and stepped back with everyone. Elder Lin furrowed his brows and looked confused. Why are you acting so surprised? There's no need to be so surprised at some hidden weapons. Elder Lin, come look for yourself. One of the elders named Guai called over. Elder Lin's expression changed. He knew that this Elder Gui was very famous, like to explore the outside world. He has seen many things and is very knowledgeable. If this thing can shock him, then it must not be simple at all. Elder Lin walked up onto the stage and the other elders all moved away for him to examine the Qi movements on the stage. Suddenly, both of his pupils lit up. No way. This feeling. Lin knelt down and closed his eyes. He felt around with his Qi and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He opened his eyes and looked at the other elders. He realized why they had that expression on. Soul spirit. Divine sense? Why do I feel the power of a soul spirit? Elder Lin turned around and stared at Yi Zifeng. Don't look at me. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Yi Zifeng shrugged.
To not know what a soul spirit is, it was very normal for a Qi refining stage disciple. Not even martial disciple realm disciples know about this either. This was something that only a martial practitioner realm expert can use.
Liu Bingqian was confused and looked at her father. Daddy, what's a soul spirit? A soul spirit is living divine sense that a martial practitioner can form.
It will help that person attack, defend and do many things.
Yi Zifeng smiled. So that's it.
Uncle Liu said that only a martial practitioner realm expert can form a soul spirit.
Then let me ask Elder Lin this. Do you think that I can use this soul spirit? If you're saying that it is mine, then it would only mean that I have the ability to win. After all, a soul spirit is something that a martial artist forms. How could I be cheating then? Hearing Yi Zifeng's explanation, Elder Lin sighed.
He thought that Qi Zimo had used some sort of poison or hidden weapons.
To think that there was only some traces of a soul spirit. It was inconceivable. He was feeling very vexed right now after jumping to conclusions so quickly. Also, seeing how Qi Zifeng used his own words against him, Lu Mu could only bitterly laugh. Yi Shui chimed into the conversation as well. Elder Lin, Brother Zifeng won using his own ability and not because of some soul spirit or whatever. It wasn't only the people of the Yi clan. The people from the other clans started to yell as well. What's going on, Elder Lin? What's the result? Yeah, come on. Just give us the verdict already. Elder Lin stood there thinking to himself. He had no other ways to make Yi Zifeng lose. Yi Zifeng suddenly walked over the Elder Lin and whispered. Elder Lin. Let me remind you of something. Speaking of cheating, don't you think that it was exactly what you were doing before? If other people found out that you were cheating as the host of the gathering, wouldn't your reputation be ruined? Elder Lin was shocked after hearing this. He clearly burned both papers. However, it seems like Yi Zifeng actually had evidence that he was cheating. Are you trying to threaten me? Elder Lin had a fierce look in his eyes. On normal days, Elder Lin usually looked like a kind old man. However, when he gets angry, he would look very scary. Yi Zifeng closed his eyes, smiled and shook his head. How could I dare to threaten the esteemed elder? I just want to remind Elder Lin about what happened. No matter how wise or careful you are, you will always leave something behind. If you really want to take me down, then you'll be coming down with me as well. Yi Zifeng slowly opened his eyes and with an imposing tone, he whispered to Elder Lin, I, Yi Zifeng, will be glad to fall with you. Elder Lin was startled. He had never seen such an arrogant and despotic disciple before. The look in his eyes, it was very majestic. This 20-year-old in front of him looked like esteemed master. Elder Zhao had seen enough. He pulled Shunli over to Elder Lin. Elder Lin, I think that Yi Zifeng is right. He's only at the Qi refining stage. There's no way for him to possess a soul spirit. We should not look into this any longer. Yeah, that's right. The hundreds of clans in the audience are waiting for us to announce the results. We can't drag on any longer. Xinli coughed. He was the strongest elder in the sect. Even if Elder Lin didn't listen to anyone else, he still had to respect Xinli's words. Lin Ke looked over at Lu Mu, thinking that he would do something but all Lu Mu could do was helplessly shake his head. Lin Ke sighed. He had lost. The result was something that no one had expected. Even he was a bit surprised himself. For the strong Lu clan to lose to the Yi clan even with his help. It was unimaginable. It was all because of this Yi Zifeng. All right. I will announce the results. After further review by the other elders and we have determined that Yi Zifeng did not cheat. Thus, the winner of this gathering is the Yi clan. Yi Chongtian was speechless. Seeing how stiff and silly Yi Chongtian looked, Tang Feng nudged him. Did you hear that? Our Yi clan is the winner. Yi Chongtian's expression slowly changed. An exciting and happy expression appeared on his old face. He was excited and very emotional at the same time. There was no one else who could be happier than him right now. I heard it. I heard it all. This time, it's real. After all these years, they've finally made a comeback. 20 years ago, when Yi Zifeng was born, and was diagnosed to be a trash that only appears every 100 years, the Yi clan started to collapse. And now, 20 years later, it was the first time that Yi Chongtian was this happy in a long time. The Yi clan has revived. The young master Yi Zifeng's great performance allowed the Yi clan to become the #1 clan in Liu City. Elder Lin took a deep breath and then his expression returned to normal. All right, Yi Zifeng. Come over with the others to receive your reward, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46, Supreme True Yuan Dan. I'm back, guys. Here's the schedule for this week. There was one chapter in the sponsored queue and I missed 3 chapters last week for SDG. There was 2 chapters in the sponsored queue and I missed 5 chapters last week for DOP. Monday. 2 SDG, Reg +1 from last week. 2 DOP. Tuesday. 2 SDG, Reg +1 from last week. 3 DOP. Wednesday. 2 SDG, Reg +1 from last week. 2 DOP. Thursday. 2 SDG, Reg Plus sponsored CH. 3 DOP. Friday. 2 SDG, Reg Plus 1 extra chapter, smiley face. 3 DOP. Silhua's TLing Zhan Long at Gravity is going to China for 3 weeks, so I'll be helping out on ZL. It was my first project before I moved over to Shiro, smiley face. Release times will be very random this week. In Yi Zifeng's previous life, he was a well-respected figure in his own regards. But after he crossed over into the martial spirit continent, he became the trash that everyone bullied. This victory now marks the beginning of Yi Zifeng's journey to the peak in this life. Brother Zifeng. It's time for the award ceremony. You deserved it. Yi Shuai was very excited. At first, she didn't think that the Yi clan could even get into the second round, let alone winning it all. Wow! Cousin Zifeng. You can actually beat a peak stage Qi refiner. I really admire you. From now on, I'll treat you like my real big brother and follow whatever you do. Yi Shuai glanced over at him. You're talking like you guys were never related. Yi Huiqi embarrassingly laughed and rubbed his head. He was ashamed of all things that he did to Yi Zifeng in the past and looked over at him with a guilty expression on his face. In the martial spirit continent, the weak respects the strong. For Yi Huiqi to start respecting Yi Zifeng after all this, it was normal. Yi Chongtian slapped Yi Zifeng's back and laughed. Zifeng, I didn't notice how strong you've become after all these years. I've neglected you. From now on, the Yi clan will fully support you and help you raise your cultivation. Yi Zifeng looked over at the people of the Yi clan and bowed. In the clan, there were some people who truly cared for him and liked him. However, there were also people who hated him and wanted to harm him. But none of that didn't matter today. Today, Yi Zifeng had brought hope to the clan. They all started to view him in a new light. Father, Shuai, everyone. I'm going to go get the reward. When Yi Zifeng walked out of the Yi clan's encirclement, he instantly became the center of attention amongst the other clans. He didn't only take first place in the first competition, but he also defeated Liu Bingqian, who was at the peak stage of Qi refining. His nickname as Trash was slowly disappearing. In addition, many of the other clans' daughters all coquettishly glanced over at him. Father. Look at how heroic Yi Zifeng looks. How about I marry him and bring him into our family? Are you retarded? Do you think you can match with Yi Zifeng? That's right. Let's not talk about bringing him into our family, he probably won't agree to take you as a concubine. Yeah, that's right. Did you guys not hear about it? I heard that Lu Clan's second miss, Lu Ningzi, is Yi Zifeng's fiancée. Only a beauty like her can match with someone like Yi Zifeng. There's no place for someone like you. Seeing how everyone was chattering loudly, Elder Lin coughed and tried to settle everyone down. Okay, stop chattering. The award ceremony will now commence. Since Yi Zifeng is the winner, he will be the last one to go up onto the stage. He stood in the back and started to ponder what kind of prize he will get. Shi Chen began to laugh and walked out of the crowd. He happily walked up to Elder Lin. This time, both his older brother and sister were disqualified and he was forced to actually participate in the gathering. However, with some luck, he was able to get into the top 20. His clan was very satisfied with the result. Your reward is the Nurturing Heart Chronicles, a common tier martial skill that can help you with your meditation and increase your Qi. If you practice and work hard, you should be able to get a better placement 5 years from now. Elder Lin handed the prize to Shi Chen and smiled. Thank you, Elder Lin. After being forced to participate, he was able to obtain a common ranked martial skill. He was feeling very happy. Next, Xiaomu. Xiaomu had his head down and looked gloomy. When he walked over to Elder Zhao, he snorted at him to remind him how he had failed to suppress Yi Zifeng. Elder Zhao wanted to say something but he couldn't. This time, in order to help the Shao clan, he lost his precious soul spirit and had to make a spirit oath. Making things worse, Yi Zifeng had also planted a soul restriction on him, so he needs to take care of him and make sure nothing happens to him in the next year. Elder Zhao looked awkwardly at Xiaomu and took out a bamboo flute. This is the prize for the 11th place. It is a grade 2 common tier treasure. As for the usage, Xiaomu grabbed the bamboo flute and walked away. You don't need to tell me anything. I'll ask the elders in my clan when I go back. Elder Zhao shook his head and bitterly laughed. This Xiaomu doesn't know the difference between the heavens and the earth. He will never catch up to Yi Zifeng in 10 lifetimes. Yi Shuai got 5th place and her prize was a jade interspatial ring. It was only a bit better than the ring that Yi Zifeng took from Wang Lin. Brother Zifeng, do I look good with this ring? After putting on the ring, the first thing she did was run towards Yi Zifeng and asked for his opinion. Of course you look beautiful. Yi Zifeng didn't lie. He really thought she looked beautiful. Yi Shuai giggled, but what I want to wear is the ring that you brought back a few days ago. How about we trade rings? I'll let you wear mine and you can let me wear yours. Yi Zifeng looked confused and asked, but isn't your ring better than mine? Brother Zifeng, you big dummy. Yi Zifeng stood there looking all confused. He scratched the back of his head. He didn't think he said anything wrong. Shenli looked at the ranking list and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Since the Wang clan's juniors were ranked 2nd, 3rd and 4th, will you all come up at the same time to receive your prize? Let's go then. Wang Tianji's mouth twitched as he looked towards his siblings. The three walked up onto the stage together with a gloomy expression. After finding out the Yi Zifeng had won, they had a depressed look the entire time. To be able to take the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, the Wang clan showed that they had plenty of strength. However, they lacked one thing, luck. They were unlucky that they had to go against Yi Zifeng. If it wasn't for Yi Zifeng, the Wang clan would definitely be able to get into the 2nd round and fight against the Liu clan. With their lineup, they would have probably beaten the Liu clan as well. Wang Mingxi, the prize for 4th place is a grade 8 common tier treasure, the refreshing jade pot. If you make tea with this pot, the tea will slowly nourish your qi and help you cultivate. Thank you, Elder Shen. Wang Mingxi smiled. she wasn't like Xiao Mu. Even when Xinli didn't uphold his promise, she didn't mind at all. Wang Ruoxing. The prize for third place is a Grade 1 Spirit Tier treasure, the Violet Gravel Armor. With this armor, a normal low-mid Qi refining stage disciple will not be able to harm you at all. Lil Bro Wang Lin will probably be happy if I give this to him to play with. Wang Ruoxing smiled and received his prize. He was wearing a long robe with a long sash on his waist. He had long hair and his face was filled with makeup. He probably had more makeup on than all of the girls here. It made everyone look at him with disgust. However, the audience ignored his appearance and started talking about the prize. A Spirit Tier treasure for the third place? What will the prizes for first and second place be? It seems like the sect is getting more and more extravagant. This year's prizes is much better than the ones from 5 years ago. Alright, let's stop talking. It's Wang Tianji's turn. Wang Tianji calmly walked towards Xinli. A cold expression filled his eyes as he looked at Xinli. He didn't greet him and stood there staring at him. He won't be like Xiao Mu and badmouth the elder. However, the expression in his eyes explained everything. He blamed Elder Shen for not making a move against Yi Zifeng. Wang Tianji. Tiandao City's Muyun clan provided a Supreme True Yuan Dan, a profound tier pill, as the prize for the second place. It will help you when you break through from 9th stage of Qi refining into the martial disciple realm. A Supreme True Yuan Dan? One at the profound tier as well? Everyone in the audience was shocked. Even Liu Bingqian, Legacy City's greatest alchemist, was shocked as well. Wang Tianji wanted to calmly receive the prize and walk off like a king, but when he heard what the prize was, he couldn't stop shaking at all. This profound tier Supreme Real Dan can help increase a Qi refiner stage disciple's success rate of breaking through into the martial disciple realm by at least 30%. With Wang Tianji's talents, he will definitely be able to break through with the help of this pill. Xinli then whispered something to Wang Tianji. Tianji, don't disappoint me. To give you this. Let's say that it's to compensate for what happened. Elder Shen. You? Wang Tianji understood what happened. This was something from Elder Shen's personal collection of items. To lose to Yi Zifeng and not being able to compete with the Liu clan was something that the entire Wang clan was depressed about. However, to be able to receive this pill, it was a blessing in disguise for Wang Tianji. If he had gotten first place, he probably would not have received a prize like this. Many thanks to Elder Shen. Elder Shen was someone with great integrity. He was willing to compensate the Wang clan with something from his personal collection due to his failure. Alright. Will the first place, Yi Zifeng, come up? All 10 elders stood on the stage and called out. Yi Zifeng suddenly opened his eyes. He was falling asleep and now it was finally his turn. Zifeng is here. As the first place, you can pick something from these 3 items. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, Choosing One from 3. As the second place, Wang Tianji received a prize that caused many people be flabbergasted. Everyone started to ponder about what the prize for first place would be if the prize for the second place was so extravagant. Furthermore, Yi Zifeng was allowed to choose from a selection of 3 items. All these people could only sit there and admire Yi Zifeng. They could only blame themselves for not properly training their kids. If only my son was like Yi Zifeng, maybe this will become a common phrase in Legacy City in years to come. On the stage, when the elders brought out the treasures, everyone stared intensely at the 3 items. As expected, all 3 items were shining with brilliance. Elder Lin pointed at the first item and smiled. This is the ancient violet cloud sword. It is created from an ancient meteor. It is considered to be at least a grade 3 spirit tier treasure. Due to the fact that there were not many blacksmiths in Legacy City,
weapons are especially expensive here. A grade 3 common tier sword could be sold for a few hundred gold coins already. Who knows how much a grade 3 spirit tier sword could sell for?
Huichi, look at yourself.
Wipe your drool off your face,
Yi Chen resentfully said.
When Yi Huichi saw the spirit tier sword, he immediately started drooling.
He wasn't the only one like that. Sure, Chen was acting the same way. Think about it.
If you had a sword like this when you rescue some girl from some evildoer, the girl will definitely fall for you. It made many young men fantasize about what they could do with this sword. Elder Lin had expected something like this to happen and immediately pointed to the second item.
Yi Zifeng's expression changed. This is.
It was a green bottle.
From the looks of it, there wasn't anything inside. It was an empty bottle. Ocean-containing bottle.
Also a grade 3 spirit tier treasure. Yi Zifeng was a little startled at Elder Lin's introduction of the item. If I were to choose an item from the 3 shown, I hope the elder can enlighten me about the usage of these items. If not, how can I possibly choose from the 3 items shown? Elder Lin coldly smiled and snorted, to let you choose from 3 items, that's good enough already.
Don't think that I'll explain their usage to you either. Doing all this, Elder Lin wasn't breaking any rules.
He told Yi Zifeng about the grade of the item and the name of the item already.
That was already enough.
Immediately, he pointed to the 3rd item.
All right. This is the 3rd item, Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant. As for the grade of the item, I'm not so sure about it. Not so sure?
Yi Zifeng suspiciously asked. It's fine if you don't explain the usage of the item, but now you don't want to tell me the grade of the item either?
Elder Lin coughed. I don't know means I don't know.
This jade pendant was brought back by someone not too long ago.
The appraisers did not determine a grade for the item yet. How can I tell you what grade it is?
Saying this, Elder Lin's mouth curved into a smile. All right, I've introduced the 3 items.
Now quickly choose one. How can this be an introduction? He might as well not say anything and let Yi Zifeng look at the items himself.
After hearing what Elder Lin had to say, the audience began to talk about the items. If I was up there, I will definitely pick the ancient violet cloud sword. If I had such a cool sword, it will make me look even more dashing.
What's so good about being cool?
I feel like that Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant is better.
It can't be a simple item with such a domineering name, but I feel like the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant is better too.
If it was appraised, it could be considered a rare artifact.
Yi Zifeng, you should choose the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant.
Yi Zifeng pretended to be thinking and closed his eyes. He walked back and forth, making it look like he was thinking hard about it.
In reality, he was just using this opportunity to talk to Elder Zhao. You brat! Did you use my soul spirit to attack Liu Bingqian? How can you still talk to me? Elder Zhao was not feeling so good after being targeted by Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng smiled. It's not like soul spirits can't be split into pieces. I left a little bit just to communicate with you. You! Elder Zhao was very angry with Yi Zifeng. I think you're friendlier, so that's why I didn't ask Elder Shen. Yi Zifeng smiled. Elder Zhao's expression changed. What are you blabbering about? You don't have Elder Shen's soul spirit anymore. You can't even ask him in the first place. Yi Zifeng laughed. Not true. Did you forget already? Didn't you guys attack someone else with your soul spirits? Elder Zhao was shocked. Your sister. Yi Shui.
Suddenly, after knowing that Elder Shen was also tricked by Yi Zifeng, Elder Zhao was feeling a lot better.
All right. Let's not talk about useless things. What item would you recommend from these 3 items? Elder Zhao thought about it and laughed. Are you thinking about choosing the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant? Yi Zifeng was silent and didn't answer. Let me tell you this then. Don't choose the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant. It's a trap set up by Lin Ku. He said he didn't know the grade of the item, but that's bullshit. That's a grade 5 common tier jade pendant. It's basically useless. Yi Zifeng smiled. I didn't want the jade pendant in the first place. I wanted to ask you about what that ocean-containing bottle does. I'm kind of interested in it. The amount of treasures in the world could not be counted. Even if Yi Zifeng was a martial lord in his past life, he could not possibly know the usage of every single treasure in the world. Elder Zhao complimented him. Not bad. This is a treasure that can help a Qi refining disciple train faster. It is the best option out of the 3 items. A treasure that can help me train faster? Alright, I got it. I know what to choose. After that, Yi Zifeng slowly opened his eyes. So how about it? Did you decide yet? Which one will you choose? Seeing that Yi Zifeng had opened his eyes, Elder Lin immediately asked. Yi Zifeng nodded and pointed at the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant. Elder Lin's eyes lit up. He felt really happy but pretended to look gloomy and asked, Are you sure? Do you really want this Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant? Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at Elder Lin. His gaze pierced through Elder Lin. This is something that I don't want? Elder Lin was startled and an angry expression appeared on his face. You. Yi Zifeng smiled. I only said that I don't want it so I can decide on the other 2 items while you put that thing away. Yi Zifeng didn't break any rules at all, so he continued to choose. Elder Lin waved his hand and put the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant away. Alright. Then which one of these 2 do you want? He wanted to give Yi Zifeng something bad, so he chose to include the Dragon Spirit Jade Pendant. Even without Elder Zhao's help, he would not have picked the pendant anyways. Yi Zifeng smiled again and pointed at the ancient violet cloud sword. Elder Lin sighed and said, You don't want this thing either, right? Just say it. Why do you have to be like this? No. I've decided that I want the sword. Yi Zifeng exclaimed. What do you want the sword for? Elder Zhao accidentally screamed out. Many people looked over with a puzzled expression. Xinli saw this and immediately pulled him back. What are you doing? Do you want people to suspect you of something? Elder Zhao whispered back, Elder Shen, you don't understand. I definitely told him that the ocean-containing bottle is better for him in the future, but he chose the sword instead. Elder Shen smiled and whispered back, When did you start thinking about his future? Do you want to take him in as a disciple? Take him in as a disciple? Elder Zhao's face ashen and immediately shook his head, no way. As a mere 4th stage Qi refiner he was able to play us like this. If he reaches the martial practitioner realm, he'll definitely make me go crazy. I don't want anything to do with him. Elder Shen and Elder Zhao looked at each other, sighed and then started to laugh. This time, because of Yi Zifeng, they were able to become friends. On the other hand, seeing how Yi Zifeng was able to escape his trap, Elder Lin felt gloomy. However, to choose the sword over the ocean-containing bottle, Elder Lin sighed and shook his head. For Yi Zifeng to want strength now instead of later, his future will be lineated. From what Elder Lin can see, Yi Zifeng won't be able to becoming a threatening force in the future, so he felt a bit relieved. Yi Zifeng received the brilliant and sharp ancient violet cloud sword from Elder Lin. At the same time, he lifted his head and a cold smile appeared on his face. Standing there with his sword, Yi Zifeng looked as if he was filled with heroic spirit. It definitely looked much better than if he took the ocean-containing bottle instead. When he tested the sword out by swinging it around, he attracted many young girls with how cool he looked. Sister Bingqian, Sister Bingqian. What are you looking at? I've been calling you for a while already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, One's destiny will change over time. Liu Bingqian yelped and looked down in embarrassment. Her face was turning bright red. Ningzi, what's wrong? Sister Bingqian, I should be the one asking you what's wrong. Ever since Zifeng went onto the stage, you've been staring at him. Liu Ningzi replied with a complicated look on her face. Liu Bingqian fixed her hair and looked up. Really? I've been looking at that ancient violet cloud sword. It looks very impressive. Is the sword impressive or is the person you're looking at impressive? Bingqian's servant girl, Xiao Lu, teased. Liu Bingqian was at a loss for words. She could feel her face get hotter and hotter. Xiao Lu, what are you blabbering about? If you keep talking, you won't get to eat dinner tonight. Brother Zifeng, that sword is so cool. Let me play around with it. Let me be cool too. Yi Huiqi quickly ran towards Yi Zifeng. If you want it, then here you go. Yi Zifeng smiled and threw the sword towards Yi Huiqi. It looked as if he was throwing some candy to a little kid. Thanks, bro. Yi Huiqi was very excited. He immediately waved the sword around with a proud expression on his face. One should know that this wasn't any mere grade 3 spirit tier sword. This sword symbolized the strength that Qi Zifeng had in order to obtain first place in the gathering. With this sword, the young beauties of Legacy City will all fall onto their knees when they see him. Now, everyone who witnessed the gathering today will not look down on him anymore. Young Master Yi, I'll give you 5,000 gold coins for your sword. How about it? Ha! What a joke! You want to buy this sword for 5,000 gold coins? That's a rip-off. I'll buy it for 10,000 gold coins. Of course, these people were only joking around and won't actually buy it. Even if they had the money, Yi Zifeng probably won't sell it either. Yi Shuai started to laugh. Brother Zifeng, this expensive prize, you really threw it to Huiqi and let him play around with it. If he chips it or something, won't you be sad? Yi Zifeng smiled. A sword is used to fight against enemies, not for decoration. Even if it's chipped, it is still a grade 3 spirit tier sword. Yi Chen walked over and smiled at Yi Zifeng. From what I know about you, I thought that you would definitely choose the ocean-containing bottle. But you've surprised me and picked the grandest prize instead. As a 4th stage Qi refining disciples, I can't really use the ocean-containing bottle yet. Also, since it can only help in increasing cultivation speed, I'm not really that interested in it. But Yi Chen was shocked. Not interested in increasing cultivation speed? Are you gonna be like my good-for-nothing son and fool around all day? Without thinking, Yi Chen started to badmouth his own son. When he realized, he laughed bitterly. It seems like everyone's opinion of Yi Zifeng had changed after this gathering. If Yi Zifeng can help the Yi clan change its destiny, then why would he need to curry favors with the Liu clan? I want to look grand. I got the sword so I can wave it around and show off a bit. This. Yi Chen thought about it. It was normal for Yi Zifeng to want to show off after everything that had happened to him. By choosing the sword, he was able to significantly lower the other clan's vigilance towards him. The experts in the other clans can probably see that the ocean-containing bottle can help in cultivation, and for Yi Zifeng not to choose it, it showed that he was still a child at heart. He depicted himself as someone who liked to show off and goof around. Like Lin Ku, many people felt that his future was limited and that he only won by luck. By doing this, he was able to reduce the amount of enemies that he had. Of course, he didn't choose the sword for this reason only. He thought about it carefully and decided. Yi Zifeng smiled and stood up. All right. Now that the award ceremony is over, you should announce the benefits of being the #1 clan in Legacy City. Because the defending champions had lost, there was a second award ceremony. Even if the Liu clan lost, they can't leave empty-handed since they couldn't participate in the first part of the gathering. This time, it wasn't a simple reward. It included the flow of the market in Legacy City.
It was because of this that the Wang clan was so depressed. Now, for 5 years, their income will be less than the Yi clan's. Liu clan, since you guys lost as the champions, you will relinquish the shares of the market between Legacy City and Tiandao City to the Yi clan. According to the rules, you guys can still control 20% of the market. Also, in the next gathering, you will need to participate in the first part once again.
Do you understand? Shen Li's expression was stern.
He had to uphold his attitude as an elder when announcing important news.
Lu Mu, the Liu clan's clan leader, took a deep breath and sighed. Yes. Thank you, Elder Shen. Yi clan. As the new champions, you will receive 30% of the market share between Legacy City and Tiandao City. Next time, you guys will automatically qualify for the second round. Any questions? Silent. The entire place was silent. 30% what?
How can the Yi clan have 10 times our market share?
10 times? To a small clan like ours, it's at least 20 times more. Alright, stop talking about it.
If you guys don't think it's fair, then you can try to win the gathering 5 years later.
Yi Chongtian didn't take notice of all the chattering around him and laughed loudly. Huh? No questions at all. Thanks, Elder.
Before the gathering, the fallen Yi clan only held 3% of the market share. Now in one go, the Yi clan received 30% of the market share.
The entire clan was very happy.
To be able to obtain 1/3 of the market share in one go, the gathering was important to every clan in Legacy City. If it wasn't for this, then Yi Chongtian wouldn't have ran to other branches and lower his head in order to find someone to participate.
Quiet down, everyone. Shen Li clapped his hands.
Now that the battles have finished and the rewards have been given out, as the host, I hereby announce that this year's Heavenly Clan gathering has concluded. Once Shen Li announced the conclusion of the gathering, most of the people began to leave. However, before they left, they went to the Yi clan and congratulated them. The Shao clan, Rong clan, Wang clan, and even the Liu clan on the other hand was feeling a little depressed.
Hey, Brother Chongtian, remember me? Yi Chongtian looked confusingly at the person in front of him. He didn't recognize this guy at all. Aish. Brother Chongtian, it seems like your memory is failing you. It's me, Old Liu. 20 years ago, we used traveled together and became sworn brothers. Before this old Liu could continue talking, he was pushed away by someone else. Go. Do you think that you can still call him your brother? When the Yi clan fell, you disappeared and never visited him again for 20 whole years. Unlike you, I, Old Liu, treated these 20 years as if only one day had passed. Old Liu immediately hollered back at Old Liu, yeah right. These 20 years, your Liu clan has been hating on the Yi clan and wanted to exterminate them. In the next moment, both Old Liu and Old Liu were pushed away. Uncle Chongtian, don't bother with these losers. You should make deals with my cow clan. After all, we've respected and treated the Yi clan nicely all these years. Ha! Don't try to act fake in front of Chongtian. Your Gao clan's young master is one of Wang Lin's lackeys who loved to bully Yi Zifeng back in the days. Once the Gao clan's clan leader heard about this, his face immediately paled and became speechless. They had hit a sore spot. He regained his composure quickly and replied, "That's because my son is still young. A few years back, you were the one bad-mouthing Yi Zifeng in public. What do you have to say about that? You're lying. No, you're lying. Enough." Yi Chongtian snorted loudly, "Stop arguing. The past is in the past. I don't want to talk about it anymore. From now on, if you guys want to use our market channels or talk about business, then come over the day after tomorrow. I will consider everything then." 20 years ago, Yi Chongtian by himself was a domineering force in Legacy City and was well respected. Even now, he is still considered a strong expert in Legacy City due to his cultivation level. His words are to be respected.
Yi Chongtian had a complicated expression on his face. It looked sour and bitter, and yet it showed some signs of happiness. All this was given to him by his son, Yi Zifeng. 30 years the river flows east, and 30 years later the river flows west. It was finally time for the Yi clan to shine again. Yi Chongtian regretfully sighed and turned around. Zifeng.
Father was wrong. Father has neglected you. From now on, I will.
While saying that, he realized that something was wrong. Hold on.
Where did Zifeng go?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 49, Alchemy Competition? After looking around everywhere, Yi Chongtian couldn't find Yi Zifeng anywhere. Huiqi, where did your cousin go?
Yi Huiqi rubbed the back of his head and embarrassingly smiled. When Elder Shen was announcing the conclusion of the gathering, he took the ancient violet cloud sword and left first.
What? He laughed? Why didn't you stop him? Yi Chongtian was shocked. Why would I stop him? He wanted to bring his sword out to show off a bit. I would do the same.
Yi Chongtian sighed and glanced at him. Bring the sword out to show off.
Do you think that he's like you?
Saying that, he felt that something was off. A few years back, he's been using Yi Huiqi to set an example for Yi Zifeng, telling Zifeng to be more like Huiqi.
But now, it was the other way around. Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng. Why are you walking so fast? Stop.
Liu Bingqian was running after him and had a bitter look on her face. At the same time, the sun was setting and the afterglow of the sunlight shined on her face, making her look very beautiful.
She's been watching Yi Zifeng the entire time and was the first one who saw Yi Zifeng leave. Right when everyone was celebrating, Yi Zifeng left and she followed him.
Yi Zifeng smiled and suddenly stopped. He turned around, making her run into him.
Liu Bingqian was startled and immediately took a few steps back. Why didn't you tell me that you were going to stop? You made me run into you. Yi Zifeng laughed. You wanted me to stop, so I complied. Now you're saying that it's my fault? I don't care. It's your fault. Liu Bingqian had a stubborn look on her face.
Yi Zifeng didn't have time to argue with her, so he cupped his hands and properly greeted her. For Miss Bingqian to follow me for so long, I don't think it's to argue with me, right?
This. Of course I'm not here to argue with you. But why are you running away so fast? It seems as if you have something important to do. Yi Zifeng smiled. It's getting dark. I'm afraid that all the weapon stores are about to close. I need to get going. You're going to a weapon store? Liu Bingqian thought about it and nodded as if she understood what he meant. So that's how it is. You want buy a sheath for that sword, right? Well, hold on for a bit. I have something to give you. It won't take much time. You want to give me something? This time, it was Yi Zifeng who was startled. He thought that Liu Bingqian was here to beat him up or something. He would have never thought that she was here to give him something. Liu Bingqian giggled and took a sealed letter out of her robe. Here. This is it. Yi Zifeng looked suspiciously at the letter and raised his brow. This. Could this be a love letter? Under these circumstances, it was the only thing that Yi Zifeng could think of. Liu Bingqian yelped in embarrassment and looked down. What are you saying? Open it and read it. This is an invitation. Her eyes looked very delicate and paired with her red face, she looked very beautiful. An invitation? Yi Zifeng looked at Liu Bingqian. He opened it up and saw words appeared in front of him. Yup. Liu Bingqian nodded with an excited expression on her face. I can see that you like to practice alchemy. When I received this, I thought about you and thought that you would be interested, so I came here to give it to you. An alchemy competition invitation from the Muyun clan in Tiandao City?
It's an invitation from your master, that old devil Moyun.
But why is it so soon? It's happening in 10 days. When Yi Zifeng was chatting with Liu Bingqian in the past, they've talked about her master, the old devil from the Muyun clan before. He was the one who taught Bingqian to concoct pills. To be able to turn a Qi refining stage disciple into a Huang tier alchemist, this guy wasn't simple at all.
Yeah.
Do you want to go with me? Yi Zifeng's eyes immediately lit up.
The only reason that he participated in the Heavenly Clan gathering was for the glory of the clan and so he can win a nice prize. However, an alchemy competition was different. He was a crazed alchemist. There was nothing better than a competition where he can win rare ingredients as prizes. This invitation means a lot to him.
Miss Bingqian, this is too much for me.
I think that you should find someone else. However, Yi Zifeng gracefully declined.
Liu Bingqian softly laughed. In Legacy City, there isn't anyone that knows as much alchemy as I do. Other than you, there isn't any other good candidates out there. We can go together and represent Legacy City.
So that's how it is.
If we go, we'll be representing Legacy City. Yi Zifeng pondered for a bit.
He knows that Bingqian looked for him to participate because she had seen him concoct the Thunder Spirit Pill. She knows how good he is.
However, my Yi clan beat your Liu clan.
If I go with you to Tiandao City, I'm afraid that the people in your clan will start to gossip.
So I don't think I should. Who cares if they gossip? I, Liu Bingqian, don't care about what other people think of me. This is one of my principles. Even my father's word can't shake me. Unless, the reason you don't want to go is that you're not giving me face.
Seeing how she keeps on arguing with him, if he doesn't go, he would be disrespecting her.
Alright, fine. I'll promise you then.
10 days later, I'll go to Tiandao City with you to participate in the alchemy competition.
Really? You won't back out? Bingqian's face turned red and she began to smile happily. I won't back out.
Yi Zifeng reaffirmed her. However, even if I agreed, you still need to get your clan to agree.
I'll think of a way. Bingqian confidently replied.
Also, even after what happened during the gathering, you still came to invite me.
I really have to thank you, Miss Bingqian. Bingqian smiled back. Didn't I tell you not to call me Miss Bingqian anymore? Just call me by Bingqian. Yi Zifeng laughed. Alright then. If I just call you Bingqian, I don't have to think that you're part of the Liu clan.
Hearing this, Bingqian's expression darkened and let out a long sigh. The two clans has tension from the past and now after the gathering, the tension grew more and more. However, this is private matter. Bingqian was a nice person and he couldn't disregard her just because of the tension between the clans.
Alright. I'm done here. Next time we meet, we shall talk about our plans in the upcoming competition. Bingqian was feeling better and better. She didn't want to waste any more of Yi Zifeng's time. Yi Zifeng confusingly looked at her. Next time we meet? When will that be? Liu Bingqian then pouted playfully. Did you forget? I bought you for 1 month. Unless you want to go back on your words. Oh. That, I wouldn't dare. I won't go back on my words. Yi Zifeng was surprised. At that time, he really needed ingredients for that soul-binding pill. Now that he thought about it, he shouldn't really be doing something like this in the future. Alright then, when you have time, come to the treasure hall to find me. I'll be there. Bingqian happily replied. Yi Zifeng nodded. Alright. I promise I'll come. Well, I gotta go first. I think my father and sister are trying to find me. Be careful on the way back. Yi Zifeng reminded her and walked towards the weapon store.
Liu Bingqian watched as Yi Zifeng disappear into the store and then muttered, "Humph.
That Yi blockhead. How can there be someone so slow and stupid in the world? Boss Chang. Is Boss Chang here? Yi Zifeng opened the doors to the weapon store and started calling out. The people who lived near the square were usually all merchants and workers. As merchants, they usually won't go and watch the gathering. Yi Zifeng ran here right when the gathering concluded. So many of the people here don't know about Yi Zifeng's achievements. Boss Chang's full name is Chang Wucheng. When he heard Yi Zifeng calling for him, he walked out with a towel on his shoulders. Yi Clan's trash young master, what are you doing here? Didn't you see that the sun is setting already? If you want to buy anything, come back tomorrow. Yi Zifeng took out a large pouch of gold coins from his robe. Here is 100 gold coins, but I'm not here to buy anything. Chang Wucheng was startled. If you're not buying anything, then what are you doing here? Why are you taking out 100 gold coins? Yi Zifeng smiled and showed the owner his shining ancient violet cloud sword. Oh. Nothing much. I want you to melt this sword down in your furnace as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Melting the Treasure Sword. Oh my god. Chang Wucheng held the sword and his pupils shrank. He was so shocked that he couldn't make any sound. Even if someone who doesn't know anything about swords held it and examined it, they can tell that the sword was very impressive. Yi Zifeng. Do you have brain damage or something? Why are you trying to melt down such a nice sword? Chang Wucheng observed the sword some more. If I'm not wrong, this sword is a spirit tier weapon. Good eyes, boss. That's right. This is a spirit tier weapon. Chang Wucheng had a ridiculing smile on his face. I get it. You probably got this sword using some underhand method and couldn't sell the sword, so you came here asking me to melt it. Isn't that right? Yi Zifeng only laughed. 100 gold coins. I will use 100 gold coins to pay for the fees and have you keep this secret. If you don't want to do it, I'll go find someone else. He knew what kind of person Chang Wucheng was. This guy loved making money more than anything else. Saying that, Yi Zifeng started to put the bag of gold coins back into his robe. Seeing this, Chang Wucheng immediately stopped him and smiled. Little brother. Hold on. For 100 gold coins? I got you. Yi Zifeng stopped his movements and held the bag of money in the air. How long will it take? Give me a good estimate. If you want me to melt down a spirit tier sword, then it'll take around 2 days. Chang Wucheng smiled. 150 gold coins. If I add another 50 gold coins and have you work harder, then how long will it take? Yi Zifeng took out another bag of gold coins. Chang Wucheng only wanted to tease Yi Zifeng for a bit, but who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would take out 50 more gold coins? One day. I will work all night and finish it by tomorrow. While saying this, Chang Wucheng was confused. Why did Yi Zifeng want to melt down this treasured sword? Why was he in such a hurry? Could it be that he actually used some underhand method to obtain this sword? After hearing that it was going to take until tomorrow, Yi Zifeng shook his head and started to leave. Chang Wucheng hurriedly stopped him. Hold on. 200 gold coins. I'll start immediately and do my best. I will use all my resources to help you melt this sword. Give me 2 hours. I'll skip dinner and won't do anything else until I'm done. One should know that a blacksmith's most profitable job was not selling weapons but melting and smelting weapon and ores. There weren't many blacksmiths in Legacy City, so it was a very profitable business. They didn't need to use many resources. All they needed was their own labor. If Yi Zifeng really gives 200 gold coins, then Chang Wucheng would make a profit of 190 gold coins. You should have said so earlier. 200 gold coins? No problem. Yi Zifeng smiled and put 200 gold coins on the table without even blinking.
If Yi Huiqi found that the Qi Zifeng went and melted his sword right after Yi receiving it, he would definitely go crazy.
Wow!
Yi Clan's young master is sure extravagant.
Chang Wucheng complimented Yi Zifeng while cursing him inwards. However, young Master Yi, are you sure you won't regret melting this sword?
After Yi Zifeng showed that he has money, this boss Chang started to call in young Master Yi instead of trash.
This shows how money rules the world. I definitely won't. This ancient sword spirit liquid will be very useful to me. Very useful? Are you joking?
Whatever. I don't know what kind of disease you contracted and I don't care. I'll just do as you say and turn the sword into liquid for you.
Don't regret it later. No problem. Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded.
Looking at how determined Yi Zifeng was, Boss Chang could only bitterly laugh and shake his head.
He opened up his furnace and lit it up. Since he had Yi Zifeng's permission and confirmation, he can now start working on it.
He took the sword and threw it into the furnace. However, this was a spirit tier sword, so it won't melt that easily.
Boss Chang got up and got some special ingredients from the back room.
When he got back to the furnace, his expression suddenly turned very serious. This was because he can't be careless with 200 gold coins on the line. To him, not only was the money on the line, his pride as a blacksmith didn't allow him to fail. After he melted the sword, he retrieved the spirit liquid of the ancient meteorite that melted. This spirit tier molten meteorite was the real reason why Yi Zifeng picked the sword as his reward. Young Master Yi, I've finished within 2 hours.
Come and take a look.
Chang Wucheng was breathing heavily and profusely sweating. In these 2 hours, he had poured all of his energy into melting the sword.
Ha! You're done? Yi Zifeng was sleeping on the side and was awoken by Boss Chang.
Considering that he had been preparing for the gathering for the week, it wasn't surprising that Yi Zifeng was feeling very tired. He worked very hard to concoct the 2 soul binding pills, and then he had to endure the illusions on the heavenly stairs while defending himself against the 2 elders. He was not only physically tired, but mentally tired as well. He used these 2 hours to catch up on some sleep.
Young Master Yi, all of your meteorite spirit liquid is in here. Yi Zifeng got up and retrieved the jade box from Boss Chang.
A purple aura surrounded the box and an ancient odor extruded from the box.
Mei Cham, nicely done. Yi Zifeng nodded. Since I've done my job, then. Chang Wucheng started walking towards table with the gold coins. Then. You can give me back that little bit of spirit liquid that you kept, and then you can take the money. Chang Wucheng was shocked and rebutted, what do you mean? You think I stole your spirit liquid? Come on. I don't have time to waste here. Don't think that because I was sleeping that I don't know what you did.
I'll have you know that I know exactly how much molten metal was extracted from the sword and exactly how much you stole.
Yi Zifeng didn't even need to be awake to know what happened.
Just by looking at how much liquid was in the box, he can tell that some of it was missing. As an alchemist, he needs to know and be able to estimate a precise amount of ingredients needed for refining. By weighing the sword, he knows exactly how much spirit liquid can be produced. This Chang Wucheng would never be able to cheat Yi Zifeng in 100 lifetimes.
Seeing how Boss Chang wasn't reacting, Yi Zifeng continued to talk, do you really need me to say it?
You took about 80 drops of the spirit liquid, almost as much as half the box.
It's fine if you took a little bit, but you were greedy. Do you think you can fool me after taking so much? Chang Wucheng's mouth twitched and slapped his own head, oh my. I'm getting forgetful.
I couldn't fit it all into that box, so I stored the rest in a smaller box.
If you didn't say anything, I would have forgotten about it. He thought that since Yi Zifeng was so young, he was easy to fool.
Who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would know the precise amount that he stole?
Unlucky.
Yi Zifeng coldly looked at him, all right.
I don't need you to explain anything. Just go get it.
The imposing expression that Yi Zifeng had startled Chang Wucheng.
He immediately went to the back and brought the small box out.
That's better.
Yi Zifeng smiled again.
He took the box and left.
Yi Zifeng left the city and went into the wilderness. When he reached his destination, it was already very late. However, it was better for him to work at night. No one would be able to see him and he can work peacefully. Under the bright moonlight, he walked towards the place where he kept his cauldron.
With so much meteorite spirit liquid, I refuse to believe that I can't turn you into a profound tier cauldron. Yi Zifeng smiled as he talked to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 51, Profound Tier Cauldron.
Dawn were separated into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, huang. This was the same for cauldrons.
However, a profound tier cauldron cannot necessarily concoct a profound tier pill. The cauldron can only aid the alchemist and increase his success rate. If someone who doesn't know much alchemy uses a heaven tier cauldron to concoct pills, there is a possibility that they might make slag. In the pitch black night, the entire area was silent. What a quiet place. I can finally concentrate on my work. Yi Zifeng gathered some tree leaves and covered the entire cauldron. He then tied the cauldron onto a rock and went to gather some firewood.
He then placed the firewoods under the cauldron, used some of his qi to ignite it. He continuously added firewood to increase the output of the fire. This time, he wasn't concocting pills.
He was concocting a cauldron.
As they say, having a good tool is the prerequisite to the successful execution of a job. After this cauldron becomes one of the profound tier, he doesn't have to worry about getting another cauldron in the near future anymore.
This was all thanks to the ancient violet cloud sword.
If it wasn't for the sword, he would not have been able to find so much spirit tier spirit liquid. The furnace burned until it turned red and sparks started to flying around.
Yi Zifeng closed his eyes and inserted his qi into the cauldron.
While doing that, he used his other hand to pour some of the spirit liquid into the cauldron. In a split second, white smoke appeared followed by a sizzling sound. The spirit liquid cannot be all poured in at the same time or else the cauldron will explode due to the sheer force of the spirit energy.
Pooh. Pooh. Pooh.
As the common tier furnace tried to absorb the spirit energy of the liquid, it began to shake violently.
It looked as if it was about to explode.
Seeing this, Yi Zifeng wasn't surprised at all. From his experience, he knew that the cauldron was nowhere close to exploding.
He smiled and then added more of the spirit liquid. This time, the cauldron did not only shake. Streaks of flame appeared from the cauldron.
Sparks were flying around and landed on Yi Zifeng's arms, creating bright red spots on it.
Yi Zifeng didn't care about such trivial things and continued to work on refining the cauldron. This should be enough.
Yi Zifeng looked at how the furnace had changed.
If it was a low-level alchemist refining the cauldron, the spirit liquid won't be enough. However, Yi Zifeng was skilled in doing this. As long as he had the material, he could endlessly upgrade this cauldron.
When Yi Zifeng poured the spirit liquid in for the 3rd time, flames burst into the sky creating a bright red light. Every single part of the cauldron started to absorb the spirit liquid and refine itself.
Patterns began to form around the cauldron. It looked as if stars were carved onto the cauldron. This was a sign that the cauldron was starting to change and was turning into a profound tier cauldron. Yi Zifeng began to smile. Ha ha.
With this profound tier cauldron, why would I need that dumb ocean-containing bottle? Yi Zifeng laughed to himself.
Even if the ocean-containing bottle can greatly increase one's cultivation, its usage was limited.
If one needs 2 months of time to get from the 4th stage to the 5th stage of qi refining, the bottle might help decrease the training time to 1 month. However, making pills and ingesting them was far better. This was one of the reasons why alchemists were so well respected. It was much harder to become and train in the art of alchemy than the way of martial arts. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Zifeng loved alchemy so much, his cultivation level would have been much higher than the martial lord realm in his past life. The liquid inside the cauldron turned into steam and disappeared. At the same time, Qi Zifeng inserted some cold qi into the furnace to try and cool it down a bit. In a few moments, he then greedily poured the rest of the spirit liquid into the furnace. Boom! After receiving so much spirit energy at once, the mysterious patterns on the started to glow brighter and brighter. The bright moonlight shined onto the cauldron and illuminated it. The entire cauldron looked as if it was golden. He looked at the cauldron. Wow! This ancient violet cloud sword's qi energy is pretty good. To be able to refine the cauldron to such a state. As a reward for the gathering, the ancient violet cloud sword is definitely not something simple. He started to feel a bit of regret. It would have been great if the sect gave him 2 swords. One can be used to improve his cauldron and he can use the other one to show off. To want 2 swords from the sect. He was being too greedy. In the eyes of other people, this prize was too much already. Heck, even Shi Chen's prize was very extravagant. Qi Zifeng started to clean the cauldron up. There was only one more step before he can make it a true profound tier cauldron. He took out the dagger that he got from Wang Lin and put his hands into the cauldron. He started tracing the mysterious patterns inside. Sparks flew everywhere and landed all over Qi Zifeng's arms. However, he didn't even flinch and continued to trace it. He knew that he couldn't make a mistake at all. If he moved and messed up slightly, it would greatly affect the quality of the cauldron. He, an alchemist like Qi Zifeng, the cauldron was basically an extension of his limbs. While tracing over the 32 star patterns, they started to become clearer and clearer. The violent energy in the cauldron moved towards the pattern and started to calm down. After tracing over the last pattern, the cauldron was completed. All 32 patterns started to glow and a bright light appeared from the cauldron into the horizons. After a bit, it disappeared. Finally done. Qi Zifeng smiled and finally relaxed. He inserted his qi into the cauldron and after a while, it turned red and the 32 patterns started to glow. This was something that can only appear on a profound tier cauldron. This showed that he was successful in upgrading his cauldron. Now with the same ingredients, he can make a higher grade pill than before. Alright. Now that I'm done, I'll call it a day. He didn't have any ingredients on him so he decided to go home. Qi Zifeng hid the cauldron again and went back home. Where is that idiot Zifeng? Shui, do you think that he might be attacked by a rival clan or something? Yi Chongtian was worrying about Qi Zifeng and was walking back and forth in his room. Yi Shui sat there and giggled. Father, didn't you always say that brother Zifeng was fooling around outside? Why do you think that he's being attacked this time? She was already used to Qi Zifeng coming home late so she wasn't that worried. After the Heavenly Clan gathering, Yi Chongtian knew that he was wrong in the past. His son's strength had far surpassed his expectation. In his mind, he decided to discipline Qi Zifeng when he came back. He will use the Yi clan's resources and turn him into the Yi clan's successor. Let's just say I was wrong in the past. How can the son of Yi Chongtian like to go out and fool around? However, he's still not back yet. How about I got out and look for him? Yi Shui smiled and wanted to say something. However, someone appeared in front of them. You don't have to go and find me. I'm back. Qi Zifeng laughed and walked into the room. Brother Zifeng. Yi Shui smiled and ran towards him. At that time, both Shui and Chongtian noticed that Qi Zifeng was missing something. Hey Zifeng. Where did that ancient violet cloud sword go? How come I don't see it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, I've been waiting for you.
the ancient violet cloud sword?
I asked Boss Chang to melt it down for me. Yi Zifeng put down his belongings and nonchalantly answered.
Silence. The entire place became silent.
It was as if time was frozen.
What? You melted that treasured sword down? Yi Chongtian gulped.
His neck became stiff and his eyes bulged out so much that he could see his own nose.
The expression on Yi Shui's face changed as well. She was so shocked that she couldn't say anything.
Yi Chongtian and Yi Shui both looked at each other and came back to their sense.
Brother Zifeng. You're joking, right? Why did you go melt down your sword?
Yi Shui didn't believe her brother at all. A normal person wouldn't go and treat this treasure sword as scrap iron and melt it down. Yi Zifeng solemnly looked at them. I'm not lying. I'm pretty sure that Boss Chang will spread the news out tomorrow morning. His eyes were clear and calm.
It didn't look like he was lying. However, who would believe such a thing? Zifeng. Let me ask you this one more time. Did you really go and melt down your sword?
Yi Chongtian spoke each word slowly, making sure that Yi Zifeng knows what he means.
I think that I was clear with you guys. I melted down the ancient violet cloud sword. Yi Zifeng had an extremely dull expression on his face. He didn't care about it at all.
They would find out sooner or later, so he might as well tell them now.
Hearing this, Yi Chongtian's face turned pale and became very angry.
He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to calm down. Zifeng.
I know that you won due to your own strength and that the sword is yours. The whole Yi clan is very proud of you. However, tell me why. Why would you go and melt down this treasured sword? What are you planning to do? Yi Zifeng smiled. Isn't this better? We can let the whole city know that I'm crazy. They'll start calling me Crazy Young Master Yi instead of Trash Young Master Yi now. I can use it to my advantage. You?
Yi Chongtian stared at him.
Unbelievable. What kind of brain disease did this kid contract? Yi Zifeng continued to smile. After such a performance during the gathering, I've probably made a lot of enemies. If I go around showing off my sword, people would be taunted. Who knows what they would do? Maybe they'll kidnap me and kill me or something.
Hearing this, Yi Shui understood what he meant. So you're trying to say that you want people to underestimate you and lower their vigilance towards you, so you melted the sword.
That's right. Exactly. Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. This was one of the reasons. The other reason is that he could use the spirit liquid of the sword. However, he didn't want to tell them that yet. So that's it.
Zifeng, to be able to think over such complicated things at such a young age, it seems like our Yi clan does have a future.
Yi Chongtian was finally able to calm down again. Yi Zifeng winning the gathering was the first step of the Yi clan's revival. However, the Wang clan and the Lu clan won't sit around and do nothing. This is because the resources in Legacy City was limited. They need to be able to protect themselves. Zifeng, I don't care about the sword anymore. Starting from tomorrow, I'll be teaching you the Yi clan's secret moves.
From now on, the Yi clan's resources are your resources.
You just need to say something and I'll get it for you. Really?
Yi Chongtian laughed loudly. If I said it, I'll do it.
Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up. I don't really need some secret technique, but can you get me some contribution points from the sect?
As a martial lord, he doesn't need someone in the martial spirit realm to give him pointers.
You want to exchange for stuff? Yi Chongtian asked shockingly.
Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. Well, I could force someone to give me contribution points, but I don't want to bother them for something so small.
You can force someone to give you contribution points? Who don't want to bother? Who can you bother for points?
Yi Chongtian was confused. If a disciple wants some contribution points, they have to complete missions given by the sect.
How can his son force someone to give him points? Yi Zifeng mysteriously smiled and didn't answer. He still had some of Elder Shun and Elder Zhao's soul spirits inside of him. If he really wants some contribution points, it's not that bad. However, if they ask them for points, they'll be wondering what he wants it for and bring trouble to himself. Alright. It's only contribution points. I'm good friends with some people from the sect and can get you some. How much do you want? I'll take 100 points first. Yi Zifeng wanted to make some more soul binding pills to reinforce his control over soul spirits. There was a time limit on how long the effects last. He needs to take another one before going to Tiandao City. Only like this can he continue to communicate with the two elders. If something goes wrong, he can call for them and get them to help out. The two elders were basically Yi Zifeng's bodyguard for the year. Alright. 100 points, right? That shouldn't be too hard. I'll get it for you quickly. Yi Chongtian let out a long sigh. Recently, he's been shocked by everything that Yi Zifeng had said. To hear such a normal number coming out of his mouth, Yi Chongtian felt relieved. Thanks, father. Oh right. Zifeng. I've thought of another way for the Yi clan to quickly become part of the three great clans in Liu City. However, Yi Chongtian was hesitating. He didn't know if he wanted to say it or not. However, what? Yi Zifeng had a bad feeling about it. Actually, it's about the wedding you have with the Liu clan's second miss, Liu Ningzi. I think that if you guys can be together, Yi Zifeng coldly snorted, so you want to use me to get a hold of the Liu clan? It's a good idea, but let me say this now. That day, Liu Ningzi humiliated me. Even if you want her to become my concubine, I won't accept it. Yi Shui was getting mad as well, yeah. Let's not talk about if brother Zifeng agrees or not. I won't agree to it either. Dad, you didn't see how vicious she looked that day when she came to cancel the engagement. Yi Chongtian shuddered. It was Zifeng's wedding. Who cares if Shui agrees to it or not? Actually, Liu clan's second miss is very beautiful and is very elegant. You can marry her first, and if you're not satisfied later, you can divorce her. Yi Chongtian awkwardly laughed. He knows that he can't talk his son into it, so he can only play this card. No way. That'll ruin my reputation later on. Yi Zifeng had a resolute expression on his face. When he talked, he sounded very angry as well. Yi Chongtian sighed, fine. He was the clan leader and Yi Zifeng's father. But recently when he talked with his son, he feels pressured by him. The next day, when Yi Zifeng appeared in the sect, he was noticed by everyone. This was because he took first place in the Heavenly Stairs competition and then beat the peak Qi refining Liu Bingqian later. The title of trash was something in the past now. Now he was the champion of Liu City. However, compared to the gathering yesterday, they were more interested in what happened to the ancient violet cloud sword. Did you guys hear about it? Yi Zifeng melted that treasure sword. Look. He doesn't have it today. He melted the sword? Are you for real? Did he get brain damage from the fight with Miss Bingqian? Crazy Yi. Don't call him Yi Super Trash anymore. Just call him Crazy Yi from now on. Hearing all these insults, Yi Shui smiled and her eyes lit up. Wow, brother Zifeng. You were right. Everyone is calling you crazy today. Yi Zifeng smiled. During the gathering, many people held back their feelings. Whether it is admiration or envy, I need to let them vent their anger. If they hold it in for too long, they might come find me for trouble. So brother Zifeng, you're saying that you're afraid of them? Yi Zifeng shook his head and laughed, yeah. Of course. If I waste my precious time to fight them, then I won't have time to increase my cultivation. You should know that I've been stuck at the 4th stage of Qi refining for a while now. I can't waste any more time.
At that moment, a cold murderous aura flew towards the Yi siblings. Yi Zifeng lifted his and continued to talk. However, it seems like not everyone is satisfied by calling me crazy.
There are some people who are still very angry. It was Wang Tianji. If it wasn't for Yi Zifeng, the dark horse of the tournament, he would have been first place. Now, he was here in front of Yi Zifeng.
Next to him were Wang Mingxi and Wang Ruoxing.
For people like Wang Lin and Xiao Mu, they stood by the side like nobodies, not wanting to participate at all.
Yi Zifeng was able to beat Miss Bingqian, who was at the peak of Qi refining. People like Xiao Mu and Wang Lin were nothing to him. The only person that dared to fight against him was Wang Tianji.
Yi Zifeng. I've been waiting for you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 53, I'll play with you until the end. It's not like Yi Zifeng didn't expect Wang Tianji to come mess with Hao, but he didn't think that Wang Tianji would come so quickly. In the Wang clan, other than Wang Lin, the other members of the younger generation were at the 8th stage of Qi refining. Wang Tianji was at the peak of Qi refining. If they really fought, then Yi Zifeng will definitely lose. After all, he relied on the fact that Bingqian held back to beat her. He had to use quite a bit of strength to beat her even while she was holding back. If they fought again, he would definitely lose. Oh? What does young Master Wang need that you are willing to wait here for me? Wang Tianji let out a cold laugh. You know what I want. A cold aura seeped out from his body. His expression was not friendly at all. Yi Shui coldly looked at him. If you want to fight my brother, you'll have to get through me first. Don't be rash. Yi Zifeng pulled his sister back and closed his eyes. The sect prohibits students from fighting against each other. Do you, Wang Tianji, want to break the rules? Rules? Let me ask you this. Do you know who set these rules?
If my Wang clan wants to do something in Liaozhou City, no one can stop us.
Yi Zifeng talked to Shanli through his soul spirit and then continued to smile. No one can stop you? Ha ha. Do you think that the elders of the sect are all empty shells? Wang Tianji began to laugh as well and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Do you think the elders are so bored to care about these trivial things? Even if I accidentally kill you today, the worst thing that will happen is that I will be expelled. That's nothing much. I'll just bring my siblings and train in the profound sect in Tiandao City. You want to kill me? You dare do such a thing? Can you handle the consequences?
Yi Zifeng said this very loudly. Wang Tianji was somewhat startled. He thought that he was being imposing, but who would have thought that Yi Zifeng was even more imposing?
Big bro, don't be rash. Wang Mingxi frowned.
She didn't want her brother to go too far. However, before she can go talk to Wang Tianji, she was pulled back by Wang Ruoxing, who looked fiercely at her, telling her not to butt in.
Wang Tianji was very angry now. You think that I won't dare? So what if I kill you today? There is no one that can stop me here. Fine. If you want to kill me, then come at me.
I'll play with you until the end.
Yi Zifeng was as sturdy as a million-year-old mountain.
Even with such a strong opponent in front of him, he didn't move and was not afraid at all.
Wang Tianji gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Zifeng.
That guy still dared to talk back to him. Wang Tianji's eyes lit up and a sky-blue-colored sword appeared in his hands.
A murderous aura exploded out.
Seeing this, the students who were watching the scene were so shocked that they all moved back a few steps. They all thought that they would only argue, but they actually started to fight.
Not good. That's young Master Wang's sky dancing sword.
I heard it's a grade 1 spirit tier weapon.
It's very strong.
I heard that Wang Tianji rarely uses his sword and only used his fist in fights. When he brings his sword out, he is out to kill.
Yi Zifeng, what are you standing there for? Run. Yi Zifeng, did you really melt your ancient violet cloud sword? If you didn't, then bring it out right now. If I'm not wrong, it's probably in your interspatial ring, right? Yi Zifeng laughed. I don't have it. I really did melt it down. Right now I don't have any weapons. Wait. I almost forgot.
Saying that, he reached into his robes and pulled out a dagger. Wang Tianji, your brother gave this to me out of respect.
Usually I would use this as a fruit knife, but today I'll use this to fight against you. Seeing this dagger, Wang Lin's face sank and looked over at Wang Tianji. Big brother. No matter what, you have to fight for me. Yi Zifeng has bullied me too much. Wang Tianji became even angrier. Yi Zifeng, you're really looking to die.
Originally, he wanted to get revenge for himself, but now after Yi Zifeng reminded him, he has to get revenge for his brother as well.
Now he won't even hold back a tiny bit.
Qi exploded out from the sky. Dancing sword and gloomy shadows appeared from the sword one by one.
Sky dancing shadow. This is a spirit tier weapon skill.
You should be grateful that you are able to die to the sword. Saying this, Wang Tianji disappeared with the shadows, and when he reappeared, the sky dancing sword was 1 inch away from Yi Zifeng's throat. However, Yi Zifeng had expected this to happen already, so he's been gathering his qi.
When Wang Tianji and the sword reappeared, Yi Zifeng quickly dodged. Die.
After missing the first attack, Wang Tianji became angrier.
Yi Zifeng looked like he was playing around with him. Wang Tianji roared and continued to chase Yi Zifeng. However, Yi Zifeng didn't want to fight with him at all.
Every time Wang Tianji got closer, he moved away. When it looked like Wang Tianji was about to hit him, Yi Zifeng dodged. Watching this, Wang Mingxi was shocked. I feel like
there's something weird with Yi Zifeng.
Wang Ruoxing also felt it. Third sis, you've noticed.
Wang Mingxi nodded and became serious. I can see it. Yi Zifeng doesn't want to fight with Big Bro at all. He looks like he's trying to buy time. What is he waiting for? The two of them had a bad feeling about this.
The tempo of the battle was getting faster and faster.
Wang Tianji was using all his strength to strike out. His aura surrounded the entire place, striking fear into many people's heart. Wang Tianji was in the air.
With his sword, he struck fiercely towards Yi Zifeng.
Be careful, brother Zifeng. Yi Shui was shocked and couldn't hold back anymore.
She used her qi and struck towards the attack and pulled Yi Zifeng behind her at the same time. Seeing this, Wang Tianji coldly snorted, Yi Zifeng,
using your sister as a shield. Are you not embarrassed? Yi Zifeng smiled. I didn't ask to do such a thing. Let's go again then. All right. At least you're brave. Today, I, Wang Tianji, will grant you an intact corpse. Yi Shui's expression was brimming with worry. Brother Zifeng, I'm afraid that an accident might happen. I'll hold him back. You should run away.
Yi Zifeng shook his head and laughed. No need.
You'll find out soon why I've been enraging Wang Tianji. Just leave him to me. Brother Zifeng, you. He moved Shui to the side.
He then turned to face Wang Tianji and provoked him by curling his finger, signaling for Wang Tianji to get at him. Come on.
Let's continue. To curl your finger against an opponent in the middle of battle was a great insult.
Wang Tianji grinded his teeth. Why Zifeng?
Die. Just before, Yi Zifeng wasn't provoking that much. However, now, this was a different story. Wang Mingxi, who was hesitating, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Big bro, let's stop for today. Yi Zifeng is acting very strange. Why should I stop now? The show's just starting. If I don't kill Yi Zifeng today, my surname won't be Wang. Wang Tianji was about to explode. His veins were popping out already. Why would he stop now? He moved like lightning, straight towards Yi Zifeng. Let's go.
Yi Zifeng laughed loudly.
Yi Zifeng started to get serious. He watched as Wang Tianji appeared in front of him and dodged away very quickly. Yi Zifeng, are you going to fight me or not? Wang Tianji was so mad right now. To run while provoking someone. That's cowardly. Every strike that Wang Tianji sent out either hit nothing but air or was easily blocked. He felt like he was being controlled by Yi Zifeng. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Yi Zifeng felt a weak ripple appear in his mind. When he felt this, his mouth curved up to reveal a sly smile. The moment that he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Wang Tianji took a deep breath. He can see that if he doesn't beat Yi Zifeng in one hit, he would be endlessly chasing him. He was thinking to himself and suddenly noticed that Yi Zifeng was in a dead end. He was startled and then became very happy. Yi Zifeng, your time has come. Wang Tianji roared. He infused all of his anger and qi into his sky-dancing sword. There was so much power going into the sword that it started to cry and tremble. Yi Zifeng was cornered. He had nowhere to go. He was about to be killed by Wang Tianji. The audience members who were watching all sighed and closed their eyes, not wanting to watch the results. Bang! Wang Tianji's sword was less than an inch away from Yi Zifeng's chest before it was stopped for a frightening force. Wang Tianji was startled. Before he can pull his sword back, he saw the sword shake and break down. His sky-dancing sword crumbled into hundreds of pieces. Watching his treasured sword break down, he was feeling shocked. He didn't understand what happened at all. Suddenly, a white-robed old man walked out from the crowd. It was Elder Shen Li. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, How can we let you be so domineering? Zifeng has seen the elder. Yi Zifeng smiled and politely greeted the elder. He looked as if he was the victor. Li was one of the more well-known elders in the sect. This is because he usually goes around and discipline disciples to make himself feel better. Elder Shen. Wang Tianji was shocked. His heart sank like a capsized ship. If it was a normal day, he would not be afraid of Li. However, this time, he was caught breaking the rules in public, making him feel very nervous. Li's face changed and coldly snorted, Wang Tianji. You've got the nerves to fight inside the sect and try to kill someone? Do you think that we elders don't exist? Wang Tianji was stunned and tried to explain, that is definitely not the case. Junior brother Yi and I are just exchanging pointers with each other. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Li looked over at the other people with a fierce expression. He knows that the Wang clan is very domineering in Legacy City and most of these people would listen to him. If they don't, then they'll have a hard time living in the city. Everyone that was there shivered. Xiaomu and Wang Lin both tried to explain for Wang Tianji. That's right, Elder Shen. We're just exchanging pointers with junior brother Yi to get to know him better. We get along just fine. Yeah. Just now, when Big Bro took out his sky-dancing sword, he even let junior brother Yi feel it. However, the qi in the sword went out of control and Big Bro couldn't control it. That's why you saw the scene that you just saw. They were obviously in the same group and were obviously trying to defend Wang Tianji. The people next to them started to talk and tried to help Wang Tianji. Seeing how everyone was going against Yi Zifeng, an angry expression appeared on her face. Elder Shen, they're lying. Wang Tianji was saying that he would kill brother Zifeng before. If he doesn't kill brother Zifeng, then his surname won't be Wang. When she said that, everyone was startled and held in their laughters. Wang Tianji had embarrassed himself by saying such thing. Wang Tianji's expression sank and clenched his fist. If he knew the elder was going to be here, he would not have said such thing and turned himself into a laughingstock. Li coldly snorted.
Actually, he had talked with Yi Zifeng through his soul spirit already.
He knew exactly what happened.
Also, the lies by these bystanders, he was able to see through it immediately.
Wang Tianji, I'm warning you. Yi Zifeng will be heavily nurtured by the sect.
If you dare touch him, the punishment will not be something as simple as expulsion.
Do you understand?
Xinli sounded very strict. A cold murderous aura seeped out from his body and landed onto Wang Tianji, suffocating him.
I understand.
Wang Tianji was very arrogant, but he was only a Qi refining stage disciple.
How can he talk back to a martial practitioner elder?
Xinli coldly laughed and retrieved his aura.
Wang Tianji's face looked very red as if he was a dead pig. The difference in strength was the difference between the heavens and the earth. Wang Tianji didn't understand what was happening. Xinli was linked to the Wang clan in countless ways.
Why would he help Yi Zifeng and go against him? One should know that Xinli even gave him a supreme true Yuan Dan as a prize during the gathering.
Just what did Yi Zifeng do to pull Xinli to his side? Xinli quietly moved towards Wang Tianji and whispered, "It's not like you can't ever mess with Yi Zifeng anymore. Just wait. In a year, you can do whatever you want with him. You can go and kill him too. 1 year later, the effects of the soul restriction will be lifted. By then, Xinli won't care if Yi Zifeng dies. After all, it won't affect him anymore." Wang Tianji's eyes lit up.
Even though he didn't understand why he had to wait a year, he received Xinli's instructions and was feeling better.
I understand Elder Shen's teachings. Xinli nodded and turned towards Yi Zifeng. You come with me. After finishing with Wang Tianji, Xinli brought Yi Zifeng to the heart-nurturing pavilion.
This was where Xinli usually goes to rest. He sat down at his usual spot and started to drink some wine.
Thanks Elder Shen for saving my life.
Seeing that there were no strangers around, he cupped his hands and bowed. Xinli furrowed his brows. No need to thank me, I rescued you for my own good.
I've warned Wang Tianji just now. He won't bother you that much anymore. However, don't relax just yet. If anything happens, call me immediately. Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded.
Elder Zhao started to laugh. Elder Shen, just by looking at you, it seems like this kid has been causing trouble for you.
You know what's up and you're still asking? Xinli was in a bad mood.
He drank some more of his wine to cool down. As an elder in the sect, all the Qi refining disciples will all respect and bow when they see him. However, he was constantly being pushed around by this kid in the 4th stage of Qi refining.
It seems like for a whole year, he's going to be Yi Zifeng's bodyguard.
Elder Zhao laughed. So within this year, I'll have to thank Elder Shen for your troubles.
I'll have to go back to Tiandao City in these few days, so I'll leave young Master Yi's safety to you. As a guest from Tiandao City, he'll return to Tiandao City after a day or two of rest. It was a very normal thing.
Seeing how Elder Zhao was rejoicing in other people's misfortune, Elder Shen was feeling very mad. Every time he thinks about how he needs to protect Yi Zifeng, he would feel very unhappy.
Today, Wang Tianji was looking for Yi Zifeng. The next day, it could be Xiao Mu. The day after that, Wang Lin might look for trouble too.
It was very troublesome.
Yi Zifeng smiled. Elder Zhao is incorrect there. 10 days later, I might be going to Tiandao City. When I get there, I'll have to bother Elder Zhao to look after me. Hearing this, both of the elders were shocked and spoke at the same time. You're going to Tiandao City? Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. Aish, if you're going to Tiandao City, then you should look for Elder Zhao some more. Xinli's eyes lit up. It seems like the troubles will be evened out. He was feeling much better now.
Elder Zhao, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. His mouth twitched as he asked, You stinkin' brat. What are you doing in Tiandao City? Yi Zifeng didn't hide anything and told them about the alchemy competition. No way.
Lu Clan's Liu Bingqian invited you to compete in some alchemy competition? Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded, that's right. However, it's only a maybe right now. Even if I want to go, Bingqian needs to get the Liu Clan leader's approval. What did you just say? Did you call her Bingqian directly? Both elders took a deep breath. No wonder why Liu Bingqian was holding back so much. It seems like the relationship between these two far exceeded everyone's expectation. What's wrong with calling her Bingqian? We're friends, so there's nothing wrong with that. Yi Zifeng was startled and replied. This. The two elders looked embarrassed. They thought that Yi Zifeng was pretty smart, but it seems like he was pretty dumb when it comes to relationships between a guy and a girl. To say something like this. He really is inexperienced. The two elders were pretty old already and didn't want to butt into their relationship, so they didn't say anything. However, this gave the elders a clearer view on things. It seems like Liu Bingqian fell for the Yi clan's young master. To invite him to the alchemy competition, it seems like good things will happen. All right. I understand. When you come to Tiandao City, just come find me if you have any problems. Elder Zhao sighed and accepted the reality. Thank you, elders. Yi Zifeng smiled and turned around to leave. Hold on, Elder Shen remembered something and called for Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng looked back and replied, does Elder Shen need anything? Your father, Yi Chongtian. Did he ask someone from the sect to give you some contribution points? Yi Zifeng was startled. He didn't think that the news would reach Xunli so quickly. There were things that happens behind the scene in the sect. The people that were friends with the Yi clan didn't care about the Yi clan anymore after all these years. That's right. As Elder Shen saw, my cultivation is very low and is easily bullied by people like Wang Tianji. I want to train harder so I can make the two elders' jobs easier. I wanted to get some contribution points and exchange it for some goods. Actually. You right. You really are too weak right now. If you didn't use the soul spirit to attack Liu Bingqian, you probably wouldn't have beaten her. She could have destroyed you in 2 hits. Yi Zifeng laughed. He could tell that Elder Shen understands him. It's exactly as Elder said. I need to quickly raise my cultivation level so I won't give trouble to the two elders. So, if you guys can help out a bit. Xinli nodded, I can give you contribution points. I'll be in charge of this and gift you 500 points. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Get Out of My Way. Many thanks to Elder Shen for the bestowment. Yi Zifeng cheerfully smiled. Elder Zhao laughed and looked at Xinli, wow, Elder Shen. It seems like the sect has a lot of money to spend for you to be so extravagant. Elder Zhao visited the sect a few times before and knew that 500 contribution points was a lot for a Qi refining stage disciple. This was an unexpected but reasonable gift in their situation. Don't joke with me. We can't compare to the big shots like your Tiandao City's profound sect. Ha ha ha. Elder Zhao laughed and didn't say anything. That's right. Yi Zifeng. I have something that I want to talk to you about. Xinli's expression suddenly became serious. Since Yi Zifeng received such an extravagant gift from the elder, he respectfully replied, please ask Elder Shen. Don't tell anyone that it was I who gave you the contribution points. I know you're smart, so I'm sure you can make something up to cover both our asses. We can't let others know about our relationship unless you're in a life or death situation. Yi Zifeng pondered for a bit and thought that Elder Shen was right. If the other families found out that they had this sort of relationship, they would think that something fishy was going on and become hostile towards him. The best solution was to play dumb and pretend that nothing happened. However, if Yi Zifeng goes too far, the two elders would rather lose their cultivation base than be associated with this guy.
Both parties needed to be careful.
I understand. I know my limits. All right. Good. You can leave first then.
Elder Shen was full of smiles and waved his hand. In front of the hidden treasury.
Stop. Who are you? If you don't have a contribution badge, you can't.
When the guard was talking, he caught a glimpse of Yi Zifeng's appearance and immediately changed his tone.
You can't. Oh, so it was Miss Bingqian's friend. I'm sorry. I was dozing off and I couldn't see your face clearly. It's cold out there. Please come in. Yi Zifeng smiled and continued to walk forward. Hold on. Hongshen. What are you talking about? What Miss Bingqian's friend?
You're talking like she makes the rules in the sect.
Did you forget about the treasury's rules? If everyone was so easygoing like you, the whole sect would become a mess.
Hearing this, Yi Zifeng stopped and looked at the guy who was coming towards him.
May I ask who this brother is?
You're not worthy to know my name.
Let me tell you this.
My boss is the third young master of the Wang clan, Wang Lin. My boss's big bro is the #1 person of the younger generation in Legacy City, Wang Tianji. That guard who walked over was wearing a gray and golden robe. His robe was bounded by a chestnut-colored belt. Anyone could tell that he was a disciple from a rich family that followed the Wang clan.
Yi Zifeng laughed lightly. Well, that's how it is. So you're someone who's close to the Wang clan. No wonder why you're so arrogant. Your aura feels just like the aura from the people of the Wang clan. Exactly like a dog's. He had just met Wang Tianji a while ago and now a dog of the Wang clan was in his way. You dare badmouth the Wang clan? Do you want to live? The guard's face sank and became very angry.
Hongshen sighed and patted his buddy's back. All right, Long Rui, don't fight with him.
He's Miss Bingqian's friend and not someone that we can afford to offend. The one who can't afford to offend him is you. Don't think that I'm in the same league as you. Long Rui smiled and snorted at Hongshen.
He then turned around towards Yi Zifeng and arrogantly said, I'm going to tell you this. From today onwards, other than people from the Wang clan and the Liu clan, no one else can enter the treasury.
Oh?
Yi Zifeng coldly smiled, such a tyrannical rule.
Did you make it? Long Rui stuck his nose up and snorted, of course it wasn't me. It was set by my Wang clan.
30% of the senior members in the sect are a part of my Wang clan.
Whatever my Wang clan wants to do will definitely be done.
This Long Rui was saying my Wang clan like his own surname was Wang. However, to flatter the Wang clan this much, it seems like this Long Rui was a loyal dog of the Wang clan.
So that's how it is.
After losing the Heavenly Clan gathering, they stopped others from getting their resources, so they made this rule.
Not bad. Not bad. This kind of thinking, it was not bad at all. However, even though it's not bad, it's not a good idea either. Long Rui crooned, I've been very clear with you.
It doesn't matter if you're Miss Bingqian's friend or whatever, unless you're a part of the Wang clan or the Liu clan, don't even think about entering the treasury.
Yi Zifeng's expression turned serious and slowly said the next few words, what if I want to enter then? Long Rui was startled. He thought that this guy would immediately back off after hearing that the Wang clan was involved. However, this guy was clearly trying to oppose and provoke the Wang clan. Long Rui turned around and looked towards Hongshen. Yo Hongshen, tell me the truth. When he came last time, what was his cultivation level?
Hongshen thought about it. Well, he went to the 3rd floor of the medicine cage, so he should at most be at the 4th stage of Qi refining. Long Rui was at the 5th stage of Qi refining, and when he heard this, he became much more confident. His mouth curved up into a smile and looked towards Yi Zifeng. If you want to come in, then you can try. Don't blame me if you end up lying on the floor in the corner of there.
End up lying on the floor? Yi Zifeng laughed loudly and a cold expression appeared on his face. So an ant like you dare block my path?
If I don't teach you a lesson today, people would think that I only rely on my luck and connections to do things. Yi Zifeng doesn't like fighting with these lowly people, but it doesn't mean that he won't. If someone was this arrogant, he won't need to hold himself back and beat them. He will beat them until they know their place. Yi Zifeng slowly gathered his qi. It seems like you're pretty unlucky. You're probably at the 4th stage of qi refining, aren't you? Long Rui noticed the movement of Yi Zifeng's qi and asked. Yi Zifeng smiled, and so what? Then you're finished. After confirming his opponent's cultivation level, he didn't hesitate anymore and started to attack. He retrieved a blue sword from his robes and struck towards Yi Zifeng. Come on. Yi Zifeng coldly laughed. He leapt up into the air and struck Long Rui's sword with his bare hands. Bang! Long Rui was forced back. His sword was shaking and almost flew out of his hand. How could this be? Long Rui was shocked. I'm not done yet. Yi Zifeng laughed. He chanted something and a streak of lightning flew towards Long Rui like snakes. It was the same attack that he used against Liu Bingqian to stop her movements for a second. If it was used against a cultivator at the 5th stage of qi refining, the victim will definitely faint. Oh my god! Long Rui had never seen someone at the 4th stage of qi refining use an attribute attack. He dropped his sword immediately and scrambled backwards. Without noticing, he was already in the corner. The difference between their strengths was something that Long Rui didn't expect. I'm punching you because you're too arrogant. Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and mounted on top of Long Rui and fiercely punched his face. He had used all his strengths along with his lightning qi with the punch. It gave Long Rui a big bruise and made his nose bleed. Long Rui started to panic and tried to get away. The second punch is for the fact that you're a dog from a Wan clan. Yi Zifeng punched him at full strength once again. Even right now Long Rui still didn't understand how he lost to this guy who's at the 4th stage of qi refining while he was at the 5th stage of qi refining. Even if he lost, he shouldn't have lost this badly. The third punch. Yi Zifeng lifted his fist again and Long Rui's face ashen. Stop. Stop. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Long Rui begging Yi Zifeng at this point. The third punch is to help you remember me. Go back and tell Wang Lin, tell Wang Tinji, that my name is Yi Zifeng. The people of the Yi clan are not so easily bullied. Long Rui was sweating profusely. Before he could react, he was struck by Yi Zifeng. Ah! Long Rui miserably screamed. After the third punch, he was thrown out. His entire body looked as if it was broken. Yi Zifeng coldly smiled and then patted his clothes down. You're the one who's going to lie down in the corner over there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Come to the forest with me. After finishing Long Rui off, Yi Zifeng didn't even look back and walked straight into the treasury. Hong Shun. Hong Shun. Did you hear what he said before? He said that he was Yi Zifeng. Long Rui struggled to get himself up and a shocked expression appeared in his eyes. Hong Shun quickly ran towards Long Rui and helped him up and leaned him against the doors. After all, having someone lie there looking half dead in front of the treasury was not a pretty sight at all. Yeah. You didn't hear wrong. Who's Yi Zifeng? Long Rui thought about it and felt that this name was very familiar. He didn't know where he heard it before. Long Rui. Did you get beaten so much that you lost your memories? Yi Zifeng is the winner of the Heavenly Clan gathering yesterday. He is the Yi clan's young master who helped the Yi clan climb in ranks once again. Hong Shun had just gotten the news a while ago, but he immediately knew who he was. No way. That's Yi Zifeng? No wonder why he was so strong at the 4th stage of qi refining.
Let's not talk about Long Rui now.
Even Liu Bingqian, who was at the peak stage of Qi refining, lost to him.
This news was spread throughout Legacy City already. Yeah. This time you were unlucky. Hongshan bitterly smiled. He was still thinking about how he bad-mouthed Yi Zifeng a while ago. He was worried that Yi Zifeng might come after him because of it. Oh my god.
Just what kind of person did I just offend? Long Rui was extremely shocked and felt his entire body shiver.
In the treasury's medicine cage,
a beautiful girl wearing a rose print dress was lost in thought while looking at a dazzling lineup of ingredients.
She sat there not moving at all. She looked like she was dozing off, and yet she looked like she was waiting for someone. Yi Zifeng smiled and called out, "Bingqian." Hearing this, Liu Bingqian was startled and looked over.
When she saw Yi Zifeng, her half-conscious expression lit up.
It looked as if she came back from the dead. "Brother rough guy."
She blinked a few times and a happy expression filled her face.
It seems like she was already used to calling him big brother already. "Well, I've kept my promise and came to find you. So don't say that I still owe you anything." Bingqian moved over and wanted Yi Zifeng to sit next to her.
Suddenly, she saw that there was some blood on Yi Zifeng's hands and got worried. "Brother rough guy, how come you're injured?
Were you fighting with someone?"
Yi Zifeng immediately retracted his hand and shook his hand.
In reality, how could that count as a fight? It was completely one-sided.
It was because he was hitting so hard that some skin came off of his hand.
Of course, Liu Bingqian didn't know what happened.
She suddenly thought about Wang Tianji and the others, and a cold expression appeared on face. "I got it.
Did the people from the Wan clan try to mess with you? You can tell me who tried to fight you.
I'll go with you and teach them a lesson." Even though Bingqian was very beautiful, she was not very elegant and reserved at all.
She was very carefree and did whatever she wanted. Yi Zifeng, however, liked this point.
Also, no one would hate someone who truly cared for them.
"It's nothing. It's only a superficial wound anyways. Actually, I kinda tripped and fell while I was walking here." Yi Zifeng smiled and didn't want her to be rash. "Really?" Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng's hands carefully. "Yeah. Think about it. If I was fighting someone, the only place injured won't be my hands." Yi Zifeng was very calm. Liu Bingqian softly said "oh," and nodded.
She smiled like a lovable girl. "Fine.
I'll let it go this time. However, let me tell you this.
If Wang Tianji or anyone tries to make trouble for you in the future, remember to bring them my way and I'll handle them for you."
Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed.
He had Elder Shen standing behind him already. He didn't need to make trouble for Liu Bingqian at all.
However, out of respect, he cupped his hands and smiled. "Then I'll have to bother Bingqian." Yi Zifeng knew that Bingqian did not look down on him at all.
Even though both of their clans were enemies, she still worried for him and thought about his well-being. Other than his own family members, Bingqian treated him the best.
Liu Bingqian smiled as well. "All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. This time, other than talking to me, did you want to bring some ingredients home after coming to the medicine cage? Don't worry about it. I've prepared some for you already."
Bingqian knew that deep down, she needed to use some ingredients to keep Yi Zifeng here every time Yi Zifeng came here.
If she doesn't, Yi Zifeng might not be interested at all.
Even though it was a bit forced, she was taking baby steps.
However, out of Bingqian's expectations, Yi Zifeng shook his head. "What? You don't need the ingredients that I prepared for you?" A disappointing expression appeared on Bingqian's face. Yi Zifeng looked at Bingqian's cute expression and laughed. "To a crazed alchemist like me, how could I not need ingredients?
This time, I have enough contribution points so I can get some ingredients myself."
Liu Bingqian softly said "oh" again and smiled. "I get it. You must have secretly kept some contribution points from before." Let me guess. You still have 20 points? 40 points? 60 points? Looking at how Qi Zifeng continuously shake his head, Liu Bingqian was shocked. No way. Could it be that you have 100 points left over? Not 100. 500. Qi Zifeng replied. 500? Are you kidding? Last time when you completed your mission, you tried so hard and only got 460 points. How can you have more than what you started with? Liu Bingqian was getting angry. She thought that Qi Zifeng was playing a prank on her and purposely made her disappointed. I didn't lie to you. Look. I have the badges with me. Qi Zifeng waved his hands and the contribution point badges came out of his interspatial ring. As the badges fell out, Qi Zifeng was counting, 30, 50, 80, 130. 500. Holy crap! There really is 500 points. Brother Rough Guy, what did you do? Did you rob the sex storage area? Liu Bingqian held each badge up one by one and was filled with shock. Qi Zifeng laughed. If I have the ability to rob the sect, then why am I even learning here? You're right. But... Liu Bingqian scratched her head. How did Qi Zifeng get 500 contribution points out of nowhere? She looked at Qi Zifeng and stopped her sentence. I won't ask about how you got these contribution points, but don't think that you can pay back the 100 points and not come and see me anymore. Of course. These are two separate things. Oh. Then that's fine. Liu Bingqian smiled. If she can see him, then she doesn't care about it anymore. After talking with Bingqian for a while, Qi Zifeng started to look at the ingredients in the medicine cage. Not bad, not bad. The phantom ginseng, demonic fog grass and other important ingredients are still here. I was afraid that they would be replaced, but it seems like I was thinking too much. If Qi Zifeng wanted to maintain the soul-spirit communication between the two elders, he needs to make more soul-binding pills to keep their soul spirits intact inside of him. All right. I'll take 3 of this. That thing is not bad either. Let me take 5 of these. Those look good too. Let me take 8 of these. While looking at the precious and rare ingredients, he looked like a child who just got his allowance. Liu Bingqian couldn't help but remind him of something. Big brother Rough Guy. All those ingredients are worth more than 500 contribution points already. What? 500 is not enough? Qi Zifeng returned to his senses and was startled. Bingqian started to giggle. In the Qi refining stage, there is no one who would spend their contributions on ingredients like you. Not only did Qi Zifeng use all his contribution points on ingredients, he made it look like he ransacked the entire medicine cage. To make the medicine cage run out of stock on certain ingredients. It's making the people who were responsible for refilling the ingredients very gloomy. However, brother Rough Guy. Other than the ingredients you got last time, I don't know any of these new ingredients. What are you trying to make? Bingqian was very confused. Qi Zifeng thought about it for a bit. A complicated feeling arose in his heart. Finally he sighed and said, Bingqian, promise me you won't tell anyone. I feel like that I'm disrespecting you as a friend if I don't tell you anything. Liu Bingqian was startled and looked at Qi Zifeng. Brother Rough Guy, what do you want to tell me? Could it have something to do with alchemy? Do you remember that I received the ancient violet cloud sword yesterday? Qi Zifeng finally decided to say it. Yeah. Of course I remember it. Bingqian's face suddenly turned red as she remembered how cool Qi Zifeng looked while holding the sword. She even dreamt about it last night. That sword. I bought it to Boss Chang and had him melt it down. What? You melted the sword? Why? Liu Bingqian was taken aback. She looked as if she turned into stone. Qi Zifeng hesitated but decided to tell her anyways. Don't ask anything. If you want to know why, then come to the forest with me tonight.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 57. Well, we are friends. Go to the forest at night? That's not too good. My heart isn't ready yet. Also, I don't really know you that well yet. Liu Bingqian's eyes showed a complicated expression as she trembled a bit. Zifeng looked confusingly at her. Why does your heart need to be ready to concoct pills? Concoct pills? You want me to go to the forest to concoct pills? Liu Bingqian stared at him with a red face. What else would we do besides concocting pills? Zifeng was still confused. Also, if we are going to compete in the alchemy competition, we need to work together. We can use this chance to get to know what we're capable of. So that's what you meant.
Liu Bingqian softly replied and calmed down. However, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes.
Then, what about the secret? What does the sword have to do with concocting pills? Zifeng smiled. Come with me and don't worry about it. You'll understand once you see it.
This time, when Liu Bingqian walked into the wilderness with Zifeng, she wasn't scared like she was last time. They've known each other for a while now and was pretty comfortable with each other.
Do you remember the 3 promises that I told you about last time?
Zifeng suddenly asked.
Liu Bingqian smiled. Of course. I, Liu Bingqian, always keep my promises no matter what. Don't worry about it. I'll keep your alchemy skills a secret. To be so upright. It seems like you're completely different from your sister. Zifeng laughed. After hearing Zifeng talk about her sister, Bingqian's expression darkened a bit. I am me and she is she. Of course we're different. Come to think of it, after that I found out that you're Zifeng, I've been wanting to ask you something.
Since you and my sister were matched before you guys were born, how do you feel about her?
Liu Ningzi was completely different from her sister.
Liu Bingqian was a lady from a wealthy family, but she didn't act like one.
Liu Ningzi, on the other hand, was a bit more refined.
It's hard to say what kind of girl Zifeng liked, but he'd prefer someone more on the gentle side.
Zifeng coldly replied, that day when she came to my house and forced me to cancel the engagement, I vowed to never be with her. Ever. I have no feelings for her at all. Liu Bingqian's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Zifeng. Oh, okay. Then I'm relieved. Relieved? Relieved about what? Zifeng was confused again. I'm bad-mouthing your sister, but you're not mad at all. What's there to be mad about?
The whole thing was my sister's fault in the first place. I don't care if other people yell at me for taking an outsider's side instead of my family's. I, Liu Bingqian, will speak my own mind and make my own judgment based on what I know.
Zifeng bitterly laughed and shook his head. He really didn't understand what this girl was thinking at all. All right. We're here. Zifeng started to dig. Soon after, the top of the cauldron could be seen. When did you paint this common tier cauldron? It looks pretty good. It's all shiny. I like it. Liu Bingqian smiled and helped Zifeng. This isn't paint.
It is the effect of the starlight diagram patterns.
Liu Bingqian laughed and rolled her eyes at Zifeng. So you know the term starlight diagram? That's something that a profound tier cauldron possesses. How can a common tier cauldron,
She was laughing, but when she looked at the cauldron, she suddenly stopped. Her voice was shaking out of excitement.
No way. This is a real starlight diagram. What is going on here? An alchemist only care about 2 things, rare ingredients and a good cauldron.
A profound tier cauldron like this will make every Huang tier alchemist go crazy. Looking at the cauldron, Bingqian can tell that this profound tier cauldron was clearly the same cauldron as the one that Zifeng bought.
Brother rough guy. What's going on? Please tell me what's going on.
How can a mere common tear cauldron jump tiers and become a profound tear cauldron? Zifeng smiled and dug the cauldron out. Do you remember that I melted the ancient violet cloud sword?
Liu Bingqian was shocked and then realized something. The ancient violet cloud sword? Could it be? Zifeng nodded. That's right.
I turned the sword into spirit liquid and upgraded the cauldron to the profound tier. While talking, he inserted his qi into the cauldron and then 32 star patterns immediately lit up and a dazzling blue light appeared.
Holy crap! Brother Rough Guy, are you some kind of saint? How do you know about upgrading a cauldron? Even I don't know about this. So spirit liquids have this kind of use. Liu Bingqian looked at Zifeng and couldn't help but feel a strange aura coming from him.
This. You'll know sooner or later. Zifeng mysteriously smiled.
As the #1 alchemist in Liu City, Liu Bingqian was always praised by many elders and seniors. However, the people who knew alchemy in Liu City was very little and none of these people could help her or talk to her. When she met Zifeng, she felt as if she had met the one. Someone who can spend time with her, help her and talk to her about various things. After Zifeng inserted his qi into the cauldron, he smiled and looked at Liu Bingqian. Bingqian, the starlight diagram is already lit. Help me start a fire. I'm about to concoct a pill. Liu Bingqian nodded.
She had been dreaming of the day when she would be able to use a profound tear cauldron to concoct pills. In the past, she had cried and begged her master to let her use his profound tear cauldron but was rejected every time. Now, Zifeng was going to let her fulfill her dreams. When she thought back to the time when she wanted to make Zifeng her apprentice, she became very embarrassed.
All right. I got it. She immediately got up and found some firewoods for the fire. Right now, she had already forgotten about her identity as #1 alchemist in Liu City and was following Zifeng's commands. She was like a servant girl for him. If anyone else had seen her, they wouldn't know what to think of it. Bring me the ingredients from last time. Do you remember it? Phantom ginseng, demonic fog grass. Every time Zifeng said something, Liu Bingqian would immediately obey his instructions. Although she didn't know what kind of pill Zifeng was making, she knew what each ingredient was. Nice. Using this profound tear cauldron is way better than using that common tear cauldron. Zifeng laughed. When he looked inside the cauldron, his face suddenly became serious. He remembered that it took him a sleepless week to concoct just 2 common-grade soul-binding pills. He had also failed numerous times. No matter how hard he tried to save his ingredients, he had to use everything up in the end. Now that he has the profound tear cauldron, it is way easier for him to concoct a soul-binding pill. Bingqian, can you use your peak stage of qi refining qi to warm the cauldron up a bit? You only need to use a bit of qi. Zifeng was very serious. He stared at the cauldron and watched as the ingredients mixed together. Liu Bingqian was staring at Zifeng. That serious expression that he had when concocting a pill made Bingqian feel attracted to him even more. Seeing how Bingqian didn't move, Zifeng looked over slightly. Bingqian. What happened? I was talking to you. Liu Bingqian quickly returned to her senses and was embarrassed. Oh. Sorry. You want me to warm the cauldron up? No problem. She hurried over and reluctantly smiled while inserting her qi into the profound tear cauldron. Zifeng's eyes lit up and immediately waved his hands. All right. That's enough. That's enough. It seems like he made the right choice to bring her along. With her qi, it was much easier for the ingredients to mix into a pill. The ingredient was able to absorb the power of the starlight diagrams much better and faster. Complete. Looking at the pill's grade, it was already at the peak of Huang grade, almost reaching the profound grade.
A pill like this could be kept for a few days and won't melt so quickly like the common grade pill he made last time.
Bingqian, it's all thanks to you. Your peak Qi refining Qi is really useful. To be able to concoct a pill this quickly, it seems like I have to quickly increase my cultivation as well. Hearing how Yi Zifeng complimented her, Bingqian was feeling very happy. No. It's all thanks to the profound tear cauldron.
If it was the common tear cauldron, it would have exploded from all the Qi I inserted.
Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded.
He then put the pill away in his sleeves. With this pill, he can now freely communicate with the elders for another month or so.
Brother Rough Guy, I have a request. Bingqian suddenly smiled and stared at the cauldron. Do you want to use this cauldron to concoct pills?
Yi Zifeng laughed and asked. Bingqian nodded with an excited expression on her face. She was looking forward to using the cauldron.
Yi Zifeng nodded. Of course you can.
The whole point of bringing you here was to tell you about the profound tear cauldron.
Who told me to treat? That's great. I've always dreamed of using a profound tear cauldron. Liu Bingqian was starting to tear up.
Out of excitement, she jumped towards Yi Zifeng and hugged him very tightly. Her ample chest rubbed against Yi Zifeng, which caused his mind to go blank.
Yi Zifeng felt like he was in a mess and then continued to talk. Who told me to treat you as a friend?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 58, 32 stars. Liu Bingqian jumped into Yi Zifeng's embrace suddenly due to her excitement. However, after a while, she came back to her senses and her face turned bright red. It was burning hot. She took a deep breath and then pushed Yi Zifeng away.
She was blushing and unconsciously looked up at Yi Zifeng.
Big brother Rough Guy. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself.
However, who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would disregard her and stare at the cauldron instead? Bingqian, help me gather the remaining material. I want to concoct another pill.
Liu Bingqian efforts were all wasted.
She was being obvious, but who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would be so oblivious?
Yi Zifeng looked over at her. What's wrong, Bingqian? Did I do something wrong? Did my words sound too demanding to you? Bingqian furrowed her brows and muttered, I'm unhappy because you didn't even feel anything. However, his anger quickly dissipated and immediately went and helped Yi Zifeng gather the ingredients.
Big brother Rough Guy.
What kind of pill are you trying to make?
I don't mind if you don't tell me what you made before, but you should at least tell me what you're making now.
Liu Bingqian can feel that Yi Zifeng had a countless amount of secrets.
It made her very curious. Well, I had to prepare some things before for the Heavenly Clan gathering, so I neglected my cultivation. So this time, I'm going to use this cauldron and concoct a profound great pill and help me increase my cultivation.
Yi Zifeng smiled and put the ingredients in the cauldron.
At the same time, the 32 stars in the cauldron lit up.
Oh, I get it. So that's why you didn't choose the cultivation increasing treasure as a prize.
You've already decided to upgrade the cauldron and make your own pills to increase your cultivation. A profound grade pill is indeed much better than the ocean-containing bottle. If an alchemist created a pill with a profound tear cauldron, the results would definitely be much better than if he had used a common tear cauldron with the same ingredients.
Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded, exactly. To increase my cultivation, I'm going to concoct a golden marrow pill.
At the same time, he inserted his Qi into the starlight diagram.
Golden marrow pill? No way.
I remember that the ingredients for the golden marrow pill are golden marrow grass, dragon leaves, silver horn fruit and some other ingredients. The ingredients that you have here are the Shernan flower, apodity flower and other things. Liu Bingqian had a suspicious expression on her face and stared at the ingredients.
She had an uneasy feeling in her heart.
You're talking about the Huang grade golden marrow pill?
Yi Zifeng smiled.
Of course.
Hold on. Are you saying that you're trying to concoct a profound-grade golden marrow pill? Bingqian was shocked.
As a Huang-tier alchemist, she had neither used a profound-tier cauldron or concocted a profound-grade pill.
For Yi Zifeng to do something like this,
she was extremely shocked.
That's right. I'm going to concoct a profound-grade golden marrow pill. Liu Bingqian had a worrisome expression in her eyes. No way. You're really trying to concoct a profound-grade pill? Do you understand that if you fail, the entire cauldron might explode?
She finally found out why she was feeling so uneasy. Yi Zifeng only smiled, of course.
That's why I brought you here.
He treated Bingqian as a friend, so he told her about the profound-tier cauldron. However, he also did think about using her to help himself concoct pills.
Bingqian's expression immediately changed. No way.
It's too dangerous if a profound-tier cauldron explodes. I might be able to survive the explosion, but your fourth stage of Qi refining cultivation won't be able to take the explosion head-on.
We can't continue. While saying that, she wanted to take the ingredients out of the cauldron.
However, the cauldron had gotten very hot and she couldn't do it.
Yi Zifeng frowned and pulled her closer to him. Didn't you see how I concocted the pill before? Didn't you also see how I concocted the Thunder Spirit pill before? Do you not trust me?
Thinking about all the things that had happened, a complicated expression appeared on Bingqian's face.
Trust you? Liu Bingqian thought about it and then shook her head. No.
If you want to concoct a common grade or even a Huang grade pill, I would trust you completely, but you're trying to concoct a profound tier pill, something that even I am not able to do.
I'm afraid that something might happen to you. Are you worried about me or trying to stop me? Yi Zifeng stopped what he was doing and looked into Liu Bingqian's eyes. Liu Bingqian blushed. You can think of it like this. I don't want something to happen to you while I'm here. If something were to happen to you while you're with me, my mind won't be at peace for the rest of my life.
Even though they haven't been friends for long, he was the only person who was like a friend to her in all these years. If she lost him due to this, she would be extremely sad.
Yi Zifeng was silent for a bit. I understand. A happy expression appeared on Bingqian's face. You're finally gonna stop? No. I've decided. You can leave.
I want to concoct the pill myself.
Yi Zifeng was very stubborn when it comes to alchemy.
Once he was set to do something, no one can make him stop. He was like this in his past life and he won't change in this life.
You. Bingqian was startled.
She had never seen such a stubborn person in her life.
She finally gave in and pouted. Fine. Fine. I understand.
I'll stay here and concoct the pill with you.
However, you have to promise me that if you notice something wrong, you have to run away immediately.
Yi Zifeng thought about it for a bit and his stern expression turned into a smile.
All right. I promise you. Thank you, Miss Bingqian. Liu Bingqian got angry and yelled out, Call me Bingqian.
She then shook her head and calmed herself down. She was thinking about how quick-witted Yi Zifeng was during the gathering, but now this guy was very stubborn when it came to alchemy.
Could it be that he wasn't afraid of dying at all? All right. What do you need me to help with? Yi Zifeng smiled and walked over to the cauldron. Actually, it's nothing much. Do you see the starlight diagram?
Just follow my lead and insert Yu Qi into each star later.
Liu Bingqian quickly nodded.
I heard that when you insert your Qi into a profound tier cauldron in a specific order, it is called the spirit diagram technique. However, if you make a single mistake, the Qi will run wild, and when that happens...
Yi Zifeng shook his head. Don't worry about it. Didn't I promise you that if anything happens, I would run away immediately? Fine. Just remember your promise.
Liu Bingqian knew that Yi Zifeng wouldn't go back on his words, but she was still worried. After all, in Liu Bingqian's eyes, Yi Zifeng was only a cultivator at the fourth stage of Qi refining.
His cultivation was considered normal. However, she didn't know where he learned alchemy from. There was no alchemy in the Yi clan. She was worried that Yi Zifeng would fail. Bingqian. Come on. The 7th star. Yi Zifeng suddenly became serious and commanded.
Liu Bingqian nodded and gathered her qi on her finger. With soft movements, she inserted the qi from her finger into the 7th star on the cauldron. When she inserted her qi, the entire cauldron looked like it was a mess. The qi started to swirl around and attach itself to the ingredients and separate the useless parts from the useful parts.
Bingqian was startled again. Could this be stratification?
When one concocts a Huang-tier pill, one would need to use their qi to purify the pill by stratification in order for a better outcome.
It was a simple process.
However, with the starlight diagram, the process became much more difficult. This was the most important step.
It relied on the alchemist's skills and experience.
Big brother rough guy.
You know how to calculate the displacement of the stars as well?
Every time she inserted her qi, the power of the starlight would move into another star.
This was precisely the reason why Bingqian's master did not let her use his profound tier cauldron. It only takes one misstep for the cauldron to explode. Yi Zifeng didn't answer her and stared at the change that was going on within the cauldron. He suddenly yelled out, "Bingqian, the 16th star."
Hearing this, she quickly inserted her qi into the 16th star.
This time, the 21st star. Now the 30th star. The 5th star. Bingqian obeyed Yi Zifeng's every command.
Being so close to the cauldron had made her sweat profusely. While inserting her qi into the cauldron, she can feel the perfect movements of the qi inside the cauldron.
With Yi Zifeng's guidance, it will be finished very quickly. The last one is the 32nd star. Yi Zifeng smiled.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 59, Peak of 5th Stage. I got it. Liu Bingqian nodded. She was very adept in alchemy and was very quick.
Under Yi Zifeng's command, she was able to use her qi to light up all of the stars. When that happened, a violent qi energy swirled up in the cauldron and rushed into the sky. When the 32 stars all lit up, it condensed together and formed the starlight diagram.
On the very top of the diagram, a translucent clear pill appeared.
The pill resembled nature itself.
It continuously absorbed the qi that surrounded it.
A golden glow appeared around the pill.
Profound Grade Golden Marrow Pill, completed. Liu Bingqian looked clearly at the Profound Grade Golden Marrow Pill on top of the diagram.
Her eyes showed that she didn't believe that this was real.
I would have never thought that I, Liu Bingqian, would have the honor to help concoct and complete a Profound Grade Pill. Big brother rough guy, you're so awesome.
Her eyes were sparkling as she complimented him.
Yi Zifeng smiled. I told you to trust me. Well, now I do. An embarrassed expression appeared in Liu Bingqian's eyes. Wow. Since you're so strong. Maybe I'll look forward to the alchemy competition this. Yi Zifeng was confused and asked, what do you mean? You might not know about the competition, but this isn't my first time attending the alchemy competition.
Every time I go and represent Legacy City, I would not even get placed.
I'm actually pretty scared to go back.
If someone was not placed for many competitions, they would not want to go back.
Yi Zifeng was startled and immediately replied, actually. It's not a bad idea to send you. In the big Legacy City, you're the only Huang-tier alchemist. Without any support, how can you get a good placement? Yeah. In Legacy City, everyone sees me as the #1 alchemist. However, outside of Legacy City, I'm basically a nobody. Saying that, Liu Bingqian showed a lonely and dejected expression, making Yi Zifeng pity her.
She thus suddenly smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now, take this golden marrow pill. She picked up the golden marrow pill and put it on Yi Zifeng's hand.
Yi Zifeng nodded.
When he was about to use it, he felt that something was not right.
He stopped and looked over at Bingqian.
Hold on.
Since you want me to take the pill, why are you still here?
From his experience, every time that someone takes the pill, they would feel a lot of pain. A profound great golden marrow pill will definitely make a Qi refining stage disciple like Yi Zifeng feel a lot more pain.
That is the only way that one is able to absorb the energy from the pill. Only when one makes sure that no one is around would one intake a pill. Yi Zifeng thought to himself, as a girl, she should be running away. It's not polite if she stands there and watch. Liu Bingqian smiled. It's not like you're taking off your clothes or something. Why do I have to leave?
Also, if something happens while you use this profound great pill, it's better if someone is watching you.
Don't worry. I won't tell other people what happened.
As an alchemist, she naturally knew the side effects of using a pill. The pills can help people increase their cultivation, but they would also make them feel a lot of pain and can be very dangerous.
That's not good. When I use a pill, I'm always by myself. I can handle it. I don't need anyone else watching me. Yi Zifeng was saying whatever that was in his mind. He really didn't know how to deal with girls. Especially brazen girls like Liu Bingqian.
Liu Bingqian softly grumbled, "Humph.
So stingy. I helped you concoct the pill before and now you're telling me to leave? So after I become useless, you're just going to kick me out?" Yi Zifeng's mouth began to twitch. "Little ancestor, please. Did you forget that I was the one telling you what to do? This is your good fortune. Even if people begged, I wouldn't have taught them." Liu Bingqian thought about it and felt that he was right.
She had continuously begged her master before and he still didn't teach her how to concoct a profound great pill.
Yi Zifeng, on the other hand, slowly explained everything and taught her carefully.
This was a priceless experience for her.
"Fine. I won't force you to let me stay then."
"Oh yeah. If my father doesn't oppose in letting you come with me, I'll go and tell you."
"Then I'm leaving." "All right. I'll be waiting for your news."
Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and bowed. "Also, this time, I really have to thank you for helping me out. In the future, you can use this profound tear cauldron whenever you want."
Hearing this, Liu Bingqian was very excited. "Why are you being so polite with me? We're basically family."
Saying this, she felt like she was going too fast and blushed.
"Sorry. I meant."
When she wanted to explain what she meant, she saw Yi Zifeng carefully examining the pill.
Yi Zifeng then lifted his head up and asked, "What happened? Did you want to say anything else?" Bingqian's face changed immediately. "Nothing. I wanted to say that I'm leaving." Yi Zifeng laughed. "So that's what you wanted to say? Well, be careful. Sorry, I won't be seeing you off." Liu Bingqian originally wanted to hide in the dark and secretly watch Yi Zifeng. However, she remembered how indifferent and uninterested Yi Zifeng looked when he replied and angrily walked away. When she walked for a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned around. "Should I be looking forward to this year's competition?" Yi Zifeng looked up again and laughed. "Don't worry about it. This time, if I'm there, Legacy City will definitely not be unranked." Liu Bingqian giggled. "If you say so then, Saying that, she finally left. Yi Zifeng watched as she disappeared and then looked at the pill once again. In every realm, a practitioner cannot use the same pill more than 3 times. Yi Zifeng had used 3 Huang-grade golden marrow pills before, so as long as he's in the Qi refining reel, he cannot use another Huang-grade golden marrow pill or else his life will be in danger. However, a profound grade pill was different from a Huang-grade pill, so it won't be dangerous. This was the reason why he wanted to upgrade his cauldron and concoct profound grade pills. With this pill, he can now make something that he can use. Next time, when he gets more contribution points, he will make the remaining 2 pills. If he is lucky, then maybe he can get something better during the competition in Tiandao City. Zifeng looked at the pill in his hand and licked it.
He then slowly absorbed the energy from the pill and finally put the pill in his mouth.
Let's go. Even though he didn't directly bite into the pill, a large amount of energy entered his body.
However, he quickly moved it into his arms. However, this time, it was different. The veins on his arms continuously expanded and the red lines became brighter and brighter.
Suddenly, his veins couldn't handle the energy and exploded.
His veins continuously exploded and blood splattered everywhere.
Zifeng was calm as if nothing happened. He didn't care about it. It was a good thing for him.
It didn't matter if it was his arms. He continuously moved the energy into his arms. If he didn't do so, the next thing that will explode might be his heart. Like the first time, Zifeng's arms suddenly started to absorb the power of the pill. His arms slightly lit up and his arms were slowly recovering.
He wasn't bleeding anymore. Finally.
You're finally starting to absorb the power from this profound great golden marrow pill.
Zifeng smiled. Good. The more you absorb, the stronger you'll be in the future.
If you have the ability, then try and absorb all the energy from this pill. Zifeng closed his eyes and thunder Qi started to gather around his palms. After his arms recovered, he slowly started to absorb the energy from the golden marrow pill as well. The Qi circulated throughout his body and entered every single one of his cells. Zifeng started to feel the effects of the pill. His heart felt as if it was going to explode. He can feel the change that was happening in his body. He waited for a while and took a deep breath. Without thinking of the consequences, he bit down on the golden marrow pill in his mouth.
At that time, a dark red light flew directly into his dantian.
The soul spirit in his body noticed this and started to move this energy from his dantian into his arms. After a while, his arms were filled with the power from the golden marrow pill. Only a portion of the pill was actually absorbed by his body. Suddenly, Zifeng took a deep breath and opened his eyes.
Great!
Not only did I break through into the 5th stage, I've reached the peak of the 5th stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 60, Poisoned by Someone.
Reaching the peak of the 5th stage meant that he was already on the same level as Xiaomu and Liu Yaij. He took a deep breath and suddenly became serious. He struck out at a faraway tree with his palm. This time, he didn't use any thunder Qi at all. He wanted to test out how strong his own body was. The tree was slightly bent to the side but didn't fall down. It seems like the 5th stage of Qi refining isn't what I had expected it to be.
Zifeng looked at his hands in disappointment and shook his head.
However, in the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. In the middle of the tree that he had just struck, a small crack appeared.
The crack then continued to expand and in a few seconds, the bark of the tree cracked open, exposing the insides.
This.
Zifeng looked up with a shocked expression. Bang!
Qi energy seeped out from the center of the tree and at the same time, the tree exploded. The remains of showered the entire area.
Zifeng didn't believe what was happening.
He thought about what happened and then finally understood what had happened. It seems like with the existence of his martial spirit, he was able to have the power of 6th stage while being at the 5th stage of Qi refining.
Having the power of 6th stage while at the peak of 5th stage. He didn't even use his lightning Qi. However, he still can't fight with Wang Tianji and Liu Bingqian.
After all, they were both heavily nurtured by their families for many years.
Zifeng can't possibly catch up so quickly. However, he will one day surpass these people and become the strongest. It seems like this body can't handle eating 2 profound grade pills after each other. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have another one anyways. I'll have to get more ingredients from the sect later. Yi Zifeng rested for a bit and then got back up.
He had been out all night and finally remembered after the sun came up.
I was out for the whole night again. They might be worried about me, but...
Yi Zifeng walked on the street where his house was located and wanted to go back home. However, he noticed that there were so many people in front of his house that a drop of water probably won't even be able to slip through.
He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. He walked towards these people and patted someone's shoulders at random.
"Hi, brother.
May I ask why you guys are surrounding the Yi clan's house?"
The person turned around and sighed. Since the Yi clan won the Heavenly Clan Gathering, obtained a third of the market share with Tiandao City's markets, small families like mine all came to discuss business deals. However, who would have thought that we would be locked out? If the Yi clan wants to close their doors and not see us, then we will go find the Liu clan and the Wang clan to discuss business. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng raised his brows. Discussing business was not a small thing. The Yi clan is very weak right now and it is very important for them to make allies through business. They didn't need to act like a big shot and shut the doors in front of everyone.
What was Yi Zifeng thinking about? He quickly walked towards the Yi clan's back door and jumped into the property.
"Who's there?
To dare trespass into my Yi clan?"
Yi Huiqi screamed and unsheathed his sword, wanting to teach a lesson to the trespasser. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was Yi Zifeng.
"So it is brother Zifeng. My bad."
Yi Huiqi smiled and sheathed his sword. After the gathering, Huiqi had a newfound respect for this cousin.
"But wait. Why did you fly in from the back?"
Yi Zifeng rolled his eyes. "Why else?
Did you not see how many people were outside? Do you want me to walk in through that crowd?" "No way. They're still here?"
Yi Huiqi sighed. "Of course. They're still yelling outside."
"Alright, I don't want to talk with you anymore."
"Where's father?"
"I need to talk to him about this." A complicated expression appeared on Yi Huiqi's face and walked towards Yi Zifeng.
He then whispered in Yi Zifeng's ears, "Uncle Chong Tian went out with a few friends last night.
I don't know what happened, but he's been on his bed and couldn't get up at all." Yi Zifeng's eyes widened. "What? There's such thing? Bring me to him quickly."
The two of them ran towards Yi Chongtian's room and saw Yi Shui brewing some medicine.
"Brother Zifeng, you're finally back."
Yi Shui saw that her brother came home and was very happy.
If it's Yi Zifeng, then he might be able to do something. Yi Zifeng looked at his sister and nodded. "Father, what happened? How do you feel?" Yi Zifeng walked towards the bed and saw that Yi Chongtian's face was deathly pale and was sweating a lot.